Conditions look good out there. Plenty of breeze for this start of the America's Cup. 16.5 knots, likely to increase. The flood tide coming in under the Golden Gate Bridge, also increasing throughout the day. Both teams are ready. Jimmy Spithill to the right at the helm of Oracle Team USA. Dean Barker on the left. And they look calm, cool, and collected.
They do. You know, Dean Barker and Ray have been here many times before, but this is the first time Jimmy's going to do a proper race. So, you know, there's going to be nerves on both teams, but I think they're ready to race. And, you know, as we've seen them training all year long, I think it's going to be a really good match.
So there we go. 2 minutes, 43 seconds to the entry into the pre-start. And it's important to note that due to some rules infractions that occurred in the America's Cup World Series, Oracle Team USA has been penalized 2 race points. To win the Cup, they're going to have to earn 11 points to Emirates Team New Zealand's 9. So here it is, Emirates Team New Zealand on the left-hand side, entering on port tack and building speed. Nathan, as you said, 2 minutes, 10 seconds is the port boat's entry time, and that's done for safety. Oracle Team USA will enter the start on starboard at exactly 2 minutes. And we're into the pre-start here in race number 1.
Looks like it was pretty good time on distance there, and we'll see Jimmy coming here, and we expect him to jibe. That seems to be the key move. So we'll look for him to jibe, and then it's up to Dean to decide when he wants to lead back to the start line here.
You hear the guys talking on board, distance to the boundary, distance to the next maneuver. For each team will head back to the line. The question now on board Emirates Team New Zealand. Will they turn back first? 1 minute 35 to go.
And here they go, moving into attack. So big call here, rolling into attack, and we expect Jimmy Spitthill's probably going to make an aggressive move here and tack directly in front of him. We'll wait and see what he decides to do. Big decision there. So he's going for the jibe. And I think Dean turned around at the right time there. About 1:30 he started the turn. And let's just listen on board to see what they've got to say.
You've got to go hot, hot. Okay, he's down a little now. Come on, mate, go with it. He can't. He's locked.
Going speed here.
He's going to the top.
Full speed.
50 seconds to go, the 2 teams converging.
Yeah, what we can hear there is Tom Slingsby behind Jimmy saying he's locked. He can't go behind us. He's going to try and roll us, so be ready to defend the roll. And they're still a long way from the line with a bit of time to kill here.
Nice. Can't get to the boat. Only 13 to kill, Dino.
So, Oracle Team USA to leeward, to the left. Emirates Team New Zealand to windward. Who would you rather be?
I'm liking where Dean is at the moment. I think he's in a good position. I heard Ray Davies say we can't get locked out at the windward end. So it's a time on distance starts between the 2 boats, and we're about to find out who's faster on each one.
So we are just 15 seconds away from the moment where the entire sailing world holds its breath. It's Oracle Team USA to leeward, Emirates Team New Zealand to windward as they approach the line for the start of race number 1 of the 34th America's Cup.
All clear, all clear.
Nice, guys.
It looked like Jimmy was a little bit late there on that start. Dean did a really good job on the time on distance. He's got his bow forward. I think Oracle still has wind clear, but as you can see here, Dean just seems to be a little faster on the first reach.
The wing wash coming off of Emirates Team New Zealand, and Nathan, it looks like they might have a slight edge. Who will get into the zone at mark number 1 first? This moment is huge, and it belongs to Emirates Team New Zealand.
Wow, really close moments there, just pushing hard to get around the mark on in front. And once again, Team New Zealand, always first around mark 1, aren't they?
And the delta, just a couple seconds, 4 to be exact, and we're on our way, ripping downwind, both boats up on the foils. What an amazing start to this first race.
It couldn't have been closer if you tried, and this is the key moment. Let's see who's good at these jobs. We know Team New Zealand are really good. Looks like Jimmy's going to go a little further, go a little bit closer to that boundary, and just do a jibe not under any pressure. But again, look at that amazing jibe by Team New Zealand.
Happy to go here. Go bottom. Go forward, Simon.
Nathan, you were right. The crew work from Emirates Team New Zealand, flawless as you would expect. Now it's Oracle Team USA's turn. Foil to foil jibe.
Yeah, well, these guys have obviously been watching very closely what Team New Zealand have been doing. And, you know, it's going to be a pretty good race here. It looks like the Kiwis are slightly out in front when we go to the overhead picture here. And it'll be interesting to see now a speed difference between the 2 boats. Looking like the Kiwis are slightly faster at the moment.
Now we'll go through a replay of leg number 1, and Nathan, talk us through it.
Yeah, it was really tight. I think Dean did a better job on the time on distance, and he seemed to be just a little bit faster on the first reach there, and looked like Jimmy just, you can see the red light there flashing. He went for a protest. He's trying to get a luff here in coming into Mark 1. Didn't quite get successful though.
There's the luff you're referring to. No blood, no foul. Emirates Team New Zealand crosses just ahead of Oracle Team USA. Look at that, incredibly close.
And we did say he was going to be aggressive, and these boats are doing 40 knots of boat speed, and that's a big maneuver there. You know, you would hate to have the boats come together, but unfortunately that push for a penalty didn't really end up coming to his advantage.
Here we go, the first cross on the run. Emirates Team New Zealand has still got it, but only just about 2 lengths in it.
Well, we did say it was going to be a close race, and check that out. That's the closest cross we've seen in any racing to date. And I think, you know, they're going to go a little further here and look at a jibe closer out to the boundary.
On board, Oracle Team USA.
Nice, Tommy.
That's a pretty nice jibe, bottom speed of 30 knots. I heard them saying they've been doing a few in that kind of vicinity, and I think they've jibed in a really good spot there, because now they're on starboard tack. Boat never touched the water the whole way through that jibe, and when Team New Zealand jibe back onto port, they're going to have a really tough situation here to cross ahead of USA.
This way, 50 the other.
Setting up for a jibe on board Emirates Team New Zealand with Dean Barker at the helm.
Once again, another nice jibe there, full foiling jibe, but just textbook stuff for these guys. And you know, I'm interested to see how tight this cross is going to be. Looks like they're going to just get ahead of them here.
Under the rules, Oracle Team USA has right of way if it's close, but it's not. Emirates Team New Zealand has got it.
Wow, check that out. That's close, isn't it? I heard JK say marginal cross here, and it looked like Jimmy tried to hunt him down a little bit to try and get a penalty, but clear cross there for Emirates Team New Zealand, and shaping up to be a really good race coming into the bottom mark.
30 seconds the other way, have to go. Ready?
So far we have seen a very smooth Emirates Team New Zealand, a very aggressive Oracle Team USA. They tried to luff them after the start on the first reach, and you just saw that bobble there. Jimmy Spithill acted like he had to change course, but no penalty there. So it's all even as far as penalties are concerned as we head into the Leeward Gates, mark number 2.
And Oracle here jibing on the lail under the bottom mark. Look at that. Once again, another perfect foiling jibe, and shaping up to be a really close race bottom mark here. Emirates Team New Zealand, I don't think, are on the ley line to the bottom mark, so they need another jibe to come here. That's a good spot to jibe there by Dean. I think he jibed directly in front of Jimmy, not letting him have any passing moments, and they're going to round within 2 lengths of each other here at the bottom mark.
Man, fantastic. Look how close it is. This is terrific. This is the close racing everybody around the world was hoping for. Mark number 2, the Leeward marks. It's Emirates Team New Zealand ahead. Still the delta, only 4 seconds.
Yeah, really close here, and Dean looked like he pointed really high around that bottom mark to really try and get in Jimmy's way. And look at that close situation, and Dean goes around the outside, and he's going to take the starboard advantage. So I think that's a huge gain there for Oracle.
Another protest filed by Oracle Team USA. The umpires will make the call, but there is definitely an overlap. The race is dead even at this point.
And we said Jimmy was going to be aggressive, and that's the 3rd time we've seen them use the protest flag, and looks like Team New Zealand also went for a protest there. So we'll wait for the jury to come up with a decision on that mark rounding.
Very close now. Both boats head to the left as we take a look at a replay. Here we are at the bottom mark, Nathan.
You can hear the voices on board here, and it looks like they've gone the outside to try and get a luff. It looked like to me that Dean just was a little bit slow coming out of the bottom mark, and Jimmy took the chance to come in fast, foiling here around the bottom market, and goes around the outside. And as soon as he gets the overlap to leeward, you'll watch here, it looks like he tries to just give him a little bit of luff. You know, there's no contact between the boats, and at this moment, Dean has no option but to tack. And the umpires obviously decided not an issue there, and the race continues.
Pretty even mode.
Back in the race, we're heading upwind. You heard John Kostecki there saying he cannot cross. Nathan, what's he referring to?
Well, what he's referring to here is that, you know, as you can see on the Emirates boat, looking at team to Oracle in the distance there, they're on starboard tack. They have the right of way, and it looks like Oracle's made a gain by going up the cone behind Alcatraz. And even though you're looking at this shot here, they are ahead by 92 meters. When they tack, they're not going to get clear across. So it's a really strong position here for USA.
Little gains to them. We'll have a look straight out of that. Chance to cross. 10. Standing by in 3, 2, 1, tacking.
This is going to be a huge moment in the race. We know they were dead even around the leeward mark. We know Emirates Team New Zealand, under the rules, will have to avoid if it's close. Oracle Team USA on starboard, and it's bow to bow.
Going for a dip here.
I just heard there they're going for a dip, so we'll see if there's a dial down coming here. Jimmy might decide to dial down at Emirates here.
I'm happy for a higher mode.
There's the cross. Oracle Team USA have done it. A lead change, and the Americans are now in the lead.
Sounds like from Jimmy there, he wants to go all the way into the boundary from here. They've made the gain. Now the important thing is that when they tack back onto port, that they continue to lead this race. So they need to keep pushing hard here to cross Emirates Team New Zealand when they come back together.
This is fantastic stuff. These two teams trading blows like two prize fighters, incredibly evenly matched. Here comes another cross.
Big moment coming here again. I heard, you know, we need to make this cross from the guys on board, and let's just listen to see what happens here.
Close cross, Emirates Team New Zealand on starboard. Oracle Team USA have got it.
Standing by at 10.
That's a very close cross and extremely important, because from here, I think Oracle are going to just extend a little further out into the middle. They know they have the starboard advantage coming back. It looked like the Emirates Team New Zealand called for a protest, and the umpires called no protest, no penalty. So, you know, they're going at it. Both teams are going really hard at it. It's exactly what you expect in the first race of the America's Cup.
Just let us know about the mode too, okay? What do you think of the mode, Slingers? All right?
Very similar.
What you could hear there is Jimmy asking Tom Slingsby, who's right behind him, what do you think of the mode? Because Jimmy, to keep this boat going fast, needs to keep looking forward. You can see how close everything's together on the boat. And Tommy there is facing backwards, always looking at the other boat, and this will be the first chance we really get to see how fast they are together.
A little left, but just so you know. Happy to set up. Stand by, guys. Please hit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Another tack from Oracle Team USA. Potentially another dip from Emirates Team New Zealand, the boat that has to give way as the Americans head to the left of the race course.
Let's have a listen on New Zealand and see what their plan is from here. They've got to get back into this race somehow.
10. Standing by in 3, 2, 1. Okay.
So Nathan, it looks like the Kiwis are going to stay with the American team heading towards the upper left. And early on in the show, you told us based on the current, there's some relief up there, right?
Yeah, exactly. They're about halfway up the beat now, and you can see them coming up towards the Golden Gate Yacht Club. And the current is definitely a lot more favourable going upwind on the left. We've got a bit of flood on the outside, about a knot or so. And on the inside, it's slack water or maybe even a little ebb. So that's why Oracle are happy to get rid of the starboard advantage in this situation and get into the shore and get current relief.
That is a different Dean Barker than we have seen in the Louis Vuitton Cup. His face looks intense, and it should be, considering how this race is going.
To me, it looks like they've come offshore a little further. They had no choice, but they've gone out there anyway, and it looks like they've got a little bit of a right-hand shift, and we're going low mode for a while. But when we go to the helicopter shot here now, it looks like it's starting to go left on the shore. You can see that current line just inside of the boundary, and you'll expect Oracle to tack here pretty soon before this boundary and maybe make a small gain. But again, a very tight cross coming up.
2, 1, here we go, attacking, high build.
So the current will advantage Oracle Team USA on this left-hand side, but the rules a disadvantage. They're on port. Emirates Team New Zealand has rights at the next cross.
Let's go. Go, go, go.
Fast line, we'll get him here. Trim.
Have a look at that. It is another lead change. Now New Zealand's out in front.
Oh, this race has got everything so far. How good is this? This is what we've been waiting for 2 months, and finally we've got it. And it looked like Oracle just didn't make the cross. They slowed a little out of the tack to let New Zealand get across in there. And now we've got another really tight lineup here. Now we're going to find out which boat's faster upwind. This is the first time they've really been close together, not affecting each other's wind, and we'll listen in on board and see what they think.
He is vulnerable if we tack. He has to time it perfectly, Jimmy. He's slightly faster, slightly lower. VMG slightly to him.
Okay, we'll be trying to
I even have him slightly, maybe crossing in attack here.
Okay.
So to me,
I'd like to go pretty
doesn't
soon
sound good for Oracle at this moment. Tom Slingsby's saying they're a little faster, a little lower, and you can see there on the graphics, 24 knots versus 22. So looking like attack coming here from Oracle.
Do it quick, Steve.
2, 1, here we go, attacking.
You expect, yeah, there you go, attacking straight away with them. So they both want to go left, and how impressive is that from Team New Zealand to make that little gain, and now they've got control of the race.
Simultaneous tacks as Emirates Team New Zealand closes the door on Oracle Team USA and solidifies this lead a length and a half.
And that forces Oracle to tack out again. So Dean Barker and his crew, they must be really happy with that maneuver. Oracle were trying to tack, get to shore and get back into the favoured side, and they were able to cover them, force them the wrong way. And I expect at the next cross coming that Emirates Team New Zealand will have a nice little lead.
6, 7 lengths above us. 10 lengths. Backward. Go back, quick girl.
So we're looking at upwind VMG, the fastest course to the next mark, balancing boat speed and course angle.
So what we're looking at here is the top numbers, the boat speed of the boats through the water. The next one is the angle they're sailing to the breeze. And then the bottom one is an overall boat speed and angle put together. So you can see here, Oracle USA, you know, they're going a little bit quicker than Emirates Team New Zealand at the moment. But if you average those two numbers, basically you want to go as fast as you can and as high as you can to the top mark.
Let's set up here, guys. 10. Standing by. 3.
Emirates Team New Zealand looks as though they're getting more comfortable with this lead as they tack yet again.
Come on, boys. Stick it in. Going to lay line right. Right that lay.
Good comms on board. Yeah, really good comms on board here. You can see they've tacked in a really good position, and you can see the wing wash shot here. It looks like Oracle are just forward of it. They've got wind coming around the front of Emirates Team New Zealand, so they didn't tack in a position to slow the other team down, but they tacked in a position to maintain control of this race, and that's exactly what they're doing, staying between Oracle and the top mark.
You hear how hard these guys are working on board.
Very different to the races we've seen before where the lead boat just seems to stretch away. These guys are working hard for this lead, and all I can hear on board is just puffing the whole time.
50 seconds to boundary. 50, copy. No rush to drive, that's forced out. Yeah, boundary drive is nice, yeah, great.
I'm just hearing Ray there with the comments. They've tacked on the ley line to the top mark, and now he's feeding information about what are we going to do after the top mark. You know, how far do we have once we come around the mark to the boundary, and they've done an amazing job from leading around the bottom mark to being passed and now back in front again. So it's got to be, they've got to be happy right now.
Oh, I'm sure they are. And now the pressure shifts to Oracle Team USA behind them. This will be the final run on this race course. But it is definitely Emirates Team New Zealand strong as they head around the top marks. It'll be a right-hand turn around the right gate.
Beautiful conditions out there, isn't it? You know, it's sort of 16 to 18 knots and the boat ripping around the mark at 43 knots of boat speed. And from here, you know, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot Oracle can do except follow. Another tacky is going to slow them down, and we'll just watch them around the mark here and listen to what their plan is from here.
So 4 seconds was the delta at the leeward gate here at the top mark. It is 25 seconds, the delta, Emirates Team New Zealand over Oracle Team USA.
45 seconds. 35.
Jimmy Spithill on board, Oracle Team USA. He does not look very happy with this situation.
15. Little bit of a pump on there. Stand by, guys. 10 seconds. Go button, Tommy. Go forward, Simon.
You can see here they have to jibe before the boundary. They don't have many options on this downwind. They had to follow around that top mark, and now they're just relying on boat speed to try and make a gain down this run. But you can see there, 39 knots. It's pretty hard to catch a boat when they're doing 40 knots of boat speed.
Nathan, put yourself inside the head of Jimmy Spithill. Very aggressive on the start. They were behind. They passed them at the leeward mark. They were in a strong position, but then they've got passed again. Now the view in front of them is Emirates Team New Zealand's transom, and that's got to be tough for Spithill to swallow.
It is. It's very tough. You know, obviously they made a mistake on that beat. They let the Kiwis get the starboard tack advantage, and as we saw when they got to the shore, they didn't make the cross. And there's nothing you can do about that now. All they got to do is just keep this boat going fast and just wait for an error to come up ahead. But you know, we've seen the Kiwis sail time and time again, and pretty unlikely that's going to happen. So they just got to keep pushing here, and we'll listen on board and see what their plan is.
Take a little on.
Yeah, if you can, Simeon.
Little wind.
To me, it looks like from this shot, they do sail a little bit lower than Emirates Team New Zealand, so maybe they've got a little bit more wind than the Kiwis.
Still another 30 seconds.
So very similar in speeds, but do you think the Americans have a little angle advantage sailing downwind?
Yeah, it's just looking from this shot, it looks like they're pointing lower, and you can see on this graphic, very similar speeds, but Emirates Team New Zealand are at an angle of 146, whereas Oracle are at 150. So it looks like they're just making a small gain, and you can see the bottom number, the VMG, is about a knot difference. So, you know, it's 29, 30 knots to 31 knots. So Oracle have a faster boat, as we always thought, but Emirates are doing a great job of getting their boat around the racetrack.
Dean Barker told us in a press conference earlier that if you lead around the top mark going into the final run, it's going to be very hard for the trailing boat to pass. He's in a defensive mode at this point.
Once again, a very nice jibe there, and they weren't under any pressure this time. They knew they had a nice lead, and I could hear Ray Davies the whole time going down. We're just talking about, you know, 2 minutes this way, 1 minute 30 that way. They're just shaping up so they can round the bottom mark without any errors, and looks like they've jibed in a position, so they've got one more jibe and then they're round the bottom mark to the finish from here.
110.
Sounds pretty calm on board now, less puffing, and they're just sort of relaxing into this race. And looking at the boat speeds, I can see on the right-hand side here, it's 40 knots of boat speed at Emirates Team New Zealand at the moment versus a 36 knots from Oracle. So it's pretty puffy out there. The only reason you get those differences in boat speed is because you're in better puffs, and looking like they're just heading down to the ley line out to the left there at the moment, and Oracle have no choice now but to split and try and make a gain going a different direction.
Happy to go. Stand by, guys. Okay, Tommy, go button. Go board, Simeon.
Oracle Team USA off to the right-hand side looking downwind. Jibing back into the center of the course, giving chase to Emirates Team New Zealand. New Zealand doing the same, jibing into the final turning marks. In front of them, the finish line. Behind them, Oracle Team USA. And this is a view that Kiwi fans around the world had hoped to see. An impressive race for the Kiwis so far.
Yeah, very solid of these guys. You know, they made one error at the bottom mark and let Oracle get into the race. Then they lost the lead and then they got it back. So they've got to be pretty happy at the moment.
Here they go, skidding around the final turn. The finish line out in front. It's Emirates Team New Zealand. The delta increasing and time running out for Oracle Team USA.
You can see some of the new features on their boat there in this shot. They've got these new fairings on the aft of the boat, and I wonder if that's made a difference in their performance going forward. I heard a lot of talk about the additions they've made to their boat, and maybe that's what's just helped them out in those tight situations when they need that extra bit of boat speed.
Well, they certainly have it now. Here's the delta as Oracle Team USA rounds the mark, 34 seconds behind the Kiwis. It was close at Mark 1. It was close downwind. It was close upwind again until the Kiwis finally took control. The Americans know it. All of the fans here in San Francisco and at America's Cup Park and around the world, and certainly down at that tiny nation of New Zealand, will be cheering huge right now. The first race of the America's Cup goes to Emirates Team New Zealand. Look at all the fans on shore. Lots of Kiwi flags flying. What a big moment for Dean Barker and his crew.
A massive moment, and you know, probably a huge relief for these guys. No one knew exactly how this race was going to go. I guess they all had their thoughts. No one wanted to say in the public that they were confident they were going to win, and looking at that first bit, you can see why, can't you? It was a tight race all the way until the last top mark.
Well, that race certainly delivered everything we had hoped for, unless you're a fan of this team, Oracle Team USA. The delta, 36 seconds.
Good effort.
And an unhappy Jimmy Spithill on board. What a race.
Yeah, it was amazing. You know, I was shocked at what happened at the bottom mark. You know, Dean made a little error and let Jimmy get in and get the hook around the bottom mark, and then that set up a really tight bead. And then once they got further up the bead, Dean took his chances and made a gain from there.
Dean Barker at the helm of Emirates Team New Zealand. This his 4th America's Cup. Looks calm, happy, and a big sigh of relief. They know they've won this first race, and they definitely earned it.
Check out the crowd down there. There's so many people down here to see this race. We all knew it was going to be a big day, but I've never seen that many people in the park, and it's great to see.
It is standing room only all the way to the back at America's Cup Park. And if they look like they're close to these boats, it's because they definitely are. Just a few lengths from the fans. Never before has the America's Cup racecourse been brought inshore to the fans, and they're loving it. Well, if you came down to America's Cup Park today, you definitely got what you'd hoped to see. Very close racing, very exciting action. If you're a Kiwi fan, just the right race. One up now over that boat, Oracle Team USA, but let's be fair, that race was pretty darn close, and Oracle Team USA has got wheels, don't they?
Oh, they sure do. There's no way you can say that Emirates are going to walk away with this event. You know, yes, they won the first race, but it was really tight racing just from the start, the whole way around, and all it took was just to get slightly out of phase. Dean Barker did a great job of tacking right on top of them halfway up the beat, and then that's where the gains came.
On board, let's listen in to see what Dean Barker has to say.
Dean, congratulations. I know it's just one race, but it's got to feel awfully good to get this campaign underway.
Well, at least it's not going to be a down trail. So always nice to get the first point under the belt. But I think what we saw there was one hell of a yacht race, and it's it's only going to get harder. So, you know, we're obviously very happy with the way we sailed in that one. The guys did a really good job. Yeah, nice to sneak away with a win.
Hey, Dean, great race. Congratulations. Upwind, downwind. I mean, we all anticipate what is going to happen in this first America's Cup race always. Give us your gut feel. Reaching, downwind, upwind. How do the boats stack up against each other?
It's just too early to say. You know, I think we seem like we're reasonably competitive upwind. It's hard to see terribly much in it downwind. I don't know whether you guys saw anything down there, but I think it just still comes down to a little bit of positioning. And that first run, we had a nice start, nice little lead, and they just got a little bit closer to Alcatraz and carried slightly better pressure. And yeah, next intersection it was just a little bit too close. So yeah, we certainly yeah, we're going to have to be on our game, you know, to keep beating these guys.
Dean, a lot of protests out there between both boats, you and them. Getting a little emotional out there between you and Spithill?
I don't know what they were pushing their wife flag button for so much. I think they were getting a little carried away. But I guess rugby's racing, and you know, as long as we actually keep the boats apart, well, it'll be good.
Dean, congratulations. I know it's just one win, but you're 8 away from claiming the America's Cup. We'll let you get ready for race number 2.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers, guys.
So you heard Dean Barker, as long as they keep the boats apart, it'll be good. Well, they certainly didn't keep much distance between them in the first half of that race, did they?
No, we knew Jimmy was going to be quite aggressive, and he kept asking, you know, didn't understand why so many white flags kept being pressed, and not once did we see a penalty, so the umpires are on top of it, and I never saw anything that was worth giving a penalty, but great to see how close they were pushing it out there. Looks like they're on board here with Oracle, and looks like they're doing a jib change, so you know, maybe the breeze has built a little bit, and this is why they're just going to a smaller sail for the next race.
So the teams will regroup, reassess the setup of their boats, and Nathan, as you said, their sail selection for the headsail.
It's always a big call what to do before the race. You know, you've got a few things that you can choose. You've got to pick your jib before the start. You've got to decide if you want a code 0. And this morning there was a lot of talk about the code 0s being used, but obviously
the code 0 being the larger Gennikers that they put up for the downwind run.
Exactly, yeah, the downwind sails, which seem to be around the 8 to 10 knots wind range, is when you would want to use it. Anything under that, and as we saw it there, the breeze built up for that, so no need for that. But now it's a tough call on what jib to use, and Oracle obviously made the choice straight away to go to a smaller jib for the next race, and you know, they've got the shore crew and all the support team on there helping him out, and I guess, you know, the guys at the back of the boat, JK and Jimmy, are going to be having a bit of a chat and a think about, you know, what mistakes did we make in that race? Why didn't we lead around Mark 1, and what can we do better? And these guys are professionals, so it's not going to be an issue for them. I expect to see them, you know, sending it again in the next one. Well,
it was Emirates Team New Zealand to windward, rolling over Oracle Team USA. Do you think we'll see Spithill trying to fight for the windward position in race 2?
Yeah, there's a good chance. You know, we saw that Oracle were entering on the starboard tack, and in typical match racing, that would be the advantaged end. But when you enter on port with the new rules and the way they offset the line and the 10-second advantage, it allowed Emirates Team New Zealand only to make one manoeuvre. They just had to do one tack around, and then that forces Oracle to make a tough call whether they're going to lead them back and be early or have to go past and follow. So this race, I think we're going to see Oracle entering on port, and it's their turn to make the first decision in the pre-start.
Well, we're going to go on board with Jimmy Spithill, the helmsman of Oracle Team USA. And Jimmy, what an amazing race. The boats were incredibly close. What are your thoughts on your boat's performance versus Emirates Team New Zealand?
I thought it was very similar. I thought both boats very, very close. We had a couple of incidents, you know, a few protest flags, and yeah, a great race, really.
Yeah, Jimmy and Nathie, I was you know, really impressed to see how close the racing was and how aggressive it is, and you know, obviously a lot of YFACs being pressed out there in the first race. You happy with all the umpires' decisions, or you got a different idea of it all?
No, I mean, look, it was pretty close. All the calls were a little surprised here and there, but I mean, all in all, it was. I think it sort of evened out, and yeah, it was a great little battle. And looking forward to the next one.
Well, Jimmy, speaking of the next one, what are you planning on doing differently, if anything, in the next race?
Well, winning it, of course.
Will you take a different approach on the pre-start, leeward position, windward position?
Yeah, we actually thought we might have just got round there, but they were obviously able to accelerate a little better just before we got to the reach mark there. So, yeah, we'll have a look at it this start, but we're expecting a tough race. I think it'll be like this the whole series, and we're going to see if we can get out there and get the afternoon race.
Well, it certainly is fantastic for us to watch you guys down on the water. Good luck in the next race, Jimmy.
Thank you.
You can see how much spray's on board when the windward dagger board goes in and out of the water, and they've got little spray deflectors on the boats to ensure it doesn't get in their face. You can see that inflatable tube just on the inside there that blocks it from the crew, but pretty wet ride out there for these boys.
And slippery too. We saw one crew member fall overboard in practice before today's race. Do you think that shook up the team at all, Oracle Team USA?
Nah, probably just shook up Joey, who fell overboard, but you know, they're back on board, and these guys are professionals. I'm sure they've fallen off before. I know Jimmy's stepped off the boat once or twice, so not a huge issue.
Well, what was funny was seeing Oracle Team USA, or rather Emirates Team New Zealand's tender, making sure he was okay and then snapping a few photos of Joey in the water.
A couple of photos just to proof that they did fall over there. It's always funny.
There's the shot from Regardless, our race committee boat. 3 minutes, 54 seconds to go. On board with Oracle Team USA.
Just going to turn up here. Here we go. Hey, just cruising here,
So Nathan,
boys.
if you were these guys, what is the pre-start plan? What are you thinking? How are you going to win this race and turn the tides?
Well, they're on port this time, so they enter on port. They only have the one maneuver to do so. It's going to be really important to make sure they make that tack or jibe at the right moment. And then they just got to get their time on distance better. It looked like Dean and Ray did a better job of getting the time on distance better to the start line. These guys are about half a length behind, and they just need to fix that, and they'll probably lead around Mark 1.
Just going to tack onto lay there.
So we're coming up on the 3-minute mark for the start of race number 2, day number 1 of the America's Cup here in San Francisco, and the breeze is up. Flag number 4 went away. That means we are less than 3 minutes to go to the start.
As you can see, they've swapped sides this time on board here. Emirates Team New Zealand sitting out on the right-hand side, so they're going to be entering at 2 minutes, whereas Oracle get the 10-second advantage. And it'll be really interesting to see if they have the same strategies or if Jimmy's going to be just as aggressive when he's on the port tack.
We've said time and time again that the boat that enters on port from the left has an advantage, Nathan, in the pre-start. How much do you think that'll help Oracle Team USA in the second race?
I think that'll be a big help to them. And, you know, Chris Draper made a good comment in the halftime show about how good Dean Barker and the boys did about entering spot on the 2 minutes 10. To me, it's shaping up that Oracle is slightly late here, but we'll see how they go.
So 2 minutes 10, the time they're supposed to enter the line. 2 minutes 4 seconds is when they do. Oracle Team USA into the start box first. At 2 minutes, it's Emirates Team New Zealand next on starboard. Here we go, the pre-start of race 2.
And Jimmy was pretty late there, and what that's allowed to do is allow Dean to do a really good foiling jibe right behind him. So Dean's been able to put a little bit more pressure on Jimmy here. If Jimmy goes into attack now, then Dean will be able to slot in underneath him quite nicely.
So the next maneuver is Oracle Team USA's. What would you do, tack or jibe?
Well, I think they're going to attack because it's flooding out there so much. A jibe puts you below the pin and lay line. And Dean's going to roll into attack to leeward of him here. And now it's the question of, do you roll and do you want to lead, or are you happy to sit up above?
Well, we saw Emirates Team New Zealand starting above in the first race. This is sort of a repeat of what we saw in the first start, but the opposite. Now it's Oracle Team USA reaching over the top of Emirates Team New Zealand. 1 minute to go to the start, and Oracle now has set up for the leeward position.
Yeah, well, Oracle went for the roll there, and looks like they might have gone slightly too aggressive because they've now let Team New Zealand a little bit ahead of them. And these boats are hard enough to sail at the best of times, but when you're engaging in pre-start activities like this, you can see the whole time how low Oracle's bows are under the water.
Now New Zealand reaches over the bow of Oracle Team USA, but that doesn't work. They'll slow down. They'll set up to windward, and it looks like.
And watch for Jimmy here going for the hook. You hear him, he's going for the hook, and he's going to try and stop him in this start.
We could see contact there. New Zealand could be in trouble.
12.
Protest from Oracle Team USA. We'll see how the umpires make the call, but it's 5 seconds now to go to the start. Both boats are slow. Oracle Team USA in the wing wash of New Zealand. The gun is off, but the boats are not. No penalty, it's all clear. Emirates Team New Zealand accelerates first.
And again, another great start by Dean. He pushed hard there to defend his position as the lead boat. Jimmy went for the penalty and didn't get it. And now it's all about boat speed across the first reach.
On board Oracle Team USA. Can they hang in there to leeward of Emirates Team New Zealand heading into mark number 1?
It looks exactly the same as race 1. Dean just got a slightly better start. Better angle being the windward boat, and now he can just bear away on his own time.
An amazing start from Emirates Team New Zealand gives them the lead at mark number 1. This time the delta only 2 seconds over Oracle Team USA.
And it's all going to come down to this first jibe here. Both boats going basically the same speed. And you can hear them setting up on Emirates Team New Zealand. Jimmy might go further again this time. Let's just wait and see.
So the Kiwis set up for the jibe. Oracle Team USA, will they pounce on top of them or will they continue? Oracle Team USA will jibe first. New Zealand continues, and now the Kiwis will set up.
Good racing there, and it comes down to both boats. Again, foil jibing, and it's all about how quickly you can get your boat up to that top speed again and moving out to a nice little lead here for Emirates Team New Zealand. They're bow forward, so they've got fresh air and they're to leeward, and there's no pressure on them now for the next jibe from this position.
So New Zealand out in front for now. Let's go back into the pre-start and see how it happened.
So here it looks like Jimmy's going to go for the hook. And he goes quite aggressively for the hook, and he tries to get some contact here to get a penalty. So he looked like he was going high risk there, trying to get the penalty. And what happened in the end is instead of having the penalty go his way, he then lost control of the pre-start. Check out how close they are.
Unbelievable. Tough to tell whether there was contact there, but certainly New Zealand got the lead and there was no penalty in that pre-start, but now it's pretty close. Heading downwind, Oracle Team USA on the offensive, New Zealand on the defense. On board with Emirates Team New Zealand.
Okay, they're setting up to jibe here near the boundary now. Both boats will jibe at the exact same time here. Oracle just went slightly early, and again, Emirates Team New Zealand jibing to leeward and in front, and that's a really strong position tactically there from Ray Davies. The best way for Oracle to make gains here and make a passing manoeuvre is to get on the opposite tack, and Emirates Team New Zealand have done a good job of just staying close to them the whole way down the run. And for us as a viewer, it's great because we get to see now which is the faster of the two boats, and they're also probably having a nice little check in themselves.
Well, remember race number 1, Nathan, you thought Oracle Team USA looked like they had a lower angle, a better course into the next mark downwind. What do you think now?
Let's go on board. It looks like they are pointing a little bit lower at the moment. Let's just go on board with Oracle and hear what they're talking about.
Past intersection. Happy to set up and go.
So what JK was saying there is we're passing a section. We can jibe now and make the bottom mark on the ley line. If they jibe any earlier than where they are here, they're going to hit a boundary and be forced to do an extra jibe. And you'll see both boats jibing at the exact same time. So they have the same information on board. And Emirates is just blocking every manoeuvre that Oracle is trying to make.
15 seconds the other
Looks like Oracle Team USA a little bit faster.
Going a little bit faster, but both boat speeds jump up and down. Like they'll sit at 39, 40 knots as their top speed and a bottom speed of 36. So it's keeping it in the groove. That's the job of Glenn Ashby and Dean Barker and Emirates Team New Zealand, to keep the boat going as fast as possible. And then they're just basically doing as they're told. Ray's telling them what the plan is. And I heard him say there before, right-hand mark at the bottom. So expect to see a right-hand turn down at the bottom here.
15 to jibe. 10, 9, 10. Yep.
So a right-hand turn looking downwind means they're going to want to head left, looking upwind towards the Golden Gate Bridge, right?
Exactly, and as we saw from that current graphic earlier, it looks like there's a little bit of an ebb or a current going against the wind, so that's the favoured way to go up the beat now.
So New Zealand is in command of which way to go around the leeward gates. It'll be a right-hand turn around the left-hand mark, heading inshore in the lead over Oracle Team USA. These boats in race number 1 were a bit closer at this bottom mark, just coming off the foils there. Oracle Team USA around 7 seconds behind.
A little bit of a wobbly bottom mark running there. It's really difficult to do those bottom mark runnings because you got to adjust the foil rate quite a lot as you go around, and it looked like they just had a little bit too much lift on the foil and did a little wheelie just before they came around, and then the windward hull comes crashing down. So.
I'd like to try and continue hold here for a little bit, okay?
Talking about, Nathan.
Yes, exactly. It's just a little bit too much lift there on the foil, as we see on the replay here, and you can watch on board one more time. Watch the windward hull crash down, and that's never a good feeling as you're rounding the mark. You want to keep these boats nice and smooth. The smoother you can be on board these boats, the better they're going to travel.
So the delta was 7 seconds. That slowed them down for sure, and I'll bet the delta's a little bit more to Emirates Team New Zealand now.
We all are immersion, right?
John Kostecki calling the shots for Jimmy Spithill. What are their options?
Well, their options here is they're trying to sail a high mode. They've come around the bottom mark. Both boats are on starboard tack. And their whole goal here is to try and keep the boat as high as they can to block Emirates Team New Zealand from tacking. You can see the current here is pushing the boats back up when they've just come into the ebb now, which is going up against the wind. And you can see here both boats sailing slow. 20 knots is a slow mode for these boats upwind.
If you can call that slow,
If you can call that slow. Whereas a low mode might be 25 or 26. So both boats sailing as high as they can, and I expect they're going to get to the boundary, and the Emirates Team New Zealand will use the boundary as the right of way to come out on port and make the cross.
See that boundary to the upper left-hand side of your screen. That's new in this America's Cup. Here are the VMGs. Velocity made good, the balance of speed and angle.
Yeah, and what you can see here is the angle there. 38, 39 by both boats. They're really squeezing it into the wind as much as they can here. And their VMG boat speeds are fairly similar. I think Emirates Team New Zealand's probably slightly quicker here. But on the last bit, we were seeing them in the 16s and 17 knots on VMG. So they're definitely sailing a higher mode, which is not ideal for their speed.
Yeah. What do you want to do? Gonna go before him, or you want to go the other side, mate?
You can hear them trying to decide are they going before or after here.
Better make that decision quick. Here comes Emirates Team New Zealand tacking to port and crossing from the left.
Stand by, guys.
That mode was good before, Dino. Would have been the simo with him.
So you can hear that Ray Davies saying to Dean Barker he was really happy with the mode we were sailing, and now we just want to simo them. That basically means we just want to do exactly what the other boat's doing. We're in front. They know that Oracle has to do a big job here to pass them, and if they can just keep doing exactly what they're doing, then they're going to stay in front. You can see the tide line there. That's the ebb, the dirty water pushing out of the bay, and they're about to start to sail out of the ebb and expect them to go back left as we look further up the beat.
Staying on the inside.
On board, Emirates Team New Zealand.
Pushing us into a little bit worse current. At some point we'd end up just going in and doing our own thing. We've got to really make sure we're in phase. Yeah. This is pretty right hand here. We're gaining all the time.
Be ready to be, as soon as he tacks them here on, we go with them.
Yeah, 100%.
Great comms on board, isn't it? You can hear them saying we're gauging here, we're making gains, and as soon as they go to tack, we're going to go straight with them. And you can see the difference between race 1 and race 2 again is the current is going with them as they go up the course, stronger on the left-hand side, but it's not a huge factor. I think it's more about sailing in the breeze, and for Emirates Team New Zealand, just staying between Oracle and the next mark.
Grant Dalton, the director of Emirates Team New Zealand, 56 years old, still one of the fittest guys on the boat. Off the water, he's in charge of this team. On the water, he's on the pumps, the handles, the grinders. Here comes attack from Oracle Team USA.
You'd expect Emirates to go straight with them based on the conversation we just heard.
Feels like we're turning too hard. Second half.
And just as you said, Nathan, it's Emirates Team New Zealand's turn to tack and protect their lead over Oracle Team USA. Both teams heading back to the left inshore to that favorable ebb current.
It's really tough to make a gain here now for Oracle. They're basically being coveted the whole way around the course. Even if they are going to be going faster, it's tough. And you can see here on board, you know, Jimmy and Kyle. This is Kyle's first big day in the America's Cup. Youngest boy on the boat, and doing a great job trimming the wing, because clearly the boat speed's pretty similar.
That's Kyle just running off screen there to the new windward side of the boat. In the next tack as they cross, Oracle Team USA still behind Emirates Team New Zealand. That does not look like a very happy Jimmy Spithill.
No, it doesn't. You know, last race was much closer than this, and this race they're behind about 260 metres and really not having much of a chance of getting back into this race with the way that the Kiwis are sailing. And he's just got to be thinking, all right, we'll just keep pushing here and just keep waiting for our opportunity.
So Oracle had tack. Now it's Emirates Team New Zealand's turn to check back into the middle of the course as the fans are treated to a fantastic view off of Marina Green in the America's Cup Village, halfway up this upwind leg.
And looking at the tacks just from you know, the shots we're seeing here from the helicopters, amazing pictures. It looks like Team New Zealand are tacking slightly better. What you can see is they have a self-tacking jib as opposed to Oracle, where they have to keep tacking the jib, and it looks like every tack Oracle's jib's just flapping a little bit too long, and probably that setup or that decision was made a year ago, and looks like Emirates set up for better boat handling in terms of ease of sailing the boat. And they're also managing the boards really nicely in the tacks. Every time they tack, they seem to be foiling that hull right around, and I think that's where the gains are coming from at the moment.
Okay, stand by. 3, 2, 1, here we go.
One of the biggest splits we've seen in the race so far. With these new course boundaries, you can't really bang the corner. You can't go all the way out to one side or the other like you could in previous Americas.
No, exactly. The boundaries are brought in nice and close, and there's no banging the corners out there on this race course. They might go boundary to boundary, but you know, they all know which way they want to go. They want to go on the left-hand side, and they're just tacking up the shore. And here we see a quick glimpse of foiling upwind, and obviously a right-hand shift here, so they're putting the bow down, trying to get the boat to go fast and get back into the advantage current.
On board, Emirates Team New Zealand, the prod cam on the bow. You can just see that leeward hull on the right-hand side, jumping out of the water a little bit. That's the upwind foiling you were referring to, Nathan, right?
Exactly, just trying to get the leeward hull out of the water. Every time that leeward hull's in the water, it's extra drag, and we've been seeing them practicing this throughout the Louis Vuitton series. And there's just moments in the race when you want to be foiling upwind, and that obviously there was a moment where they wanted to go low and fast, get rid of the hull, get it out of the water, get rid of the drag, and the whole time you're sailing upwind, you are having lift on the foil. And you can see on the left-hand side of this picture, they're just starting to lift the bow out, and every now and then the whole hull comes out, but the last thing you want is too much lift, because then you get massive leeway.
How far is it to right gain lay?
20 seconds we can get to right gate lay. We'll be looking to hit him on this next one. Yeah.
Definitely going to hit him on this next one, boys.
We'll be looking to hit him on this next one. What does that mean, Nathan?
Well, that means they're just looking to lure it at Oracle. Both boats are on port tack at the moment, and when Oracle tack on the starboard tack, hitting him means we're just going to tack straight on him. We're not going to give him a chance to get past. So look for when Oracle make the next tack for Emirates Team New Zealand to tack straight on top of it.
And here it comes as if on cue. Oracle Team USA tacking on to starboard, converging with the Kiwis course. And there it is. The Kiwis also tacking as per plan. Now both boats on starboard heading to the left. The next turning marks gate number 3 off in the distance.
And here it looks like they're shaping up for another right-hand turn at the top mark. So not many options here for Jimmy to get it past, and let's just keep an eye on board of what their plan is from here.
One and in right.
Yeah, like one and in right, boys.
So it sounds like both teams have the same plan. One and in right means one tack, and then we're going to go to the right-hand mark looking upward.
5, 3, 2, 1, second. You ready? Lay line again. We'll stop for a little leak.
So it's Team New Zealand in the lead with the luxury to tack first onto port and head into that right-hand gate,
Nice and easy.
looking upwind. There are the marks just off in the corner. Strong position for Emirates Team New Zealand. And just like you said, Nathan, Oracle Team USA has the same plan, right gate, right-hand turn.
We've got 50
It's almost the only option, because if you take the left mark looking upwind, you can see how much softer the breeze is in towards the shore, and they only have about 20 seconds before the first job, so a very difficult maneuver to pull off.
Go early.
Listening in with Emirates Team New Zealand. Race 1 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Finals. This moment right here, they dug both bows in, but all comfortable on board the all-Kiwi boat as they rip downwind and pop up on the foils. Out in the lead.
Just watch on board here. They'll be looking at a jibe pretty soon as they approach the boundary on the northern side of the racecourse.
Well, as the time in this race decreases, the time for Oracle Team USA increases. The delta between the two boats in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. 40 seconds and counting. Now it's Oracle Team USA's turn. Right-hand gate. As they start to foil downwind. The difference, 46 seconds. So Oracle Team USA already having jibed, heading back into the middle of the downwind leg. Or Emirates Team New Zealand, rather, out in front. Oracle Team USA running out of options, Nathan Outerbridge.
It's tough from here. They don't really have any options, as we saw at the top mark. Both teams wanted to go right and right mark, and they just end up sailing to the boundary here, as we can see, and their tracks are going to be basically the same. They just have to follow because there's no passing lanes at the top of the course. Where we might see something interesting happening is halfway down the course, but once you get this far behind, it's pretty tough for them to get back into the race.
Foil to foil jibes, a thing of the norm in this America's Cup. A beautiful job for Oracle Team USA, but is it too little too late? There is the difference in the view from on board the American boat as the Kiwis rip downwind for the last time, heading for the finish. See the red on the water there, the course for Emirates Team New Zealand.
50 seconds the
Looks
other
a bit
way.
not quite straight, a little zigzag there.
Yeah, it's a little bit zigzag, and I think that's to do with the puffs that are on the race course. It's quite a puffy venue here, sailing in San Francisco, and not always is it easy to sail in a straight line, and every time you get a gust of breeze, you just end up bearing away and soaking it down a little. So that's why you see these boats always a bit wobbly around the racetrack.
Beautiful.
Minute 20 to intersection.
On board Oracle Team USA. Kyle Langford replacing Dirk de Ritter as the wing trimmer. That was a last-minute replacement. So he's in a new position and the youngest guy on the boat. A lot of pressure.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure on his shoulders today, and he'll be happy to get back to the dock and have an assessment of how he went. But I think he's done an amazing job. He's done a lot of sailing on these boats as well. Everyone needs a spare sailor in their team in case someone gets an injury, and he stepped up to the challenge pretty good today.
150 this way, 50 the other. 34 intersection.
The next jibe. from Emirates Team New Zealand. Foil to foil, beautiful. Dean Barker just taking his time. I remember watching the first jibe in that first race, Nathan. He was sprinting as fast as he could, the adrenaline up, the nerves. Right now, we're seeing a pretty cool and relaxed Dean Barker.
Yeah, exactly. Once the boats are close together, you know how important and how urgent it is to do the job properly and get across the boat. And once you have a nice lead like the Kiwis do at the moment, there's no rush to do anything. It's just back to what it would be like in the training session, and these guys are doing a great job. And you see here at the back of the boat, Ray Davies shifting across the boat. He's down there, he's starting to look at the bottom marks, calling the angle, and you know, there's a little wobble there on board, but not a major issue, and they're just going to go to lay line from here and pick the lay line and round the bottom mark.
20 seconds.
20 seconds, you can hear them on board. That's Ray Davies talking to Dean. Time to the next jibe.
And as you can see on the top of the picture there, Oracle Team USA also jibing and following, because it's the way the race course goes. There's not many chances for them to get back into it from here.
Both of these teams have software on board, you were telling me before the race, and it tells them exactly where they are on the course and when to jibe. So it's no wonder we're seeing both teams sailing in the exact same tracks on the race course.
Exactly. They have like a little iPad on their person, and Ray Davies uses that to help him pick the ley lines. But you know, they've done over 100 days sailing on this boat now and been here for a very long time. So there's no surprise. These guys are professional sailors, and they get it right basically every time.
Well, New Zealand has certainly got it right both times today for this day number 1 of the America's Cup. A high-speed right-hand turn as they bring it home to the fans of America's Cup Park and everybody here in San Francisco. They put on quite a masterful show. If you've ever wondered what it's like to get shot in the face with a fire hose, just have a sail on board an AC-72, right, Nathan?
That's the thing. You sail these boats around at 40 knots of boat speed, and you don't realize how fast you're going until the windward hull touches the water and you get 40 knots of water in your face. So you can see them duck for cover every time that happens there.
Dean Barker at the helm. He won the last race of the successful defense in 2000, the America's Cup in New Zealand. A devastating loss of their defense in 2003, and an even more devastating loss in 2007 to Alinghi. That 1 second final finish. Dean Barker has that in his head. He's not going to rest on his laurels, but he is going to be proud of his team, and certainly the Kiwi Nation will as well. Emirates Team New Zealand goes up 2-0 over Oracle Team USA. The fans celebrating on shore, but not too much celebration aboard the Kiwi boat, right, Nathan?
No, they know there's a very long way to go. They'll be feeling more relieved than happy at the moment. You know, they've been training for 3 years for this event, for this race, for this day, and you know, they're just extremely probably satisfied inside knowing they've got a long way to go still.
Well, so has Oracle Team USA. They put a lot of effort into their 2-boat program. Here we go, day number 1 of the America's Cup, and they go down with 2 losses to Emirates Team New Zealand. So how do you think they feel on board, and what can they do to turn things around tomorrow?
I think they would have learned a lot today. You know, yes, they didn't win either of their races, but I think they were, you know, they can take a lot out of it. Some of their starts were quite good. I think they need to work on their time on distance in the pre-starts and really work on getting a split if they are behind to make a chance of getting into it.
Bad luck.
One circle here.
You can hear Jimmy Spithill telling the guys, well done, but bad luck. That is not a happy American team today.
And I heard JK saying no penalty in the pre-start there, so obviously they were hoping for that penalty as a big part of their pre-start plan.
So a frustrated Jimmy Spithill and a very happy Dean Barker as he gives the fans a flyby with Emirates Team New Zealand the victor today. Races 1 and 2 of the America's Cup. Look at that. And you can hear the fans on board. They're quite happy as well.
You or me?
Yeah, right.
Listen to him, Nathan. That's fantastic.
Plenty of
Look at all
passionate
those
Kiwis
people.
down there, isn't there?
I remember when you guys crossed the finish line for the last race with Artemis Racing, and the fans were just as happy. That must have been a pretty cool moment for you guys.
It was, yeah, it was an amazing moment. You know, we had a really good series. You know, obviously we didn't get to win any of the races, but for us, we enjoyed it. And the amount of support we got here from the general public of San Francisco was a great feeling, and something I'd never really felt in any event I've competed in before.
It also seems if you walk around America's Cup Park, you talk to the fans, they seem to be pretty divided right down the middle. An immense amount of support for Emirates Team New Zealand. A lot of Kiwis have made the trip up here, but equally so for Oracle Team USA. Lots of American flags supporting the hometown team. And there's a lot more racing to go in this best of 17 America's Cup match. Here comes the support crew for Emirates Team New Zealand alongside with refreshments and lunch, and perhaps the shore crew gets right into it and looks over the boat, make sure everything's okay for tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll be, you know, obviously coming on board with, you know, drinks and things like that, but they do get the shore crew on straight away if there's any issues, to just try and check over it before they take it back to the mooring. And part of racing these boats is making sure that they stay together, and that starts the moment you finish the race. So they'll do a big check over on both these boats as soon as they get back to the dock.
Well, one boat that sounds like they'll have some work to do on their wing is Oracle Team USA. Remember that little bit of damage up top before that race. Dean Barker smiling and waving to the crowds and having a bit of a snack. He's earned it after winning that second race. We go on board to hear from Dean Barker himself.
A lot of work still to go. They need 7 more wins as we go on board Emirates Team New Zealand. And Ray Davies, the tactician. Ray, congratulations. You couldn't have dialed up a better situation for you and your crew.
Yeah, thanks a lot. No, that was a fantastic day. We're really happy with how it all panned out.
Hey, Ray, Kenny Reed here. Congratulations. Great job. Hey, take us back to that pre-start. Jimmy kind of came at you guys. You maybe a little early or a little below that lay line. He gave a quick luff. It looked really close between the boats.
Yeah, we just managed to stay bow forward and keep far enough forward that he couldn't quite get to us. Definitely a touch and go moment of the race, but you know, Dean did a really nice job of judging that. You wanted to have him tucked in close to us, but obviously not close enough. This is an issue for us, so that was spot on. That was pretty much the race right there at that moment.
Ray, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations. We'll see you back on the water tomorrow.
Thank you.
So Ray Davies quite happy with that race, the tactician for Emirates Team New Zealand, and he should be.
Yeah, exactly. They've done exactly what they wanted to do today and come out here and get 2 bullets, and they go to bed tonight, you know, feeling pretty relaxed about the rest of the week and knowing that, you know, they're ahead, but there's still a long way to go.
A long way to go for both teams, for sure. Oracle Team USA, by many accounts, was thought to have the faster boat, at least early on. Emirates Team New Zealand, much more stable platform and perhaps better crew work. These two teams have effectively come together in their design curves and their crew work improvement to be relatively even, certainly in race number 1. And I think race number 2 doesn't really show how close these boats are in terms of speed and maneuvers.
Exactly, and I wonder if that damage to the wing did slow the boat down at all. You know, they weren't quite the same speed as Emirates Team New Zealand, but, you know, also they didn't really get a split like in race 1. They got a split at the bottom of the course, and that gave them a good chance to get back into the race. And I thought that the Kiwis did a good job of just never giving these guys a chance to get back into the race, and it's tough when you're in that position.
Well, it seems the start is a lot of the race, isn't it? Now we're on board with Jimmy Spithill, Oracle Team USA. He's preparing to talk to us. Jimmy, a tough day for you guys out on the water this afternoon. What are your thoughts after race number 2?
Yeah, obviously not the result we wanted. I think the boats are very close. I thought the boys did a good job on board. we're a little surprised there. We thought he was going to get a penalty off the start there, but it didn't happen, and we just weren't able to accelerate as quick as they were. So very difficult to come back from behind. They didn't make many mistakes after that. But look, the boats are very close, and tomorrow's another day.
Yeah, Jimmy, Nathan, really impressive. You know, I like the aggression in the start, and I thought you were slightly hard done by there by the umpires in that pre-start. But you know, you got to be happy that the boat's performing nicely, and you know, you guys are having a really tight race. Was that wing damage an issue throughout the race course? We saw you guys looking at it a lot. Just explain to us what kind of damage you had there.
Yeah, we're like I said, we're a little surprised with the umpire call, but we had the film, just the Clysar starting to come off the wing, and we were sort of questionable whether we were going to race or not, but the boys made a good call that we could get around the racetrack and wouldn't stop us, so it didn't really affect us at all.
Jimmy, it seemed like you guys fought hard in both races for the leeward end. Was that your plan, and what are your thoughts on both pre-starts?
Yeah, the first race I actually wanted to be tighter under him. He had a little bit of gauge and was able to sort of get over the top. The second race, we wanted to be tight under him, which we were, and we went for the hook, and we thought he fouled us, but we just didn't accelerate as good as they did, and unfortunately he just got round us again at that reach mark, and from then on it was very difficult to come back into it, and they did a pretty nice job.
Well, Jimmy, one thing you and your crew have shown us is that the boats look very even, the crew work looks very even, and there's a lot more racing to go. Good luck to you and your team tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
So, Nathan, we've seen the weather. We've looked at the current. Give us an idea on the strategy if you were racing on the course today.
Yeah, it's a big day for both these teams, and you know, they would have been going through the weather and having a look at this, and I think the big thing for their strategy is waiting to see what this fog's going to do. But to me, with the flood at the moment, it's going to be a pretty straightforward race up the cone around the bottom mark. So look for them to go around the left-hand mark looking downwind, and then transition to the left-hand side of the course towards the top of the race.
So there is a look at the pre-start entry box. We are 20 seconds away from the first boat to enter, and it'll be these guys. Oracle Team USA, a 10-second advantage given to the port boat, the boat on the left in the start. That's done for safety reasons. In these overpowered catamarans, here we go, bow down. The pre-start of race number 3 about to get underway. There it is, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Oracle Team USA a little bit behind.
Yeah, again, really late here, 5 seconds late. I know it doesn't sound like much, but it's quite an important moment here. Just see how Emirates come in here. They look like they're a few seconds late as well, but expect them to enter here and roll straight into a jibe. And Jimmy's got a big decision to make here in this race.
And that decision is?
The decision is exactly when to turn around and come back to the line. We expect him to turn around in about 1 minute 30, and it's a question of attack or a jibe, and that often depends on where Dean's positioned himself.
Just look at the speed of those two boats ripping through the pre-start as we tick down the seconds. Minute 30, it's time to make a maneuver according to Nathan Outeridge, and you are spot on. Here comes Oracle Team USA, bow down in that jibe. And that slowed them down a bit.
Not a very good jibe there at all by these boys. They knew they needed to jibe, and I guess maybe rushed it slightly, and that's forced Dean to roll into attack now. So they've achieved what they wanted to achieve, but not the prettiest way to do it.
And what is that? Is that pre-start jitters? Is that nerves from being 2 down? What do you think?
I'm not sure. It could be just a conversation, attack or a jibe. When you roll into attack, you need to take the lift out of the boards. When you roll into a jibe, you've got to increase the lift. So maybe they just got their board settings wrong there briefly.
Bow to bow now, 50 seconds to go. Both boats sprinting towards the starting line. It's a time on distance game at this point.
100%, and it looks like again here are both boats in similar positions to the last 2 races. Dean taking the windward end, and maybe they're a little bit late here because they're both charging back at the line, but pretty fast. 35 knots. He really wants to get across of Jimmy Spittle here at the moment.
20 seconds and counting. Emirates Team New Zealand has placed themselves between Oracle Team USA and the start. Here comes Spithill from behind. His bow's down. He's going for the line. New Zealand looks bow forward, but a little bit slower. The countdown to the start, and here we go.
All clear. All clear.
To me, there it looked like they were both a little bit late. Dean got a little bit too close to the line, so hard to accelerate. And that might give Jimmy the chance to sail straight through underneath and lead around Mark 1 here.
There's a look at the wing wash coming off of Emirates Team New Zealand's wing, and it has not hit the Americans yet. Now, if Oracle Team USA can get into that yellow zone, overlapped inside, they may be able to round ahead.
And I think that's exactly what's about to happen. It's going to be touch and go, and he's sailing him off the course here. We've got great match racing action here. Awesome stuff. And that little luff there, you can see how that really put Dean off his game. And watch him, he's out of here. There's a protest being made here, so we've got heaps of action at Mark 1.
So a penalty flag flying from both boats, and what have we got here? That did fluster Dean Barker. You were absolutely right, and he got a penalty. The first penalty in the 34th America's Cup goes to the Kiwis.
Oh, how awesome is that? Jimmy's super aggressive on Mark 1, draws the penalty, and now he's going to roll into a jibe and hopefully just sail away down this run.
Well, that is the aggression you expected from Jimmy Spithill and Oracle Team USA. They came out with all guns blazing and have turned a penalty into a lead.
Yeah, definitely there, and they cleared the penalty very quickly there. It looks like they were able to slow the boat fast, so we've still got a really tight race here. It looked like a much better jibe there by Emirates Team New Zealand. You can see them gaining here all the time, and Jimmy's just got to say to the boys, all right, we won the start, we got the penalty, let's keep it simple and lead around the bottom mark here.
Let us know on the mode, Tommy, when you can. A bit deeper if we can. A little deeper if anything, Cole. Guys, got me coming on. Push on all the way to boundary.
You can hear the boys on board. They're talking about their mode. Jimmy asking Tom Slingsby behind him, tell me about the mode. What do you want me to do here? Tommy goes, we want to sail a little bit lower. Jimmy goes straight to Kyle and says, make the wing deeper. Let's go lower.
Nathan, let's go back and look at a replay of that penalty around mark number 1. Here we go.
And Jimmy quite aggressive here. Gives him the luff right there. And a big bow down and into the barrelway. And these boats are going so fast. And we saw how aggressive he was yesterday. And finally he got the penalty he's been looking for.
72 feet long, capable of over 50 miles an hour. And just look at how close and how hard they whipped those boats around. There you saw where the penalty occurred. And Oracle Team USA pulls ahead. They're still ahead. Both teams are jibing on the left-hand side of the downwind run.
And this is the first time we've ever seen Emirates Team New Zealand behind on the first proper downwind leg. And let's just really have a good close look at what their plan is to get back into this race. We've seen how hard it is when you're trailing to get past. Let's see what their plan is now that they're behind.
So we'll pick a time to take right gate, I think, Dino. Push us over. If he goes for right gate, we'll take left as well.
So what you hear there is Ray talking to Dean, and he's talking about which bottom mark to go around. They want to go the right-hand mark, but ultimately I think they want to go the opposite mark to what Oracle do here.
Okay, and looking at the top of the screen, there are the stats coming off of each boat.
As you can see, very similar boat speeds, 38, 39 knots there, and Oracle again sailing slightly deeper, although I think they're doing a great job of just matching, and their VMGs are almost identical.
A little bit lighter here, Jimmy. Might have to sail a bit higher.
We got 50 this way, 40 the other, thinking one minute left.
Okay, Colin, let's get a fleece 36 here, okay? Yeah, I'm going to come up for you.
This way, 40 the other.
What are you thinking, JK? That's east. I think I'm one of them left.
You are hearing the conversation between Jimmy Spithill and John Kostecki aboard the lead boat, Oracle Team USA. New Zealand jibes, Oracle responds.
Nice jibes from both teams there. Really good communication. I like how Oracle's sailing today. They've got the lead, they're having a good chat, they have a really good plan for the race.
Well, this is the type of performance we expected to see this morning from Jimmy Spithill and crew. You know, they really need this win to get it back into this America's Cup match. And before the show, Nathan, you told me you thought it was going to be one each with the early victory to Oracle Team USA, and you were spot on so far.
Shaping up the way, isn't it? Wouldn't it be great for the event to have these guys win this race? I know it's a long way from being over, but they really need this. They had 2 close races yesterday, and I always thought whoever leads around Mark 1 has a massive advantage, and look at that, already making gains down this first run.
So it's Oracle Team USA out in the lead and in control of the race as they whip around the leeward gate left side. The delta increasing for the Kiwis. The Kiwis choose the opposite gate, so we have a split as both teams head back upwind. There's the scene in San Francisco Bay, and sailing fans are getting the game they had hoped to see. Lead changes yesterday. New Zealand went into today in the lead, but in this race, Nathan Outteridge, it's America in command.
It is, yeah, a really good start there by Jimmy and set the pace, and they did one less jibe on that run. They've now had to do one extra tack, but to me it looks like they've stayed out of the current, which is in the middle of the course. They're coming up behind Alcatraz here, up the cone. But to me, they're looking slower in a straight line. So 22 knots on average there versus 24. So let's see if New Zealand can get back into the race here.
Let me know if you want to go faster, Jacob. Negative. Go.
You just heard the guys on board Oracle Team USA say they're switching right.
Yep, so that means they want to cross here. They don't want to tack on Team New Zealand. They're going to switch to the right-hand side. They're going to get the current relief behind Alcatraz, and they're going to take the starboard tack advantage here. So good comms there, and I'm really happy with where they're going here.
180. Got 130. Stand by, guys.
That is a much calmer looking Jimmy Spithill compared to yesterday's race.
3, 2,
and here comes the tack as they check in with Emirates Team New Zealand.
Yeah. Nice. Good tack, Tommy.
You heard them in the Dockout show earlier this morning saying we watched the footage, we reviewed everything, all the data, and they learn a lot. And I heard them say, yeah, nice tack there. I observed them start, you know, in their racing yesterday, they were losing a lot in the tacks. So now they've got to settle it down and just keep in control here. So to me, that looks like a really good tack before. And that one seems pretty nice as well. So they're coming along here and really tight defense here on Emirates right now.
So the Americans have tacked right on top of the Kiwis, and the Kiwis will go right back. We have a classic tacking duel going on here in these AC-72 catamarans. The next move will be Oracle Team USA's.
2, 1, here we go.
Pushing it tight on that boundary there. You can see just ahead of that, those waves in the water from that helicopter shot. That's where they're now going to start to come out into the flood. So where they are at the moment is better current relief than where Emirates Team New Zealand is. But as they travel across here on starboard tack, they're going to go all the way to the left-hand side to the shore to get out of the current. So they've switched from the right-hand side at the bottom now to the left-hand side at the top, and it's a drag race to the shore from here.
So we're done with maneuvers for the time being. Now it's time to see who's got better legs as we sprint to the left side of the course. The view from on board Emirates Team New Zealand's director, Grant Dalton.
Looking to go a little fast out of it. Maybe shooting through to leeward, okay, with a good tag. Boundary tag.
Nathan, you told me earlier that you thought Emirates Team New Zealand might have an edge upwind. Are they clawing back on the U.S. boat?
Well, it looks like here they're just about to take over the lead. So I think they've been gaining slowly up this whole beat, and they're going to get into the better current sooner. So it's tough decisions to make down at the bottom of that race course. But I think their main gains have been coming in the tacks again. And it'll be just time will tell as we go up this speed as to if they're fast enough to make a pass.
He'll have to take to leeward of us, Dean. He'll take to leeward of us.
Boundary tag.
Boundary protection, possibly.
Yep.
You're listening to Ray Davies talking to helmsman Dean Barker that they will tack to leeward of us in this next maneuver. Nathan, talk us through it.
Well, what happens here is, Oracle Team USA is on starboard, New Zealand's on port, but they have protection from the boundary. So when you're inside 5 legs to the boundaries, the port tack boat has right of way. And there you go, tacking directly into leeward, exactly what Emirates Team New Zealand thought they were going to do.
Bow down, the Kiwis trying to increase speed, and the game is getting closer.
Inches here, this is just great racing, and look how close they are here. Dean had no choice there but to go lower. He couldn't sail high and slow. The only way to get into this race was to try and get through to leeward. And either he's going to tack from here, or they're both going to try and start foiling upwind.
Look at the speed from Emirates Team New Zealand. They reeled the Americans back in after a tack right in front of them. That is a big slap in the face for the American team, isn't it?
I think that's a huge mistake by Oracle tacking there. I don't understand why they're doing the short tack back into the shore, because what you see here now is you see Emirates now tacking on the starboard tack. They've taken the right-hand side. They have the advantage. And the only way Oracle are going to survive this next maneuver is to be inside the boundary and have the right-of-way on port coming out.
I think we can see the momentum shifting, the control in this race, loosening from Oracle Team USA and possibly settling into the hands of Emirates Team New Zealand with those last 2 transactions.
Well, they made this mistake yesterday as well. They gave away starboard tack advantage. In match racing, starboard tack advantage is so important. And let's just see what happens here coming out of the boundary.
Yeah, this next cross should be huge. And it is Emirates Team New Zealand out in front of Oracle Team USA with that tack.
Let's see what happens here.
But it's not over yet,
they're going
is
to leeward. Get ready for the hook. They're going to get the hook and they're going to luff, and they're going to force Dean straight into another tack here. Amazing race. This is exactly like what we've seen in the past, and now it's happening in 72-foot foiling caps. This is unreal to watch, and we knew it was going to be big, but today's way bigger than we were expecting.
It is spectacular. We've got a proper catfight on here in San Francisco Bay.
Big gains there, boys.
So now the big question is Oracle's tack back. They've taken this starboard tack advantage again. I'm hearing and listening from Emirates Team New Zealand they've made a gain. So let's just see what happens when they exit the boundary again.
10 seconds. One slow out of us. Standing by.
No wing. No wing. Don't try come on wing.
Here comes the next tack. Now New Zealand has to tack because of the boundary, and they're on port. They have to give way.
Can't see him.
Can't see him. You can hear Jimmy Spithill. Can't see him. Just getting close. We could see a potential collision here.
What you see is the green lights are flashing on the Emirates Team New Zealand back there. So they were in the boundary. The port tack boat has right of way, and that's a telling moment in the race.
Look at him go. The view from Dean Barker looking down at Oracle Team USA as they pass over the top of him. The Kiwis are now in control of the match.
From here, the Kiwis should be able to maintain control. Once you get the other boat on the same tack as you, you can see they just got wind forward here on Oracle, but Kiwis just have to follow them here. So let's go on board and listen to what their plan is.
There's the wing wash coming off of the top of Emirates Team New Zealand. That dirty air, that turbulent wind is definitely hurting the Americans, isn't it?
It is, they're losing a bit here now for sure.
Happy for him to get forward on us. Gains in height. Keep taking it in height. Nice, boys. Happy for him to go forward on us. Yeah, copy.
Lower same speed. Okay, now I'm faster than this then. 24, let's get the hull out. Well, I'll just say if we're permanently grinding and the hull's always in. Yeah.
What does that mean, Nathan? We're permanently grinding, but the hull is always in.
Seems like they're just struggling to get the boat balanced properly. Tom's talking about we're grinding on the wing sheet, but the hull's always in the water, so they need to change the wing shape somehow with their hydraulic system to get a little bit more power out of it, or Jimmy's just got to try and point a little bit lower just to fly the hull. very even on the boat speed across there, heading into the fog. And I think New Zealand are just doing a great job here now. They've got control of the race, and they're just waiting to react to what Jimmy's going to do.
Keep it close. Come on, guys. Let's keep sailing on the boat, guys. Don't go any higher. Slow it, sheet. Leave the sheet. Yeah. What are you thinking, JK?
Come on, amigos. Going in right. We're just going to have to keep going our finish. We're just going to have to pick our time.
Going in.
Looks like some good riding up here with pressure.
You can hear the intensity on board Oracle Team USA. They looked much calmer when they were in the lead. And it's one thing to start in the lead, but it is demoralizing to have the team that you're defending from come from behind and pass you. Now the Kiwis are looking strong.
A little longer. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
It's definitely a very intense moment down there, the whole way around the bottom of that course. And as you see here, Emirates Team New Zealand also attacking the match here. So they're doing a great job now of just defending their lead, but seriously intense racing there. And you can hear the disappointment on Oracle. They almost thought they had that one in the bag and just let Emirates Team New Zealand get into them at the bottom of the course.
Go in.
Got a good stop, really taxi on the right. Take it one and in right.
45s are good.
You can hear JK saying, I think we've got to go one in right. And I heard Tom Slingsby saying just a little bit earlier that I think we just got to keep it close. I think yesterday they went a little bit too aggressive when they were behind and got further behind, and they want to keep it close and have a real good race on the downwind.
That intense look is back on Jimmy Spithill's face. That's what it looked like all day yesterday. He can't be happy with this view.
No, it's very frustrating. I bet you they're starting to get sick of that red wing sitting up there in front of them, and you know, they just got to keep working on keeping it close. And who knows, there's still a long way to go in this race.
I think they're pretty close there.
You're just doing it. Catherine?
I think we're pretty close. We're ready.
So both boats
87,
close to the left-hand boundary on this
97.
upwind leg. The Kiwis reach it first and tack. And the next move will be Oracle Team USA following suit.
You'd have to think Emirates are a faster boat upwind to be 20 seconds behind at the bottom mark, to then get in attacking duel and then to go past and sail away. Oracle have really got a big job ahead of them to get their boat going quicker upwind.
How far is it to boundary?
I think that's a pretty strong statement, Nathan, and one that the Kiwis are proving right in front of our eyes.
So early drive.
So both boats approach the top mark. It'll be a right-hand turn around the right-hand gate. As they rip up onto the foils, no question who is out in front. Emirates Team New Zealand. The clock ticking above 20 seconds and counting for the American team. Oracle Team USA will follow Emirates Team New Zealand around the windward gates, 29 seconds behind.
40 seconds. 35, we can stretch it out a bit.
Got a bit of time.
On board with Oracle Team USA as they trail Emirates Team New Zealand. Nathan Outeridge, what are their options? What's going through your head if you're one of these guys?
Right now, their only option is to keep going out to the boundary and jibe what they can. There's best current out there, and they're in a position where they just have to follow Team New Zealand now. We'll see them jibe here before this blue mark. And around they go. Really nice jibe. So these guys are still sailing brilliantly, but it's just those key moments earlier on in that beat where it cost them dearly.
Well, we know Oracle Team USA is fast when they're flying downwind, but will it be enough with a delta like that to catch the Kiwis?
Well, as we saw yesterday, it's pretty tough. They chose the same top mark. It's pretty hard to make a passing maneuver when you're just following unless you're seriously faster. And they're only about a knot or so quicker at best downwind. So I think you know, their best bet there was to probably split and have a chance at making a gain, but they probably know deep down that going left mark at the top was going to be a bigger loss than following.
About 7 lengths off it. 180. You have to start with a bit of pressure. Yeah. Should go right from here though, eh? Yeah, once we get out of the fog. Yep, really happy now we're on the breeze too. Paralleling at the moment, 7 lengths off.
Ray Davies just checking his onboard computer strapped to his waist so he can carry it with him both sides of the boat. He's looking at the boundaries and also the ley lines into the next mark and when the team will jibe, right?
Exactly. He was just referring to which boundary they were closest to. He said we're paralleling the boundary. So the wind's probably a little bit further left than what we've seen the last few days, which means this starboard jibe on the downwind is the longest one. And that's great for Team New Zealand because Jimmy just has to follow him. He can't jibe, he can't go further offshore. And looks like Jimmy's catching him slightly here, but they've still got a good 20 seconds to catch up.
Well, the delta was 17 seconds at the bottom mark the first time, about 29 seconds at the top mark. And now, will the American speed be enough to catch these guys? The Kiwis, Emirates Team New Zealand, dominant so far.
About 50 seconds the other way.
15 this way, 15 the other.
You can always hear them talking about the time, can't you? It's so hard to judge distance, but time is very obvious to the crew. We've got 2 minutes this direction, 50 seconds the other way, and then you're at the bottom mark. And that's good cues for the crew on board to know exactly what's coming next.
About 20 seconds to a drive. 20.
You heard Ray Davies call 20 seconds to a jibe, 10 now. Emirates Team New Zealand will make the next move. It'll be a jibe onto port as they head towards the leeward gate.
Yeah, another great jibe. They're really good on the board management, these guys. We've seen it for the last couple of months. And see how at the end of that jibe, they still have a little bit of that windward board to lift up. They're letting the windward hull sit on that, about a metre of board down, and that's what gives them the nice balance and stability through the jibe.
40 the other way.
Oracle following suit. And again, exactly the same principles there. Still having to wind up the last part of their board. And these guys are sailing these boats almost identically. And the biggest difference to me I can see at the moment is the upwinds, and downwind there's nothing in it.
45 this way.
You can see that orange line on the screen there, that's the ley line, so expect a jibe coming here very soon.
3, 2, 1, jibing.
I'm impressed at how calm these guys seem, considering how hard and how physical it is on board these boats. They make it look easy. That's mark number 4 on the left-hand side, the final turning mark of this race before we head to the finish. And time is definitely running out for Oracle Team USA. The writing, it would appear, is already on the wall.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any passing maneuvers from here. Oracle too far behind, and Emirates Team New Zealand have just got to round the mark as they go here, and then it's a 40-knot blasting reach to the finish from here.
The view from onboard Emirates Team New Zealand in front of Dean Barker's sunglasses is the finish line. Behind his helmet is Oracle Team USA. And that is a picture the Kiwis like to see on San Francisco Bay as race number 3 heads for home.
You see Dean there have a little spin of their head, have a look back of where Oracle is, and it's not often you get a chance to turn around and look back, but he's obviously feeling very happy with this race, and they're cruising along quite nicely to the finish here.
You can already hear the crowd starting to cheer on board as Emirates Team New Zealand heads for the finish line off of America's Cup Park.
It's
From down to dominant, Emirates Team New Zealand came from behind to take race number 3 of the America's Cup in impressive fashion. I mean, Nathan, that says it all for the fans who have come all the way up here from New Zealand. They're getting the show that they had hoped for.
Yeah, exactly. A great show put on today, and if you're a Kiwi supporter, man, you've got to be happy with a race like that.
And you've got to be extremely frustrated to have dominated the start, given them a penalty. Oracle Team USA finishes now 28 seconds behind.
Spin up, boys. Bad luck.
You know, bad luck is a phrase I've heard Jimmy Spithill say more than once in these races at the finish.
Yeah, I bet he's hoping he doesn't have to say that after this next race. And I think it all came back to that bottom of that first beat, and it's just so impressive how well Team New Zealand were able to do from being behind at the bottom mark. They did a great job splitting gates and getting back into that race. And you know, Jimmy and the boys must be thinking, we got a penalty, we won the start. What more do we have to do?
Right. What more can they do?
It's a great question, and hopefully they can work it out. But I think, to me, it looks like they just need to relax a little bit more around the bottom mark, not engage with these boys too much upwind. They're losing too much in the tacks, and they've just got to be confident in their boat speed and let the race take care of itself.
Look at the smiles aboard the crew of Emirates Team New Zealand. Quite happy, and they should be. They are now 3-0 up over the defenders of the America's Cup, Oracle Team USA, here in San Francisco. What a show it has been so far for this third race in the America's Cup. It goes to Team New Zealand 3-0 over Oracle Team USA. One more race scheduled today, and Nathan Outteridge, you thought it was going to be one each. Do you think the next race will go to these guys, the Kiwis, or can Oracle turn it around?
Still wouldn't be surprised if we get a 1-all score. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? But they've been doing a good job, and we'll just have to wait and see. But I'm still confident they'll win a race.
It's impressive. There are the boys on board Emirates Team New Zealand. We're going to go down to hear from that race with Dean Barker.
We go on board now with Emirates Team New Zealand, their skipper and helmsman, Dean Barker. Dean, congratulations on a tremendous performance. You didn't get the start. Oracle Team USA got it, but where did it all go right for you guys in this race?
Well, yeah, it was a matter of meters, really, at that Mark 1. Like we just needed one more meter just to get around their bow, and would have been a completely different look. But, you know, it's just the way it is. Those guys, you know, they came out firing. They did a nice job with their acceleration off the line and just held that inside overlap. And, yeah, we didn't sail our best run down there. Gave away a few lengths that we probably shouldn't have. But, you know, and the upwind, the boat was really going quite well. The guys were doing a great job. And, yeah, we sort of managed to close right in, which was nice.
Hey, Dean, let's go to that beat for a second. Halfway up the beat, you guys kind of use the boundary to your advantage. Can you just tell us how that all works?
Well, it's a real game of cat and mice up there, because you're trying to use the boundary to your advantage. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, and with everything going on and trying to make sure you stay inside the zone and everything else, it's pretty full on. And I think you're going to get some right, some wrong, and you know, I think we sort of managed it pretty well today.
Dean, do you get a little conservative now, or do you keep the hammer down and keep pushing hard?
Mate, we're only 3 races into it. You know, we've got to keep pushing hard. These boats, there's no point being conservative. You've got to push hard all the way. So we'll just keep fighting for every point. You know, we go out again now with a clean slate and try and win the next race this afternoon.
Dean, we thank you for your time. We'll see you for race number 2.
Yeah, will do. See ya, thanks.
So there we heard it from Dean Barker aboard Emirates Team New Zealand, a very confident Kiwi crew. And he's got a reason to be happy now. 3 up over that boat in the distance to the left, Oracle Team USA.
Yeah, definitely got to be a happy team there. As you heard him say, it was another tight, close race, and they just seem to have that advantage upwind. I think, you know, thinking about the racing and what was going to happen, everyone thought Oracle were going to be a fast boat upwind, and I heard it a lot from the boys from New Zealand, knowing that we were going to, you know, have to improve our speed upwind, and they've certainly done that.
We're on board here with Oracle Team USA as they change headsels. And while they do, we're going to hear from how that race went from Jimmy Spithill.
We go on board now with James Spithill, the skipper and helmsman for Oracle Team USA. And Jimmy, you had a great start. First, second leg looked fantastic. What was the difference in the race, and where did it get away from you?
Yeah, we got off the line well, and I actually thought they fouled us at the reach mark, so it'd be interesting to see that on TV. But yeah, we had a good run, and they just slowly got into us and a couple of tacks around, working up to Alcatraz there, and unfortunately were able to get around us.
So, Jimmy, last night the word on the street was that you guys kind of went through possible ways to tack the boat a little bit better. Clearly that was an issue yesterday. Have you seen a difference? Does the boat feel any different? Are you doing anything different during these tacks to try to close gauge?
We made a couple of changes. I think we were, you know, a little better. You know, obviously off that race, they're still making pretty good gains in the tack, so we're going to have to work a little bit harder and see if we can up our performance there.
Jim, is there anything speed-wise you could do in between races to try and improve going upwind?
Oh, very little, to be honest. I mean, the configuration is what it is right now, and you know, I don't think our speed was necessarily that bad upwind. You know, I think we just got a little out of sorts at the bottom there, and you know, I think we've still got a shot at winning. So we're going to come out, you know, swinging in this race. We really want to take this one.
Jimmy, thanks for your time. Wish you best of luck in race number 2.
Dean Barker to the left. You can't see him in that fog, but he's there. Jimmy Spithill to the right, and that's how the entry will go for the start of this second race of the day, the 4th race in the America's Cup Series. 3 minutes till the start.
With that fog, it's going to be tough for these boys to see the breeze as well as they have been able to do. Yesterday it was a little bit clearer, and today they've got the fog, and you can see Dean Barker. He's really just trying to get in position for this pre-start.
In the pre-start, we know Emirates Team New Zealand will be on port, and Nathan, you've been telling us that is new for match racing. The port boat is strong in the pre-start.
They are strong. They get to enter 10 seconds earlier than the starboard tack boat, which is allowing them to get that first cross in. And from there, they just have to make the one manoeuvre. And, you know, if you only have to make one manoeuvre, it's one decision, and it's so much easier than having to react to another boat.
So the advantage early on in the pre-start will go to these guys, the Kiwis, who have been dominant so far. 5 seconds till they enter the start, ahead of Oracle Team USA. Here we go, 2:10, a little bit behind is Dean Barker.
Only a little bit behind, about 5 seconds behind. You prefer to be 5 seconds late on the entry than being early and getting a penalty. So, you know, quite happy to be anywhere within that 5 to 10 seconds. And you can see Jimmy here a little bit late again as well, but it's exactly what they need to do in these pre-starts.
Big turn down for Oracle Team USA, minute 50 to go. Their eyes set on the Kiwis, who are leading to the right-hand side of the pre-start box.
And I think with the flood dying, it now gives them the option to tackle or jibe here. Oracle are going to jibe and start to chase them out there. And then they're going to have to make a split-second decision as soon as Emirates decide which way they're going to go here.
That helicopter shot gives you a great idea of the speed. Even an aircraft has trouble keeping up with these boats. On board, Dean Barker, he'll tack. And now the next move belongs to Oracle Team USA.
And Dean tacked pretty late there. He tacked at 1:15, which gives Jimmy the opportunity to do a tack into leeward here. If he goes past, it's going to make his life tricky. Looking like he's gone straight past there. And now it's a case of Jimmy's got to get onto starboard tack here and really push the race back to the start line. Every second that's ticking by here is good for Emirates Team New Zealand.
So Spithill sets up behind Barker. What are his options?
Spitthill's got to try and either get to leeward and get a hook on him, or he's going to try and sail to windward and roll him at the start. I'm looking at this live line picture. It looks like they're on the windward end on the ley line, so Jimmy's going to want to go to leeward from this position. But I think they're late for the start. They went a long way away, and I think they're going to be late.
They did look late in that graphic. Now we're less than 30 seconds away from the start. Spithill puts the bow down to try and increase speed. It's Emirates Team New Zealand giving them wing wash and slowing them down. Both boats pushing as hard as they can towards the line. Nathan, as you mentioned, they might be late. Oracle Team USA pulling forward a little bit. They know they want to win this race. Both bows going down and the hulls going up onto the foils as we start race number 4 here in the America's Cup.
All clear, all clear.
Oracle Team USA first up on the foils and pulling forward just a little bit. Nothing in this race so far.
Nothing in it all. Again, both teams were slightly late, but they hit the line at speed. And again, I think Jimmy's done a great job of being the inside boat. Dean keeps fighting for the windward end. And Jimmy, look at him, he's sailing him here away from the mark. He's just trying to sail it off the course here.
Well, this is new. This is something we've never seen. They're not going to mark number 1. They're on their way to Crissy Field as Jimmy Spithill luffs Dean Barker and takes an early lead into the rounding.
Nice there. You know, he did a great job. It was touch and go. All that Dean has to do is get his bow around there, and off he goes. And Jimmy, being the leeward boat, chooses when he gets to bear away, and that's where he gets the gains.
That's exactly what Jimmy Spithill needed to do. He's in control. Now he's got to keep it.
Nothing in the speed of these two boats. Very similar boats, but you can see how puffy it is there on the water. There's dark patches everywhere, and you hear him talking about we're in good pressure. When you're in good pressure, there's no need to rush the jibe.
Boundary just off to the right near the yacht clubs as they reach downwind. The next move will be a jibe, and who will go first? Crew moving to leeward on Emirates Team New Zealand, just off of Marina Green in America's Cup Village. The fans getting treated to quite a show. The Kiwis will jibe first.
Yeah, and that wasn't their best jibe. Their hull touched down in the water. You heard them talking into it. They sounded calm. But I think Oracle's going to make a nice little gain here because I didn't see a full foiling jibe, and that's probably the first time we haven't seen that one from Emirates.
So the first time we see small errors from the Kiwi crew, and the biggest lead we've seen so far for Oracle Team USA as we're halfway down the first run. The Americans in the lead.
Looks like we should step down, Dino. There has been a breeze. Quite nice gains. First good one on our bow.
Ray Davies on board talking to Dean Barker
No,
about their
pressure
options.
for us. Same now, yeah.
Same, Nathan, what does that mean?
They're just referring to their speed and their angle. Same. So with the same speed, same angle, often they'll refer to same faster or same higher, and that's what they're talking about when you hear those comms on board.
Same speed, same angle, but 130-meter difference between the teams. Emirates Team New Zealand preps for a jibe.
Nice try.
You heard Ray say gains back here, boys. You think he's right?
I think so. It looked like they were out to like 150, 160. They got up to 130 there for a while, and look at them there doing 42 knots of boat speed, so really smoking along fast there.
Here's a look at the stats coming off of each boat's live.
Yeah, you can see there, obviously Oracle just exited a jibe and they're quite a lot slower, and it takes a long time for that speed to build up. The VMGs are definitely there to Emirates Team New Zealand, but they keep changing. You can see how often those numbers are spinning up and down, and that means it's puffy on the race course, and these boats are difficult to sail.
The breeze does look like it's building out there, out on the water. Early tack, Kostecki talking to Jimmy Spithill. They're already referring to the next leg.
Not an early tack, but like settle and go. Thinking like, 20 to 30 after the mark. Hey, John, looking to go 2 right. Happy to follow. Happy to follow. Do them now then,
Happy to follow John Kostecki, so he wants to jibe with him?
Yeah, I think they're just talking about their plan for the bottom mark. Looks like Emirates is setting up for 2 jibes from there, so they've done 1. They're going to go right-hand mark, and it may be, there you go, you see Oracle jibing as well, so they're happy to follow. They just know they've got to stay between them and the bottom mark, and they're saying 1 in right, so both boats are shaping up for a right-hand mark at the bottom here.
15.
Go bottom, Tommy.
You can barely see the boats through the fog. Oh, bows down for Oracle Team USA. A big mistake.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a good jibe there. It looked like just some issue with the daggerboard control system, and just watch Team New Zealand come ripping in. You can't make mistakes like that, but they're still going to lead. They're both going to go around the same mark, and it's just a lesser lead.
The speed dropping dramatically for Oracle Team USA, but they are still in the lead as Emirates Team New Zealand follows them around the leeward marks. But look, the game is getting much closer.
You can see one little mistake makes a huge difference on the race course. They would have normally been doing 30 on the exit of the jibe, and they're doing 18 that time.
So Oracle Team USA leading back upwind, but only just.
Need to go higher. Aggressively high.
You can see Emirates did a great job around the bottom mark there of sailing high around the exit of the mark, and we're hearing them saying we have to sail high mode. Now, Oracle need to start sailing higher to squeeze them off here, and this is where you'll be able to tell if there's a good speed difference or not.
Now, what are Oracle Team USA's options? Boundary approaching, both boats heading to the left side.
Well, they just want to keep sailing towards them here. You can see they're slowly sailing higher. They need to get to the left-hand boundary. And once the green light starts flashing in the boundary, they can tack when they want.
Just look at how close these boats are. Imagine the view if you're an Oracle Team USA sailor. That one grinder just doesn't even want to look over his head. Just a few feet behind him is Emirates Team New Zealand. This game is incredibly close. The Kiwis will tack away first.
And there you go. They have to roll into attack. If they stay there any longer, then they're going to start to lose distance from the wing wash that we keep seeing from the overhead shots. Emirates were hiding there the whole time, but really good job there by Jimmy to get back into control in that race.
Let's go back to that issue at the bottom mark. Oracle Team USA comes off the foils and slams into the water. Right here.
And all that happens there is there's just an issue with the daggerboard control system on the leeward side. Jimmy might have pushed the wrong button. We'll watch on board, see if there's any movement on the daggerboard here. Ah, there you go. Someone's just tapped a button there, and you saw the leeward board on the far side shoot up in the air. So it wasn't a rate controlled adjustment. We're more worried about the board on the other side here. But what happens is as the boat goes in, down it goes. And it looked like just the board shot up in the air, and that messes up your jibe. But they're the little errors that really cost you in the race course.
Back out on the upwind leg. Emirates Team New Zealand in the middle of the track to the right of Oracle Team USA. They had to tack away the last time we saw the two teams. And the game is almost dead even again. On board with Dean Barker and crew.
Can you hear me now?
Very few mistakes we have seen the Kiwis make, but every time the U.S. team does, those guys are right there ready to pounce. Now, this next tack, Nathan, is going to be huge.
It is, you know, they're pushed out to the right-hand side of the course here, so maybe not best for current, but they're going to have the starboard tack advantage. To me, it looks like, you know, that graphic says 14 metres, and 14 metres is less than the length of the boat, so they might have a piece of each other here, so big cross coming here in this race.
So will it be Emirates Team New Zealand taking a bite out of Oracle Team USA, or will the Americans cross? Big speed gain there for Emirates Team New Zealand. Potentially collision course.
Happy to go.
There's the difference. There's the gain. There's the dominance return for Oracle Team USA. They will cross and tack ahead of Emirates Team New Zealand.
Yeah, big call there. I think that's a really good move. They're far enough ahead. That was a nice tack. They're now putting disturbed there on Emirates Team New Zealand, and they're going to force Emirates back out onto the right-hand side, which isn't the favoured side of the course. So every time they do this, it is a risk, though, because they're giving away the starboard tack advantage, which is so important in match racing. But I think Jimmy and John Kostecki believe the left is the way to go. Let's get out of the current. Let's look for a left-hand shift, and let's just keep extending on this lead that they have.
Happy to set up.
So the Americans back in control of this race, but only just. Can they stay ahead of the Kiwis?
Stand by.
Setting up for attack on board with Oracle Team USA.
Check out how quickly going. 27 knots upwind. I know the breeze has increased a bit, but they must have been trying a falling mode or a low mode at some point there. So look to see them still crossing ahead here on port. I think they made some good gains in that part of the beat. You can see here, Emirates Team New Zealand starboard tack pushing the foiling upwind, and it's risky when you foil upwind because you, as you saw, that the bow leapt out of the air, and they just want to have a good consistent speed. But man, 27 knots from both boats upwind. They're really flying upwind now.
So Oracle Team USA has regained what they lost. Now they're 130 meters plus in the lead, the advantage to the Americans. And now, for the first time in this regatta, it's the Kiwis on the offensive.
I really like what happened there. Oracle decided they're not going to attack on their face. They're just going to keep coming up to the center. They're sailing the boat fast. They've engaged once. They pushed on the wrong way once. And now you'll see them set up for attack here and get back into the favored side of the course.
3, 2, 1, here we go.
Favored side, the left side because of the current, and that's where both teams are heading now. As Oracle Team USA fights to maintain control of the Kiwis. Boundary reached for the Kiwis.
Yep, Kiwis have to tack there, and again, a nice tack on the left-hand side of our screen. And I think that it's a really fascinating race, this one. Jimmy's and JK are doing a much better job of just keeping the boat going fast and not really engaging in the other boat too much.
There is the next cross. Oracle Team USA comfortable now. They seem to have found their stride in this fourth race of the America's Cup as they shift to the left of Emirates Team New Zealand to stay in front.
It looks like the wind speed's picked up a bit. I'm seeing 22 knots gusting 24, so it's getting windy out there, and I think maybe Oracle is a faster boat when it's windy.
Hear how hard the guys are working on board. Remember, they made a grinder change on Emirates Team New Zealand. Winston McFarlane is now in for Grant Dalton, but it hasn't made the difference yet. Oracle crossing ahead again.
Just sneaking across there. It's really getting close, and I still like the look of Emirates Team New Zealand upwind, but I think Jimmy and the boys are doing a great job of just keeping in the lead. They're pushing out to the right-hand side. They're going to have starboard tack advantage on the next one. And it's going to be tight at the top. There's no doubt about it that Emirates are coming into them here slowly.
Hold on.
So New Zealand will tack on their hip. Both boats on port, heading out towards the middle of the race course. The next move will go to Oracle Team USA, halfway up the beat.
Copy. Higher in general. Hard to tell speed. They're about 5 lengths on our hip. Low. Definitely nice lower here, Jimmy. Pretty good. Nice boat here.
So that was Tom Slingsby there speaking. He's the guy sitting behind Jimmy facing backwards. And he's on a strategy roll. So he's just telling Jimmy relatives. How are we going relative to the other boat? Helmet number 10's Tom Slingsby, and he always sits behind Jimmy. He's just an information feeder. He doesn't make decisions on the boat, but he feeds really good quality information for JK and Jimmy to make decisions.
Look at the crew all hunkered down on the Kiwi boat for windage as it increases on them. Every bit that they can reduce the windage increases the speed in these new boats. They're doing 20 knots upwind, over 20 knots of breeze, 50 miles of wind on their face.
So, Dean, if he goes left gate lay, we either follow him or take it away.
Yeah, good move. Pretty good move here.
There's there's the view from Oracle Team USA. The Kiwis just on their hip behind. But it's definitely not over yet, is it?
It's a tight race. I'm sitting on the edge of my chair watching this because this is the longest they've been able to hold on to it, and it's just amazing being able to listen to what they're talking about. JK's talking about a really good mode here. You know, I think they're going to keep going offshore and they're going to try and go left mark at the top, which is the first time we've seen in this racing. Heard the Kiwis on board talking about wanting to go right gate, so they're going to try and get a split. See them both tacking here. Oracle are going to tack on this line that you saw on our live line screen, the virtual eye, and they're going to try and make it with one more tack to go, whereas Kiwis are looking for a split at the top mark here.
So if what you're saying happens, if it plays out that Oracle goes to the left, Emirates Team New Zealand goes to the right, then New Zealand will have to do one more tack than the Americans, right?
They'll have to do one more tack upwind, and wow, look in the background here, foiling upwind, really unstable, and you know, it's hard to know when you want to push that, but it looked like they lost from trying to do that. But yeah, you're exactly right. One extra tack to Team New Zealand on the upwind, possibly one extra jibe to Oracle downwind, but if they can nail their jibes, you don't lose anything.
3, 2, 1.
Here comes that tack from Emirates Team New Zealand. On lay line for the right-hand gate, the top of the course, Lay's waiting. Oracle Team USA will reach it first. Nathan Outteridge, you told us they're going to go left gate and head inshore, and that's exactly what they do out in front, still in charge of this race number 4.
And look for them to do an early jibe after going around the first mark here to try and stay between Team New Zealand and the bottom mark.
Now it's New Zealand's turn, right-hand gate, right-hand turn. The delta, 16 seconds to Oracle Team USA. So Emirates Team New Zealand trailing Oracle Team USA. Nathan, I don't know anything about how to drive a foiling catamaran, but it seems to me that the Kiwis are a bit more unstable in this race than we've seen before.
Yeah, they were very jumpy in that race, and as the wind gets up, the boats go quicker and it becomes harder to sail. And the rudder elements that you can't adjust, those angles, are really, really changing how the boat performs. The faster you go, the more lift you get from your rudders, and that's why it looked a little bit unstable in the pictures we just saw there.
Dean Barker trying to tame a bucking Bronco and keep it flying forward to catch the boat to the left. Oracle Team USA, 40-plus knots of boat speed, flying downwind in the lead.
Max trim here, Jimmy. Nice lower. Yeah, hold that up. Happy to go here and done.
Think of what this does for the psychology of Oracle Team USA's crew if they can pull this off and win this race.
Oh, it's amazing. It's been such an amazing race to watch so far, and these guys need this race. They need to get back in the hunt. They're 3-0 down at the moment, and they need to do everything they can to keep that boat in your picture there, right there, behind.
But hang on, look at the Kiwis. Look at the speed. Look at them reeling them in from behind. They've taken 30 meters out of the American boat.
And you think 100 meters is a long distance, I can assure you it's about 2.5 seconds on these boats. So that's not a big lead by any stretch of the imagination.
And Jimmy Spithill knows it. He is just willing this boat forward, keeping it bow ahead of Emirates Team New Zealand.
Pressure here.
It's definitely getting closer.
It is. You can see the speeds that we keep getting to look at here. Very, very similar. Every now and then, Emirates Team is making a small gate, and they have 2 more maneuvers to go here. They've got 2 more jibes, and then it's a right-hand turn around the bottom mark. So really looking close. And look at that, consistent 100 to 115 meters in distance. So they're just going back and forward the whole time here.
Okay, go trim, little one. Go in. Yeah, hold. Max trim, go lower.
This is just awesome footage. Unprecedented. You can see every angle from this boat. To be fair, we can see a lot more than the sailors can.
I learned so much more about sailing these boats watching the racing of the Louis Vuitton series than actually sailing the boat myself. So you can see Emirates here starting to cross the boat. They've got 2 jibes to go. This is probably the most 2 important jibes of the whole race now.
So here it comes, the first jibe from Emirates Team New Zealand. Oracle Team USA continues. Now they'll jibe to stay with the Kiwis. Boat handling is intensely important at this point.
So imagine how much pressure's on these guys right now. They know they need this win. They know it's close, and they've got the pedigree right on their back. These guys are the #1 team, Emirates Team New Zealand so far. They haven't lost a race to anyone, and here they are breathing down your neck. You've got to think these guys are under some serious pressure in front.
Can they handle the pressure? Can they keep the Kiwis off their back, and can they notch up their first win in the America's Cup? It is all on Oracle Team USA.
Both teams split here. 3 people on the leeward side waiting for the jibe, waiting for the call.
300! Stand by. Go through. Go forward to me.
So this last jibe has to be huge, no mistakes. They're heading for the final turn. Oracle Team USA, foil to foil jibe. Emirates Team New Zealand doing the same behind.
Nice, look at that. Both jibes, perfect jibes there again.
There's the view from on board Emirates Team New Zealand. The mark in the distance, the options running out for the Kiwis. It'll be a right-hand turn. That's the final turning mark of the race. The mood's got to be lifting for Oracle Team USA, but you wouldn't know it. The intensity, you can feel it.
It's still just as close as it was at the start, and that's exactly how it should be. They're going to do 1 right-hand turn here, and then we've got about 40 seconds after this race, doing 40 knots on the way to the finish.
Both boats flying out of the fog and heading towards the finish. There's the delta, 5 seconds. The Kiwis, a sharp return. They'll try and hook up to windward a little bit for clear air. It is a final sprint to the finish, and an intense fight for both teams as Oracle Team USA tries to hang on and keep the Kiwis at bay.
Look at the focus on their face. These guys know how important it is, and this is very rewarding for these boys right now. They're working so hard to finally get one up on them. They're starting a little bit of a higher angle here just to defend their position, and halfway across this reach, they're going to bear away and go a little quicker towards the finishing line.
So the pedal is down and the pressure is on. The Americans, Oracle Team USA, poised to take their first win, wheeling the boat towards the finish line ahead of the dominant Emirates Team New Zealand so far. You can hear the crowds on shore starting to cheer. They know they have done it. Race number 4 belongs to Oracle Team USA. What a relief. What a moment for the Americans. There's the difference. 8 seconds the Kiwis cross behind their first loss of the regatta.
And these guys are stoked up. They look at them high-fiving each other. They're having an awesome day. You know, Jimmy pats on the back for JK, and what do you know? We got a boat race.
We certainly do. So the Kiwi command has been cracked, and the winning streak has been broken by those flags, by the American team, by USA, by that man at the wheel. Jimmy Spithill has taken his first win in the regatta. How about that view? America's Cup Park. A lot of American fans happy right now. That's the hometown team. And Nathan, you were right. 1-all for both boats today.
What did I tell you? I had a good chat to Dean and Jimmy. I said, guys, come on, just give us one each. Give us something to talk about. And man, didn't they do that? They did an amazing job. Both teams. Was it 8 seconds in the end at the finish?
8 seconds.
Who said this America's Cup wasn't going to be close?
It is incredibly close. There's both flags, the Kiwis and the Americans. That was quite a match. They are just drinking it all in right now. They have earned their keep in this race. You think there's some happy fans representing the hometown?
Sounds like
here in San
I
Francisco?
can see you got a massive grin on your face. Good to see you cheering for the Americans in here. It's
Well, I'm just lucky to have the right accent for this race. Wow. Well, that is a happy and a calm Jimmy Spithill. Relief across his face. There's a little smile just cracking there. They'll sprint away from America's Cup Park. Now it's the Kiwis' turn to do a flyby for their fans. Dean Barker still leading the regatta, to be fair, but probably not happy with that loss.
No, and it all came back to the start again, didn't it? You know, they got themselves at the windward end. They liked starting at the windward end, and that allowed Jimmy to take the inside rounding at Mark 1. And I thought they did a great job. They fought really hard to get back into the race. They put Oracle under all sorts of pressure, but you know, after leading 3 different times now, Oracle Team USA finally worked out how to stay ahead.
Tell you what, it was a nail-biter all the way around the track. I mean, every time this team has gotten in front of the Kiwis, they haven't been able to defend, keep them behind until this race, and it really came right down to the sprint to the finish.
It did. It came down. I was thinking down that last run, I'm like, I've sailed these boats myself. I know what it's like. I know how much pressure you're under every time you have to do a jibe. Once you're around the last mark in a straight line, it's relatively simple, but those last 2 jibes, there was so much pressure on both teams.
Definitely back and forth downwind with them, though. At times we gain, at times they gain.
You can hear John Kostecki talking to Jimmy Spithill about the race.
Yeah, they were just talking about how back and forth it was. One moment, you know, they'd make a small gain and gain 15 metres. The next moment, you know, Emirates Team New Zealand would make a small gain. And
Like we would have had a nice lead if we had a nice dive around the bottom there. I don't know what happened. Or just fired up. Yeah. Must have pressed the button before
and that's the
I had
boys
handle.
there talking about that jibe on the first run. They're like, they didn't know what happened. And, you know, from our footage, it looked like the leeward board popped up in the air just before the jibe. And the whole boat's flying on this board. And when it shoots up to the boat, the hull goes in. And that's a risky moment. The bow went down pretty hard. The boat stops, but they recovered nicely.
I heard Spithill say must have pushed the button.
Yeah, well, you got these buttons on board to control the rake back and forward, and their boards go up and down with hydraulics. They're not on ropes and winches, so someone has to push a button to let the board up. And I heard Tom Slingsby say, just as you mentioned, I must have pushed the button at the wrong moment, or maybe I flicked the wrong switch, and these things happen all the time.
There's Emirates Team New Zealand. There's Dean Barker on the back of the boat. Let's hear his thoughts on the race.
As we go on board Emirates Team New Zealand. All right, Dean, you were successful in race number 1. What was the difference in race number 2, and what did they do, or was it a case of you guys not executing like you should have?
They started a really good race. You know, their time on distance at the start was pretty nice. You know, we thought they might have been a bit late when they tacked, but they managed just to get back to the start line right on time, so they had a little bit of momentum. Were strong at Mark 1, and then they just got a really nice bit of pressure out of the gate, which we didn't quite, out of the Mark 1, which we didn't quite get. So they opened up a pretty nice little lead, and yeah, again we battled back into it upwind. You know, boat's going well upwind, but unfortunately we just couldn't quite get enough to make it pass.
And the start is very key in this America's Cup format. The way we've learned, you get the start right, you're going to probably go on and get the victory. As Emirates Team New Zealand, as we go on board with them, we will bring you sights and sound throughout the racing. The man with the 14 on his helmet, that is the main man, Dean Barker, the skipper and helmsman, and the man on the 10 on his helmet on his left-hand side, that is Ray Davies, the man that calls the shots of telling him where to go. And across the way, their counterparts, Jimmy Spithill, the man with his hands on the wheel. Behind him is John Kostecki, who grew up in these waters, knows it better maybe than most anyone else racing today.
Here we go.
So the clock has begun. Under 3 minutes to go at 2:10. New Zealand will get port entry. They will be coming in on the left-hand side, and the Americans can come in 10 seconds later. They will get into the start box. Again, that 10 seconds advantage really isn't to give them an advantage. It's just more for a safety precaution.
Well, it was done for a safety precaution, but a lot of these teams think that it actually is an advantage, Todd, to get across and to be able to start to position yourself where you want to go. The boat coming in from the other side, or Oracle today, they have to kind of react to your position. So we think at 2:10, when these guys come zooming in, they're going to start thinking about where they want to set up, which end of the line they want to set up for.
Okay, it's an even line, sailing down sailing lane here.
And now the Americans are free to enter the start box. So the 2-minute clock is on. Now this is a position where 2 minutes of jockeying, Kenny, really takes place. You want to get your boat in the right position against your opponent and at the line when the clock hits 0.
One of these guys will become the pusher and the other will become the blocker. And we're going to see Team New Zealand likely roll into attack here shortly, and then it's reaction time. For the skippers, it's all about reaction for the next minute and 30 seconds.
90 seconds to go to the line as we check in on the water with Gary Jobson. Gary, whose position do you like the best?
Well, I like the American position right now. They're closer to the line, and they're going to be able to block the course of New Zealand. So New Zealand's got a little trouble right now.
Can't get to the boat.
Full pace here. Getting it back up on the wind now. Back up on the wind now.
1 minute to the start.
And you hear Dean Barker really starting to talk about maneuvers right now. This is classic pusher and blocker. Team USA is trying to get New Zealand down below the ley line to the left side of the race course. New Zealand's trying to hook underneath, and they're coming from behind fast to try to get that hook. They got to be careful getting too low on this ley line, though.
He's directly
On the wind.
2 above pin.
30 seconds to go.
Team New Zealand being patient. This is time and distance for Dean Barker right now. He'll end up going to the left-hand side or the bottom of our screen below Oracle. Who accelerates best?
And the final count is on. It's day 3 of the 34th America's Cup. Who's going to get it right? And New Zealand at the last moment, Kenny, made a great move as Dean Barker was able to get underneath Jimmy Spithill.
Crucial part of this race right now, boat speed contest. Who can reach fastest to this mark? Can Emirates Team New Zealand hold off the boat that has a slightly better angle to windward?
Those blue dots coming off the screen, that is disturbed or dirty air that the Americans are sending back to the Kiwis right now.
And Oracle will get over the top and give them disturbed air. Oracle will be ahead at Mark 1.
So at mark number 1, it's Oracle, Team USA, that picks up the whole shot over the Kiwis.
Super speed off.
And the race is now on. This is race number 5, day number 3, as we go down on the water, leg 2 of 5, and check in with Gary Jobson.
Very puffy wind conditions right along the shoreline where they're going down. Small jibs, you can see the forward sail, how small they are here. But New Zealand, even though they're 2 lengths behind, has plenty of opportunity to catch up when they make that all-important jibe.
Gary talking about the jibs, the sails at the front of the boat, Ken. If you wanted to get more speed, would it make more sense to put a bigger sail up front?
Well, it's all about being the amount of power that you need. These soft foils, and that's what they are. They're foils, they're made of carbon fiber as well, just like the rest of the boat. But the smaller the foil on a really windy day, the more efficient the whole sail plan is.
So they're deeper now.
Gary, you can really see this is kind of a what we call a left-hand racetrack, which means the breeze is blowing off the shore more than we've seen in the past, allowing these guys to really extend down the course on starboard tack here, almost aiming for the mark.
Yeah, the wind has gone out of the south here. That's why they're able to sail this course. It's bad news for New Zealand because there's no passing lane and there's no opportunity to jibe. So the New Zealanders are in a tough position right now.
And for the first time, Todd, on that first reach, Oracle showed speed. That's the first time you can absolutely say Oracle was the faster boat on that first leg. Really well positioned, very well done.
Nice pressure we're sailing into now. Leaving the pressure back up the top.
Yeah, no, it's always better for him now. I'm keen to step down to
Even that shift.
hang it here for a little bit. Okay, copy.
Any lift you want to get out of here, right?
Yes, you don't go soft, but there is better pressure to leeward.
Yeah, it's lifting us now. 20 seconds.
Dean Barker, the man with the 14 on his helmet. He is the skipper and helmsman.
10.
Getting ready to jibe.
3, 2, 1, jibing.
And a nice jibe, and Kenny, just like that, Oracle Team USA jibes right on top. Now, is that a tactical, or they seen better pressure as well?
No, for sure, tactical position. That's called a cover right now. The boat ahead is covering, kind of staying between the other boat and the mark right now. No reason to do something crazy. But interestingly, we're seeing Oracle show pace on this first run like we haven't seen before. It's windy out there, and Oracle is really showing some jets on run number 1 of this race.
See it, Tommy? Stand by. Okay, go button, go forward.
You see those dagger boards drop down in the water as they get ready to jibe. Jimmy Spithill makes the dash across the trampoline. They stay up on their foils.
I think it's going to be a foiling tack here. I don't think we got right mark foiling tack.
Right mark, foiling tack, okay?
You hear them say right mark foiling tack, so they're going to just go straight into this mark. Remember, with this flooding current, they're going to want to try to get some relief from underneath Alcatraz Island, so they're going to be both tacking fairly shortly. You heard Oracle talk about that tactic right there.
At gate number 2, it is the Americans, Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the Cup, who have the lead, pushing it to almost 150 meters over Emirates Team New Zealand, and it's the Americans clear of Mark 2 first.
Straight up.
As the clock continues to run, the mark is set at 8 seconds, so the Kiwis trail by 8 seconds, and it looks like they are going to split the course with the Americans going towards Alcatraz and the Kiwis going closer to shore.
Gary, really interesting move by Oracle. We've never seen anybody do this yet. A foiling tack right around the mark where they literally never got on their standard starboard tack course. They rolled into attack. They practiced that yesterday. I watched them do it.
Zipping him a few tacks, okay?
Zipping him a few tacks, copy. Just want to stay in a sort of normal on the wind mode here, Lenny. I can't see him right.
With a lead of about 60 meters, it's Oracle Team USA on leg number 3 of 5 who have the lead on the Kiwis. They trail 3 races to 1.
I'm really surprised they went into that maneuver so quick around that mark. Literally, I watched them do it yesterday. I wondered if they broke something, if it was a mistake. But they really kind of gave up that kind of covering ability. Now, they may be able to do one less maneuver. No, actually, Team New Zealand is set up for one less maneuver. Really a surprising move by Oracle USA around that mark.
Jimmy, you good?
Oh, yeah, all good.
He's stepping.
It's going to be very hard for Oracle to make 2 tacks here quickly, and here's the dip.
Team New Zealand dipping. Exactly. Team New Zealand dipping from 180 yards behind at that mark to being even based on what Oracle did at that mark. Very surprising. And Team New Zealand now will have starboard tack when they split across to the other side.
Starboard tack, Kenny, and getting out of less current, so New Zealand has the advantage right now.
So Team New Zealand hugging right behind Alcatraz Island there, as Kenny and Gary Jobson put it out. You see less current there. The big arrows meaning heavier current. The Americans are in it, and the Kiwis just carried it a little farther, going almost to the boundary.
He hasn't come back.
You know, one thing you want to think about, that wind is more to the south when you get along the city front, so that could help Oracle when they tack over, have a better angle going for the mark. But right now, it's all about boat speed.
That's right, and that big angle difference that we see on the TV right now, they're just out of current. Team New Zealand's out of current right now, and you're going to see them go across a current line right there. Now they're out in the same current as Oracle. This is really interesting tactics by Oracle. I don't really know what they're doing right now, to be honest.
I always wonder if in New Zealand you tack right now to get back out of that current, tack early.
So the Kiwis have taken the lead for the first time in this race number 5 on leg number 3, which has really been their lucky charm over the course of the last 4 races.
Right out of the textbook, tack directly under wind, force Oracle back out into the current. Good move by New Zealand.
Oh, mate, we've got to get this sorted, eh?
I need more time. Thanks, guys.
Here it is at mark number 2, Ken. This is what you're talking about. They went immediately to tack.
They called for a foiling tack. We haven't seen this on any boat up to this time where they're trying to use their speed while they round the mark to actually roll the boat into attack. They almost come to a stop right there doing it. This allows New Zealand to set up, get organized, and roll into what they consider a proper tack.
And here it is one more time. What they're trying to do is stay up on those foils, and as they make the turn, all that speed, Kenny, is pretty much just lost.
Again, I keep rehashing this, but I saw them do it yesterday. I remember thinking, and this is just during practice, I remember thinking at the time, boy, I wonder if they broke something. They did such a radical quick turn. Sure enough, they didn't. They were practicing it. They thought it would be better. Here they are going up the track. New Zealand just does a standard tack and just kind of starts running them down. Not only do they have pace and maneuverability, but they get the starboard tack advantage. As soon as they dip behind USA, they're in much less current, take over the lead pretty quickly.
Ken, there is nothing better in sailing than being behind and catching up, because it gives your crew a big psychological boost and really deflates the confidence of the other boat.
So what was once a 140-meter lead for Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the America's Cup, has now been handed over to New Zealand, and the Kiwis have pushed it out to a 300-meter lead over the Americans.
And now they get to dictate where they want to position themselves in the course, and they're playing for the left-hand side of the course. That's where the next bit of relief will be.
Really good pressure out of the slump.
So it's the Kiwis who lead on leg number 3 as they put distance on the Americans here in race number 5.
Really strong on him, boys.
And there is the advantage right now. Emirates Team New Zealand leading by more than 250 meters as the Americans try to get back into this one. They had the lead on legs 1 and 2, yielded on leg 3. And Ken, was that a mistake, a tactical mistake by the Americans, or was it just a more favorable current for the Kiwis?
It was all of the above. I've never seen a tactic like that, trying to go up what's called that tidal cone behind Alcatraz. That fast tack actually didn't really set them up very well, even to get into the cone. Never mind give away advantage almost immediately.
Now, if you're looking at this AC live line and you're a fan of Oracle Team USA, you see those blue arrows, that's heavy current going against you. Why wouldn't you charge over to the left side of the course?
Gary, that's a good question. Can you help us with that one? I'm not quite sure.
Total confusion.
It's higher, slower.
This is the scene on the San Francisco Bay in September showdown, leg 3 of 5, race number 5. And Oracle Team USA had the lead for the first 2 legs. They gave it up on leg 3, and now they trail by a substantial amount to a very fast Emirates Team New Zealand boat. The lead has now been pushed out to almost 300 meters yet again by Emirates Team New Zealand. And look at the speeds, Kenny. Emirates Team New Zealand is just a faster boat today.
Yeah, upwind for sure. And that's been kind of the rumor around San Francisco for the last few days, is that Oracle seems to look pretty darn strong downwind, but I think everybody is shocked at how fast in the different modes. They have a low and fast mode. They have a high and slow mode. They're really good at attacking. They're just better upwind.
Absolutely no pressure. Just keep looking forward. Boundary will be coming up for him.
So Emirates Team New Zealand, you heard Ray Davies talking about no pressure, stay where we are, and just not enough racetrack as Oracle Team USA, Gary, has to tack back into the course.
Very tough maneuver for Oracle there. They're just slow making those turns. And it was tactics at the bottom mark that got them so far behind. We are right alongside Emirates Team New Zealand, and they're almost foiling going upwind. Very impressive what this New Zealand team is doing.
And the lead continues to grow for the Kiwis.
For sure, Todd. What we just saw Oracle do, it looked a little kind of out of control in that tack, but they're trying to do what Emirates Team New Zealand has done so far in this series and go from one hull directly to the other, to use their underwater foils to actually pop their new weather hull out of the water during a tack.
Just gets us delay, okay? That's right, mate. Boundary tack,
Todd, we heard Ray Davies say boundary tack, which means they're going to go all the way over to the wall here, the wall that only we can see, of course, and probably tack there. Remember, this is where the most amount of relief is on the left side of the racetrack with regard to the currents.
20 seconds. Very wobbly out of here, guys.
Amazing how quickly this turned into a runaway.
10.
Oracle Team USA trying to get back into this race. They led on leg 1. They led on leg 2. And at mark 2, they made a decision to tack as they came around that mark, lost all their speed, got out of sequence, and the Kiwis have led pretty much from the outset, and not just leading by 50 meters or so, Kenny. They're pushing this thing to almost a lopsided proportion of 500 or 600 meters.
Down the road. This is an incredible turn of events. You have to believe that Oracle supporters were jumping for joy after that first reach and that first run, but unbelievable. We've seen more passes again in the America's Cup.
Kenny, you hear that noise, that creaking. Folks at home may think these boats are about to break apart. What are we listening to there?
Yeah, we're listening to the lines on the winches. Amazing loads. 3 tons of load on this wing winch, and then of course the jib or the soft foil up forward. They're just easing and trimming to try to make these boats go at maximum speed.
You know, the problem when you have some moment like this for Oracle Team USA, it gets in your head that you're slower. So even if you're ahead down at the leeward mark, then you start making those mistakes like we saw Kosecki do. The next big thing here for New Zealand is to make a clean rounding. Let's not forget, in the finals, they almost crashed coming around that windward mark.
Gary referring to the Louis Vuitton Cup final where Team New Zealand got into it with Chris Draper and Luna Rosa, and they had a big dip, losing 2 men that went overboard. They were fished out moments later, but they came around with a lot of speed. Here we go. At mark number 3, it is all Kiwi. Emirates Team New Zealand with a huge lead at the 3rd mark. And the clock will begin, and that will give us the difference between Emirates Team New Zealand and Oracle Team USA, but it will be sizable as the Americans are still 200 meters away from the gate.
And Gary, with this big southerly breeze, the breeze coming much more off the land today, essentially no passing lanes. They're going to do one jibe and almost go all the way down the track.
Yeah, it's good news for the New Zealanders to have the wind from this direction on this leg. That's one of the reasons they were unable to catch up or pass on that first downwind leg.
So Oracle Team USA has to make another tack before they get to the gate, and they've still got some work to do. Meanwhile, Emirates Team New Zealand has the wind, has the current, and they are heading down towards mark number 4. The lead is over a minute now. At mark number 3, Oracle Team USA finds themselves in a big hole of 1 minute and 17 seconds. Can they work their magic on leg number 4?
Real good knocking pressure here in 2, 1. Really good knocking pressure.
Now that would be a big lead, Ken, if it was 356 meters to New Zealand, but it's 1,356 meters. Where did this whole thing go wrong? Was it on that one maneuver at gate 2?
One maneuver at gate 2. That's it. This is a shocking turn of events, and this time we could use the word shocking with lots of authority. Just an incredible turnaround for Oracle Team New Zealand to go from ahead to way behind.
Emirates Team New Zealand on leg 4 of 5. They will steam down the course, and then they will turn to the right, and they will punch it straight in to the finish line for yet another victory. And barring any major disaster or malfunction on the boat, this race will go the way of the Kiwis. That is the scene in the San Francisco Bay, and if you are a fan of Emirates Team New Zealand, it is a happy day. An absolute whitewashing of Oracle Team USA, who led the first and second legs of this race, and on leg number 3, that man with the 14 on his helmet, Dean Barker, put the hammer down on the Americans. The lead is almost 1,500 meters, and folks, in match racing, Kenny, that is got to be unprecedented.
And they got a little pace right now, just a little pace. They're going 49.5 miles an hour. You know, just out for a little afternoon cruise on San Francisco Bay.
And Gary, you could probably just circle regardless around in between New Zealand and USA and have no problem fouling on the right of way.
You know, yesterday Oracle was out here sailing, and I just wonder if they made some changes to their boat, trying to make it go faster upwind, and they went backwards. That happens when you have very little time to test things.
And I guess the question would be, from an outsider, is if you won the last race of the America's Cup on Sunday afternoon, why change anything? Why not stick with what you did on Sunday afternoon?
Well, remember, the learning curves on these boats are through the roof still. They're learning stuff every single day. I think every crew member on board these boats would say they're getting faster every day. I think for the first time, we just saw a big tactical error. All these other errors up until now have been tiny in magnitude. When it comes to the one I think we saw at that first leeward gate.
And that foiling jibe just did not seem to work. They slowed down a lot and lost half their distance on that maneuver alone. I'm wondering if they're going to want to do a second race. Yeah, sorry, Todd. I'm just wondering if they're going to do a second race or whether they want to get back to the barn and do a reset. So that's something that they'll have about 20 minutes to decide after the finish.
And what Gary's referring to is each team has a provisional card they can play where they can literally wave off a race. Usually it's used for breakage on the boat or weather conditions, and so that would be unprecedented for Team USA to play their provisional card and wave off the race after getting hammered by Emirates Team New Zealand. So here we are at mark number 4, and it is the Kiwis by a long shot out in front, reaching speeds of 54 miles an hour. That's 46.9 knots, and Dean Barker firmly in control of this race and firmly in control of this regatta. Talk about answering the call. People started to get skeptical. Did New Zealand just get lucky on those first 3 races when the Americans won the 4th race? And I think Dean Barker has answered that question.
Well, for sure, the first 2 legs of this race, there were a lot of skeptics. All of us are sitting here saying, geez, I wonder if Oracle has caught a new gear. but man, did they hand it away quick at that first gate. Really surprising that the afterguard, the brain trust of Oracle would have put themselves in the position that they actually put themselves in. Again, very easy to say from sitting here in our comfortable chair, Todd, but nonetheless, not a great move.
One of the things I want to look for to see if Grant Dalton stays on the boat if they do have a second race today. He got off, they lost. He's the big brother, the cultural guru aboard the boat, and I think he should stay on. We'll see if he does.
Well, they haven't lost with Grant Dalton on the boat as the Americans finally make it to mark number 4, the defenders of the Cup. They cross it at 1:14 behind Emirates Team New Zealand, and there's nothing they can do now but watch the Kiwis pick up yet another win. Time and distance belongs to the Kiwis yet again. Race number 5 goes in the books. Emirates Team New Zealand is your winner.
Both boats have to declare 20 minutes before, or 10 minutes before the next start, whether they're going to do the race or not.
Todd, I think it would be unprecedented for a team to actually not do this next race, and Gary, just because they're kind of ticked off. I think it's still a long series ahead. You can break stuff. They break stuff all the time. I'd be shocked if these guys didn't do this second race unless they have broken something. And looking by their body language right there, I think they've broken maybe their egos a little bit, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think the smartest thing you could do in a situation like this is to get right back out on water and go at it again and learn what you can.
And more than a minute behind, it's Oracle Team USA that finally crosses the line. But again, this could be a case of what could have been after mark number 2, because they led leg 1, leg 2, and leg 3 seems to be the kryptonite of Oracle Team USA.
Almost into a jib change. Yep.
Hear Jimmy Spithill say, obviously into a jib change. It's getting windy out there, Gary, isn't it?
It is building a little bit, and that flood tide's going to be going down, so that'll increase the apparent wind, more wind pressure, hence they'll want that smaller sail.
One thing we've heard out of Jimmy Spithill when he's finished behind in the first few races, Todd, is bad luck, guys. Well, he didn't say bad luck this time, I noticed. They made their own luck in that one, unfortunately.
And in typical Kiwi fashion, the celebration is somewhat muted as they go by America's Cup Park. And the fans continue to make their way down to the San Francisco waterfront to see Dean Barker put on an absolute masterful display here in race number 5 as they pick up the win.
One quick note here, the wind is 22.3. The wind limit for the next race is 24.5. So we're 2 knots underneath the wind limit, but I definitely see the wind building. So that will be a question too. Will there be too much wind?
Seems like right now the answer to that is there's not enough wind for Emirates Team New Zealand, and for Oracle Team USA, there's just not enough racetrack or time. They are running out quickly as the Kiwis have won their 4th race, and they are 5 races away, 5 victories away from claiming the 34th America's Cup.
As the pit crews come on board the boats, they do a thorough investigation of every part and piece they possibly can while they have time in between the races, and it's about a half an hour total from one race, the finish of one, to the start of the other, and they will absolutely be crawling through the hulls to find parts and pieces they may be about to give up.
So the pit crew comes aboard Emirates Team New Zealand. Dean Barker, their skipper and helmsman, gets the job done, picks up win number 4 in this series. We go on board with Dean, and Dean, congratulations. I tell you, leg 1 and 2, it looked like the Americans found another gear, but you seem to always track them down on leg 3.
Yeah, well, it's a tough way to win races, but it's working for us. You know, we'd like to be controlling our fate a little bit more in the around Mark 1, but yeah, it didn't quite work out on that one. You know, we sort of they managed to get over us on the first reach, and it was just the case they just sort of picked up a bit of pressure around our bow and just sort of stretched out a little bit. So, yeah, plenty to work on, but it's, yeah, it was encouraging that we can sort of get back into the race like we did.
Hey, Dean, when in all the Louis Vuitton races and America's Cup races so far, we've never seen somebody just literally roll into attack around the mark like Oracle did. When they spun it into attack like that, were you surprised?
No, something that I've been practicing. We've tried it a bit as well. When you're sort of wanting to get going a certain way, it's a pretty nice move. But yeah, the cone was wide enough. It seemed that we could just stay in it off his hip, and just got it set us up further up later on. So we weren't unhappy when they did roll straight into the tack then.
Dean, I'm wondering how important is it to have Grant Dalton on the boat here for the second race, keeping in mind it got off the race on Sunday for the second race and you lost. So how important is it to have him on board now?
As long as he's still feeling fighting fit, we'll keep him here. But it's it's certainly not the reason we lost the second race on Sunday. But yeah, it's good with him here. He enjoys it, and hopefully we can go on and win another race this afternoon.
Well, Dean, enjoy the victory momentarily as you get ready for the next race. We'll cut you loose. Thanks again for your time.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Day 4, races 6 and 7. John Kostecki on the left-hand side. The man on the right is Sir Russell Coutts, probably the man that made the decision to change out Kostecki for Sir Ben Ainslie. And Larry Ellison, the head man for Oracle, who has bankrolled this whole Oracle Team USA. He is the defender of the Cup right now, looking very comfortable and casual. But Kenny, I imagine he's going to put the pressure on his boys today.
All three of them look comfortable and casual, to use your phrase, Todd, but I'm guessing they're churning inside. This is do or die day for Oracle. They gotta hope that this change to tactician spot pays off, or things are gonna go bad really fast.
You will get the greatest views and the greatest sounds on board. We'll try to let you listen in when possible, as we are 2:22 away from the start, and it'll be Team USA on the left side of your screen that gets port entry, which means they get a 10-second advantage going into the start box, and then it's up to them to try and dictate or force New Zealand's hand.
We'll really look for communication today, and a lot of this rides on the young strategist, Tom Slingsby. He's got to be the link in between the tactical role and the helmsman. He's been there this whole time. I think Tom Slingsby's a key player in today's race.
10, standing by. 3, 2, 1, diving.
So
very
the cat and
aggressive
mouse
move there. Yeah, Todd, very aggressive move for New Zealand. Jump in right away.
This is the cat and mouse game, Gary, as they try to get themselves into position, forcing the other team's hand. And remember, they cannot cross the start line until it hits 0.
What we saw there, Todd, was the breeze is much more out of the left or coming off the shore than we've seen in the past. It was actually difficult for Oracle to get across Team New Zealand because of the angle of the wind. This has set them up to be in a tougher spot than usual.
Good, this is good.
Right now, we have a 1.8 knot flood current, so being on the windward side of the start will be helpful.
Here we go. Let's get it going here. Big speed build here.
Jimmy sounds pretty comfortable, but this is going to be a tough spot. There's a lot of pushing and blocking to go on here. There's still a long time to go before this start. Team New Zealand is in a reasonably comfortable spot. They're getting close to the line.
On the wing, we're almost racing here. We're racing, full speed.
What he's done very well, Todd, is get them down to that yellow line or the lay line to the pin. Really good strategy if you're early for the line. I think he could be in complete control here by the start.
10 seconds away. This is race number 6, day 4 of the 34th America's Cup. The Americans have the advantage with Sir Ben Ainslie as the tactician. Will it pay off? We are clean to go racing. So as they cross the line, Gary Jobson, you gotta like what you're seeing if you're a fan of Oracle Team USA.
Oracle played it perfectly. New Zealand a little too aggressive, too early, too far away from the line, and as a result, they're 4 boat lengths behind. Big mistake by the Kiwis.
Ben Ainsley on the far right-hand side of your screen. Normally a helmsman playing the role of tactician today. At mark number 1, it is the defenders of the Cup, Oracle Team USA, with their biggest lead so far here in the America's Cup.
So, Todd, that was all about Jimmy Spithill. There was nothing to do with any tactics there. That was the instincts of the driver. They came back early to the start line, but he did a really nice job of getting down to that lay line and really making no place for the Kiwis to get around them. A perfect blocking scenario.
Little build. We are lower. And go trip. Stand by. Stand by jibe, guys. Keep it going here, Jimmy. Little build if you can. Little puff coming down the shore. And no slow. Here you go, Wing. Stand by, guys. Yeah, go bottom, Tommy. Fire Tom. Yeah, sort of. Give it a go. I think so, no.
And Jimmy Spithill decides now is the time to jibe right when the Kiwis go. It looks like they're much closer than they are, but the Americans still maintain about a 70-meter lead over the Kiwis, but it's dropping quickly because the Kiwis jibe much faster.
A marginal jibe by Oracle. They came off the foils, whereas Emirates Team New Zealand didn't. And all of a sudden, they've gone from a nice little lead to a really tough spot. They're going to need jets to get out from underneath potentially the wing wash of Emirates Team New Zealand.
Keep going, guys, keep going.
This is leg
moment.
2 of 5 for the Americans with a small lead. Remember, their lead was 9 seconds around mark number 1. We check in on the water with Gary Jobson.
The big game out here is getting a win. These gusts come in. If you get it first, and that's where New Zealand is, you're going to accelerate and have a big advantage. And the wing going across on Oracle just seems to be slow, where the New Zealand boat, in contrast, it pops through and they accelerate a little faster.
Wing on, wing. 300. Keep the speed on. Stand by, boys, here. Okay. Go, Tommy, go Barton, go wing. Go Barton, go board.
Big moments in this race, Todd. This is very close. Whether Oracle, they've done what they needed to do and actually gotten out from underneath the potential wing wash of Emirates Team New Zealand, but these jibes have to be smooth. We see how much you can gain or lose with a bad jibe.
Coming on you here. Yeah, he's faster, but he can't go anywhere.
That's on board Oracle.
Building on you now, the pressure.
Big decision coming up, but which gate do you take?
Got about a minute till we get to the zone.
We'll see what that wing wash does to the Kiwis. Still traveling at over 29 knots, which translates to 33.4 miles an hour. Now remember, they were a deficit of 9 seconds behind the Americans. Right now, Ken, it looks like down to about 2 seconds.
Yeah, well, it's been rumored that Oracle is a little quicker, and we've seen this on the run. Besides that one jibe, they are a little bit faster going downwind. We're seeing it again here today, but this is what the sailors feel as well, talking to them yesterday in between races.
He's higher, faster. They're setting up now. Let them go, eh?
20 seconds to
This pressure looks here. They jive.
Pressure's okay here. It's just lifting us a bit.
Oh, starting to get soft in there. I think right here is good. Probably
15 seconds.
Yeah, copy.
Very interesting there, Todd. You're seeing Tom Slingsby, the strategist, being far more vocal today than he's been in the past with Kostecki in the boat. Completely different tone in the back of the boat.
Negative lay, Dino. Good chance of a piece, okay?
Picture now.
Number 10 is Ray Davies, the tactician for Emirates Team New Zealand, in constant communication with his skipper and helmsman, Dean Barker.
And he just said, good chance for a piece. That means that when they jibe back, they're going to be on starboard tack. He thinks they might have a port starboard situation coming up with Oracle.
And once again, the Kiwis able to stay almost completely on the foils as they make that jibe or turn back into the course as they get close to the boundary.
It's tougher in this light air, though. It's really hard. They'll be minimizing maneuvers really close cross.
Now, if you're the Americans, are you going to jibe right on top of them?
No, you're gonna extend here. Make sure you lay the mark. Make sure you only have to do one more jibe into the gate and possibly do one less maneuver. That's where you're going to pick up distance. Right at the bottom, Oracle's going to have to go at least one more time as well. Just minimize your maneuvers.
10.
Guys, make it simple. That's what they got to be thinking.
Wing on if you can. Go wing up. 5. Stand by. Okay, go button. Go board. Ball's coming back.
And a little better jibe there on that time. As we go on the water, Gary Jobson, how do you like Oracle's setup as they get ready for gate number 2?
I like Oracle's position. On starboard with the right of way, coming down to the mark, and they're doing a good job jibing. This whole race is going to come down to which tactician can call where the wind is on the next leg going to windward.
All right, Jabo, if you were out there being a tactician role for Oracle Team USA, would you head closer to the shore? Would you head out and try to take advantage of a possible cone situation behind Alcatraz?
If I'm on board Oracle, I take the cone, less current. 1.8 knots is a lot of current down here, and Oracle needs to stay out of it. Go up the cone.
Kenny, do you agree?
Well, they are set up for a split here, though. That's the only thing. Emirates Team New Zealand forced a split here. Likely Oracle rounds the mark on the left side of our screen, and Team New Zealand will round the right one. This is going to force a split right out of the box.
Gate number 2, it's Oracle Team USA with the lead. Can they hold on to it as they will head in towards shore? And the Kiwis at gate number 2 look like they will try and take advantage of the less current behind Alcatraz Island.
I think you're going to find Oracle roll into attack here fairly soon and try to take advantage of the cone. We'll see.
An amazing lead. The Americans increased their lead from mark 1 to 2 by 3 seconds.
About 45.
This has been the kryptonite for Oracle Team USA. Leg 3 of these races going back upwind, where the Kiwis have taken advantage in almost every race and retaken the lead if they've trailed.
There's Oracle coming back. They'll play the inside edge of the cone. Keep in mind, this is a really close race, and New Zealand will have right away when the two boats come together again.
Ken, from our perspective down here on the water, New Zealand has more wind, more pressure, and that's making them go faster. Good opportunity for New Zealand to advance.
Nice gains here.
Standing by in 3, 2, 1. Nice pressure out of it.
And it is almost a dead heat right now with the Americans trying to maintain their lead. It goes away, but as the tack comes from the Kiwis, the Americans get it back by just about 3 or 4 meters.
Yet another incredibly tight cross by these two guys. Just amazing match racing between high-speed catamarans here at San Francisco Bay.
See the arrows on there, those are superimposed. That gives you an idea of how strong the current is, the flood current coming from underneath the Golden Gate Bridge.
This is an America's Cup moment for Oracle, and it looks like they're dipping.
Ainsley calls for a duck.
My flag, just tell me once around.
Oh, how close can it get?
And after the duck, the both bows nosedive and slow the boat down.
Keep it going here.
So the Americans have filed a protest against the Kiwis.
30 seconds to boundary.
I have to be honest with you, Todd, I have no idea why.
20 is good here. Happy with normal numbers.
And no penalty. The umpires say no penalty, so sail on.
Now they're out of the current. Oracle is in the better part of the cone right now. They're out of the current. They might be able to have a piece of Emirates Team New Zealand on the way back out on starboard tack, but they have to be able to be more agile tacking. This has been their downfall for this entire event, is tacking. and they get the lead back. The cone is dominant at this stage. Gary, the current up in there must be almost going the other direction, almost be a back eddy to an ebb situation behind Alcatraz Island.
Yeah, Ken, and not only is the current more advantageous underneath the island, for some reason there's a little bit more wind under there, helping the right side of the course get these boats in a lead. So right now, New Zealand's going to the better place.
And the wind is picking up. We started the race with the wind at about 12 knots. It's now up to 13.5 knots.
I agree with Oracle. At this stage, they could have done 2 more tacks, gotten a little bit more current relief, but that's when they've gotten in trouble, Todd. They try to do too much. Now it's time to leg it out and try to let the boat do its thing.
20 to 21.
There'll be a little build even. That way? No slower here.
No, slower.
You know, a little bit.
No lower, slower than 20.
Yeah.
Okay. Tricky though, but we can tackle it behind it. We can almost cross. We're not.
So the Americans with a lead that is down underneath, holding right now at 48 meters. As we go back on board Emirates Team New Zealand, the Challengers, both boats traveling at about 19 knots, which comes at roughly around 21.9 miles per hour, and they are heading upwind back towards the Golden Gate Bridge.
We're a little lower, a little faster. This is okay. Square for 250. You got him in a good lockdown here, Dean, off his tags. He's setting up to take. Got to look to leeward. He won't cross. Happy to protect right though.
There you go. They don't think Oracle's going to cross here. Even though they're showing ahead on the head behind line, they don't think they're going to cross. We're about to see yet another pass.
Tactician Ray Davies staying on the left side of the boat, number 10.
Okay, Team New Zealand's doing what's called a dial down here right now. They're reaching off and heading straight at Oracle to force Oracle to do a worse duck than they normally would. Really aggressive match racing move by Dean Barker.
Normal tack.
And a protest coming from the Americans.
They think they went too far on the dial down. We'll see what the umpires think.
You're allowed to dial down to about 60 degrees true wind. Beyond that, you could be in trouble.
The action on the San Francisco Bay. It is day 4, race number 6 of the America's Cup. The Americans with only 1 win, the Kiwis with 4 win.
If we tacked, he could probably tack.
And this was just moments ago on the cross between the Kiwis and the Americans.
Ray Davies set this up early that he thought they weren't going to cross, and they just pointed at him. They made them do an overly aggressive turn down to avoid the right of way. Emirates Team New Zealand, really good match racing, aggressive move by Dean Barker.
Is this sailing's version of chicken?
I think that's exactly what it is, as a matter of fact.
So the Kiwis now have the lead, 28 meters and growing, but are the Americans in a better position, Ken?
This is a tough one. I think the Americans, if they don't have a cross here, then all of a sudden it's the normal Kiwi stretch. They've gotten into attacking contest up that left side. I don't think they had a choice. They had to tack for the boundary anyway. All of a sudden, the Kiwis are showing their dominance when it comes to tacking.
AC Liveline getting an idea of the disturbed air coming off that big wing of the Kiwis, sending it right back to the Americans.
Gary, interesting that Emirates Team New Zealand decided not to cover in that situation and allowed for a little bit of a split here.
Well, I think they want to get out of the current. It's simple as that. I mean, one of the things we're learning here is that the hull shape of New Zealand, which is much fuller and rounder, is able to do a better job going through the tacks, as we're watching now. That very fine hull that the American boat has, they're not able to keep the momentum going through the tacks. That's the difference we're seeing right now.
Aggressive racing coming from the Kiwis, and we'll give you an aerial view of that last cross. And as Ken draws this up, what exactly they're trying to force the Americans to do?
Yeah, the dial down by Emirates Team New Zealand, you couldn't see how far. They went from a beat to a reach, which means they sailed away from the breeze a little bit, forced Oracle to do a much wider turn to avoid them.
Here it is on virtual eye.
That's right. Watch New Zealand. They're going to take a left-hand turn and play chicken, just like you said. They're going to force Oracle way up high to do a radical turn down that typically gains you about another boat length during the maneuver, and that's about how much they crossed by.
Back to live racing action, and almost like clockwork on leg number 3, the Kiwis are starting to stretch their lead over Oracle Team USA, the defenders.
Yeah, they're going to force Oracle into attacking contest here, Gary. They know their advantage. They're just going to keep pinning them up against the boundary on the left side of the race course and force them to attack because they know that's their Achilles heel.
You know, Ken, watching these guys here, I think the combination of Slingsley and Ainsley, they haven't made any tactical mistakes here. It's really tacking ability and a little bit of boat speed that's making the difference. However, let's keep in mind that Oracle is going a little faster downwind, and we have a long run to the finish line.
There is Ray Davies, number 10, the 41-year-old from New Zealand. Not only is he a tactician, but they've got him working as a grinder as well, maybe the most active man on that Emirates Team New Zealand boat.
Doing a little of everything. He's got to keep his head out of the boat, though. They're going to tack on Oracle again. They're going to keep forcing them to that short side boundary and make them tack because they know they're a weak tacker. This is brilliant strategy right out of the textbook, exactly what they should be doing.
Setting up again here.
Gaining every time, boys. Dig it in. Yep.
Hear them saying they're gaining every time, and just to go to your point, Kenny, the crew doesn't enjoy it right now, but if they get the victory, they'll be happy that they did it. But this is just hard work, tack after tack, especially going upwind, and the Americans are just getting covered.
A bit of a broken record here right now, but the Kiwis just slowly pulling away. The more they tack, the more they're going to pull away, and they know it, we know it, Oracle knows it, unfortunately.
Going all the way, Jimmy. It's a good puff in there. They continue.
You hear Ben talking about a big puff in there. They're looking for anything at this stage. They're looking for pressure out there too, Gary. And with this left-hand shift, it's not unheard of. It's not unheard of to get big left-hand shifts off of the shore front, Gary.
Well, those left-hand shifts just aren't there at the moment. It's very light out here. Light. We're only a couple 100 meters away from them right now. The big deal is the current. The current is increasing. The flood current's coming in stronger and stronger, so New Zealand is a little bit at risk being out in the middle of the bay right now.
Maybe a little gain to him, but
a little gain to Oracle, and the reason is the current is less along the shoreline.
Same again.
We're fine, Ray, we're fine.
Got 20 seconds.
Now keep it going a little further, Dino.
9 tacks each on this upward leg 3 of 5, and it's the Kiwis with a 5-boat length lead. Remember, they trailed by 9 seconds, or 12 seconds, excuse me, after mark number 2, 9 seconds after mark number 1.
Really nice puff out of us.
All right, the million-dollar question, Kenny. What can Oracle do to get out of sequence, to find some pressure, to do anything to get back in this race?
Boy, oh boy, I need to hand that one off to our tactician on the water because they've been forced into the narrow side of the race course. Again, completely playing into the strategy of Emirates Team New Zealand, which is the better maneuvering boat. They've done, on New Zealand, they've done exactly what they needed to do. Oracle's tacking a little better, though, Gary, I think, than we've seen in the past. They're not losing quite as much as they have in the past, keeping it closer.
Yeah, one of the reasons is the wind is so light. I mean, if you're Oracle, Kenny, you just got to stop tacking. If they get tacked on, do 2 quick tacks, and that's it. and try and stay on straight line. I mean, let's not forget, there's a long downwind leg. Oracle was a little faster in this light stuff downwind, and the whole game right now is to keep it close.
Set up, boys. Go, Trent. 4, 3, 2.
Through the beauty of virtual eye, here you see the number of tacks, and that is just a nightmare for the grinders, isn't it?
It's a nightmare for the grinders, and it's a nightmare for Oracle, to be honest. This is just exactly the strategy that they didn't want to have. But it's not like they've chosen it. They've been masterfully pushed into this position by Team New Zealand.
Bending around the left-hander here.
New Zealand's game here, Kenny, is to somehow either sit on Oracle's win or, better yet, make him make 2 extra tacks just before the mark.
Rob Waddell, number 11, Chris Ward, number 7, doing some great work. There you see the lead on the course, almost 200 meters to the Kiwis as they get ready to hit the next mark.
Grinders are earning their paycheck today, Todd.
Hitting him this time, and we're on lay right gate. Hitting him in about 20 seconds, guys. Oh, they did go here.
This is where you put your nail in the coffin, Gary. This is that last tack. If Emirates Team New Zealand can make it in 1 and force Oracle to do 2 more attacks, the lead will double, maybe even triple.
Either 2 tacks or actually sit on their wind all the way up there. Either way, it's a big gain for the Kiwis.
Very light here,
Keep it going.
Little Lenny.
Keep it going. Come.
Come on, boys. Quite light.
Hold.
Right on him here.
Yeah, the tough thing here for the USA is they haven't made any tactical mistakes. It's just boat handling, going through maneuvers, and a little slower speed.
Hold sheep, going W2. Little lefty here, Dean. They're going W2, please, boys.
Go, come, guys.
Hold.
So if we get any head at the end here, it'll be left gate.
38-year-old Rob Waddell, number 11.
Can get you there if you want.
And the man with a 6 on his helmet, that's 56-year-old General Manager Grant Dalton out there doing work.
2-time gold medalist Rob Waddell gasping for air there. That guy only just won every single rowing contest there was in the world for about 10 years, and here he is, desperate to breathe. Pretty amazing.
And I think Chris Ward, number 7, he's also gasping for a little air too, an indication that they're tired after so many tacks.
Todd, this is the punishment that Team New Zealand was looking for all the way. They set this weather mark up about 10 minutes ago.
Little right of the mark.
No, that'll be okay. Boundary, right?
Yeah.
Same as this for the rounding.
And in the light air, here comes the payoff pitch as Emirates Team New Zealand hits mark number 3 first, and they have pushed the lead to 200 meters over the Americans. Now look for the acceleration by the Kiwis.
Big trim now.
About 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That last tack, that last setup where they got on top of Oracle, gained them another 200+ meters. Just really, I can't emphasize enough. Great job by Ray Davies setting this whole thing up to really put the nail in at the last minute.
And let's not forget the Americans had a 12-second lead at the last gate. Here they are at gate number 3, and the lead has gone up to over 44 seconds for the Kiwis.
You better set up, boys, just in case. And go in, hit the speed on.
Jimmy Spithill and his crew trying to find some magic, hoping for a mistake from Dean Barker and the Kiwis, something they have not done very often. There you see the distance as the Kiwis make their way back down towards the shore in the city of San Francisco, and then it's a right-hander. And Gary, they are just running out of real estate, the Americans.
New Zealand doing it exactly right, staying right in the center of the course, going downwind. I mean, I like the tactics aboard the American boat, although this jive they went through was very sloppy, both poles going down in the water. They don't have a card to pull. This team's got to regroup very quickly if they hope to win the second race. Big wind shift here out on the water. The wind coming far off the land here, so they're only sailing a direct course down toward the leeward gate. That helps the lead boat, New Zealand.
Hey, Simeon, a little bit further back on the board. Simeon, just a little bit further aft if we can on the board. Just sucking down a bit. Go, Wing. We're actually lined up, not short-term well, but long-term a bit better than them.
He's just going through that light spot now.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a light spot coming here, guys.
Light spot coming. And that's lower here, Jimmy. Yep.
Those are the voices of Tom Slingsby, Todd, and Ben Ainsley in the back, desperately looking for any sort of puff that can try to reel in the Kiwis, who have a pretty dominant lead at this stage.
A little bit softer from now. Not much, but... Going. Okay, softer here.
There is four-time Olympic gold medalist Ben Ainsley. He's looking in the horizon and looking for answers.
There's really nothing a tactician can do here at this stage. The boundary is just to the left of them. Open race course in front. Competitor kind of down the road. I mean, Gary, I don't see a rabbit to pull out of a hat here right now if I'm Oracle Team USA.
Yeah, very, very bad luck for the American team to have this big wind shift, so they're sailing directly for the mark. I mean, the best thing they could do is learn from this race. They have to race the second race and think ahead. What did we learn here to help us the next time around?
So they are halfway down leg to leg number 4. Then it's the big right-hand turn to the finish line. And the Kiwis, again, looking so good, so in control, making no mistakes. And the Americans left grasping for straws because the Kiwis have been nearly perfect in this race. And once again, Kenny, it's leg 3 that is the undoing of the Americans.
Unreal. I guess, well, at this stage, it's not unreal. It's a when a trend it's becoming reality. Every time they turn that corner, they got to be dreading that leg.
Slowly go down for you from here.
You know what?
It's just going to get a bit
You got to
lighter
say
in
it.
general
Team New Zealand's just simply really fast upwind. And these guys have kind of been in denial for a little bit, Gary.
Yeah, sorry, Ken. I was just going to say, as an aside here, it's only blowing 10 to 11, and these boats are going 29 knots, almost 3 times the speed of the wind. That in itself is pretty impressive.
20. 10. 5. 3. 2. 1. Driving.
Listening to the calm voice of Dean Barker, 40 years of age, out of New Zealand. He has won an America's Cup. He would like to make it 2 America's Cup victories and take the cup back to New Zealand.
Much harder jibing in this lighter stuff, Todd, in this lighter air. It's hard to stay up on the foils. There just isn't enough momentum, enough apparent wind build up over the foil above the water to make the foils below the water work very well when you get down to those slower speeds.
Okay, good pressure coming on now, Jerry. Go, Trent.
Check the inside boundary at daylight.
Stop it.
50 seconds and a minute the other way.
Could be right spot, mate.
Ray Davies telling us they're almost in the center of the course. 50 seconds one direction, 1 minute the other to get down to the mark.
Yeah, no problem at all.
It's just so hard to imagine the way this race started with the Americans getting the whole shot, the Americans leading downwind to mark number 2, and actually leading about halfway up mark number 3, and then it all went the way of Emirates Team New Zealand, and now the lead is just enormous.
Well, in these games, in these races, it's kind of all about getting in the other guy's head, too. Clearly, right now, Jimmy Spithill is in Dean Barker's head off the starting line. That's several losses in a row, and this one was kind of a crushing loss. But maybe in the back of Dean's mind, he's just thinking, we're going to pass him anyway. Let's not screw this thing up. You know, let's not foul out. Let's not do something silly. Let's not run into him.
And the Kiwis ace in the hole seems to be leg number 3, because every time they have trailed the Americans on the first or second leg, they have gotten it back on the third leg. So here they are now set up perfectly for mark number 4. It'll be a slight right-hand turn and then a short blast into the finish line for what would be their 5th win. And remember, the Kiwis only needed 9 to take the cup, so they are more than halfway there if they pick up a victory now. So with a lead of more than 400 meters, the Kiwis bring it around the next mark, and they will out head for the home line and another victory. And it has been an impressive race for that man, Dean Barker, and his crew, as we check in on the water with Gary Jobson.
Todd, I just want to remark about the start. One of the reasons New Zealand might be so conservative, they don't want a collision. Their second boat's a long way from being able to sail, and it's not that fast. The Oracle boat is ready to sail and is pretty close in speed. So if I was New Zealand, I would take it very easy on that starting line. You can't afford any collisions out here.
As the Americans get to mark number 4, still over 35 seconds behind the Kiwis. And barring a major mistake by Dean Barker, which we have not seen during this entire campaign, it will be the Kiwis striking again.
Everybody talks about number 11, Rob Waddell, that he's smiling around the race course. No, he is just begging to breathe at that stage. That's what he's thinking.
And the good news, bad news scenario for everyone out there is they get about 30 minutes and then they get to do it all over again. And if you're 56-year-old Grant Dalton there with the 6 on your helmet, you better hope someone brings you a nice energy drink or something to nibble on to get your energy back up. The day so far belongs to the Kiwis as they pick up their 5th win of this regatta. Well, with the size of that victory, Kenny, you might say they made it look easy, but as we listened in, those guys absolutely were suffering out on the boat.
Well, you saw Dean Barker do 2 things that were telling. Kind of a sigh of relief right before the finish, and then shook his head after the finish. He's thinking, I got to get off the starting line.
Hard to know that.
And as they cross the line, the deficit will be 47 seconds behind the Kiwis, and the Americans unable to capitalize on the lead after mark number 2. So they make the tactician change, but it does not yield the results that Russell Coutts and Jimmy Spithill were looking for. It's now time, as you put it out, Kenny, for a quick regroup.
Little tap on the shoulder from Jimmy Spithill to Ben Ainslie at the end. Nice job. I'm not sure, and Gary, help me out here. I'm not sure there was anything Ben Ainslie could really do much better on that, except for maybe stick a couple big engines on the back of Oracle.
Yeah, I think the only tactic you could have used there was almost to do a double tack, so you're trailing with him just to keep it close for the downwind leg. That's the one tactic you could have done.
So Dean Barker and Emirates Team New Zealand make the traditional flyby, and you can see just how light the wind is as they are just coasting by for the fans to get plenty of photos here who have made their way to AC Park. Normally the wind builds in the second race. Maybe that will help Oracle Team USA, but so far the Kiwis have shown they can sail in light or heavy wind. We now go on board with Emirates Team New Zealand, their tactician Ray Davies. Ray, congratulations. You didn't get the start, you didn't get the second leg, but in the end all that counts is you get the win.
Yeah, that's right. No, we a little out on our time on distance there and sort of just gave it to the Oracle boys in the pre-start. You know, we just have to work on that. And yeah, downwind they sailed well. Didn't really give us an option, but we got a split at the bottom, which is pretty important. And then we just started chipping away from there. Obviously the boys on board are just really attacking the boat well, and there's a lot of tacks, a lot of hard work up that beat. It was a pretty steady breeze. There wasn't much difference side to side, and at times we made little gains with pressure, but we just kept gaining in all the tacks. Yeah, it was a good race.
Hey, Ray, take us about halfway down that run and you're behind. Are you already looking for a way to get a split at that gate? Give us just an idea of your mindset as you're coming downwind and actually behind the other guy.
Yeah, definitely wanting to get a split for sure, because the gates are pretty square and the bottom part of that cone's pretty even, so the real gain is until a little bit further up. So you want to have a split, and we felt there's a little bit better pressure offshore, so we're happy to mix it up with the jibes. And the moment they didn't match our jibe, we knew we were going to be able to get a split at the bottom, and just had to try and keep it as close as we could. And each time the boat to the north or up towards Alcatraz was gaining each time, and we were able to make the last tack into Alcatraz, which gave us a little advantage from there on. And that small advantage, you can put the squeeze on and make it pretty tough for the guys behind.
Hey, Ray, I'm just wondering on the start, are you being conservative because you're worried about a collision or having a problem with the other boat on that starting line?
No, we'd rather smash them in the start. No, giving it our all in the start. We're not trying to be conservative. We'd rather be ahead from the beginning. It's a lot easier.
Ray, we appreciate your time. We'll let you get ready for race number 2. Congratulations on the big win.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay. See you later.
Emirates Team New Zealand with now 5 wins, just 4 away from taking the cup back to New Zealand as the boys try to get some nutrition in and try to load up on the energy. Same situation over at Oracle Team USA, as we're able to now speak with their helmsman, Jimmy Spithill. And Jimmy, it's hard to say it, but it's that leg number 3 that seems like the Kiwis have some kind of turbo boost in their boat.
Yeah, they've got some wheels out of the mark. That last gate, you know, we boys did a great job on the start line, and Benny and Tommy had a great run. And they were just able to claw their way back in front of us, unfortunately.
Jimmy, I assume your tactician did okay that race. Any comments about Ben's job?
Yeah, Ben did a great job. I mean, both he and Tom had great communication. You know, they were just able to really to get ahead of us there. So look, that's racing. We've just got to regroup and get prepared for the next one.
Well, you certainly seem to be going pretty fast downwind. Is there any way to maximize that to get further ahead down at that second mark?
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot. I thought the boys sailed actually a really nice run. You know, they took a couple of shifts or a couple of tough decisions, but I thought we handled that well. And look, we're just going to go out there with our heads clear. We can't change the last race. What we can do is go out there and try and get another win. So that's what we'll be focusing on now.
Jimmy, thanks for your time. Best of luck to you and the boys.
Thanks, guys.
So there is the scene in San Francisco as we get ready for race number 7, day number 4, with the Kiwis just 4 wins away from claiming the cup. Conditions look fantastic. Wind is picking up, peaking at 17.2 knots, but holding steady at about 16.5 knots. Jimmy Spithill, Sir Ben Ainsley, and Tom Slingsby trying to work their magic and get the Americans a win. The Golden Gate Bridge, one of the most iconic shots in all of San Francisco, but right now everyone is focused on the water. Can the defenders of the cup get a victory and push the Kiwis, especially on leg number 3? That is the key. The Americans do have poor entry, so they will have a 10-second advantage getting into the start box. And the question will be, do they play the same tactic this time, knowing that Dean Barker's probably not going to fall for the block on the hook?
Well, it's all about that timing. Jimmy Spithill did it beautifully in that last start. He went back in a position and at a time that really took options away from Dean Barker. Let's see if he can do it again.
Maybe better out of here.
Just kill a lap now.
Yeah.
I think about 12, mate.
Yeah, 12 will be a good number.
Here we go.
No need to push it. Bit early, maybe.
Strong flood current. The boats are going to want to work on the windward end. That will be advantageous at the start.
So Spithill just a little bit late getting in, does not fully utilize that 10 seconds, but the Kiwis late as well.
It seems so obvious, Todd, but it's really difficult to nail these things exactly at the buoy, exactly at the time you wouldn't want to be there.
Okay, you on the line here?
90 seconds away from the start as we check in on the water with Gary Jobson.
Todd, I like the fact that New Zealand's giving a little bit more separation this time around. That should help them out.
Hey, hold. He's tracking underneath. Yeah. We are 2 overlaid on, Jimmy.
15 to kill for the line.
Only 15 to kill for the line, according to Ray Davies on Team New Zealand. Interesting that you can see where sometimes the tactician's comments or Ben Ainsley's comments are very different from what Kostecki is in this pre-start.
I like New Zealand's position. Being to windward is going to be very helpful on his first leg.
So coming up on 35 seconds, Kenny, and this time the Americans are much deeper, lower in the box. Have they given up a prime position to the Kiwis?
Well, I think that it's time and distance now. This will be a reasonably even start. There's really no way that they can hook, I don't believe, from this position. This is going to be an even start. Something that Oracle has shown that they have boat speed on this first leg. They can make it stick.
And with 10 seconds to go, both of them point towards the line here for race number 7, day number 4 of the America's Cup.
Perfect start for Emirates Team New Zealand, exactly on the gun.
So the Kiwis get the better start, but not by much, and the disturbed air heads the way of Team USA.
Boat speed contest right now. Can the Kiwis get over the top of Oracle and give them wing wash like in race 1? And it looks like they've done it.
So it's Team New Zealand, the first to mark number 1. They have the advantage. What will the Americans do to try to counter the speed of Emirates Team New Zealand?
Get pressure down here.
36 on the turn.
No wing, guys.
Okay. Let's set up here.
Stand by, guys.
Stand by. Whatever you like, Jimmy.
Right, Tommy.
No! Yes!
He's poured down, he's gone. 20.
And the Americans, seeing that Dean Barker was setting up for that early jibe, they decided to go first. Ken, was it a smart move?
Well, he has to go. This is okay, creating a little split right now. You actually want to get out of the other boat's way if you think you're faster. They had a really good jibe on Oracle there. And so let's see if they can set themselves up into position to get down over the top of Team New Zealand.
Guys, get nose in.
Sort of smooth, you think, Tommy?
35.
No, just build. Kick off.
I've been keeping it normal, man.
Yeah, maybe 34 should be okay.
Get pressure coming back on you now.
Just fantastic boat speed contest right now. Let's just hope the Batmobile here that Oracle Team USA is a little quicker on this run. That's what they're thinking. All their supporters are thinking right now. I can tell you that.
Traveling at about 36 knots. That's roughly 41.4 miles per hour.
35 seconds.
I think we'll cross, but we should be set up to match.
He's all yours, Dino.
Let's go back and look at the start one more time, and this time Dean Barker, Ray Davies hit it almost perfectly at the line.
Yeah, but Jimmy Spithill, he was looking over his shoulder, and he actually watched Team New Zealand pull the trigger before him. I'm very surprised he didn't turn down a hair earlier. A lot of times as a helmsman, you kind of match the other guy. He hesitated a little bit here at the last second before he pulled the trigger, and that was all the distance Dean Barker needed off the starting line.
Taking a look on virtual eye, here was the start, what you're talking about, just that little dip.
Good pressure out of it.
First cross of this race, and the Kiwis maintain their lead, and they will send back more of the unwanted gift of wing wash.
Emirates Team New Zealand isn't exactly pulling away, but they're holding. If they can hold into this mark, they'll love their position going up on leg 3.
On the water, Gary Jobson. Gary, what are you seeing from your vantage point on the committee boat?
Well, as you look at the two boats, notice that they have very different shaped forward sails. The jib, very wide and low on the Oracle boat, very tall and narrow on the New Zealand boat. So a different philosophy in that forward sail.
There's the illustration, just exactly what Gary Jobson's talking about. Ken, as a man who does this for a living, who has the right sail?
Well, this completely different concepts is right, but it's really set up by, it's called a self-tacking jib on Emirates Team New Zealand. Many people think one of the reasons they tack so well is because the jib tacks automatically and they can use more guys on the grinding pedestals. Completely different philosophy on Oracle. They have to actually tack it manually every single time, like all of our conventional boats.
Come on, boys.
Go weak, go weak.
Okay, we're going to go to the lay line and do the leg split we can for the left.
Copy.
Sorry about that, John.
Go weak, go weak.
Not the best jibe on Oracle. We saw him splash down a little bit. You heard Slingsby say, sorry for that jibe. Not exactly sure what went wrong, but it wasn't their best.
10 seconds.
5. Stand by. Button. Go more.
There we go.
The yellow line is the lay line, the direct line to the next mark. There you see gate number 2. This is leg 2 of 5, and this is not good news for Oracle Team USA. The Kiwis have the lead, and their strongest leg throughout this regatta has been the one coming up.
Left hand split. Left hand split.
Splitting left.
Go.
Be straight in, boys. Straight in. Go wing, guys. Straight in. Go wing, guys. Go.
The wind picking up to 20 knots, holding steady at 18.7 at gate number 2. It will be Emirates Team New Zealand, the challengers. Which way will they go? They opt off to go to the right and head closer to shore, and it looks like the Americans will follow.
Now let's see if the Americans try one of these foiling tacks that they tried to pull off yesterday. This is a position where it could work. Just roll right into attack.
Stand by.
Stand by, hold it.
Okay, come in.
3, 2, 1. There we go.
So on leg number 3, the Americans are the first attack. Can they work out their problems on leg 3 and turn things around against the Kiwis?
Happy with fast numbers.
25, 4, 5, start.
25 knots.
Well, the distance has actually come down just a little bit, Ken, so they're holding just under 90 meters. The Americans trail the Kiwis. The problem is, though, when they go upwind, they seem to lose so much speed, and again, being dictated by the Kiwis and what they do.
Yeah, if you didn't know better right now, if this is the first race of the series, you'd be thinking, man, we got a boat race right here. But history has told us, history has proven right now that this is where the Kiwis just kick it into gear. Let's see if it happens again.
And the white line's coming down through the screen. You talked about that before. Explain that to the folks at home.
Yeah, a little bit of a cone here. Not as much of a cone situation that the lessening of the current right in behind Alcatraz Island. It's not quite as big a deal today as we've seen in the past, but it was slightly noticeable there before we went down to this low shot.
So negative hitting him all the way to boundary.
The setup here is not great for Oracle, though. They're going to have to tack at the boundary. We're going to see Emirates Team New Zealand tack right on top of them as they try to clear out.
So those blue triangles, that is current. The bigger triangles being stronger current. And there's what you're talking about, Ken Reed, the cone. less current behind Alcatraz Island, which means less resistance going upwind, and it looks like the Kiwis are going to hold on to this for as long as they can.
Well, it's like they're sailing on a conveyor belt. You know, that's essentially what current is. They're sailing on a conveyor belt. You want to sail on a conveyor belt that's going a little bit slower than the other guy.
Man on the water, Gary Jobson. How's the current for you?
Well, the current's increasing. It's strong. And I like the New Zealand move. Stay right, stay out of the current, and just keep pushing the Americans back out into the middle of the bay. They'll continue to gain doing this.
Alcatraz Island there on the right side of your screen, a place that no one wants to go except for sailors as they are looking for current relief. And it is the Kiwis on leg 3 of 5, race 7, day 4. New Zealand leads America 5 wins to 1. Kiwis just need 4 more victories and they will take away the America's Cup.
You can see on these tacks, Todd, they've actually improved their tacks. They are getting that same look that Emirates Team New Zealand does. That weather hull pops right out of the water coming out of the tack. But like Gary reported earlier, they have so much less volume in the hull that's actually still in the water. It kind of digs in, a little submarining as it comes out onto the new tack.
Tack if nothing changes. Yeah. Pushing hard.
Man on the wheel, number 14, that is Dean Barker, 40 years of age. Just to his left is number 10, that is Ray Davies. And Ray Davies constantly looking back at where his opponent is and constantly looking on the water to look for pressure and better current.
No, he's not tacking, he is not tacking. He goes straight. 20. Boundary tack anyway, yep.
So Ray Davies, number 10, he's the tactician for the Kiwis. And on the right hand, the far right of your screen, that is Ben Ainsley, normally a helmsman. He is now the tactician working in concert with Tom Slingsby.
You saw Ray Davies actually jump into the wing trim position. They started to think about tacking and then they stopped. And then they were going again and they stopped. Obviously that's his position when they tack, and he had to probably sit there trimming the wing a little longer than desired.
And once again, if you're a fan of Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the Cup, the kryptonite has been exposed yet again. Leg 3, they were trailing by 80 meters. They now trail by 210 meters.
Just simply more of the same. Better boat upwind. Emirates Team New Zealand.
And for the folks watching at home, is this a case of the Kiwis have a better boat or they're better sailors on the water on the upwind leg?
Well, sailors help create better boats. Let's put it that way. I mean, it's a team effort, and why a boat is fast or slow. Obviously, at this stage, you look at them and you say they didn't do something wrong, do something right, sorry, in their preparation, anticipating a situation like this and this incredible dominance upwind by Emirates Team New Zealand.
Part of the world out here. Big tack, we just roll with them now, right? Yeah. Otherwise, we take it down.
Otherwise, we just keep going, yep.
Yeah, exactly. Keep it simple. That's it going here all the time, boys. Going really well.
You know, two things that are very interesting, Todd, is how relaxed Ray Davies is right now. Speaking from experience, when you're this fast, it's really fun being a tactician. Just really relaxed tone to his voice. Yeah, we can tack when you want. Yeah, whatever, go for it. Whereas there's going to be a little more tension back on Oracle right now.
Meanwhile, the Iceman, the man with number 14, the skipper and helmsman, Dean Barker, really does not change expressions whether he's winning or losing. So attack comes from Oracle Team USA. There you see those beautiful big wings on both of these boats. And fortunately for Emirates Team New Zealand, they are just a little bit faster, much to the dismay of the Americans. For more on the wings, we check in with Gary Jobson. Jobbo?
Well, if you look down on New Zealand or Oracle here, notice the platform under the wing. It's very narrow, and that platform underneath is very important. It creates an end plate, and you can actually get extra power, increasing the sail area. But notice how narrow that is, and when we get a chance to look at the New Zealand boat, it's much wider. I think the Kiwis have done a better job configuring their platform to get an end plate effect, which gives you more speed.
You are watching race number 7 of the 34th America's Cup. The Kiwis lead the day and lead the overall. Can the Americans come back and make a race of it?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree all the way in here.
And there is the distance between your leaders, Emirates Team New Zealand and Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the America's Cup. And this is going quickly as to script. Once again, leg 3 going back upwind. The Kiwis just seem to have extra speed.
Nice lefty here on you now. Yeah, happy with 24s and that's left-hander.
Say no normal targets, 25.
Is that okay? There's tags out there.
Emirates Team New Zealand with a 5-1 lead on the Americans in wins, and they need 4 more victories, and they will take away the America's Cup back to the great nation of New Zealand. And they look very good here in race number 7, Kenny. Todd Harris, Gary Jobson, Ken Reed here in San Francisco, and the story is played out yet again. It is leg number 3 that has been the Achilles heel of the Americans.
He won't lay from there. Oh! Got another 30 seconds.
New Zealand literally flying upwind, almost foiling here as the breeze has picked up to 18 nautical miles per hour. You can see the leeward hull on the left just about lifting up. This boat is really going fast.
Nearly 30 the other way. Having 20 right.
This is all part of a playbook for Emirates Team New Zealand. At this stage, they're going to try to just minimize maneuvers and make sure they keep Oracle pinned to the short side of the racetrack, which is the left side, over towards the city front.
Easy lay line here.
Just so smooth on these tacks. They really make it look easy. They're going to go up to what they're calling the left-hand side lay line. The boundary shouldn't come into play before they get there. One more tack in, and it's going to be tough to catch these guys, Todd.
If you've been watching our broadcast, and how could you not be, this is almost like Groundhog Day, though, because every day, leg number 3, whether the Americans have the lead at Mark II or not, this is what seemingly always plays out on leg 3. The Kiwis find an extra gear, make one less tack, and they're gone.
Just looked to me like Dean Barker got tired of getting beat on that start, you know, and all of a sudden you give these guys a lead, and if there's one thing they've proven since the beginning of the Louis Vuitton series is they don't give up leads ever.
Nice gains up here. Hey, right gate. 45 to boundary after the mark.
Beautiful shot of the Golden Gate Bridge, and there is 56-year-old Grant Dalton. He's known as Daltz. He's the general manager of Emirates Team New Zealand. And Gary, not many guys would go out and shop for a 56-year-old grinder, but he certainly has paid dividends.
Well, and as important as grinding, the fact is he's a spiritual guru of the boat, big brother. Anybody gets a little nervous, Grant Dalton's the guy that fixes it. I talked to him yesterday, and I said, I hope you're going to stay on for all the rest of the races because I know you like to take the second race off. And he said, well, until you told me that, I was going to take a race off. But it's so important for him to be there. The only race they've lost and was when he was not on the boat.
Traveling at 22 knots, 25.3 miles an hour. And once again, it's the Kiwis, the first to gate number 3, and the lead has ballooned to over 400 meters as the Americans at this shot are nowhere in sight.
He's sitting on the tag, no problem.
So as Dean Barker and Emirates Team New Zealand speed away, the Americans can only look, and they still have 200 meters before they get to the gate, and that clock will continue to run, meaning they will continue to be in the rear view mirror of Emirates Team New Zealand.
A little in the bank.
At gate number 3, the Americans finally make it into the 3-boat length circle. And now the good news is, Ken, they can choose wherever they want to go. The bad news is they trail Emirates Team New Zealand for the second time today in excess of 50 seconds.
Really not much you can do at this stage. This is a tough spot. Being in a slower boat upwind is just never fun, and especially in such a world stage like this.
You talk about the money spent, the time spent, the technology involved, and the Americans just seem to have no answer for Emirates Team New Zealand and the speed they exhibit, especially on leg 3 of this 5-leg race.
Really good on that bow, yeah. Lower sailing than him, big gains.
Back in San Francisco for our friends watching in the Southern Hemisphere, this is great news. Emirates Team New Zealand is ahead of the Americans by more than 1,000 meters, and they are traveling at more than 35 knots. Fresh off a victory in the first race today, Dean Barker, Ray Davies and company are plowing ahead, looking to pick up their 6th victory, which would leave them just 3 short of winning this year's America's Cup.
We've talked in the past about perfect races and whether you can actually even sail a perfect race. They're going to look at this one right from the starting gun and say, man, there wasn't much we could have done much better if you're a Kiwi at this stage.
A rare moment for these guys to catch their wind as they have an enormous lead on Oracle Team USA. So it's play it safe mode now for Dean Barker and Ray Davies. And wow, you got to talk about the course and how it's been so favorable for New Zealand, Gary. Would you say it's skewed?
Well, right now it's almost a direct course going downwind, which helps New Zealand out, taking away the passing lanes. But one of the things, we're right behind New Zealand, is how much they change course depending on the wind. They get a little gust of wind, more pressure, they bear away. A little lighter spot, they come up, altering course 20 to 30 degrees at times.
And there you see it on virtual eye, Kenny. We're looking at the wind blowing in as well as the current Alcatraz Island, and talking to what Gary was mentioning there about the course.
Yeah, there's certainly been a little more southerly breeze which comes off the land, off the shoreline of San Francisco, and creates more of a one-sided racetrack. Yeah, starboard tack downwind is considerably longer than port tack, and when you take away these passing lanes downwind for the boat behind, that's never a good thing.
So basically what you're looking at is a drag race between New Zealand and America, and without having to make any jives or any turns going downwind, that man, Ray Davies, can plot a course almost directly to mark number 4, and it's a straight shot.
Straight shot is a tactician's best friend. You know, Todd, we were talking about Grant Dalton earlier. The first cup that these guys won in 1995, Peter Blake was the CEO, the famous Peter Blake. He didn't do one race. He was on board just like Grant Dalton. He didn't do one race in that whole series, and they lost that race. Grant Dalton, CEO this time around, doesn't do one race. That's the only one they lose. I don't think there's a chance Grant Dalton gets off this boat again.
You know, Ken, when I was over the compound yesterday, when you walk in the front entrance at Emirates Team New Zealand, there's a picture of Peter Blake, a reminder of what a great man he was to all members of the team every time they walk through that door.
Peter Blake, a winner of round the world races, a winner of the America's Cup, one of the great New Zealand sportsmen of all time, really.
Still work to be done for Emirates Team New Zealand and that man, Dean Barker, but they are inching closer to taking the cup back to New Zealand. And at this point, you'd have to say, well, clearly they're the faster boat out there. They're better on downwind, they're better on upwind. They've kind of got the starts, a 50-50 proposition, but when you're this fast, Kenny, they can split the starts with Oracle Team USA.
You know, the one thing I think the Oracle program never thought of is this boat-on-boat, hand-to-hand combat, what that would be like trying to tack this boat. Gary brought up a great point this morning. It's the amount of volume in the hulls, and that clearly has allowed the Kiwis to tack better. And it could just be the fatal flaw of the design team.
Emirates Team New Zealand immediately goes to foils as the Americans have yet to make it to mark number 4. They have closed the gap, but they are still trailing by more than 800 meters. On the final leg of the last race of the day, Emirates Team New Zealand sailing clear in 39 knots, or about 44, 45 miles an hour.
Wow. This is a huge win. This is devastating for the Americans, and for the Kiwis, just more of the same.
Ken, it makes me wonder, do you go back to John Kostecki for Saturday's race, or do you stay with Ben Ainsley?
I'm not sure the tactician had much to do with this one, Gary.
So after 4 days of racing, it is an absolute Kiwi whitewash. They lead at 6-1 as they pick up their second win on the day.
Emirates Team New Zealand Race Committee, can you please stand back to the door when you get the chance so you do your TV interviews clear?
Dean Barker and company, congratulations on a masterful job. This time they did get the start, never trailed for all 5 legs, and their lead ballooning up to over 1,000 meters.
Even though they won the first race of today, Todd, you saw kind of a disgusted look. These guys are perfectionists, and Dean Barker did not want, that was a kind of a humiliating start in the first race today. He sure made up for it in the second race.
Do our flyby now so we can keep going. Just do our flyby now so we can keep going.
Jimmy Spithill talking about the flyby. They'll go by and wave to the crowd, but the Americans will finish in second place for the second time today, more than a minute behind Emirates Team New Zealand. So a change in tactician yields no better results for Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the America's Cup. Once again, the Kiwis own the day.
What really stands out here in San Francisco is how many Kiwi fans there are around. I think they're flocking in. Every jet airliner leaving Auckland Airport right now is heading for San Francisco Bay at this stage.
Well, there's only 4 million residents of that island nation, but I think more than half of them have made their way to San Francisco.
For all good reason. This is great sport. It's huge sport, obviously, in New Zealand, and good for them.
Well, as the saying goes, speed kills, and that's exactly what's happening in the 34th America's Cup. The Kiwis have the speed.
Talking to the designers before this event started, the edge, kind of the thinking on both teams was possibly the upwind edge was to Oracle and the downwind edge is to Team New Zealand. It shows how quickly things change when you have a development class like the AC-72s.
And the body language says it all for Oracle Team USA as they try to figure out what went wrong and how they can get it right. Meanwhile, for Emirates Team New Zealand, it's another day at the office as Dean Barker gets rehydrated for his big interview here. Dean, that's about the most work you've done today. You boys look awfully sharp, and this time you nail the start.
Yeah, I was, the first one was just a shocker, you know, just, I was half asleep all the way through that whole start, and, you know, we paid for it, and, you know, full credit to the guys for just digging it in. You know, it was never a sort of a lay down and let it go away in the first one, and we just stuck with it, stayed close, and took our chances upwind. Yeah, that one I was sort of a little bit more conscious of making sure I'd let the guys down, and it all worked out pretty much how we hoped. So yeah, very happy with the day.
Hey Dean, obviously you guys are dominant upwind. It's becoming clearer by the race. Is there something that you can pinpoint? Like, is there something that you guys have done that just all of a sudden clicked and you knew that, hey, we got an extra gear?
Oh, it could be these pie warmers on the back. I think they're obviously doing something.
Well, Dean, you know, you're going pretty darn fast upwind, as Kenny just alluded to. But downwind, Oracle at times seems to have a little edge on you. What can you do between now and the next race to improve that downwind speed?
Well, you know, you can't be good everywhere, and it's a trade-off. And you know, you'd have to say that Oracle, you know, they look stable and pretty fast. You know, obviously reaching and downwind, and you know, we sort of feel we can hang in there enough. But you know, you've got to pay a price somewhere, and maybe you know, the price is upwind for those guys. So. You know, we could try and improve our downwind, but we're pretty happy with our all-round package. So it's just racing the boat well, and then if we can be in touch, then we can certainly race them upwind.
Dean, thanks for your time. We'll let you restock the pie warmers. We'll see you on Saturday.
We will. Yeah, thanks, guys.
You are looking at the Challenger, Emirates Team New Zealand. A lot of people have asked, what are those things on the back? Dean Barker jokingly refers to them as the pie warmers. Now, I've yet to see a Twinkie back there being heated up, but they do something a little more technical than that.
Well, affectionately referred to as pie warmers, that's for sure. These are actually asymmetric foils that clean up what's called a wing vortex from the lower wing, where it meets the end plate on the deck. All right. Now, how about for us real people? What does this really mean? It just means it makes the bottom of the wing actually work better. There's lots of accelerated wind that comes off the bottom of the wing that they're trying to capture. And these asymmetric boxes are actually doing that. They're just cleaning up turbulent breeze off the back of the wing and making the wings more efficient.
There is the view from the back of Emirates Team New Zealand, looking back at Oracle Team USA as we go on board. Award-winning coverage throughout the day in both picture and sound. We'll also have animation courtesy of Virtual Eye and, of course, Liveline, bringing you all the lines on the course and showing you exactly where they are here in the San Francisco Bay. So that's the look on board Emirates Team New Zealand. Here are your defenders of the Cup, Oracle Team USA. We've got them covered as well.
At 25 from it. Hey, your fucking passport.
And before we get to the start, let's check in with Gary Jobson down on the water.
Todd, with this wind building like this, both boats have their smallest jib, the forward sail up. So they anticipate it's going to be a very tough race with those small sails. They hope that helps keep the boat under control.
Take a little wing up, guys. 15. That's the speed.
So the port entry comes to New Zealand, which means they get to enter the start box first. A 10-second start. Not really an advantage in the race, but it allows them to decide where they're going to go in positioning. And Ken, we've seen this before. They're late getting there by about 5 seconds.
It's just so hard to judge. It's very easy for us to sit here in the comfort of our chairs and say, wow, they're late. But to go from non-foiling to foiling and to nail it to the split second is not an easy thing to do. Remember, the reason that 10-second jump is allowed is just to avoid really, really potentially dangerous closing speeds between the boats.
We saw this the other day on Thursday. Actually, the two boats playing chicken, and the Americans had to give way, and that's something the organizers do not want to see.
So this is a different tactic. Oracle has waited a long, long time before they've actually jibe to go back towards Emirates Team New Zealand. A huge gap between the boats right now. This is a very different strategy from Oracle.
Interesting strategy playing out on the water. Gary Jobson, do you like what you're seeing, and why do you think Jimmy Spithill's going this route?
Well, I like the way the boats are staying apart, but the game here is to be at the leeward end of the line. That's at the bottom of the screen because that current's sweeping out. You want to be closer to that end.
Less than a minute to go before we release the hounds, and you want to hit that line at perfect zeros we've seen in the past races. You want to be at the top of the screen and angling down, but today with the current and the way the tide is ebbing, where would you like to be, Ken, at the line?
Well, for sure, the top of the line always will give you a better angle. Let's see where these guys decide to start.
He's still early. Go speed, go speed, go speed.
Jimmy Spithill coming in for a potential last-minute hook. Aggressive move this late in the game.
And race 8 is underway in San Francisco.
Gary, Jimmy Spithill tried to simply do too much, tried to get too cute in that start, just allowed Dean Barker to sit there, block, and hold him off.
Kenny, the patience by Barker really paid off. Too much aggression, bad move by Spithill.
And the consequences, disturbed air off the wing of Emirates Team New Zealand. So the Kiwis will hit mark #1 first with a sizable lead. Now the question is, can the Americans reel them in on the downwind leg?
I think you just really saw the pressure on Jimmy Spithill just to simply try to do something. Take it as an individual and just try to make something happen. Clearly didn't work.
Speed's almost identical, and it's going to be the Americans that decide to peel off first.
Not only they peel off, but they actually make a poor jibe and slow down quite a bit.
It's just amazing how used to the fact that we've watched, we're just used to the fact that boats going down the bay at 38 knots. Just incredible to watch.
38 knots, 43.7 miles an hour. Kiwis have the lead, and it's growing to nearly 100 meters. Remember, their lead at mark #1 was 3 seconds over the Americans.
The wind speed out here right now, Todd, is 4 knots under the limit. It's going to be no problem getting this race in.
Okay. Let's stand by the drive here, guys. Whenever you're ready, Jimmy.
Jimmy Spithill at the wheel. Ben Ainsley just off to his right.
Go bottom, go forward.
Boy, these boats are kind of glued to each other, though. There's really not much in it between the two boats right now. Very even.
That's a much better jibe than the one they first pulled off.
Yeah, bottom out at about 30 knots. That's typically a good jibe for these guys at this stage.
So the Americans have actually closed the gap now down to 70 meters. Sweet checking on the water, very rough water indeed, and Gary Jobson.
Well, I'll tell you, I like the way Oracle Team USA is going through that water. It is choppy down where the boats are, a little bit from us right now. They're going well. USA, strong.
And remember, Jimmy Spittle and made the changes, Kenny, taking out the spine or the bowsprit. Wise call?
Well, they took off the forward end of the bowsprit, which is only there to put up a code 0 or a larger sail on board the boat in lighter breeze. Obviously, they're not expecting lighter breeze today. They're getting rid of every bit of weight and windage they possibly can. There's that stubby little spine right there. What it also does, though, Todd, is it brings the wind instruments. Those are the only wind instruments. That little vane brings them back closer to the boat, which puts them in slightly more disturbed air, so they may get worse wind readings while sailing in this configuration.
Right gate regardless for us, guys.
Right out of the textbook, stay between your opponent and a mark. New Zealand doing exactly what you should do tactically.
And New Zealand still gaining slightly on all these jibes. Just a little bit, not much, but a little bit every jibe.
This is race number 8, day 5 of the 34th America's Cup. The Kiwis have the lead 6 wins to 1. 3 more victories by New Zealand, and they will take away the America's Cup.
Oracle jibing early here. Team New Zealand jibing for the ley line. They're going to try to do one less maneuver. Oracle might be setting up for a split down here and one more jibe. A tough maneuver so late in the run.
Well, if you're Oracle, you definitely want to do the other gate, Ken.
At mark number 2, it's New Zealand out in front. They had a 3-second lead at mark number 1, and that lead has more than doubled now as the Americans do in fact split the course with the Kiwis, and now the all-telling leg number 3 and upwind.
Pretty soft here, about a 22 knot target. They tack. Good pressure, get ahead of it. Yeah, dig into this pressure, Jimmy.
Here you see there's not a lot in it right now with current. There's pretty reasonable current, that outgoing current from side to side. So there's not a whole lot in it. Today, you'll notice we haven't mentioned the dreaded cone behind Alcatraz Island. There's no such thing.
And you see the Americans, as they came out of that last maneuver, they were touching speeds right around 24, 25 knots, which is roughly 27 or 28 miles an hour, 3 or 4 knots faster than the Kiwis.
2, 1, here we go.
Americans have gotten much better at tacking. You notice that weather hull, the hull that's on the high side of the boat, the right-hand side of the boat, has popped out of the water right in the middle of the tack. That's just reducing drag. Clearly, they've learned something from Team New Zealand during the week.
First cross of the match, the Kiwis are clear and away, but it's gotten a little bit closer. Remember, the lead was up to 114 meters. It has now been dropped down to 75 meters.
Not a bad sign for the Americans at this stage. They kept it close on the first set of tacks.
Keep it going. Probably want to see 24, 25.
I'll press.
Keep going straight. You go through? Nothing here. Pretty good. Go through.
Gives you an idea of just how physical these AC-72s are. Team New Zealand with the lead, and the Americans are coming fast.
Gary, the Americans did a nice job creating that split, and all of a sudden they get out of phase going upwind automatically. Really good job being aggressive on that run and getting the split at the gate.
Yeah, Ken, one other thing. The wind is actually coming off the shore when they get close to the San Francisco city front, and they could get a good port lift, making them sail a direct course to the wind remark. So the USA has a real chance to gain right here. And there's the wind shift. They take it right there.
Nice, Tommy.
A lot of chatter on board this boat today. You know, kind of a, you get a feel. Well, first of all, there's more chatter when it's windy because it's just a little more hyped on board the boat. But these guys are into it. They have not gotten demoralized. They are still fully engaged.
And the good news for the American fans, the lead is now down to 53 meters as we see another cross in the middle of the course here on leg number 3.
I tell you, these guys are going to be right alongside by the time the Kiwis come out of this tack. This has been a really good comeback by Americans on their Achilles heel leg.
Not so early till you get boundary protection. Good breeze out here. Oh!
Keep talking about it, that one.
Yeah. I think about another 20 seconds from here, Dino.
So Oracle Team USA performs another tack and they split away from the Kiwis. The question is, can the Americans mount a comeback here on leg 3 in San Francisco? Gary, this is something we have not seen for this entire regatta. The Americans making a charge on leg number 3. This is normally when Dean Barker and the Kiwis distance themselves.
Well, I really like the fact they use the opposite gate. They're out of phase. And this left side of the course where the USA is, the wind's just a little bit more favorable in direction, and the Americans are taking advantage of it. Ben Ainsley, the tactician, is doing a really nice job here.
Have a look at him.
He's across, right?
And the anticipated cross does not come about as Dean Barker decides it's a good time to attack. But look at the speed of the Americans. And at this point, the Americans have overtaken the Kiwis.
Well, just by a tad, the Kiwis put themselves in the right position there. It's called a lee bow attack, and you have to be way ahead to actually pull that off. But the fact remains, the Americans, not only aren't they losing on this leg, they're slowly ticking away at the Kiwis, something we absolutely have not seen this entire series on an upwind leg.
Kind of curious thing to me here is New Zealand knew the Americans are gaining on the left side of the course. Why not switch sides and get over to the south side on the San Francisco waterfront?
Well, here they come. Easier said than done sometimes in these catamarans, but they came back quick this time. I just think the Americans are staying in the middle of the race course, not getting themselves pinned to that left-hand edge like they have in the past. This is a huge moment in this race. This next cross is a big cross.
No, the other thing, Kenny, is that Oracle Team USA is actually sailing through the water faster relative to Emirates Team New Zealand. That's the first time we've seen that on a windward leg.
We could see another hunting move here right now. Starboard tacker could be hunting, but right now Oracle looks like they popped off their foils there at the last second. Goodness, that was a break they did not have to have.
So it's all about the tacks, and that has been really the Achilles heel of Oracle Team USA, unable to perform it quickly going upwind.
God, they were making gain after gain. Here's a lee bow. It gives them an opportunity. They're getting closer and closer and closer until one small, tiny mistake. It really shows that it's just the tiniest little thing that's going to make or break this race. Doing the right thing here. They tack away. Don't put yourself in a bad spot to get slow. As soon as somebody lee bows you, you tack away.
Well, Ray Davies certainly figured out that the left side of the course was doing well for the USA and now has that advantage. But the great thing here is that when you start catching up like Oracle, your crew gets more excited and it makes the New Zealand crew a little nervous. Maybe things aren't as good as they thought they were.
One thing is certain, we have not seen this on leg number 3, an extremely close race. The Kiwis right now going through the water very quickly, but only about 20 meters ahead of the Americans as they get set up to hit the next mark. It'll be mark number 3. And remember, this is just a 5-leg race, so 1.5 more legs, and this race will be over.
Oracle will now have the starboard tack advantage. Again, they're tacking better, and it just looks like they're going quicker through the water all the time. Their changes have made a difference here, Todd. Bottom line.
Going pretty well down there. Keep in mind, on the run, the boats are so even in speed. If Oracle gets ahead at the mark, they could easily hold them off and take the race.
You heard Ray Davies there, Gary, say he's going pretty well down there. I haven't heard that phrase come out of Ray Davies the entire event.
As they come together, Oracle USA has the right of way here on starboard. New Zealand almost capsized.
Oh,
my gosh. They're going New Zealand had the right of way there.
Goodness. I think not only that, but New Zealand's going to get a penalty on them here right now. They almost flipped this thing over. My goodness, that's incredible.
So the protest filed by the Americans, the Kiwis just happy to have their boat back on the water.
That is a rattled Dean Barker there right now. There's no other way about it. That was an incredible turn of events and a penalty on New Zealand. Port starboard against New Zealand in the middle of that near faithful flip over.
Well, it's a boat-on-boat penalty, so New Zealand's already behind. The penalty's already gone away. But Oracle waiting to read.
Well, here it is one more time. Kenny, what went wrong for Dean Barker and his crew?
Their wing didn't pop, so their wing is popped the wrong way. It has not actually gone over to the new side until right there. Their wing did not actually tack. It's just amazing whether that's a hydraulic failure or a human failure. We're not going to know, but watch, they're on port tack right now. The wing is on port tack, and it never actually pops. It stays on port tack through this whole maneuver. Just acts like a wall instead of a wing, and the windage of that wall almost flipped the boat over.
Here it is on board, maybe the most dramatic footage we have so far. Emirates Team New Zealand puts it up on that left side hole, and it just doesn't come back.
Hydro! Keep going, hydro!
Todd, I think you hear hydro. That means that they don't have the pressure in the system that is needed to actually maneuver that wing. If the pressure isn't there, the wing won't pop. It's one of the features of this Team New Zealand wing. They didn't have the hydraulics necessary to control it.
At gate number 3, it's the Americans with their biggest lead of the race, almost 200 meters. Jimmy Spithill and company now head back downwind and then head for home, hopefully holding off the Kiwis and picking up a win.
Boys, I'll tell you what. The speed and agility we've seen with Oracle this leg, there's a lot of airplane tickets being changed for Monday and Tuesday right now in San Francisco.
And a rattled Kiwis crew, despite leading 6-1, have to make this rounding very cautiously, and now they'll try to track down the Americans, who are off and running as they make their way to the finish line. So the chase is on. Dean Barker in unfamiliar waters as he is looking at the back end of Oracle Team USA, speeding away and seemingly making all kinds of great maneuvers. And Kenny, I don't know what's more impressive, the fact that Dean Barker had himself in that position or the fact that he saved the boat from capsizing.
Well, I think you see, Gary, even that weather mark rounding right there by Team New Zealand was pretty loose. I think you're seeing a rattled team right now. Todd, these guys got issues. They're completely off their foils in the middle of a jibe. These are just mistakes we have not seen from Emirates Team New Zealand.
Going backwards. Go backwards.
And the lead continues to grow for the defenders of the America's Cup. Team USA 700 meters out in front of the Kiwis on leg 4 of 5. They trail 6-1, and Dean Barker right now is dealing with a very rattled crew in a very unfamiliar position Here it is one more time, the moment where they almost put it over.
Well, it was tough Lee Bow. They were close anyway, even in a perfect world. But the hydraulics did not work for some reason, and the wing didn't pop. And when the wing doesn't pop, it goes from an airfoil to a wall, to a break, and it just almost flipped the boat over right in front of our very eyes.
So Oracle Team USA out in front, making fantastic maneuvers. They've made a few small adjustments to the boat, and right now, Jimmy Spithill is gaining confidence by every meter sailed.
Gary, what a momentum change. This is absolutely incredible.
You know, Kenny, I'm just wondering, with New Zealand getting nervous, suddenly Oracle's going fast, closer in every tack. That crew was a little bit rattled. I don't think it was a mechanical error. I think it was a human mistake that happened right there.
And the big question now is, if you're Team New Zealand and you lead 6-2, do you play your provisional card and maybe postpone the second race and say, guys, we just need to take a break? Because the Americans have already played theirs. They are out of cards, but the Kiwis still hold one.
That's a very good question, Todd. I don't think it's in the Kiwi mentality to ever take a break. They're going to want to go back at him. You see a little smile from Dean Barker there right now. I don't think they're going to ever stop because of sailing. They might stop if they have something broken.
Well, the wind right now, Todd, is about 16 knots. It's actually gone down 3 or 4 knots. So they're not going to be able to use the wind to take a break. If there's a mechanical problem, New Zealand does not want to sail the next race. They'll pull the card. No mechanical problem. I agree with Ken. They'll be out here for race 2.
Okay, 30 seconds to a drive. 37 targets. Start the time. Go, boy. Okay, 15 seconds.
What a huge shift in momentum. Just to bring you up to speed, the Kiwis have 6 wins, 6 points. The Americans just have 1 win, but no points, and that is because they were docked 2 points. So in effect, it's 6 to -1. Now, if the Americans could win 2 races today, Ken, it would make it 6-1 on points, and that would change the dynamic of this thing completely.
Well, I think what we see, the biggest point is you're on Oracle right now. You have hope for the first time in many days. The speed that they showed in their tacking ability upwind, quite simply, is something we just haven't seen before.
Nice and calm down here, boys.
Right, Dono. Pressure is.
Aerial view of Oracle Team USA as they continue to speed through the water. New Zealand clocked in with their fastest time, which was 47 knots or 54 miles an hour. And the Americans looking very fast as well, 44.6 knots, which is right around 50 miles an hour as well. All right, Gary, the big question is, are the Kiwis fit to race in the second race today, or there are issues, do you believe, on that boat?
I think there are issues, not only with possibly the wind, but they're having trouble with their port dagger board getting it down. And let's not forget, Grant Dalton wasn't on the boat when they lost the first time. He's not on the boat now. Big mistake.
At mark number 4, it's Oracle Team USA with a huge lead. They trailed after mark 1, they trailed after mark 2, but on the third leg, the Americans turned the tide on the Kiwis, and as New Zealand was almost capsized, the Americans now are putting the hammer down.
Todd, for sailors around the world, or at least in the United States, fans of Oracle, fans of the America's Cup, this is an exceptional turn of events. I think a lot of people just want to see a little more sailing.
And this changes the dynamic so greatly if the Americans can keep this momentum in race number 2 as Emirates Team New Zealand hits the mark, and they now make the turn for home, and they are just happy to have the boat sailing right now, because that's about as close as you can get to a capsize as Oracle Team USA approaching 39 knots or 45 miles an hour. Jimmy Spithill and crew will bring it across the line, and Oracle Team USA will win the first race of the day.
Awesome tacks.
All right, Jim.
Todd, you heard Jimmy Spithill right there. Absolutely pinpoint the biggest difference. Awesome tacks.
In the wing that pop it, you got a big cord or something. That's why we don't invert the wing in the tacks.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Great beat, mate.
Yeah, nice.
Sorry about that.
Oh, great.
Just thought he was on my time.
No, it's all right.
Because I had us 50 back.
Hey, that was
just going all right.
great. Changed the mood a bit.
Jimmy Spithill, Ben Ainsley working out their communications. We'll hopefully get a chat with them, but this is something we have not seen as New Zealand suffers their worst defeat in this regatta as they finally come across the line some 52 seconds behind the Americans. The big question now is Emirates Team New Zealand fit to sail in the second race?
Quotes of the day back there, Todd, on board Oracle, where Jimmy's turning around to Ben just saying, sorry about the start. It was a timing issue. He got super aggressive. He just tried to do too much too late. And Ben Ainsley, being a good psychologist slash tactician, hey, it's all right, mate. No problem. We'll be fine.
Rob Kirby on the right side of your screen, get himself some energy drink, some food as the fans continue to pour down to America's Cup Park. And for one time in a long time, the American flags are out and they've got something to cheer about as Oracle Team USA's got to feel pretty good about themselves as they take the next 20 to 25 minutes and head back up towards the start.
These guys have been taking a lot of heat over the last several days, and I think just the sound of the cheers is music to their ears at this stage.
Absolutely beautiful day here in San Francisco. And Mother Nature has been kind with the wind. It's holding right around 19 knots, our wind limit closer to 22 knots. So over the course of the next 20 minutes, we'll keep an eye on that. Gary Jobson will continue to feed us reports on what it's doing, and we can hopefully get another race. And now, Ken, if you're the Americans, you most definitely want to race again because you feel like you found a weakness in the Kiwis.
For the first time, they have hope. I mean, that beat was like nothing we have seen, and it shows the vertical learning curve in these boats. They're still learning so much every single day. We've said it before, but we'll say it again. They get better every day. It's the new technology, new concepts, new theories, smart people in the back room figuring it out.
Well, let's go back and look at the moment of the race, and this is where things all changed for Emirates Team New Zealand. The Americans had the right of way, and the race was really 10 meters apart. And as they came together, Ken, you pointed it out, it was maybe a hydraulic situation, but the wing did not pop. And that wing all of a sudden turned into a great big wall. And with the wind blowing almost 20 knots, this is what happens.
When we listened really closely, we heard hydro, hydro, hydro. And the reason they need hydraulic pressure is to actually make that wing pop. The wing does not just hinge on its own in the middle. It has to have hydraulic pressure in order to move. And you see it slowly but surely moving to its proper new tack. Then compound it with you fall off on port tack. You fouled the other guy at the same time. You see the wing is actually the wrong way there. And it just acts like a brake and pushes the boat over. It's amazing that they actually didn't flip the boat over.
I was going to say, how impressed were you with the save by Dean Barker? Here it is one more time. How would you like to be on that one hole over there that's going to be about 25 feet in the air?
Well, all the guys on the bottom hole are still grinding. They're trying to create the hydraulic pressure. They didn't stop grinding, and that's actually that's the moment that saved Emirates Team New Zealand. They didn't stop trying to find their pressure.
Well, we're grateful to be able to send it down to the water now, and where skipper and helmsman Dean Barker, who did a masterful job of putting on a little bit of a show as we go on board one more time and take a look at that video. It was absolutely amazing. Dean, first of all, how are you, and how is the boat for the second race of the day?
Yeah, we're all good. You know, it was a bit disappointing to let a lead go. The Oracle guys started a good race. They chipped away up the beat. I think they sort of got nicely in phase and just sort of got back into us. And we had that one tack, which was just a routine tack, but we didn't get the hydraulic. And you know, in these things, if the wing doesn't tack and the boat does, it's you're going to end up on your lid. And fortunately, you know, we managed to get the hydraulic working pretty much about as late as you possibly could. Fortunately, the boat came back up and there's no collision with the other guys.
Dean, they're showing a little bit of speed, like speed and agility, maybe in their tacking that we haven't seen this whole series.
Yeah, I think when you're in phase and everything's going well, it's there's opportunities to make gains here, and they've stepped up. They always be going to, and it just means that we've just got to keep improving ourselves. So the guys will bounce back well. We'll have a little bit of a regroup here and be ready to go for the second race.
Dean, do you have any problems with the dagger board or the wing mechanically?
No, none at all. If we had any issues, we'll do a thorough check as we cruise back up here, and if there's any issues, we've obviously got that postponement card, but right now I think we'll be good to go again.
Dean, thanks for your time. We're glad you're all safe. We'll see you for race number 2.
You will. Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Dean Barker, the skipper and helmsman for Emirates Team New Zealand, giving us the moment of the regatta so far as they put it up on a huge angle. And because he's so good at what he does, able to bring it back. But the man that wins the first race, Jimmy Spithill and his crew, Tom Slingsby, Ben Ainslie. Wow, that was one heck of a race. I guess, Jimmy, everyone wants to know, what did you find on leg number 3 that allowed you to turn the table on Emirates Team New Zealand?
Well, the boys just saw the fantastic beat. I mean, we've been putting in a lot of work to try and improve our boat and the tacks and our upwind speed. Our shore team worked all yesterday with the design and engineering team, and I think we've taken a great step forwards.
Jimmy, that was a beat like we haven't seen before, but take us to a moment where you think that another boat is going to not run into you, but fall on top of you. That was pretty dramatic, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually about to duck them and try and hook them, and then I saw them just keep going, and we just quickly got set up for a crash tack, and I mean, man, I thought they were very, very close to going.
Well, it certainly was a nice race, but Dean Barker's won 2 starts now in a row. What are you going to do different this time, Jimmy?
I'm going to win the start, Gary.
All right.
Jimmy, congratulations on the win. We'll let you get regrouped with the boys. We'll see you for race number 2.
Thank you.
It's a really square line at the moment. We've got 1.7 knots of tide here, taking us over. So.
So here's the situation. The tide is going out. The wind is blowing in. Ken, we are set for some great racing. The air is nice and clear, and the sun is out.
That was great conversation with Ben Ainslie and skipper Jimmy Spithill. Really, Ainslie's job here is to provide information to give Jimmy a better idea of where he wants to position the boat on the starting line. That's exactly what he was just doing. Tide and what is going on the race course, which end of the starting line is a little favored toward that first mark.
No, we're good. We're going to start. Just slow up a little here, boys. Again, just slow up, Josh.
So for Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the America's Cup, we go over to the challengers, and that is Emirates Team New Zealand. Dean Barker in his normal position, and there's the rest of the crew, and the pie warmers on the top right of your screen. Very little chatter on board Emirates Team New Zealand, so they are getting about work. Port entry today, the boat coming in on the left side of your screen will be the Americans. They get a 10-second start into the start block. Now, really, it's no start advantage, Kenny, on the actual course. It just gets them into position earlier, and they can determine which way they want to go.
Absolutely. Oracle is thought by the skippers, by these programs, to be in a slightly better spot, to have that 10 seconds jump to get into the box. That allows them to set themselves up, position themselves a little bit better for the final run to the start.
So at 2:10, it's Oracle Team USA making their way into the entry box, or the start box, and the Kiwis will follow behind. So here we go with 1:45 before they hit the start line. We've seen this before from Emirates Team New Zealand. Ken, they went deep into the box. Do you think the Americans do the same thing?
Well, this is a little more traditional. The Kiwis jive back and tried to close that gap between the boats as tight as they possibly can, just to put a little bit more pressure on Oracle and when they actually turn.
He's going straight. He's going straight. He continues. He continues.
That's the voice of Ben Ainslie, just giving skipper Jimmy Spithill a bit of a play-by-play.
And with 1:10 to go, we check in with Gary Jobson down on the water.
Todd, there's going to be a big battle to be at the leeward end of the line. That's at the bottom of the screen. With this ebb current, that's where you want to be on this start.
We need a kill for the line.
And you see that Jimmy Spithill has positioned Oracle right down on that yellow line, on that left-hand lay line, but Emirates Team New Zealand still going for a hook. This is a risky play by New Zealand at this stage, so low in the box, right by that yellow line. Have they gone too far, Todd? Oracle they're way down in the box beyond that yellow line. They're really going to be slow getting back up.
Killing 3 on the box.
We are still slightly slower.
Killing 2 on the box. Killing 1.
Oracle is totally in control at this stage, Todd. They've done a really nice job of finding that lay line and dominating this start.
Lovely work. All clear. All clear. Yeah.
So the all clear is given. Race number 9 is off.
They have no want or need to go over the starting line right now. Oracle might actually just stay here and get New Zealand really slow before they take off for Mark 1. Great move by Jimmy Spithill.
A masterful job by Jimmy Spithill, Ben Ainslie, and Tom Slingsby as the Americans have the lead as they head to mark number 1.
We're going to get pressure going straight.
Super speed off.
Good pressure might be the understatement of the day as the Americans are clocking in at 41 knots. That's 47 miles an hour. And it's Oracle Team USA with a lead of 4 seconds around the first mark.
Same speed. Yeah, nice of him. A little bit softer in general, but not too bad.
Happy going straight. Good pressure here. Really good pressure here.
Yeah.
Probably matching her.
So Oracle Team USA leads it by almost 100 meters. You heard Ben Ainslie saying good pressure, happy to stay here. Meanwhile, trailing in a position they have not been in more than a couple times during this entire regatta. The man with the 14 on his helmet, that is the skipper and helmsman, Dean Barker. Ken Reed, the big question is, what does he do now?
Well, it's funny, we just haven't seen any even starts so far. One skipper has completely dominated the other in every single start so far. Now, here we go. Dean Barker's a little bit behind. What are they going to do? Do they have the pace to get it back? They've always had speed upwind before to rely on. Do they have it today?
Yep, but I'm happy to drive. Standing by. 3, 2, 1, driving.
So the Kiwis stay in line with the Americans. The lead grows to 112 meters. We check in on the water and Gary Jobson.
The race at this point is very even speed-wise, but it's the setup for the leeward gate. New Zealand being behind has got to do the opposite gate of whatever Oracle's going to do. So his tactics, once again, are at a premium.
Leg 2 of 5 here in race number 9. The Americans have the lead. Let's go back quickly, Ken, and take a look at the start one more time. And you made a very good point. The Americans were in no rush to get across the line.
There's no need to actually go over the starting line here. But, you know, it was really interesting. I was nervous that Oracle was way too low in the starting box to even get up to the line. Obviously, they're way ahead of the game. Plenty of time, plenty of distance to get up there. They just stuffed New Zealand. wait for the speed differential, wait for New Zealand to slow down more, and then they can speed away. It's just a difference of acceleration at this stage. Really good classic match race move by Jimmy Spithill.
So Spithill pins Dean Barker up at the top, and there you see the lead approaching 175 meters now. And the big question is, Gary Jobson, how soon is Ben Ainslie looking to that leeward mark or gate number 2 and setting themselves up?
Oh, I think he's been thinking about it the whole leg and looking at what the other boat. It's a little bit of a strategic game right now. And from my eye, looking at it, I think Oracle Team USA is sailing a little bit faster and gaining.
Here comes Webb. One and then left. One and then left, boys.
Now comes the time where Team New Zealand has to be thinking about that split. It's been so effective at this bottom gate to go around the other side of the gate for the boat behind. They got to be thinking ahead and trying to create that split, which will probably cost them one more jibe in the big picture.
And with this ebb, Kenny, you want to be in the middle of the bay because the current is stronger. The water's deeper, stronger current. That's where you want to be.
40 seconds now. 20 seconds.
It's 20 seconds to a ley line, Todd. Pretty calm boat right now where you're on Oracle. Ben Ainslie is clearly in charge, and he's just working on ley lines into that bottom mark.
The problem here, if New Zealand wants to split, they'll have to do 2 jibes to get to the left gate.
These foiling jibes, though, Gary, they cost so little in VMG or the actual distance toward the mark. They can get away with 2 jibes, but this last maneuver is a tough one. This is a hard one to pull off and pull off effectively if you're Team New Zealand.
At gate number 2, Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the America's Cup, make the move, and their lead has grown. Remember, it was just 4 seconds at the first mark, and will the Kiwis split? Yes, they will.
But man, Oracle had pace on that run, Gary. That's as big an opening as we've seen on a first run of any leg so far.
They've gained about 8 boat lengths, Kenny. Big improvement in downwind speed. Now let's see what about upwind.
So from 4 seconds to 18 seconds is now the lead for Oracle Team USA over Emirates Team New Zealand. The Kiwis, this has been their strength, leg 3 of 5, and this has been really the problem until the last race for Oracle Team USA. Interesting dynamic for the Americans, Ken. They technically have 3 helmsmen on board. Jimmy Spithill, Tom Slingsby, and of course Ben Ainslie.
But like we said in the pre-show, Slingsby is really, I think he's the key to communication here. Ainslie's he's not a born tactician, but Slingsby is keeping that communication loop open all the time as a go-between between these 2 guys, between these 2 really good sailboat racers.
Pressure out of them.
Once again, perfect synchronization from Emirates Team New Zealand. Dean Barker rarely gets rattled. His man, Ray Davies, the tactician, quietly working with him as Barker continues to survey over the water here on the upwind leg. The Kiwis have 6 wins. They need 3 more, and the cup is going back to New Zealand.
3, 2, 1, here we go.
Todd, these guys tacking maneuver, I can't underestimate, I can't understate how much it's improved in the last 5 days. They've gone to school on Team New Zealand and how they're tacking the boat, how they're controlling the dagger boards, the hydraulics, the wing, everything in unison, and they're figuring it out. and they're sailing the boat. They're actually foiling upwind now, right there, but they're using a skimming technique now that Team New Zealand has been using for a while. They're not digging that bow in the water and displacing, trying to create a longer hull. They're actually skimming, or here they're actually foiling. It's very similar again to how Team New Zealand was really beating them up around the race course in the past.
I'll tell you when he's still going, he's going to go to bound down there. Pretty steady pressure. Might have a little bit of blood on my
And Leeward Hull is out of the water a good chunk of the time now. They've just completely changed the philosophy as to how they're sailing the boat upwind.
Look how choppy it is on the right-hand side of the course where the Americans are.
And that just means better current out there, Gary. That kind of middle right-hand side is where it's called the dumping ground area, and that's always known as the most amount of current as there is on San Francisco Bay.
You can look at the body posture of Dean Barker and tell that he's losing a lot right now. The right side of the course, where Oracle Team USA is better. More current, and the wind, Ken, has really shifted to the right here, a little bit different than we've seen over the past week. The USA continues to gain.
The Americans now lead by more than 300 meters. In the past, leg number 3 has been their downfall as the Kiwis have been known to pounce on them. And as Ken pointed out, somehow, some way, over the course of the last 3 days, Oracle Team USA has learned to tack much better, and it certainly is showing here in race number 9.
Lovely tack, lovely tack. 14 knots on us, man.
Good work. I think my left leg is better, Tommy, when I'm at those high speeds, you know?
Say again?
I just took a little
sail the
rake
boat,
off.
Jimmy, sail the boat, mate. They tack back. Going straight.
You heard Ben Ainsley say there, lovely tack, lovely tack. Actually, it sounded like Jimmy was starting to explain what he did different in the tack, and Ben just said, hey, sail a boat. Pretty good.
Meanwhile, work continues for Emirates Team New Zealand, sitting on 6 victories, needing only 3 more to take the cup away from the Americans. Lucky Charm back on there. Grant Dalton, 56 years of age. The 2 races the Kiwis have lost, Gary, he has not been on the boat. Is there any chance he does not stay on the boat?
Taking a look up the course here, Emirates Team New Zealand just no match for Oracle Team USA as we continue on leg 3, heading for the windward mark.
Get tough on here. No pressure. Very nice. He tacks back. Same here at the moment.
Constant communication on Oracle Team USA, and this is something, Ken, that we were not hearing 2 or 3 races ago.
Great communication, obvious great speed. They've actually opened up on a beat here. Full credit to their design, engineer, and shore teams for changing gears, and then the sailors, of course, for changing modes on how they're sailing this boat upwind. A completely different boat than what we've seen in the past on this leg 3.
You know, Ken, when you think about the guys, Tom Slingsby and Ben Ainsley, they won their Olympic gold medal sailing single-handed. They're not used to talking to anybody, and they seem to be enjoying it working together.
This is leg 3 of 5, race number 9, day number 6 of the 34th America's Cup. The Americans have seized the momentum. Yesterday, there was just 1 race contested because of high winds. Race number 2 was taken off the board, and it is now the Americans who seem to have figured out the bay.
Massive right-hand gate bias. They say we do 2 more. Hey, tack back. Good game.
These guys on Oracle have to be really excited at this stage. They were down and out in this event. You know, Dean Barker, though, has been calling this. He said they knew they were going to come up with little triggers, little bits that was going to help them go faster. And sure enough, the Americans and the Oracle compound has figured out how to do it.
No problem. Going to ley line, right-hand gate here.
Ainsley saying go into lay line, right-hand gate. Now, late in the leg, it's time to minimize maneuvers and just simplify. No more need to cover, just simplify.
As the wind continues to blow and the Americans are out in front by more than 300 meters, we have to start thinking about the second race of the day, which would be race number 10 of this regatta. And Gary, from your position out on the water and your knowledge of this area, do you think we see a second race today, or does Mother Nature blow it out?
Well, Todd, right now we're only 2/10 of a knot under the wind limit. If they get around the next mark, the wind limit goes away. It's a 5-minute average. As for the afternoon race, it's going to be very hard to get it in if this wind continues to build.
Those tacks, they're what effectively looks like a roll tack. It's not a roll tack, but those of us who sail dinghies, it looks like a roll tack. One hull in, the other hull out immediately. It reduces the wetted surface by literally 50% and allows the boat to accelerate much quicker. Incredible change of events for Oracle Team USA.
Have a light spot and then sting back on in 15. Pressure on here. Try and get it going. Pressure back on you now.
And one thing we're hearing much more of, especially today, is more talking coming from Ben Ainsley. He is playing the role of tactician for Oracle Team USA.
You've got to believe he's getting more comfortable every day. This is a new spot. That first day must have been pretty intimidating for him, but he's clearly getting better at it. I'm sure they're watching a ton of tape at night to help him just speed up the whole process.
Just keep on, Z-boy. Should be fine on him, actually. 45 seconds to a job. 45.
So this race will stick as the Americans make the turn on gate number 3. The wind limit goes away, and the Kiwis now in a very odd position for them as they watch the Americans out in front. And Dean Barker looking to work some magic here on leg number 4. Can Emirates Team New Zealand make a big charge and get some heavy pressure over the Americans, sail away with the victory? The lead has gone up to 33 seconds for the Americans over Emirates Team New Zealand here in race number 9.
Gary, I'm curious, out on the committee boat, how close did they actually get to the wind limit in this race?
Well, they were 2/10 underneath, as Oracle Team USA is only 3 boat lengths from us, sailing downwind at 40 knots. What an impressive sight.
Dean Barker scanning the horizon, trying to figure out where the most pressure is and the most favorable current here, leg 4 of 5. Meanwhile, it's Oracle Team USA clearly in control of this race.
Okay, coming into more pressure all the time. Nice work, lads.
Team USA with a more than 600-meter lead on Emirates Team New Zealand.
Hey, start, no problem at all. Good lead here. Just us in the finish. Just gonna get a little choppy there.
And Ken, if Oracle Team USA can hold on and get this win, their 3rd victory, but their 1st point, what does this mean to the camp?
You can't overestimate the amount of enthusiasm that this program, and you never know, they could be onto something and just sitting back there right now in the laboratory creating the next big jump. You don't know. The vertical learning curves on these boats are still staggering. How much faster they go every day. These guys are onto something clearly.
Take a shot of the body language on Team USA now as opposed to 4 or 5 races ago. It is a completely different story.
Different boat. It's just a different boat, a different team. Just tremendous how they've massaged a bad situation and created a good one.
You know, it makes me wonder whether the New Zealanders will say, you know what, we're off the pace, we got to reconfigure, maybe it's time for them to take their card and not race the next race.
And what Gary Jobs is alluding to is each team has a provisional card where they can waive off a race for any reason. Oracle Team USA did it earlier this week when they were just getting it handed to them. Jimmy Spithill pulled the card and said, we need to shut it down. We are out of sorts. They clearly have some kind of advantage. So they waived off the second race of that day. And that's a good question by Gary. If the Kiwis feel that there's just something missing and they can't match them, do they just say, you know what, we're done for the day, waive off the second race?
Well, I'm not totally convinced at this stage they're not matching them. I just think the Americans have sailed a really good race. They rounded the right gate, the correct side of the gate. They tacked on top of, they gave disturbed air to Emirates Team New Zealand at the right time. They found the best current on that beat. I think they sailed a really good leg. So if you're Team New Zealand, yes, your advantage may be gone, but I'm not sure you're down and out yet.
Well, we saw Dean Barker win 3 starts in a row over the last couple days before the Jimmy Spithill turned the tide. That was a slam dunk on the starting line, and that started it.
So the lead has now ballooned up to 700 meters. The Kiwis actually sailing a little faster at 36 knots or 41 miles an hour. Dean Barker still looking for a window of opportunity. He had his moment yesterday, maybe thinking the Americans might miscalculate this wind and put themselves in a bad spot. Kenny, I think the excitement around the USA camp is this is what they thought they would see from day one of the America's Cup.
I can tell you, walking around America's Cup Park yesterday afternoon, a lot more people were showing off their Oracle t-shirts than a couple days prior. I can tell you for sure.
Straight into the finish. I'm going to top end lift.
Well, if we go forward on the book, and it will look as though the Kiwis are still firmly in control of this one. If the Americans do hold on to win this race number 9, it will be 6-1 on the score. Now, for those watching at home will say 6-1, it's still a Kiwi whitewash. The Americans will have won 3 races, but 2 of those points were taken away by the international jury for a pre-race infraction. So the Americans not necessarily in this totally because they're still down by 5 as they make the rounding at mark number 4. But Kenny, it's more the momentum and where they were 3 days ago to where they are now.
Absolutely right. Momentum, and all good sailors want is a chance. Give me a boat that just gives me a chance, and I think I'm a better sailor to make up for any tiny deficiencies. These guys are good sailors, and all of a sudden they think they have a chance clearly.
Don't load the boat up unnecessarily here.
As they ride the Bucky Bronco into the finish.
You heard him call it out, don't load the boat up unnecessarily, because Ken, you know, you've been in these waters, you've been on this boat. That thing catches a bad puff of wind at the wrong angle, it's game over.
Yeah, there's no reason to take a risk. There's no reason to have to just put the hammer down right now. You got a nice lead. Let's make sure you don't break anything, don't do anything crazy, and live to see another day.
It's going to get lighter after this puff. Okay, pressure going down now.
As they approach the finish line, the fans at America's Cup Park begin to cheer. Race number 9, day number 6 of the 34th America's Cup belongs to the Americans. Conditions are such that they do not even have time to wave to the fans who have been here for hours. There's business at hand and a small celebration now taking place.
That's the world's fastest flyby right there. You better look quick. You better have your shutter speed pretty fast on your camera.
Dean Barker and Emirates Team New Zealand now come in. They'll be well past 40 seconds behind the Americans as they hit the line. Not the best start for Dean Barker. He got a little aggressive down there. As we go back and analyze this one more time, Kenny, do you think that was the turning point of the race, was the start?
Well, of course, absolutely. And And Todd, this is actually, these are the events that we thought were going to determine this regatta. The start we thought was going to be crucial against two fairly even teams. It hadn't turned out to be that way so far, with so many passes, more passes than any other time in the history of the America's Cup.
And how about this speed on the course? The Americans completed that 5 legs in just over 21 minutes and 50 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Jimmy talked about yesterday in the press conference, we can win races. We just have to go out there and start doing it. And now here they are officially on the board. 6-1 in favor of the Kiwis. The Kiwis need 3 more wins and the America's Cup is theirs. The Americans, though, are now down to needing just 10 wins and the Cup is theirs.
Where you going with poundage? What are we doing now, mate?
Yeah, Jimmy register looks great. -2 on start, but 0 on board. I wouldn't touch it at this stage ever.
So what they're talking about, rake and cant probably to the rudders right now. It's actually a manual setup where they can tilt the rudders fore and aft. They would have all kinds of off-the-boat telemetry telling them what the pitch or the pitch and roll moment is of the boat, just like an aircraft, and they don't want to make any changes. That's a good sign for Oracle.
Got a glimpse of big Rome Kirby there. He's already taken his helmet off, feeling pretty good about things as they make their way back up to the top of the course. Team USA and their helmsman, Jimmy Spithill, congratulations. Your body language looks a little different today. You guys may have just sailed the best race you've had this entire regatta.
Yeah, what a fantastic effort by the boys. Really dug it in, a very, very physical race. Benny and Tom did a great job on the back, but I tell you what, the boys in the engine room up the front just able to extend on every single mover, so very, very exciting.
Hey, Jimmy, taking us back to the start. You got yourself really low in the box, down near that ley line. Did you change your instruments at all? You were very confident about where you were in the box in what could have been a precarious spot.
Yeah, we had a hard time yesterday with the software and what my eye was seeing, and then last night, Philippe and the guys, we put a lot of effort in last night trying to tune it up, and we found something that was going on, and I thought we had a great game plan today for the start, and yeah, I mean, full credit to Philippe and the boys for getting me back on track.
Well, Jimmy, you keep telling us that you can win races and you're making believers out of all of us. Do you change anything here going into this next race?
Not a lot. I mean, I think the boat's going great. We're talking about jibs. We're right on the limit here, but the boat's going great. The boys are winding well. And also I want to make a special mention to our shore crew. We had a failure just before the race. One of our shore guys jumped on board, repaired the boat, and were able to race that race. So full team effort, that one.
Jimmy,
what was your failure?
We had a failure with the rudder. I think we hit something while we were practicing, and Dan Smith, one of our shore guys, got on and got us through the race. So, the win's for him, really.
Jimmy, thanks for your time. We hope Mother Nature cooperates and you boys can race again in the second race of the day.
Thanks, guys.
Jimmy Spithill, the helmsman for Oracle Team USA, doing a fantastic job, and the enthusiasm clearly visible there as they get ready for the second race here on day number 6. Tens of thousands of fans continue to make their way down to see the best sailors in the world here in the September showdown, and one of them certainly Dean Barker, the skipper and helmsman for Emirates Team New Zealand. Dean, obviously not the way you wanted that race to go. The wind was up, but you just couldn't seem to find a way to track down the Americans. What was going on?
They're going well. They've definitely stepped up, as I guess we all expected they would. It's hard racing. It's the breeze is on. It's we obviously didn't get off the start line as well as we would have liked, but it's difficult in those conditions with this much ebb and stuff to make much of the starboard entry. So we'll look to do a much better job in this second race this afternoon.
Hey, Dean, you guys really worked hard for that left-hand side. Did you want the pin or the left-hand end desperately? It just seemed like you guys pushed really far down in the box to go for a hook or go for the pin.
The problem with the ebb is if you get sort of stuck above the guy killing time, it's very easy to get locked down at the weather end. You've got to really drag the action off the ley line, and in the end, it's very hard to make it happen, with the time that you got.
Dean, I'm just wondering, looking at the boat, Do you feel you're a little slower here in these heavy wind conditions, about even, or if you get a good start, you'll be able to hold them off?
Well, you know, we had similar conditions yesterday. We felt like, you know, we were going just fine. You know, I think they got their bow clear today, and I think they probably made a pretty nice little gain out of the bottom gate. And so, yeah, it was always going to be hard for us to sort of peg our way back into it. But, you know, they're going just fine. You know, they've definitely found another gear in these conditions.
Dean, the score is now 6-1. You still just need 3 more wins to take the cup back to New Zealand. What'll be your message to the boys when you get ready for race number 2?
Oh, look, you know, we know this is going to be a battle, and we've been saying that right from the start. It's not over until it's over, and these guys, you know, they're not going to let it go easily. So, you know, we know that we've got to keep pushing hard and just do what we do well.
Dean, as always, we appreciate your time. Best of luck to you in the next race.
Thank you.
And that is holding true. The yellow line, if we peek over that, that would start the 15-minute clock over again. And that is looking good over the last 5 minutes. Now, the other thing to take in consideration is we will not start a race after 2:40 Pacific time. Right now, it is holding at 2:21. So we have about 19 more minutes. One more wind delay, Ken, and that could put us out of the window.
That's right. And remember, the sample, that the delay is created when a sample is for 30 seconds over the wind limit. So that's what we need. You know, it's touch and go here. There's no doubt about that. But let's all cross our fingers here for the next 10 minutes or so.
Man with the white hat on is Larry Ellison, the man behind Oracle, the man really that has been the driving force for bringing the America's Cup here to San Francisco. He is the defender of the America's Cup. He gives the thumbs up to his squad, and I think he could make room for another America's Cup win, couldn't he, on his mantle?
I think he was giving a thumbs up to Gary Jobson.
He was. He had a nice little hello there. But I don't blame him for being happy, really. These guys worked hard. They had all kinds of changes. And their shore crew, by the way, and design teams, got a lot of Americans on it in the background working hard, and it shows. Let's just get a racing.
No question about it. Oracle Team USA fresh off 2 victories in a row. And the score now reads 6-1. New Zealand needs 3 more wins, and the America's Cup is on its way to Auckland. The Americans, they've got some work to do. They still need 10 victories, and they will hold on to it.
You're only as good as your last race, Todd. So easy way to shut down this momentum if you're Team New Zealand, and if you're Oracle, keep it rolling, baby.
Well, if you're New Zealand, you really like the fact you're coming in on the port side of the line. That should help them a little bit this time around.
Now under 6 minutes to go. All right, Jabo, look into your crystal ball out there on the water. If you were Emirates Team New Zealand and you were coming in port entry, where are you going immediately?
Well, I'm going to go as far away from the line as I can, get turned around, and make Spittle try and get the hook. The hook did not work 3 times in a row for Spittle, and as we saw in the last race, it didn't work for Barker. So make Spittle make the moves and just go straight for the line.
Ken, are you surprised to see that many shore crew members on the boat this close to the race?
I think they're just grabbing the final couple shore crew members off the boat, who the pit crew, you know, that would be checking all the systems on board the boat, checking carbon fiber parts and pieces, mainly the hydraulic system is my guess. So they're just getting the bags and the toolboxes and the guys off the boat at the last minute.
So the flags are unfurled one more time, and the countdown from 5 minutes is on.
I still like the move for the 2 boats to just go directly upwind of the committee boat and sit there and block the wind for the next 4 or so minutes.
And unfortunately, as large as it is and majestic, the Golden Gate Bridge will not block the wind. It actually funnels it down underneath, coming in from the Marin Headlands, and it just is like a funnel with that wind screaming underneath the bridge.
Actually looking good here, Todd. We've actually dropped a little bit, so we're looking solid to keep this average. But again, it's only 30 seconds. You need it to be 30 seconds above the prescribed wind limit for this race.
Looking like to load anywhere on the line, midline favoured.
I believe Keith, we heard Ray just say lured and favored. So that's the pin. That's the end of the starting line that has been so successful for the last few races, mainly because of this ebb current. The ebb current versus the flood current completely changes strategy going into the starting line for these boats.
Look at the acceleration, just how fast Emirates Team New Zealand went from just sitting there having a nice tea and biscuit to they are up and screaming, getting ready to get in on the port entry. And this will be race number 10 here on day number 6. Dean Barker on the left, Jimmy Spithill on the right.
Todd, it'll be interesting to see. You know, Oracle knows that they're coming in from the unfavored side this time. Let's see if they try a completely different strategy again. I wouldn't be surprised to see Oracle stay really far away from Team New Zealand this time. Not go for that hook and actually just try to do a nice running start from quite a distance away.
A start developed by Harold Vanderbilt in the 1930s, a time run.
The Vandy.
20 seconds time. Got us on time now. 20 seconds. Okay, here we go. 16.
So the Kiwis roll over and now they make their way towards the line. They have a 10-second advantage to start on the port side, and that is all for safety reason. And then the dance begins here. It's race number 10 of the 34th America's Cup. So the long layoff from race number 9 is over, and now it is on. Emirates Team New Zealand with a port entry. Here come the Americans.
Driving. Here. 7 over here. Right. He's driving pretty close to it. Driving.
So Dean Barker jiving back and looking for that low lay line, that left-hand edge of the starting box as they're starting to go back toward the starting line. This has been very common for the boat that enters the box early. Let's see what Spithill has up his sleeve.
Yeah, he's on it there.
Both boats are at least 20 seconds early for the line, so there's plenty of time for maneuvers.
1 minute to the line.
Very similar strategy to the last time around. Emirates Team New Zealand is really protecting that left side.
One below sailing lane. 15 to the boat. We're just below sailing lane here.
Very aggressive move by Spithill here with only 30 seconds to go. He's trying to push Barker too far down in the box. That is what Jimmy's trying to do. 20 seconds to go.
New Zealand is in huge trouble here being so low. Spitthill's start is going to be easy if he accelerates now.
The line with more momentum. Dean Barker does have the favorable line, but the Americans are accelerating from the Kiwis.
This is all about pace. Can Emirates Team New Zealand keep an overlap as they approach this 3-boat length circle? You hear Slingsby even say he's overlapped. Phenomenal job by Team New Zealand keeping the overlap and protesting Oracle. Let's see what the judges say.
No penalty coming. So they wave off the penalty. The Kiwis don't catch a break there. They were first to the circle. They had the overlap, and the Americans pushed it just a little bit. So that's definitely got to be a break for Team USA.
Just hung on. That was reaching speed we haven't seen out of Emirates Team New Zealand this entire event so far. Great job by Dean Barker keeping that overlap and making it stick.
All right, Gary, so the Americans have found themselves behind for the first time in the last 2 races. What do they do now?
Well, what do they do now is not panic. They know they were going well upwind before. Just stay as close as you possibly can, split the gate, and they'll have a good chance to pass on the 3rd leg.
Big lead already, over 150 meters for New Zealand, and the USA dropping behind, but the American speed is just a little bit behind the Kiwis at this point.
Certainly no panic there, Todd, aboard the American boat.
No question.
My goodness, though, that was so close to being an Oracle lead at that mark. Just incredible job. I can't say enough how good a job Team New Zealand did to keep that overlap and make it stick.
40 seconds this way. What do you want to go?
Well, the Americans had the acceleration at the line, but it was Dean Barker who had the position as we take a look at Virtual Eye.
Just staying forward of the wing wash. Their air is barely clear here, barely. And they just, look at that. Thank goodness they didn't cut their spinnaker pole off, because that could be the difference, you know? Really, the way they're controlling these boats coming in, the wing wash is just behind, just to weather or the right-hand side of Emirates Team New Zealand. They keep a tiny bit of clear air and make it work. Again, we're always talking about turning points, a huge turning point in this regatta. Just that one little leg, that mark rounding.
And if the Americans would have got the penalty, Gary, it could have been game over.
Yeah, I mean, the nice move here by New Zealand was to stay up on the wind here a little bit, and Spittle on the right, working hard to stay clear, lost a lot of distance. When the New Zealanders turned away, they gained 4 lengths. Very nice move by Dean Barker.
So here we are on leg number 2. New Zealand has the lead. It's dropped to 135 meters. And they're already starting to think about mark number 2.
Again, we keep repeating ourselves here, but Ainsley will be thinking about a split now. That's all he wants to do, is try to round the opposite mark to Emirates Team New Zealand as they approach the bottom gate.
So the Americans closing the gap just a little bit. All right, Ken, as we look down toward that leeward mark down there, gate number 2, who do you like? Whose position is more favorable?
Well, I think you'll see the same thing. Emirates Team New Zealand not trying to minimize maneuvers and not trying to do too much. Thinking, hey, you know, we have pretty good pace against these guys. No reason to panic, that's for sure. And then Oracle, they're going to do everything they can to get a split.
About 30 seconds. Stay on time. Wait, 18 seconds. How much? 18. 20, guys. 12. No fat. 20 seconds.
That's Ray Davies counting down to the ley line call. He has those instruments right on his body, on his wrist, or on his chest, and he can see exactly how far he is from ley line or the approach directly to the mark.
Steady left, Jimmy. Copy. Never fast. Ready for it. Wing. Go. Okay, I've got to go. Okay, steady left, Jimmy. Copy. Copy. Spinning left. 1 leg left.
Todd, Jimmy Spithill just said 1 in left. They're going for a split down here, but it's a tough maneuver.
In race 10 at gate number 2, it's the Kiwis, the first ones to the mark. And the challengers will head closer to shore, so that really forces the hand of the Americans as Jimmy Spithill enters the circle, and he's going to head closer to Alcatraz Island.
And get slow around this mark. This was not the perfect rounding that these guys needed to have. They got slow. They jibed a little early. Like I said before, it's a really hard maneuver to pull off, and it wasn't perfect. They'll be the first to admit.
What numbers here? 27, 28. Yep. Oil, Simmons. Oil.
I'm surprised surprised New Zealand hasn't tacked to get back into the center to stay between them and Oracle Team USA.
Hey, tack. That's set out there.
Gary, this ebb tide definitely allows the boats to spread it out a little wider and not have to go crazy on tacking, but you're right. They'll keep an eye on USA at this stage, that's for sure.
Yeah, Kenny, remember Oracle gained on the right side of the course where they are now in the last race, and that's where they're positioned, so they have an opportunity to catch up.
Nice and smooth, boys. Settle it down.
Attack, fellas. Still right back in this.
Looks like a gain to Oracle to me.
Hit him, Dino. This is to set up parallel, okay? Setting up parallel. Pretty clear, mate.
Ray Davies talking to him, saying we're going to set up parallel.
That's because the wind is better on the right side. It's shifted more to the right. That helped Oracle, and New Zealand wants to get on the right side to take advantage of that wind shift.
Definitely a little better current out where New Zealand's going. This is not shocking at all to see them go across. They gain starboard tack advantage, of course, if they ever got close, which they're not really very close right now, but definitely better current on the dumping grounds right out by Alcatraz Island.
Emirates Team New Zealand, their lead has grown to 140 meters.
If you're USA, you're looking to tack to get this back into the center of the course. But look at this, Oracle Team USA making the tack, keeping it centered, perfect. I like the tactics of Ben Ainsley.
Let's smooth this back down, guys. Going well. Same lead here, boys. This is good.
Todd, to think a few days ago, we would have just thought this race was over. And now I think everybody in the world watching this race is on pins and needles. Can Oracle keep coming at them? Because it looks to my eye, Gary, they're kind of reeling them in a little bit right now. It's not tight yet by any means, but it certainly doesn't look like it's further away.
You know, Kenny, I feel like I'm watching Usain Bolt have a slow start and come charging through. They're clearly gaining. That's Oracle Team USA is certainly gaining here.
Take a look out on virtual eye, the animation on board. We'll talk about the current here, and it's starting to build just a little bit. The ebb tide, which is going out to sea, and it's getting a little heavier.
Yeah, you see a little better tide on the right-hand side where Oracle is at this stage. I kind of thought the Team New Zealand would bounce Oracle and actually send them back to the left side of the race course. By bounce, I mean tack on top of them. But they gave them a little bit stronger position when it comes to tide. You never know about wind shift, but certainly as it comes to tide.
This is leg 3 of 5, race number 10, the second race of the day. The Americans have won the last 2. Jimmy Spithill with his hand on the wheel. Behind him, Tom Slingsby. Behind him, Ben Ainsley. So at roughly the halfway point of the final race of the day, it is Emirates Team New Zealand, the challengers, out in front of the defenders by 125 meters, but the Americans are coming and coming fast.
Pressure on the tacticians at this stage. Ray Davies, these are his calls when he wants to go. How is he going to try to set up the other guy in order to make that big gain toward the end of the leg?
As we check in on the water with Gary Jobson. Gary, how is the wind? Is it picking up that much more? Are the currents and everything just kind of holding firm?
Well, the current's actually slacking a little bit, so that helps that. The wind is staying about even. I think we're going to get it in. Remember, they get to the winter mark, the wind limit is out. But I'll tell you, looking at Ray Davies there, that looked like a worried man to me. He knows the other boat's sailing faster.
I don't know if Ray Davies is ever worried, Gary. I know him pretty well. But these guys certainly are getting chumped on a bit.
And at the cross on leg number 3, this is just how close it is. The battle for the victory in race number 10 is on. Under 100 meters as the Americans have made up more than 45 meters just in that last little bit.
Todd, it was interesting in the last tack that both boats tacked from the opposite sides of the race course right at each other at exactly the same time. New Zealand bottomed out at 11 knots. Oracle bottomed out at 13.5 knots. They're actually tacking faster at this stage.
We're very close to Oracle right now, and from my perspective down on the water, I like the position Oracle's in. They have a little bit more favorable current sweeping them toward the winter mark, and the wind direction was better. So they're going to have a better course for the mark. Oracle's looking good.
I think both boats are sailing really fast right now. I just saw Emirates Team New Zealand pop a wheelie for a second and lost almost 3 boat lengths in that one maneuver. They got a little out of sequence with their boards. Oracle is right back in the hunt.
And they have the right of way, Ken, as they come together. New Zealand is in trouble.
So the Americans have made up more than 150 meters on a leg that in the past has been their kryptonite. And here they are. They have the right of way as we get ready for a big cross.
60-knot closing speed, the 2 boats coming together, but now Team New Zealand will have the right of way when they come back. Who can tack better on this next tack could actually be the race.
Psychologically, very devastating in Team New Zealand. It's hard to pick yourself up after you lose a lead like that.
So the Americans have taken the lead away on leg number 3. Kenny, look at this cross, and look how fast they're going.
This is sailing like we've never seen before. And these guys are just wheeling these things around like it's a dinghy out in your Tuesday night race at that Barrington Yacht Club back in Rhode Island. Huge moment in the race. If Oracle dips, but then again, they're going to be on starboard. Another cross coming up. Another lead change.
Kenny, in a long history of the America's Cup, dating back to 1851, we've seen more lead changes in this Cup than any Cup in history.
The technology introduced at the 34th America's Cup is space age, and they've taken it to a whole new level, much to the delight of Larry Ellison. It is now New Zealand and USA neck and neck here on race number 10.
And people said Catamaran's good match race.
Match racing on steroids and a lot of emotion.
So once they get around mark number 3, the wind limit goes away. It looks like that will be the case.
One more starboard tack, crossing coming here. Now the boat length, the circles actually come into play. Who gets into what circle first? This could be a really interesting mark rounding here at the gate. Emirates Team New Zealand is going high and slow right now, looking for a dip at the last second. They want to dip and still be able to lay this gate.
On that tactic, Oracle needs to slow down.
Another cross, another lead change.
And at mark number 3, it is almost dead even.
Wow. There's nothing in this.
So they'll make their way back towards San Francisco City, and the race is on. Who will emerge as victorious here in race number 10 on day 6 of the 34th America's Cup? Leg 4 of 5, and Ken, that third mark may have been the telltale sign. Kenny, if you were the Americans, you had an opportunity there to stuff the Kiwis if you were on just stall out here and bear off to the right.
Well, no, they would have been passed. That's exactly how the setup had to play out. The Kiwis actually did a really nice job of slowing down early. They went high and slow early so they could dip and still make the mark. Both of these boats set this up as well as they possibly could have.
Go hard, guys. Work really hard here.
But now you have Team New Zealand coming at on starboard tack.
The lead is under 20 meters. We have 1.5 legs to go in this race, and we will have ourselves a winner. The Americans coming in awfully fast at the top of your screen.
Two boats coming at each other at 80 knots. Combined speed. Jimmy Spithill has made the decision to slow down and go behind, which is a really tricky move to make and keep your judgment. And sure enough, there's now a large gap between the two. I'm surprised they didn't just jibe with him. That's a tough thing to pull off if you're Oracle Team USA.
Yeah, I think a big mistake there by Ben Ainsley, Ken. Why not job on the win and stay right with him if it's that close? They might have been able to block their win. Now they've given away the lead.
And the lead is now over 100 meters. This is like 4 of 5. They'll head to the top of your screen. They will make a big right-hand turn, and then the race is on to the finish.
But when New Zealand does make the jibe, remember Oracle Team USA will be on starboard with the right of way.
Todd, I can't tell you how that kind of slow down and dip behind Emirates Team New Zealand, the move that Oracle tried to make, that has a difficulty factor of about 10 out of 10 to actually pull off and keep close. But like Gary said, they're on starboard, but they're well behind. They're going to need a break here at this stage. They're going to need New Zealand to make a mistake.
You know, we're right behind the boats, and I'm looking, and Oracle's sailing a lower course than New Zealand right now. That might be the saving moment for them if they're able to keep that low course and the high speed.
Ray Davies just keeps such a cool demeanor. Here we are in the pivotal race in the America's Cup, and he's like, yeah, I think we're gaining a little bit here. Just really, this is the voice you want to hear if you're steering the boat.
That is the target, mark number 4. When they hit that, they will head off to the right-hand side of the left of your picture and head towards the finish line.
Nice game, boys. Off of Emirates Team New Zealand. Again, that dipping move by Oracle, they're going to go back and they're going to question what they did at that particular time. Nice little lead, a couple hundred yards. It went from 0 to 200 yards in a matter of seconds, Todd.
So about 40 seconds here, 40 seconds, no rush.
20 seconds, a lay like no fat. Good breeze all the way. 10 seconds, Dino, no fat.
I like to move sailing beyond the ley line, that yellow line there. It just gives it a little more conservative, takes away any passing lane for Oracle Team USA. Plus, you come in with a little extra speed. Nice move by the New Zealanders.
And And this is typically where Dean Barker just puts the pedal down. There you see the knots coming up as they approach mark number 4. It's the Kiwis in firm control, traveling at 42 knots, which is 48 miles an hour, and they make the turn first for home. The lead was 1 second at mark number 3, and now the Kiwis have opened it up. The lead is now closer to 10 seconds as the Americans finally hit the mark, make it 11. Ken, this is almost no man's land. When the Kiwis have a lead and a straight line to the finish line, good luck.
Not much in it here at this stage. Don't do anything crazy. Don't over rev it up. You got a nice little lead right now. Don't do anything silly.
You know, guys, I really like the fact that nobody in the New Zealand boat is looking back at the competition, looking ahead for the finish. Very nice.
Looking ahead for a finish line that they have not been first to in the last 2 races. But they will stop the hemorrhaging of loss as the Kiwis sail a magnificent race, neck and neck with the Americans. And then at leg number 4, one small mistake, possibly by Oracle Team USA, which opens the door. Race number 10 will go the way of the challenger. Emirates Team New Zealand will pick up the victory.
And I believe that sigh of relief comes from approximately 4 million people in the small island of New Zealand.
Just a fantastic race all the way around. The Americans just couldn't get it done. They finished 17 seconds behind, but Ken, I agree with you. They will go back and look at leg number 4 and ask themselves what could have been. But for New Zealand, no mistakes. The Kiwis reign supreme in day 10.
It's going to turn up. You right?
That's race 10, day 6.
Here we go. Hold on, boys. Hold on.
They're all going to go back and look at that weather mark. Yes, New Zealand came in and ducked Oracle at the very last second, but they set themselves up for starboard tack advantage on the run. Whether they were actually thinking that far ahead, we'll never know. But they sure stepped into something that worked perfectly for them. Starboard tack on the first cross, going 40 knots downwind. The other guys had to slow down, let them pass. Rest is history.
And with no racing scheduled for tomorrow, you have to say the momentum has shifted back over to the Kiwis as they now need just 2 races. So they could, Gary Jobson, close this thing out on Tuesday.
Well, it's going to be very windy on Tuesday, and the boat speeds are even. But I'll tell you what, Ken's saying, were they setting that up early? They were thinking about that all the way up that windward leg.
And you see the massive crowd at America's Cup Park that have turned out on a spectacular day here in San Francisco. Doesn't matter what flag you're waving, you can appreciate what you just saw out on the water. As Ray Davies takes the helm momentarily, the Kiwis look so good and a sign of a true champion. When they're down, they came back fighting and they got the job done in race number 10. The scoreboard now reads New Zealand 7, America 1. So the folks waking up down in New Zealand, congratulations. Your team picks up a very pivotal win. We talked about it during the break, how so important race number 10 was as we join the skipper and helmsman for Emirates Team New Zealand, Dean Barker. Dean, congratulations. That race was huge. From your vantage point, was leg number 4 the key moment?
Which one's leg 4? Is that the down one? Well, no, we sort of sailed the first half of the upwind pretty well, and then they just got one decent chunk all in one hit, which turned what was sort of a comfortable lead into well, we actually were behind them. So guys just dug it in, and we got opposite gates at the top, and I think our gate was probably the preferred one, and at intersection halfway down the run, well, wasn't really a lot they could do.
Hey, Dean, great job. Congratulations. So take us back to the start. Again, you guys barely hung on at that first mark. Did you think you were going to get rolled? Do you think you're going to be okay? How do you judge that?
Yeah, well, obviously it was a big fight for starting to lower it again. And, we got it, but not a pretty start. But we just managed to muscle it across the reach, and the guys sort of did a really good job just managing the rate. They had one little skid which cost them quite a lot of ground, and they managed. We could get round inside them. So we had a nice run after that.
Dean, congratulations. We'll cut you loose. We will see you on Tuesday. Let you boys get back to the dock.
Yeah, Roger. Thanks.
Emirates Team New Zealand gets the victory. Oracle Team USA had all the momentum in the world, and I'll tell you what, they can sail upwind now, no problem whatsoever, as we join Jimmy Spithill. Jimmy, what a race. I don't think we've seen anything like that in the history of the America's Cup, that close of racing. Take us through the race. Where was the critical moment for you guys?
Oh, well, we had a couple of critical moments, which was great. I mean, we got off the line well, and unfortunately we just sort of got out of phase on the reach there. We had rolled him, and then we just sort of touched down, and so anyway, we had to fight back from there. But Benny and Tom and all the boys did a great job bringing us back into the race up that beat.
Hey, down that run, Jimmy, give us an idea as you look back on it now. Hindsight is obviously a beautiful thing. Is there anything else you could have done rather than slow down and actually take their transom?
I don't know. I mean, we were talking about jiving on top, but then you probably would have just been pinned out in the corner. The apparent wind so far forward, I'm not sure we could have ever affected them. So I'm not sure. I mean, maybe taking a bit more risk and not slow down as much and really tried to shave their stern,
Well, Jim, every change you've made has seemed to improve the boat speed. Looking ahead with the day off tomorrow, do you make some more changes or do you come out and go sailing?
Yeah, we're going to have to look at it. I mean, we've got a few more ideas. I mean, it's been great. The team, we've really been improving the boat every single day. No question, we would have taken some big lessons from today. And yeah, if we can, we'll get out on the water tomorrow.
Jimmy, I know you and the boys are looking forward to Tuesday. We appreciate your time. Congratulations on a good day. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Thanks, guys.
So there you see the current as the countdown continues. The flags are up, and we are now under 3 minutes to go at 2:10. Emirates Team New Zealand will enter on the left side of your screen. They get the 10-second advantage to get in there, and some might argue whether it's an advantage or not, Ken, but it's bottom line, it's for safety purposes.
It is for safety purposes, and again, this ebb current has really changed this pre-race strategy for these guys. This being able to enter the box early has allowed these guys to set up really low, what's called low in the box, away from the wind, as we see it pan out on the left side of our screen. The other boat has had a hard time matching that pushing, blocking. The guy who enters first is the blocker, and it seems to be advantaged.
So in a case of tic-tac-toe, Emirates Team New Zealand gets to put their X down first, and the Americans will have to respond, and then the strategy is on. So Dean Barker coming close to the line at 2:10. They have now entered into the start box, and we are set to go racing. Day number 8, race number 11.
Todd, I think the pressure is squarely on Oracle here. It's probably an understatement. Team New Zealand, if they think about this, they can sail pretty loose, really be aggressive in the start. If I were the Kiwis, I'd be super aggressive in the start, because you win the start, there's a reasonable chance you can go on to win the race.
One quick difference between the two boats, I noticed that the New Zealand jib, the forward sail, is larger in area than the American boat.
Well, we turn to the president of North Sails. Ken, do you think that's an advantage for the Kiwis, or the Americans got it wrong?
I think these guys know exactly what their boat needs. Both boats are different, probably different in how they're balanced, and I think we can't doubt that these guys have the correct jib up for the right condition, both of them.
Two underlay line here.
Team New Zealand actually headed back for the start line a little earlier than I thought they would in this particular situation, but look for them to really protect down to the left side of their boat as Oracle approaches from behind.
Same as the other day.
I heard Ray Davies say same as the other day. They're really going to protect that bottom lay line, that left side of the track here right now.
Trim. Keep it high,
20 seconds to the line.
Big advantage Kiwis right now. They're both very firm on the wind right now, Gary.
New Zealand looking very strong, Ken.
The all clear has sounded, and the Kiwis will have the advantage at the line. Better positioning, and they are closer to mark number 1.
And they're just going to luff these guys right now. They're going to get them slow. Even though the starting gun is already gone, they're going to try to get them slow and really make a big gain once their speed's really parked. Great job by Dean Barker, really well thought out. Again, that port entry was the difference. They never relinquished being the blocker, sorry, in that starting sequence.
Actually, I think Spindle did a good job hanging in there, being patient, and only being a length behind after that poor start.
And now it's the drag race to mark number 1. Emirates, Team New Zealand, first to the circle. They'll make the left-hand turn with the Americans close behind. This is race number 11 on day number 8, and it's a 3-second advantage to the Kiwis.
You can see the differences in size of the jib. Notice the New Zealand jib is bigger.
And the Americans are the first to peel off.
You heard the tactician Ray Davies on board Emirates Team New Zealand say, we'll just drag this out a little bit longer. They're not worried about their air getting the dirty air, disturbed air coming from Oracle. They're just going to look to spread it out a little bit here and start planning for later in the leg. Find the right time and the right breeze pressure to jibe in.
As New Zealand executes their first jibe, we go back and look at mark number 1, and we go back to the start, and this is where it all happened. How about this strategy? Basically just shutting the Americans down as the Kiwis pull in front.
And the Kiwis had to pull away at this stage. They couldn't wait any longer because they had actually just snuck forward enough to break the overlap. So Oracle actually got out of jail got out of jail free card there by the overlap being broken. Still, great job by Dean Barker.
And the call for the bear away as the Americans tried to get up to speed quickly, but you notice their holes really got dug down deep in the water.
Yeah, it's tough. Both of these boats have really narrow forward sections, but the Americans' really narrow bow section of their boat tends to dig in when they try to accelerate, but it didn't make much of a difference. They were up on the foils quick.
The lead is over 115 meters, so it's the Kiwis out in front. The Americans trying to close the gap. Remember, this is a 5-leg race. This is the first race scheduled on the day, and if Mother Nature cooperates, we'll have a second race in which the Kiwis, if they won this race, could wrap it up and take home the America's Cup. Dean Barker very happy with that jibe.
I noticed the American boat sailing a much lower course than a New Zealand boat, and they're gaining being able to do that.
Not much in this right now, Todd. You see, it's amazing, 2 boats going 38 knots, and there'd only be a meter here or there being gained or lost between the 2 boats. It just shows you how far this sport has come, how far this America's Cup has come.
Got 40 seconds this way.
Try and build if we can here.
30 seconds.
And as they approach gate number 2, Gary Jobson, what do you see as far as tactics? Which way do you think the Kiwis will go when they look for a split?
Well, I think the Kiwis got to use the ebb current. It's going to be a little stronger out in the middle of the bay. I look for New Zealand to take the right gate, and on the opposite side, the USA to take the left gate.
think the Kiwis have actually done a really nice job, Todd, kind of suckering Oracle off onto one side of the race course. What this is going to do is really potentially increase the possibilities of not having a split. And when you're the boat ahead, you don't want to split at this bottom gate. So you want both boats going around the same side. Now, just as I said that, I think we just heard Spithill say right turn down here. So maybe they're going to do a forced last-second turn. This is a really tough maneuver if you're Oracle Team USA.
And at mark number 2, the Kiwis head to the far gate, and the Americans do indeed split the course. So what was a 3-second lead at mark number 1, the Americans now trail by 6 seconds, but they've got their split.
But a really good rounding by Oracle. That's an incredibly hard maneuver on board these boats. Grinding hydraulics, grinding sails, grinding dagger boards up and down, and they made it look very easy.
Too far away. Hit a crosswind. Bring it up here.
Yeah, that's too far away for boundary.
Bring it up here on the breeze. Not that spiral.
Keep going, guys. Normal numbers. Nice and smooth.
And we have a lead change as the Americans have overtaken New Zealand here on leg number 3. The big question now is, can they make it stick?
But they're one tack behind. Now it's going to be this incredible contest of who starts getting the right-hand side again. If they're 2 even boats, could just be this dipping contest of who keeps trying to get starboard tack advantage.
Yeah, they're gaining there.
As I look up the race course, I think the right side where New Zealand is, the wind is shifting in that direction toward Alcatraz Island. Better for New Zealand.
Yeah, stand by here.
This is all about whether Team New Zealand will have a 3 or so boat length lead. If they do, Todd, look for them to tack right in front of Oracle. If they don't, they're going to have to cross and start this whole dipping contest all over again. Crucial moment in the race early on, and they do a lead bow tack, trying to keep starboard tack. They thought they were far enough ahead, and clearly they were. This is a great move by Emirates Team New Zealand.
And the Americans decide to tack away. But we've seen this play out before where the Kiwis basically are in control of this race.
But this is a little different than the last race because the Kiwis got to set this whole process up well over on the left side of the race course. They get to shorten the track here a little bit and possibly start bouncing Oracle off that left-hand boundary. Here they go. They're going to go right back at them.
3, 2, 1, tacking.
A simultaneous tack from both the Americans and New Zealand. This is leg 3 of 5, race number 11. The Kiwis need 2 more wins, and the cup is theirs.
And those 2 tacks on both boats were just perfect tacks. Same setup here, Todd. This graphic shows that really the current is negligible at this stage. There is no real favored side. So let's see if the Kiwis keep trying to bounce these guys the other way. And I'm very surprised they don't. Gary, they don't bounce them over to the short side of the track. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a mistake. I would tack right on them and keep pushing them left. The thing is, the wind is lighter down where they are right now, and that bigger jib that New Zealand has is helping them go through these maneuvers.
God, I'm really surprised they didn't just continue that bouncing contest and keep by bouncing, I mean, tacking on top of the other boat and pushing them to the short side of the racetrack.
Well, still a good move by Oracle to keep the tacks going. Their strategy is to stay in the middle of the course. Oracle's doing that.
Taxi, man.
okay compared to them? No problem.
20 seconds, probably. 20 seconds. 10. Standing by. 3, 2, 1, tack it.
And the Kiwis decide now is the time to tack with a lead of more than 100 meters, but it will shrink here on this maneuver. The Kiwis have the lead on leg number 3. The question is, can they hold on to it?
Keep going here, boys.
Emirates Team New Zealand with the lead on both the course and the scoreboard. Looking to wrap up the America's Cup today on day number 8. 2 more wins, and Dean Barker and company are taking home the Cup back to Auckland.
One, tack it all out of here. Lighter. Copy. Big tag. Going well here, boys. Keep it in. Seconds, Dino.
Halfway through leg number 3, Todd Harris, Gary Jobson, Ken Reed. The Emirates Team New Zealand boat has the lead by about 118 meters over Team USA. The Americans trying to find a sweet spot on this course, but right now the Kiwis are firmly in control of this race and dictating pretty much where the Americans are going.
Both boats are working on the left-hand side of the race course so hard. You got to believe that they see something out there, Gary, that they believe to be favored on this left side.
Yeah, the reason, Ken, they're working that left side is the ebb is started first. It's a little stronger right along the shoreline than it is out in the middle.
For a while. Give ourselves room. Tom. No, we've got to go straight here for a while.
Yeah.
Open up the boundary. Missing a bit of immersion here, boys.
That's the voice, Todd, of tactician Ben Ainsley saying we got to go straight here for a little while.
The current does look better on the left side of the course,
Nice on
Kenny.
you here. Nice left-hander here.
One, tack, get pressure out of this one.
Left-hander, the wind's coming from the side, right from the land. That will help New Zealand.
Todd, we aren't seeing either boat with any sort of real speed advantage here right now. This is a tactician's race as much as any other race we've seen in this event.
Names you need to know there. Ben Ainsley acting as tactician for Oracle Team USA, and the man with the 10 on his helmet, that is Ray Davies, the 41-year-old from New Zealand, is Dean Barker's tactician for Emirates. And the Americans going to that right side of the course are starting to close the gap, now within 60 meters.
On the bow and then tack. A little bit further. Good move. Higher, slower, good move. I think we keep this going.
And there you see just how close it is with the Americans actually sailing a little bit faster, almost Ken, a full knot faster.
And they just popped up on their foils. It's just incredible speeds. These boats started this at the beginning of the week going 22, 23 knots upwind. Here they go in 28 or 29. And here's Oracle coming back at these guys. They're out in the middle of the race course. They'll start stirring it up again.
Setting into a lockdown here, Nino. Okay, setting up into a lockdown. Set up, stand by.
New Zealand's going to keep their starboard advantage by continuing on here a couple lengths.
And the Kiwis decide now is the time to tack. And Ken, in this kind of close racing, as the Americans tack right back and look for the cross, how much can you steal from their boat and their call?
Well, I don't think we've ever seen such a tight tacking contest, like actual tacking duel, ever in catamarans. It shows how equal these boats actually are.
Kenny, as the boats work their way up to the windward mark, The wind is actually increasing up here, which will favor the boat ahead.
Todd, they're going to start looking to minimize maneuvers here. If Team New Zealand can just do one more tack and in, they'll probably do that and take the right-hand gate as we look out towards the Golden Gate Bridge, the right-hand mark.
All right, looking to leg number 4. Which side of the course would you want to be on?
Well, you get starboard tack advantage like we saw the other day. You round that right-hand gate. If the boats were ever close and they came together on the first crossing on the run, New Zealand would have the advantage.
Now you want to stay away from the land going downwind on leg 4.
So the Kiwis take it all the way to the lay line on the left side of the course. We'll see if they can take it in all the way. And Jimmy Spithill and company look like they are set up as well.
Todd, that was not Oracle's best tack right there. They got down to 10 knots in that tack. They didn't pop that weather hull out of the water real quickly, and that cost them a little bit of time. New Zealand did a really nice job, Gary, at the top of this leg.
Yeah, he's across the line.
Very close cross here, but New Zealand looking good.
At mark number 3, the Kiwis, who had a 3-second lead at mark 1, a 6-second lead at mark number 2, and they will continue to pad that lead. This time it will be into the double digits as the Americans come through at gate number 3 and make the turn for home. They are now trailing Emirates Team New Zealand by 17 seconds.
Pressure here. Okay, let's set up. We're gonna run out of this thing.
Oracle Team USA got into a tacking duel on leg number 3, and unfortunately for the Americans, it did not go their way. Emirates, who had been closed down by 25 meters to the Americans, now have a sizable lead of almost 200 meters. Perfect example of how one mistake can cost you a race. Oracle Team USA can have one bad tact on that upwind leg, and now they find themselves, just moments ago, they were 25 meters behind the Kiwis, and there you see the lead, almost 300 meters.
But it was also the setup. They had to do one extra tack, Todd. I think that was even more important. Team New Zealand did a really nice job of bouncing them one additional time, of setting up that they only had to do one tack into that weather gate compared to Oracle's 2 tacks into the weather gate. That's the advantage that the boat ahead has if they play their cards correctly.
And a quick shot there of Ray Davies, the tactician for Emirates Team New Zealand, calling the race for Dean Barker, the skipper and helmsman.
As we said on leg number 1, the smallest differences in boat speed means it turns into a tactician's race. Obviously, Ray Davies, it was getting tight at that top mark. He nailed it, making Oracle do 2 jives. We'll know how nervous Team New Zealand here is in a second if they do 2 jives just to get over in front of Oracle. They seem pretty comfortable out there, though, right now, Todd.
And while we have a moment, we go on the water. Gary Jobson for more on the measurement configurations.
You know, I'm just looking at these 2 boats. They sailed right by us. And it seems to me that Oracle might have changed their boat to make it a little bit better for lighter winds, which were forecasted. Now the wind is up, and they might have slowed themselves down relative to New Zealand for these stronger winds.
They have closed the gap, which was over 300 meters. It is now just over 200 meters. So the Americans are gaining, but Ken, are they just going to run out of real estate here on the San Francisco Bay?
But they are gaining. They're sailing a lower angle out here. It looks to be a fairly dramatic wind shift, actually. They're sailing a lower angle all the time than Emirates Team New Zealand, staying parallel to that boundary. It's a very different course right now. The two of them are sailing. If I were on Emirates Team New Zealand, I'd be getting a little nervous.
I mean, Ken, this is the classic case where you simply want to cover. You have a 300-meter lead. New Zealand should have just jibed over and stayed in front. Now the race is almost even.
They have cut it in half, Gary Jobson. As you pointed out, what was a 300-meter lead is now down to 153-meter lead.
Right now, Oracle's actually laying this gate, and Team New Zealand has to do 2 jibes. They're going to come together. This is going to be pretty close.
And just to translate that, Kenny, are the Americans looking at going straight into mark number 4 without any more jibes?
Well, in a perfect world they are, but this is the defining moment in the race. Not just a boat handling moment, but can Team New Zealand get across and plant themselves in front of Oracle?
New Zealand has a good chance to jibe and block the wind of Oracle Team USA. So New Zealand is in the driver's seat.
I don't think Oracle's laying this gate right now, Gary, anyway. They've gotten lifted a little bit as the two boats have come together.
His drive's okay, he's clear ahead.
It's now under 100 meters, the lead for the Kiwis.
The little pressure showing on New Zealand there. That wasn't their best jibe. Still a little loose on after the jibe. Both boats are going to have to soak to get around this mark.
Soak, sail a lower course.
Thank you.
At mark number 4, the race is on. The Kiwis have relinquished a huge lead that was over 300 meters, and now it's down to about 85 meters, but just 1 leg to go as the Americans are close behind.
Both boats got really slow there. They ended up overstanding the mark, being slightly upwind of the mark, but it doesn't seem to matter. New Zealand is in dominant position again.
On board Oracle Team USA as they make the mark 18 seconds behind.
I think that look on Jimmy Spittle's face told the entire story.
The body language there, it was a great last-second gasp. You look like they closed it, and it almost seemed like Emirates Team New Zealand, Kenny, gave them the opening. As you pointed out, not their best jibe in this regatta.
Surprising, but talk about being under pressure. They got the they got the America's Cup peeking around the corner right now. It just wasn't their best jibe. They need to be a little smoother in those tough, tight spots, but just enough to stay ahead.
You know, Kenny, if that wind had stayed the same direction for Oracle Team USA for about 30 more seconds, they would have been exactly even. The wind did them in.
Day number 8, race number 11 belongs to Emirates Team New Zealand. The Kiwis now just 1 win away from the America's Cup. With a fantastic 3rd and 4th leg. It just wasn't to be. As Gary pointed out, the wind did them in, and they just didn't have enough pressure to catch them. So the Kiwis are now on the precipice of taking away the America's Cup from Oracle Team USA. Race number 11 goes to Emirates Team New Zealand. Dean Barker, his tactician Ray Davies, a fantastic job, and they now will begin the setup for what could be the defining moment for Emirates Team New Zealand.
Pretty good. It seems like, you know, that was that same lane where it got a bit, he made a little bit of a gain, you know, to Lewin going out on fourth there, you know, just, that was the only time he gained.
That's always, that's the classic conversation between the skipper. You're trying to come up with all the reasons in the world why your boat is plenty fast. So the other guy gained because of wind shifts, you gained because of boat speed. That's classic skipper talk right there.
And the Kiwi population continues to grow in San Francisco as Emirates Team New Zealand is now just one race away from claiming the 34th America's Cup.
Rumor has it there's about 3 cars total on the streets in Auckland, New Zealand as we speak.
Productivity down under not happening today as everyone is glued to their television sets to see if the oldest trophy in international sport is in fact coming back to New Zealand.
Great start by Dean Barker. That's really, that was it, right? There was actually no passes in this race. Fantastic start by Dean Barker. Did exactly what he had to do with that port tack advantage that he had off the starting line.
Now, I know Dean Barker could care less about TV and TV ratings, but he did a fantastic job on leg number 4 to get people glued to their TV because what was a 300-meter lead cut down to 70 meters, and it was an impressive performance by Oracle Team USA, but in the end, it was Emirates Team New Zealand and Dean Barker that gets the win. As Dean Barker brings it around, they get ready for what will be race number 12. Dean, congratulations on the victory. That was some amazing stuff. Take us back to the start. Was it a preset plan knowing what you were going to do and expecting what Jimmy would retaliate with?
Well, you're never really quite sure how it's going to play out. You know, we had a bit of an idea how we wanted to attack it, and it worked out about as well as it could have. You know, we had a nice little jump, so had a good first run. You know, bottom mark, another split, and then, you know, sort of backwards and forwards a bit after that. So, yeah, you know, obviously very happy to sneak away with another one.
Hey, Dino, obviously the boat coming in from the port side where you guys came in that time, and this ebb current is having a big advantage. What do you guys got strategically to try to fend off Oracle, who has that port tack advantage this time around?
Well, it's tough. You know, there's no two ways about it because you've got to try and drag the action off the ley line, and you don't have a lot of time if their timing's good. So, yeah, not easy.
Dean, I'm wondering if you think Oracle's a little slower going upwind than we saw this weekend.
Well, they're not slow. It'd be nice if they were a bit slower. Yeah, it's just you know, two boats which are pretty even in performance. So, you know, not a lot to separate them.
Dean, play weatherman for us momentarily. As you look out there, and what kind of information are you getting? Does it look like you're going to be able to get race 12 in today?
Well, it's the biggest issue is going to be just the ebb tide. It's you know, the factor I think for the second race is going to be nearly 3 or around 3, and that's obviously going to be. You know, I mean, you can only have about 20 knots of breeze, which, you know, we sort of had at the start line earlier. But, you know, who knows? It's you know, we'd love to get another race away, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Have you and your crew allowed yourself the opportunity to think about what could be with one more win?
Oh, not at all. No, it's every one here. It's just so hard. You're just monumental battles, and you know, you're just thankful for every win you get, and you know, if we can get one more, well, that'd be very cool. But you know, we're certainly not even contemplating you know, what would happen.
Dean, we appreciate your time. We'll let you get ready for the second race.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers, guys.
Dean Barker, the skipper and helmsman of Emirates Team New Zealand, as they prepare for what could be the defining moment for Emirates. Race number 12 is scheduled to get away here in about 15, 20, you know, make it 25 minutes if the ebb tide and the wind cooperate. As we now go on board Oracle Team USA, Jimmy Spithill, the helmsman. Jimmy, that was one heck of a race. The start probably not where you wanted to be, but wow, you guys came charging back, and this thing was neck and neck as we got to that last mark.
Yeah, obviously we messed up the time and distance on the start, and straight out of the jibe. We were just late, so big mistake there. But the boys put in a great effort and, you know, really started to grind them down, and it was all on right till the finish. So, you know, we've just got to get back into it and get on with the next one.
Hey, Jimmy, I just asked Dean the same thing, but this port tack, the boat that gets into the starting box early, seems to have a big jump in this ebb tide. You guys have it this time. What can the other guy do? What can you do at that stage?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think the option in hindsight for us was probably just to try and jibe and go in front. So, yeah, I mean, that's probably the only thing in hindsight we could have done.
You know, Jimmy, the ebb current's going to be building here now, creating a little bit more chop. Based on what we saw this weekend, do you favor having more chop for your boat?
I just think we favour more wind, to be honest. I don't think the chop's too much of an issue, because if the breeze is up, then pretty much on the foils upwind as well. So, yeah, look, as long as it brings more wind, I think we'll be happy.
All right, Jimmy, give us a prediction, and what's the message going to be to you and the crew as you get ready for this 12th race today?
It's not over. It's a long way from over.
Jimmy, thanks for your time. Best of luck to you. The Americans on the left, the Kiwis on the right, as we take you on board Emirates Team New Zealand and their crew, and they have done just a fantastic job. Give whatever credit you want to the pie warmers on the back of the boat, but this has been really Dean Barker, Ray Davies and company, just been the faster boat so far in this regatta.
They've been the better boat, clearly the better boat. It's interesting, Jimmy Spithill said he's excited to be in this position in that pre-dock. I don't know anybody who's excited to be down 8-1.
On board Oracle Team USA as they go through final preparations to get underway. They know exactly what they have to do, not lose.
Yeah, these guys, hey, the pressure is firmly on. I think, like Gary said, the pressure's firmly on Jimmy Spithill here right now. You'd love to spread it out amongst the team, but the helmsman has so much to do with the instincts when it enters that starting box. Getting off the line first is imperative for Oracle.
So with 2:41 now to go until the start of the race, we check in on the water with Gary Jobson for a report on the conditions.
Hey, Todd, Kenny, the wind has really changed here. Just in the last 3 or 4 minutes, it's blowing in hard. I expect the chop to get pretty nasty out here, and both boats have bigger jibs than they had up yesterday. So shifting gears and being able to handle heavy winds with such big sails is going to be a tough one.
Well, the wind is now peaking, as Gary pointed out, closer to 17 knots. Wind limit should not be a problem in this first race, but in San Francisco it always builds in the afternoon. And here come the Americans into the start box as they have port entry.
Todd, it'll be interesting to see if they take this port entry and they just try to go down deep in the box like we've seen before. Very close cross, port starboard. Team New Zealand's right on their tail out of the blocks, not making it easy for Oracle, that's for sure.
Ken, the closest we've seen the boats at this point early in the start.
When the boats are that close, it typically forces the boat ahead to actually commit a little sooner than they'd like to. And all of a sudden, it gives New Zealand the option to possibly take that bottom side of the start line that we've seen to be so valuable. This is a big switch up as to what we've seen in the last few days.
Both boats very close to the line. They'll have to kill a lot of speed here.
Now, Gary, they were so close coming together there. That typically also means that the breeze has gone to the left, that it's a left shift coming off the shore. Do you see that?
I do see that, and I think Jimmy's going to go for a hook and try and get underneath now with them so close.
Todd, they're really far down in the box. They're down near that yellow line, which is the lay line to the mark. It's hard to hook when you're down that far down the line. Let's see if Team New Zealand can hold them off. Pretty close to the line, though, with 25 seconds to go.
Both boats very much at risk of being over.
And Spithill gets the dominant hook. Just as I was saying, it's going to be hard for him to do. Dominant hook. Team New Zealand tacks to port. They'll come right at them on starboard again, and they're going to be late. Jimmy Spithill nails it.
Big tacks back. Okay, here we go. Nice one, Jimmy.
So the all clear is given, and we are racing. Day number 9, race 12 is off.
Wow. The mistake by New Zealand was being too close to the line too early.
Well, they got that chance to jump in front and to try to take the left side of the starting line early on in the 2-minute sequence, and it didn't work. They were too early, like Gary said. Oracle pounced.
Good puff for the barrelway here. We're 2 lengths ahead.
And at mark number 1, it's the Americans with the lead in a do-or-die situation here in San Francisco. The lead is just 5 seconds. Now, the Americans have been the faster boat on the downwind leg, Ken. The big question is now, can they build on this?
Yeah, breeze off the shoreline. Let's see if this left-hand shift, or the breeze has shifted to come off the city front, off the shore side here. Let's see if they can really milk this, go all the way down the city front, an awful long way. That always benefits the boat out in front.
I noticed New Zealand going up and down on its hull a lot more than the American boat, an indication that maybe Dean Barker's having a little trouble steering. Nervousness being behind, maybe?
Good mode.
Okay, let's set up.
Stand by. Go back, Tommy. Go forward, Simeon. Keep going, Simeon.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, driving.
Let's go back to the start quickly as they make their first jibes here. Was this a question of Dean Barker being a little too aggressive, Ken Reed? And did Jimmy Spittle make the most of it?
Well, they went at 2 minutes. They came together, and they were so close. This all of a sudden gave Dean Barker a lot more options than we've seen the boat coming from the starboard tack side have in the past. So, yeah, did he change up his strategy? Absolutely, as you would, but it should be an advantage at this stage. Problem was that they got too close. Team New Zealand got too close to the line. They get a proper hook, and rest is history.
Here it is on Virtual Eye one more time. The Americans getting a port entry. They come in very fast. They go deep. But this time the Kiwis, look how close that cross was.
It was a close cross, and all of a sudden they decide to take the lead back. Jimmy Spithill does a nice job of being patient here. I was worried that they were going to be too low on the lay line for that left-hand end. He knows a little more than I do about how these multi-hulls work, and got a nice little late hook and really forced the issue right away. He also was very patient there. He could have gone with Team New Zealand onto port tack. That makes him very vulnerable as the rules go. He just stayed, waited, and then took off at the right time. This is textbook, what we call a hook.
Back to live racing action. This is leg number 2 of race 12 as we check in on the water with Gary Jobson.
Well, the race continues here. New Zealand about 100 yards behind going downwind. The speed's not very much different. We're going to look for a split at the leeward gate, taking off on opposite sides of the course.
A little bit quicker, maybe. Touch. Okay, Bill.
Yeah, we're slightly slower.
Here it comes.
Okay. Pressure should be okay here.
No interim.
We're slightly faster, slightly higher, but similar VG.
That's the job of the strategist, Tom Slingsby, just calling the other boat. Actually, what you notice, they're calling their own boat. It's a very typical of the strategists. They refer to only their boat. We are blank. We are higher, we are slower, we're faster. That's really good communication.
2, 1, driving.
Certainly no sense of panic on the American boat, that's for sure.
So the Kiwis determined now is the time to jibe as they set themselves up for mark number 2. This could be the telltale sign of the race of who goes which way. The Americans obviously would love to get a split, but Ken, you and Gary both pointed out the left side of the course going back upwind will be the fastest.
Yeah, there's big current lines out there right now, too. Look at that, Todd. That big current line. This is a tough spot if you're ahead. You really have to try to plan out. You have to have well ahead of time your strategy of where you want to be on this beat. And you can see Oracle wants to be heading out into the middle likely. They're going to do one more jibe and in is my guess.
Keep it on the foil, boys, around here, okay?
Second, and then we'll get Campbell.
They jibe back now, no problem.
Save it to this left gate.
So this will create the split that Gary was referencing, with Oracle heading offshore and Team New Zealand heading inshore. Not much in it.
And at mark number 2, it's the Americans first there. They head outside, so they will head into deeper waters, and that leaves the option open for the Kiwis at mark 2. And they will split the course.
Gary, I'm kind of surprised that Oracle chose to go offshore here. I mean, I was surprised at how late they were at the hook at the mark and at the start. What do I know? But you would think the ebb is actually increasing along the shore front quicker than it is offshore right now. I'm surprised they chose this route.
Yeah, Ken, well, first of all, you know a lot, so don't underestimate your knowledge here. I'm surprised, too. Why open the door? We know the ebb's going to be better along the shore, and the water's going to be a little bit less choppy. Where Oracle's right now, the waves are going to be pretty nasty.
So an early tack for Oracle Team USA. Their lead was 11 seconds after mark number 2. They led by 5 seconds at mark number 1.
Probably foiling on us.
Get pressure here.
And the lead is shrinking.
The only problem for New Zealand, you don't want to get too close to the shore because the wind, to my eye, Kenny, is really light right up along the shoreline, along the city front.
Let's get it going. Happy with the mud? I think he's saying that they're faster all the time.
You see Oracle actually foiling right there, Todd. They're in a high-speed mode right now. You sail upwind in different modes, a high mode or a low mode. There's that current that we were referencing. I'm really surprised Oracle chose to go offshore first, but here comes our first big cross, and let's see how they go.
Perfect place to tack for New Zealand. If they'd gone 5 lengths further, the wind would have gone way down.
So, Ken, is this a case of the Kiwis are basically on a conveyor belt when you talk about the current going upwind?
That's exactly what they are. That's exactly, and we're going to find out how much of a conveyor belt. I think they've closed up quite a bit here. It's not exactly a dip. It's not as tight across as we've seen in the past, but they are certainly a lot closer, and I would attest that to be even just a better current that whole time.
Of course, now Oracle could take advantage of the current inshore, but they too can't get too close where the wind is light.
Kiwis traveling at 25 knots currently. They trail the Americans, who have led for the entire race. And the Americans now in a very favorable position, but as Gary pointed out, light wind on the left side of the track.
But they were just going 31 knots upwind. Who would ever have thought these boats could have gone 30 knots upwind? It's really, it's remarkable.
Going straight.
I think we started the Louis Vuitton series, they were going 30 knots downwind, to give you an idea of how much gain there's been in the speed of these boats. Nice little extension by Oracle here.
Get it going.
300-meter separation.
Good opportunity for Oracle to tack on New Zealand's breeze, but they don't seem to be taking it.
No, I think it's a little too close, Gary. To throw 2 tacks in that close to the shoreline, I think would be a tough spot for any catamaran.
Now that's an impressive sight. Yeah, that's an impressive sight right there.
Foiling upwind was kind of like, have you seen Sasquatch when we first got to San Francisco? People had said they've seen it, but no one was for sure. And now, in fact, it's a common sight.
Sasquatch? We've been doing this too long.
Here's the cross on leg number 3. So the Americans have the lead. Can they hold on to it? We'll find out shortly from San Francisco.
Up to speed.
Get it going.
Still hovering around 100 meters. Both boats going through their tacks, heading upwind here on leg 3 of 5. The Americans must win this race or the America's Cup goes to Emirates Team New Zealand.
Standing by.
Looks like they're just coming into same current now. They're out of one of those big current lines, both boats. Really, for the first time, they're probably in very similar currents, side to side.
Gary, what can you tell us about the current status right now?
Well, I'm looking at the boats coming right up the city front, and right now you want to be close to the city. That current is sweeping out toward the Golden Gate, and that's why this is so close now.
Speed's good.
A huge moment here in San Francisco on the cross, leg number 3. The Americans with the slight advantage over Emirates Team New Zealand in a must-win situation.
As always, the Kiwis will never go away. Their tenacity is incredible. I'm actually surprised that Oracle forced them back into the left so early on those last 2 tacks because it just kind of pushed them in the right place. You love it when your competitor pushes you in the right spot.
Nice tack. Up to speed.
Never slower than 17 knots going through attack. That is impressive.
Man, have they learned how to do that.
What the boys are referring to earlier this regatta, the Americans clearly having issues getting their tacks in, and they have certainly worked that problem out.
You can see that current line right in the middle of the screen. It's better on the left side of the screen than the right.
Got a shot of Ben Ainsley, the 4-time Olympic gold medalist, playing tactician for Oracle Team USA.
Going really well, fully foiling upwind.
Okay, go set up, stand by.
You're going to see Oracle tack on Team New Zealand here for sure and keep the left side of the race course.
Okay, anytime.
I think New Zealand should attack a lot sooner to get back to the left.
Keep going, guys. Nice work. Really nice mode there.
He takes back. Straight into that mode, guys. That's perfect.
Make sure we got the cracks. The pressure's good here.
Constant chatter on Oracle Team USA. Emirates Team New Zealand drifting back just a bit as the lead now has gone out to 150 meters. And Ken, not a minute and a half ago, it was within 30 meters.
I think Oracle has a really nice mode. They keep talking about their mode, as do we. I think they found a really nice mode in this ebb current that they could go super fast in. Both seems to be performing very well upwind here today.
The wind is getting a little lighter as they approach the windward mark.
But a good play by Ben Ainsley here, forcing your competitor in the direction you think is wrong tactically. Force them out into less current. You take the side you think has more current. And possibly a better wind shift.
Right side of your screen.
USA. Yeah, big game.
Right side of your screen, you got a good look at Rome Kirby and Jonah Macbeth grinding away.
Coming into more pressure.
There's the goal on this beat. Gate number 3 with the Americans out in front. Their lead 128 meters and growing.
Here we go. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Oracle's trying to set up Team New Zealand for that one final kill, that one, force them to do one more maneuver than they have to do as they come into this weather mark, or force them to overstand the mark. Either way, the boat ahead is always, they have a big opportunity to gain here. Here we go. They're going to do 2 tacks. My guess, Team New Zealand, Oracle will only do 1.
No problem. 10 seconds.
Good call, Ken. Ben Ainsley says, let's just go to the ley line. We don't want any extra tacks. Let New Zealand make them.
And as the Americans hit the ley line, the lead is up to 150 meters on leg number 3.
Something interesting between Ben Ainsley and what John Kostecki was doing at the beginning of the week. He brings himself into the middle of the boat a lot during these races, where Kostecki was always grinding from the high side and doing tactics from there. Has to be very difficult to see your opposition on the other side of a wing.
So the strategy pays off for the Americans. They force the Kiwis into an extra tack as the Americans hit gate number 3 first, but it is a very small lead, and it looks like Jimmy Spithill will opt for the deeper waters. See rounds gate number 3. The Kiwis heading the opposite direction, and again, they have split the course. So the race is on to mark number 4. The Americans lead still over 100 meters over the Kiwis. So Gary Jobson, you'd have to consider Mark III a huge success strategically for the Americans.
Well, 10 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but that's about 8 boat lengths. We are right next to Oracle Team USA now. They just went through a perfect jibe and another huge gain. Being offshore here out in the middle of the bay is a big advantage.
Normal mode here. Okay? No problem with him. Nice game.
So the Americans go into normal mode. There you see the gain, Ken. Folks at home may be saying, well, it's still 8-1. The Kiwis have this thing wrapped up. The sense you get, though, is you do not want to give the Americans any more momentum than they already have.
That's exactly right. And Dean Barker knows in that pre-race interview, he said, these guys are formidable, they're dangerous, we don't want to let them off the mat, so to speak. And sure enough, they're giving them a chance right now.
Leg 4 of 5. This is race number 12, day number 9 of the 34th America's Cup. Alongside Gary Jobson and Ken Reed, I'm Todd Harris. The Americans firmly in control of this one, and they have to be. If they lose another race, the America's Cup leaves their hands and goes back to New Zealand.
I got it.
So the Americans sailing 2 knots faster downwind. They have the lead. They look very smooth. And Ken, for the folks watching at home, they may say, we were less than 100 meters as they approach gate number 3. Where did everything go wrong for the Kiwis and right for the Americans?
Well, it doesn't take much. First of all, when you round the weather mark, that weather gate, you automatically accelerate. You start going about 10 knots faster than the other boat going upwind. So you automatically create a jump just from going downwind compared to upwind. And then they obviously got this first wind shift correct. There's a little bit of luck involved in that, but at the same time, you make your own luck. They clearly got into the first wind shift and at least doubled, maybe tripled their lead.
And Gary, you're down on the water. What did you see? What did the Americans do so right, and where did the Kiwis miss out?
Well, we saw the wind getting lighter as they were getting up toward that windward gate. Just wasn't much along the shore. New Zealand rounded the left gate, went along the shore, and that's where they lost the distance. They didn't have the wind to give them the speed.
But Todd, to be honest, they didn't have a choice either. You know, the lead boat dictates what the boat behind is going to do going into those situations. The Kiwis took the hand that they were dealt, and it didn't work.
Yeah. And go wing. I'd say he's doing 37s probably.
And he's gaining man.
Emirates Team New Zealand General Manager Grant Dalton on board as a grinder. And right now there's nothing that he can do to help them to go any faster. It looks like from that shot they're close, but as we pull out, you'll see that it is well over 400 meters away to what we like to refer to as the Batmobile. And Emirates Team New Zealand is running out of time and distance.
You know, having Grant Dalton on the boat has been very important. He gets off often in the second race, but I think he needs to stay on board to settle this team down for the second race this afternoon.
Well, for the longest time, we have said that the Kiwis are just the faster boat here at this 34th America's Cup. But the numbers don't lie, and right now, Kenny, the Americans are clearly the faster boat.
Yeah, it could really be a little of anything. Remember, compared to most boats that we sail, these guys actually sail into the puffs dead in front of them. Where the breeze is coming from, those accelerations or decelerations are right in front of them. That's how fast they go. That's how much apparent wind they create. So it's a whole different philosophy. You can literally sail into a puff and extend and sail away, and there's nothing the boat behind can do about it.
20 seconds. 15. 10. 5. Go board.
Todd, you can't help but think this has been a long few weeks, long couple of years, but these guys have been non-stop now for days and days in a row. Exhaustion has to happen at some stage.
Mark number 4 is the Americans, and now they head for home.
Pressure's good all the way. Current will be helping you up here, Jimmy.
And unlike yesterday, mark number 4, not that close. As the Kiwis make the turn, they are down by 29 seconds as the Americans head for home, and this victory will go the way of Oracle Team USA. Ken, they did exactly what they had to do. As you pointed out, they had to get the start. That was mission number 1.
They must have read our pre-race script. I mean, really, give these guys a lot of credit. The pressure is all over them, and they have performed under the heat that the world sailing community is just heaping on these guys. Really well done by Oracle Team USA in this race.
So the Americans will come to the line and they will extend this series. Oracle Team USA gets the win in race 12. No major celebrations on board. That is just one down. They need 7 more wins to keep the cup. And for the Kiwis, Dean Barker, you can always imagine what he's going to say. It's one race.
Regroup. Just get over it. There's one thing, these Kiwis, their incredible composure and demeanor, just solid, flatline demeanor. These guys will be totally sorted out and ready to go for this next race.
Well, the proud Kiwis are out in force for the school children back in Auckland. Unfortunately, celebration cannot happen just yet, as we have been extended now to race 13. And now the biggest question is, what will Mother Nature do? Knowing San Francisco and the way the wind builds in the afternoon, everyone we'll now start looking at the numbers. But the most important number is the Americans pick up win number 4 of this regatta, and they keep the Kiwis from getting win number 9 and game, set, match.
You saw the coaches completely surrounding the afterguard there, Spithill, Ainsley, and they're talking about strategy already. What they liked, what they didn't like, what they saw, what they didn't see. Really good opportunity for these guys just to do a quick regroup and to start working on their strategy immediately for the next race.
Ken, I might see a sail change here. They have a pretty big sail up. The wind is building, so they might change that jib to forward sail.
And Gary, while we've got you on the horn, what do you think about the wind? We've been building the last few days. It's been like clockwork. Do we get the second race in today?
Well, it is a little less at this point than it was yesterday, so maybe that helps out. But the current is starting to ebb, which lowers that wind limit. It's a wait-and-see situation. We've got roughly a little over half an hour for the next start.
So we can tell you this, on day number 9, race 12 goes the way of Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the America's Cup. It now stands 8 wins for New Zealand, 4 wins for the USA, or 8 points to 2 points. So the Americans clearly not out of the woods yet. They will regroup, head back out to the start as Larry Ellison and company look on, because they are still, Ken, despite this, they are still in win or go home mode.
I don't see Larry exactly jumping up and down, but you got to say there's certainly a sigh of relief from that tender, that's for sure. He's been out there on the water just about every day. There we go. Little cheer for the boys from the boss. Anything you can get at this stage, just one race at a time, like they keep saying.
And there's a sail change.
So good call by Gary Jobson. Changes being made, all kinds of things going on board Oracle Team USA. The defenders, meanwhile, Emirates Team New Zealand will take quick stock of what went wrong, and I'm sure they're going to go back and immediately talk about the start.
Yeah, they come in, though, from the same exact side. But we've lost so many days. We've gotten out of sequence. It was originally designed so you'd come in from the port side one race per day and come in from the starboard side the other race per day. We've gotten just a little out of sequence. Today happens to favor the Americans in both races. They'll be coming up in from that favored side. There'll also be a stronger ebb, so there may even be more of an advantage to that favored side, that left side of the start box.
Massive sales coming off of Oracle Team USA as they are in fact making a change. We now go on board with the helmsman of Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the Cup, Jimmy Spithill. Jimmy, congratulations. I noticed not a lot of celebrating after you got that win, and the boys immediately going back to work.
Yeah, it's straight back to business. The boys are really focused today and very hungry, and they're just really accepting the challenge. So we're straight on to the next one, and that's how we're going to treat it, one after the other.
So Jimmy, down 8-1, now 8-2. Is there more pressure or less pressure? You can actually make a case. The mountain seems so high at this stage. There's actually less pressure. Nothing to lose as you go out there.
Yeah, in some ways there is. I mean, yeah, look, we love a challenge, and we've certainly got what we wish for here. But I tell you, the boys this morning, it was almost a bit of excitement, you know, because they really embraced it, and you know, they just sailed a fantastic race. So look, we've just got to really focus one at a time, do the little things right, and keep chipping away.
Jimmy, we always thought you were a little suspect in the middle breezes, but you're foiling upwind in the middle breeze, upper middle, going faster. How are you able to keep increasing your speed?
Just a lot of hard work, Gary. I mean, we've just every night we've been very, very critical with each other and pretty candid. And you know, the design engineering guys have been spending a lot of time at it, and we're just trying to improve every single day. I mean, the learning curve since we started the America's Cup has just been very, very steep. And every single day we're learning something, and hopefully we can make a couple of steps for this next race as well.
Well, Jimmy, the start looked awfully good. Might have to start referring to you as Captain Hook as you put it on the boys from New Zealand. Best of luck to you. We'll see you in the next race.
Thanks, guys.
Jimmy Spithill, the helmsman for Oracle Team USA, as they pick up the victory in race number 12 here on day number 9. The Kiwis regrouping as well, making changes on board, getting a little nutrition to the lads on the boat. And you know the Kiwis well, Kenny. They won't be rattled at all.
And there's the king of not being rattled, Mr. Dalton.
Grant Dalton, the general manager of Emirates Team New Zealand, now joins us. All right, Grant, what's the mood like on board Emirates Team New Zealand and where did that race get away from you?
Well, it's always hard in starboard entry, you know, and I mean, we've always sort of seen these two as very difficult because of the starboard entry, and tried to get the action in the start, didn't quite work out. I thought our speed was okay. Got back into it at the top mark, not much in the boats upwind really, and probably similar downwind. So pretty hard to make that deficit up, and they're getting better. We just got to keep chipping away at it.
Hey Grant, are you on for this next race, or are you gonna take a breather and let Winston take over?
Yeah, no, Winston will be on for the next race, mate. A little bit of muscle on board.
Grant, have you been making some changes to your boat? You know, we keep seeing Oracle Team USA improving. Have you been trying to make some improvements yourself?
Yeah, I think we have, and we were a lot faster yesterday. We've sort of gone back to the configuration today, you know, targeting the first race. Now we're knowing the breeze, as we targeted yesterday morning's race, breeze up a bit now, so we're probably in, you know, kind of a more light air configuration. So, but starboard advantage now, particularly as the ebb's starting to run, makes it real hard. Although in that race that got blown off yesterday, we had a blinder, but unfortunate really. But yeah, I mean, it's a more normal configuration now, but yesterday was definitely slightly different.
Grant, can you speak to the pressure at all that you and the boys are feeling, knowing that the entire nation of New Zealand is glued to their TVs right now, expecting you to bring home the cup?
Well, we try and hold it out a little bit. We know it's there. We know there's a nation watching this. But once you go into the start box, you don't really think of that anymore, and you just do your job as best you can.
Dalton, we'll let you get about your business. Appreciate your time.
No problem.
So again, this will be race 13, which also means that Emirates Team New Zealand, Ken, will get port entry yet again.
I've kind of lost track of the port entry and starboard entry, to be honest. We just want to race. I think we just want to race, and I know the Kiwis want to race, that's for sure. I give them such high marks for keeping composure there. It would have been really, really easy just to get angry.
So we go under 5 minutes to go for the race 13, which was abandoned. Will we have enough wind to get it going? The most important thing is getting off that line, getting the start, and we'll see if Jimmy Spithill can once again play the hook.
Yeah.
As the boats enter the starting box, they begin the dance, which in many cases determines the outcome of the race. Skippers will use their instincts and the opponent if possible. The primary tactic is for the boat coming from behind, or the blue boat, to do what's called a hook. If the boat ahead or the yellow boat is early to the line or too far up the line towards the wind, the boat behind times a last-minute attack and tucks in close to leeward or downwind of the boat ahead. The attacking boat hooks the defensive boat and holds him into the wind until the defensive boat slows to a stop, all the while planning a quick getaway and a large lead at Mark 1. Knowing the game means understanding the rules, an integral part of sailboat racing at any level.
So the wind is picking up. In fact, it is holding at 11.5 knots and building, so we'll have a little more pace on the course today. Now, the big question is, we approach 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and Emirates Team New Zealand getting port entry. Do you play it differently this time if you're Dean Barker?
I don't know if you do. You just have to get across. Nothing's really changed in the starting line, in the starting box. You got to get across and line yourself up, but it's so much harder to do time and distance, Todd, when it's this light. The acceleration, if you have a tiny puff, you could take off in a shot. If it's a lull, you could be really slow to accelerate. That's the hardest thing for these sailors to try to figure out.
1 minute. It's actually ebbing a bit here for the entry. Yeah, there's going to be plenty of pressure for the pre-start.
The problem Oracle Team USA has coming into the box is that once they bear off, they're going directly into the current, so it's going to actually be very hard to get the Emirates to New Zealand.
See Winston McFarland still on the boat, so this is 2 races in a row for Winston, and Grant Dalton is still off the boat.
Full pace. 13, 14 from it.
New Zealand looks early.
Kiwis are in at 2:04. So here we go. It's race number 13, day number 10. Moments after the Kiwis on their way to winning the America's Cup, the race was abandoned. The time limit was exceeded.
Stand by jive here, guys.
This is more of a traditional starting sequence that we've seen the whole series, not the super light air one we saw about an hour ago, but they both still have their code zeros furled up. They think it's going to be light enough for a non-foiling downwind leg. That's really the difference. If you can foil, no code zeros. If you can't foil, you throw them up there.
Right now, the wind is too strong to use those code zeros, Ken. I don't think we'll see them unless the wind goes down a little.
Here we go.
Not killing much. He's probably under a bit there.
Keep trimming, guys. Keep trimming.
With this ebb current, this
Really
should traditionally be helping out the position that Team New Zealand is in. They like that left hand,
Let's go, boys. Got to get us
that
going.
left hand lane.
Still ahead, but yeah.
Just a huge moment for Oracle. Can they shake off this morning's beating that they took?
New Zealand doing a very good job setting themselves up to be in a good position.
30, not a lot to kill to the boat.
Trim on, trim.
Are you killing 7 here?
Yeah,
Not going to kill.
Oracle going for a hook. I don't think Dean Barker falls for this one. He'll bear away, hopefully fast enough. If he's too slow here, he could get an overlap and he could be in trouble.
Trim out, trim.
Barely stays calm.
Get it going.
By barely getting going, he's going to have total control of this start, Todd.
Solid pressure here.
All clear. All clear.
So Jimmy Spithill goes for a hook at the start of race number 13, can't get it, and he puts Dean Barker and the Kiwis in prime position.
Gutsy move by Dean Barker, letting him close the gap so tightly, yet keeping just clear ahead. That allowed him to pull the trigger and to have a dominant start.
So the race for the America's Cup is on. New Zealand needing just one more victory, and the cup is theirs. The Americans need to win out to retain.
Gutsy, Ken, I would say brilliant.
At mark number 1, Emirates Team New Zealand has the lead. Can they make it stick? The wind is picking up to 12 knots now, peaking at 15, and the Americans just 3 seconds behind.
No code zeros.
And Ken, in the last race, I don't even think we were even halfway to mark number 1 at this point.
Exactly. Easily up on their foils, so that pretty much eliminates the code zeros for now. They'll keep them in the air just in case they get a light spot and need to use the sails to get out of it.
Really good pressure down this side.
Oracle Team USA doing a very good job sailing low here. That's helping them.
Yeah, but it's right down into the bad air of Emirates Team New Zealand, Gary. I think it's usually a temporary gain. They sail down into that wing wash and they can't make it stick.
You're exactly right. Big ball, Ken.
Nice game here, Dino.
Todd, we just don't really know which boat is better in this condition right now. You know, we talked earlier about Oracle making the huge improvements at the upper end, at the top end of the wind range. Is that going to be a big detriment to what they can do at the bottom end? How much should they change their boat overnight towards the lighter air configuration?
Well, we certainly learned the boats are pretty even going downwind. The big test is going to windward on leg 3.
This watch getting slow in this next lull. Big gains. Very nice here.
Good discipline by Dean Barker, not looking back at the other boat. I like what I see.
And the lead starts to grow for Emirates Team New Zealand on the right-hand side of your screen, up to 160 meters over the Americans.
And watching it getting soft in this corner too, but nothing special. Yeah, probably has. Possible to pull it a boy. Yeah, good pressure. Let's keep it going. This next little transition.
Let's go back and look at the start one more time. This is where Dean Barker really earning his money right here as we take a look at it on virtual reality.
Well, the guys talked on Oracle about actually just going for the pin end or the right-hand end, the starboard end, actually. And they decided at the last second to bail out, probably too late. They went for this hook move too late. Barker just fends it off, keeps him in tight, doesn't get too close to the line, wins the start. Really well done by the Kiwis. Look at that, no overlap. If there was an overlap here, Todd, the whole thing changes and Oracle's ahead by a mile. But that 8 or 10 feet between the boats right there is all the difference that need to be made by the Kiwis to actually dominate that start.
Virtual reality brought to you by Virtual Eye as the Americans trying to close the gap on Emirates Team New Zealand. The Kiwis just one win away from claiming the America's Cup and taking it away from Oracle Team USA.
It's all about staying in the pressure right now. This is where tacticians make their money. Ben Ainsley and Ray Davies, this is a battle amongst wits right now.
Yeah, all the way. 30 seconds to a dive. Got to stand by here, boys.
Hit the speed on.
All the way, Jimmy. Good pressure here. 20 seconds.
Stay with us.
Good gain still.
How about the Americans? They were down by 150 meters, and here they are now leading by 15.
I think what you're seeing is again, kind of like we've seen this whole series, at least so far in this race, two pretty even boats that when you get a puff or, you know, get a little breeze in your favor, you gain. It's that simple. And here's a big cross. They might have a piece of these guys.
Oracle has the right of way on starboard as they come together.
Starboard! Starboard! Jesus, fuck's sake!
And I have a feeling we're going to have a protest.
Put it in the hands of the umpires. This is going to be very interesting.
Well, from my viewpoint, I didn't think it was a foul.
Boy, it was a bit of a Hollywood if it wasn't a foul by the Oracle guys. They sure tried to sell it. Let's see if they sold it properly.
Even still, they take the lead.
What do you think of the zero after the turn?
Talking about setting that
Umpires taking a long time here, Gary. But you're right, Oracle has taken the lead no matter
We'll do
what.
it after the turn. We'll do it after, Joe.
Yeah, keep sailing fast, guys. Just keep sailing quick.
Good pressure this way.
Well, this could be a game changer depending on what the umpires decide.
Well, not really, because right now they would just make Team New Zealand get behind anyway. So in essence, by losing the lead here, they've actually done their penalty already. But I've never seen the umpires take, well, there it is.
There it is.
Wow, so the Hollywood works for Oracle. You know, Gary and I both thought there was distance in between the boats, but man, they sold it well.
Instantaneously, the penalty is completed, so you called it right. So the Americans take the lead, they sell it, and the officials say New Zealand found the Americans. So it's the Americans now in the lead by more than 100 meters. Here it is again.
45 seconds.
That little, what the umpires determined was if Oracle hadn't changed direction here, they would have had a collision. So they listen. They have everything sorted out in that back room. Yeah,
it would have been close, Ken.
It would have been close. This will be debated for a long time, but nonetheless, Oracle took the lead. Takes the pressure off the umpires here, to be honest, because Oracle was going to take the lead here no matter what.
Oracle almost lost a crew member who was crossing at this point. Didn't see it coming. Jimmy Spittle takes evasive action. Back to a live
you want to
shot.
make it big, yeah. You want to make it look close.
Fast, my call.
Can New Zealand get down to this gate, or are they going to have to jibe one more time? Here's another incredibly tactical situation in light air on 72-foot foiling catamarans.
One quick thing, the breeze is better to the right side of the course. That'll favor New Zealand if they ever go get around the gate.
Ring on, jibing. Right turn, right turn, right turn. Now we're going to jibe back.
Right in front. The Americans pull it off right in front of the Kiwis at gate number 2.
And the Kiwis decide to jibe back and go for the other gate. They're going to be really slow here trying to pull this maneuver off. Really slow.
Big game. Nice and smooth.
2 giants in close succession, big mistake.
And they can't get down low enough to the mark. They're not going to be gaining speed very, very soon.
And nice and smooth, guys.
Current's going right to left in this picture.
Holy smokes, what a turn of events. The cross and then Jimmy Spithill right in front of Dean Barker and Ray Davies, and it brings them almost to a complete halt, and there's the lead, 100 meters.
The difference again was just meters. If Emirates Team New Zealand could have soaked a little bit lower and made that left gate, it would have been a dead even split. But the fact that they had to do that last minute maneuver really slowed them down, put them behind here, going up leg number 3.
Look at it.
Well, let's take a look at one more time on virtual eye, and here it was, the Americans on the left, the Kiwis on the right.
The mark on the lower left-hand side is the mark that Oracle's going to be going after, because the other boat's inside, so they get into the zone, that 3-boat length zone. They have control of that left-hand mark. Instead of following them in, the Kiwis decide to do a last-minute jibe back again and get super slow. So, hey, very well done by Oracle. They use the 3-boat length circle that we can't see on the left-hand side of our screen, the lower left-hand side. They do a nice, fast maneuver around. Team New Zealand gets really slow, and Oracle breaks out to a nice little lead.
We're looking at live pictures now as the Americans have the lead, 260 meters and growing. So the Kiwis were 1 leg away from claiming the America's Cup, and Mother Nature shut it down. The time limit was exceeded. The race was abandoned, and here we are in the rerunning of race 13, and now the Americans are clearly in control.
Yeah, 30 seconds from here underneath that one. Underneath the yacht line. Yeah. Keep it going here, guys. Nice work. Really good lefting. Falling out of it a little.
So the Americans with the lead. Gary Jobson, are they on the right course right now? Do you like where they're sitting?
20 seconds.
I do. I like the right side of the course where Oracle Team USA is. There's a little bit more breeze over there right now. And hey, a special note, we have about 29 minutes left in the time limit. There's going to be no problem with the time limit in this race.
Here we go. Nice, Tommy.
They have learned how to tack this boat. And it's, I guess, the question that people all around the docks here in San Francisco keep asking, what took them so long? The Kiwis really were showing this off during the whole Louis Vuitton series. Why didn't Oracle pick up on that earlier? It might have cost them a couple races early on in this series.
It's been a nice game. Happy to tack under this one, Dino.
Back on board with Emirates Team New Zealand. They are sitting on 8 wins, needing only 1 more to claim the 34th America's Cup. Let's not forget, it has been a couple days since the Kiwis have won a race. Remember, go back to day number 9, race number 12. Only 1 race was contested that day. The Americans won it, and fresh off the abandonment of race 13, so momentum clearly on the side of Oracle Team USA, but heartbreaking for the Kiwis of what they did in the first race today, which was abandoned, is they made the turn at Mark 4, and they just ran out of time.
But they're climbing back into this again. You know, do not count them out. They have shown calm and being calm and collected in the toughest of spots, but this is a tough spot, knowing that they have the cup in their hands after the race about an hour and a half ago.
They were 1 leg away.
Standing by. 2, 1,
Okay, I think they're going back in this pressure. Let's just see what it does. I reckon just get it going. Yeah, big lefty here. So going straight for a second. Just get her on the foil, I reckon. A little fast, man.
On board with the Cup defenders, Oracle Team USA. They trail right now 8 wins to 2. They need to win out. The Kiwis looking for just 1 more victory to take the Cup back to Auckland.
Look out there in the middle of the bay right now. Oracle's in a big left-hand shift. The breeze has gone left for both of these boats. It's a tough time to be a tactician, especially in boats that don't maneuver very well. You have to commit to areas of the race course sometimes that you don't necessarily want to be, but then be patient. Will their patience be rewarded?
Let's go back and take a look at a replay on virtual eye, and here's how the Americans got this lead, Kenny, as they split the course. The Kiwis forced into a bad situation.
Little left-hand shift in the upper left-hand corner of the race course. Oracle does a nice job getting across, but it was really all set up by that bottom mark. That bottom mark is where Team New Zealand had to over-maneuver. They had to try to create a split, and sure enough, it cost them valuable distance and the upper hand in this race. But it's not over, Todd. We've seen that too many times.
You think back to just a week ago, and leg number 3 was certainly the downfall of Oracle Team USA. They just could not figure out how to make their tacks quicker, and it didn't matter what lead they had after the first 2 legs. The Kiwis would just track them down. Not the case anymore.
Are you sure it was just a week ago? It was a month ago, wasn't it? But I mean, Kiwis are reeling them in here a little bit. You know, this is hard. This is hard conditions. Just light, spotty wind shifts.
The key for New Zealand right now is to keep it close so they have a chance at that leeward mark. By close, I would say 200 meters is the minimum that they need to be if they hope to have a chance of catching up.
Happy? Yeah. 3, 2, 1, here we go.
I believe, Todd, today this is the only time we've seen passes downwind in this whole series, maybe the whole event for that matter. And it's the lighter air. It's the ability to jive and jump the other guy really quickly and get on top of his breeze.
He continues. Okay, you're going to get room shifting.
He may hit this side. New Zealand's got to be careful here not to stay on this course. If they do, when they attack, they're going to be slammed. They need to attack right away. Okay, happy to go first. I think we're set up here anyway, Dino. If he hits us, it's okay. We bounce back, yep.
Ray Davies talking there to Dean Barker, saying happy to sit up here. If he hits us, we're good to go. Translate.
I think it's not a great time to attack, though, if you're New Zealand. They're in a big left shift out here right now. If you do attack, you're really going to be out of sequence with the wind. Yeah, you see they hold, and they've both been wound up considerably to the left, and they have to kind of hold this out for a minute, or they'd really be putting themselves in a tough spot.
Which is a big mistake by New Zealand, because if they attacked right away, they would have been further to the left, they would have gained.
Better pressure. Yeah, faster. Okay. Possibility of laying. Have to go quicker here. Okay. At some point we've got to think about laying. Yeah. Just keep going. We might get that bit right.
These guys can change modes so dramatically. You saw New Zealand actually up on their foils for a minute. They're just trying to accelerate out from underneath the bad air, the disturbed air, the wing wash of Oracle Team USA. They can use their speed to do that.
Oracle's not far from the ley line, Kenny.
And it looks like they're just going to hold it out, Gary, and just do one maneuver in and hopefully just gain by lack of tacking.
Yeah, the big mistake by New Zealand was not tacking immediately when Oracle tacked on their breeze. They really lost an opportunity.
Compression side. Don't try and foil here. Let's just keep it. Take the height. Copy. I think we'll lay if we take the height. Copy. I can't believe I'm saying this, but high mode.
Still high mode, Carl.
That?
Still high mode here.
Yeah, nice guys.
Higher if we can.
Definitely run the right hand back gate.
Look at that. The left-hand shift is so dramatic that it looks like they're going to lay the mark. Boy, sometimes, Todd,
nice and smooth, boys.
it's just your day. And this big wind shift right here is proof that today appears to be Oracle's day.
Won't be long with this left.
Probably, yeah.
Just check now. 40 seconds.
Got 40 seconds.
Look for Oracle to jibe almost immediately after rounding and head straight down for the lure gate.
Exactly.
I think you can uncant now.
We'll get right hand out of it. Yeah. Should work nice. I don't reckon they'll late. By the time they get here, it'll shift back.
Bottom of the screen, it's a little dark patch right there, Todd. That could be a right-hand shift. Oracle could get around in the nick of time, and Team New Zealand might actually get stuck in a right-hand shift out here as they approach.
At gate number 3, it's the Americans first to make the turn for home. They have stretched their lead out. This is well over 400 meters as the Kiwis now will try to track them down, knowing that the cut is so very close.
Keep working, boys. Nice job.
40 seconds, no panic. Happy to continue.
I think sailors around the world are just shaking their heads. That's how quickly fortunes have changed in this event.
Happy, Gub?
Remember, Dean Barker had the lead at gate number 1 by 3 seconds. A fantastic job by Jimmy Spithill down at gate number 2 and put them in a hole, and now they are starting to make it stretch up to 46 seconds. The Kiwis are behind the Americans. So the Americans head off for mark number 4. Dean Barker and Emirates Team New Zealand try and track them down.
Okay, pressure will go down from here. He's giant, so no problem.
I'll tell you what a difference a race makes, Gary Jobson. 45 minutes ago, we were talking about New Zealand winning this thing, and then the time limit snuck in.
You know, we were just by Oracle Team USA. They came right by regardless here just moments ago, and that crew looked pretty darn happy. They've got the momentum, and that's going to carry forward in the next couple days.
Nice pressure from now. Nice pressure from now. Really good.
Wind running perfect right now, 14 knots, peaking at 16.2, and the Oracle Team USA outfit looks very good.
Yeah, I wouldn't pan it out. Yeah, good call. Let's get ahead of it.
The lead is more than 600 meters. The second to last leg here on day number 10, race 13. And the Americans are in firm control, with the Kiwis needing just one more win to take away the America's Cup. Jimmy Spithill and company are saying not so fast.
Big wind shift on this leg. Essentially, they've jibed, and they're actually both below the mark right now. They're both sailing well below the mark. They'll start reaching up to it. Really an impossible scenario for Emirates Team New Zealand at this stage. There's no passing lanes. If you're just heading straight at the other mark, it's flat out boat speed contest, and we've proven that both of these boats can reach pretty quick.
Two big mistakes by Emirates Team New Zealand. On that leg 3 going downwind, they allowed Oracle Team USA to get on their breeze. That slowed them down. The foul, another mistake. And then upwind, they had one chance to get to the left. They stayed in the bad wind at Oracle, and it's in this position now.
And Gary, in all your experience around the America's Cup, have you ever seen a team on the last leg of what would be the winning race and have it canceled because time limit, only to come back in the next race and absolutely just get worked on the water?
Well, the only race that's analogous to this in the America's Cup was race 7 in 1983. Dennis Conner leading at the 4th of 6 legs and ended up being passed on the 5th leg, and Australia 2 passed him and won the America's Cup.
I think we'll be fine. More pressure than last time.
Well, if this lead holds up for Oracle Team USA, they will now need just 6 wins to win and keep the America's Cup, and the Kiwis still just needed that one precious victory.
With these guys standing up, they're talking about every scenario that could possibly go wrong. They have time because they're just reaching down the course. What if the breeze goes light? What if we need a code 0? What if we need this? That's really smart. They're going through every possible scenario and what their solution would actually be.
Beat to the finish. Good call. Go win.
And they just said beat to the finish. This breeze has gone so far to the left that for the first time in this event, they may be hard on the wind going in towards America's Cup Park.
Well, anything that makes the course longer is good for New Zealand.
What about, like, if we drive and have to hoist it, do it to leeward or? Real soft up here, Jimmy.
Sure looks light, dead up ahead of them there.
We can nearly set it up on the other side. You know? It's probably after a minute, there's no way we'll hoist it on this job. Okay. Nah.
Nice pressure coming in 30 seconds. Nice mode here.
Creating every scenario in your mind, not just as an individual, but you have to do it as a team here, Todd, because if you're not on the same page with the rest of the people who are grinding these sails up and down, back and forth, foils, everything else, you're going to fail. So you need your help from your buddies, and that's what they're trying to do as a team right now. Code 0 going up on Team New Zealand.
So the Americans have the lead, and they can see Mark 4 in the distance. Can they round it cleanly and get the win? We'll find out. Wind actually dying down just a little bit as the Americans make their way towards mark number 4. 12 knots is what we're reading on a constant, peaking at 14.3.
The big thing will be if they come off the foils. That's when the zeros will come out if they come off the foils. Doesn't look like they're off the foils right there, Todd.
Stand by, lads. Well done, Joey. Okay, Jimmy. Happy. Go button, Tommy. Go forward, Simeon. Got a little header, Tommy. Okay.
No problem on header.
Roll up. You got straight over, right, Tommy?
30 seconds. 20 seconds on the ball.
The Americans executing a beautiful jibe foil, still have the lead. Mark number 4 just at the bottom of your screen. They'll make a right-hand turn and head for home, and if all things hold together, the Americans will pick up another victory, and it'll take their needed wins down to 6, with the Kiwis still just needing that one win to take the cup away.
Straighten the twist when you, camber when you can, right? No problem, guys.
Two beautiful jibes by Oracle Team USA. They've come so far with their maneuvering and their boat handling. Very, very well done as they come into that last gate.
Let's keep it high out of this. Yeah, I mean, Tommy's right. We want to just hot out of this guy. Yeah, trim. Attack the high side.
Mark number 4, the Americans first to it, and now they head for home.
Get pressure, let's get pressure all the way in.
That's right.
Don't think we'll have an issue.
25, 20 seconds. 10.
So the lead for the Americans is growing to in excess of 30 seconds, and now they are close to getting to the finish and getting the win. And for Emirates Team New Zealand, Kenny, this has got to be a day of what could have been. They were in this exact same position right about here when the race came to termination point earlier today. It was waved off. They were clearly over 1,000 meters ahead of the Americans, and just not enough time.
I think we're too close to the sailors in this case. We feel their frustration, and we're thinking, oh, they just want it to end. But I know for a fact, talking to my friends back at home in Newport tomorrow, every bar full in Newport is full right now of people hoping this thing keeps going for a long, long time, because this is exciting stuff. And really, this is sailing like sailing has never seen before.
Nice little stick. Four sailors soft to get you to the line. You know what I mean?
Ken, the scene is exactly the same in Annapolis, Maryland.
So around the USA, let the celebration begin. The America's Cup will continue on for at least one more day. Oracle Team USA have come through with a victory in race number 13.
Just an astounding day. A remarkable day. It's speechless. These guys have 9 lives. No wonder they're sailing a cat.
Stress levels. Tough one. Nice one. Nice one.
And the final delta continues to grow. Congratulations all the way around. The Americans were 1 leg away from losing this. And Kenny, if we do a little quick math, you're probably talking about in that first race we saw today, what, the Kiwis needed maybe another 4 minutes?
I'd say 4 minutes at the very most.
So 4 minutes away from losing the America's Cup. The race is terminated because of the time limit of 40 minutes. They reset. The Kiwis get the better start as race 13 was started again, but it was the Americans that took it over, and at gate number 2, they make it stretch on leg 3, and they're able to extend this regatta for yet another day. We will see a day 11.
We're gonna find a lot out about Kiwi resolve at this stage. We've talked about pressure, we've talked about momentum change, but this is like nothing we've ever seen, nothing I've ever seen in the sport of sailing.
So the Kiwis come across the line 1 minute and 24 seconds behind Oracle, but the damage has been done. First by Mother Nature, and then by Jimmy Spithill. The crowds are big today. They will be even larger tomorrow, Saturday, here in San Francisco as the September Showdown continues. We now go on board the Defenders, Oracle Team USA, and their helmsman, Jimmy Spithill. Jimmy, Ken Reed says you guys must have 9 lives. That was amazing. What a turn of events.
Yeah, what a fantastic race. It's really been a really tough day, and Benny and Tommy did a great job in that second race. Benny made a great call at the bottom gate, and that was the end of the race there. Really good job there to coming in, and I thought a great bounce back from the guys too. You know, we learned a lot in the first race and applied it to the second race.
Jimmy, that first race, I mean, talk about a turn of events. You guys, you were trying to hold your smiles off at the end of that first race. I'm not sure you did such a good job, though. What a relief, huh?
Oh, man, I mean, look, what can you do? I mean, you know, sometimes a couple of things go your way, and look, we've got to take it. You know, we're in the position, we've got to take those things. But what a fantastic second race by the guys. Really stamped it strong.
Well, Jimmy, I know you got a lot of work to do. You boys can go out and celebrate this for a few moments, and then we will see you back here tomorrow for day 11.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Jimmy Spithill and his crew will head back to the dock, and they will see what they can do better tomorrow. But, wow, they got a little help from everyone today. Mother Nature, the wind. They certainly had Lady Luck on their side. Meanwhile, Dean Barker and Emirates Team New Zealand look to be poised to take the cup. And, Dean, you've been around sailing long enough to know that sometimes you just don't get the wind when you need it.
Well, yeah, very frustrating day, to be honest. You know, I think we sailed a pretty solid first race. You know, it's disappointing to you know, to be that close, but so far away. And you know, we know that we're sailing well enough. That one we just, you know, it just came down to a few meters right at the bottom, and unfortunately that was just the difference, you know. And yeah, very frustrating.
Dino, I think the whole sailing world is frustrated for you. That, just talk about a struggle of a day. Hard to come back. I mean, did you feel any sort of momentum swing after you guys didn't finish that first race amongst the crew, or it was just the way fate had it?
Oh, not at all. No, it's just, you know, it's just fate. Sometimes it's just not meant to be. And you know, the guys got straight back into it. We had a good start. We did a good job of the first half of the run, and then just gave them an opening. And yeah, a little bit frustrating, to be honest, that we didn't get around the bottom and front.
Dean, as you get back to dock, what will be the message to the rest of the crew tonight?
Oh, look, the guys are very positive. You know, we know that we can win this thing. We just have to put it all together on the day. And you know, it's tough conditions. It's you know, it's about as tricky as the bay has been since we've been here anyway. And you know, you got sort of 50-degree shifts, you know, on one beat. It's not going to be straightforward. And you know, it was hard. They got a good little jump after the mistake that we made at the bottom. You know, we made a little inroad, but it was never going to be enough.
Dean, as always, we appreciate your time on a very frustrating day. We will see you back here on the water tomorrow.
Yeah, well, thanks, guys.
beautiful pier in San Francisco as we take you on board Oracle Team USA. We've got them covered both visually and audio, and we will have all that for you throughout the exciting racing. Now remember, the Americans have port entry today, and the Kiwis will be on starboard entry, so the Americans get in 10 seconds early. They kind of can force the issue, Ken, if they want to.
They get to pick and choose the time that they want to head back with that 10-second entry. But we think the current might negate that a little bit today. This could be a different look than we've seen in almost a week, Todd.
Oh yeah, about
Killing 5 on the box.
about 18 from it.
Just get a little closer to it.
Well, with its flood tide, you would think that the windward end would be better. But the leeward end of the line, to my eye, looks a little closer by about 2 boat lengths to the first turning mark. So it's a toss-up which end of the line's better.
And at 2:10, the defenders of the Cup make their move.
Todd, you saw them slow down right at the last second. They were dangerously close. They thought they might actually be a little bit early there and actually it slowed the boat down right at the last second. Doesn't look like it's really made a difference, though.
Have a good one, bruh.
Miles ahead of him here.
Day 12, race 14 is on. Oracle Team USA must win out to keep this regatta going. One more loss and the Cup will go to the Kiwis.
We were talking about how loose these guys are on Oracle. You heard the last comment from Slingsby as they entered. Have a good one, bro. There doesn't seem to be a lot of pressure with these guys.
Where is he on ley line? He's
5 seconds, yeah. 5 seconds to the boat.
See, there you saw attack instead of a jibe. Already a different strategy. These guys are trying to stay up current a little bit towards the bridge.
Killing 30 to the line.
A slow build there. He's on our line. He's clear. Hang on the wind here.
Oracle's dangerously close to the line here. They got a lot of time to kill. New Zealand's in a great position.
They just said they got 30 to kill to the line. That's a lot of time. Gapping off by Team New Zealand. That means they're trying to get up to the weather end. But have they pulled their hand? Have they shown their hand too early? This is going to be a time and distance start, Todd.
I like New Zealand's position there.
10 seconds to the line. The all clear is sounded. Day 12, race 14 is on.
This lighter breeze, I think it's going to allow Oracle to escape out from underneath. It's the same thing again. It's a windward leeward. Oracle is in the favored leeward position. The other boat has to stay out of the way. They're going to avoid the mark again. This is just typical strategy for match racing.
So in fact, what they're doing, folks, if I'm correct, Kenny, is the Americans are just pushing the Kiwis as far off course as they can.
They try to get them slow and then try to extend and gain as much as they possibly can here. Remember, the boundary is going to come into play fairly shortly.
Sit up here, guys. Jive, guys.
Going straight forward. Sit up there.
Hold it. 3. Not yet. 2. I'm on the boundary, Gov. 1. Go forward.
Driving.
Simultaneous jibe. Who can do it better?
And Oracle will be the leeward boat. New Zealand needs to get an overlap at the mark.
I think actually New Zealand slowed down in that jibe on purpose as to not get an overlap and make sure that they weren't committed to weather of Oracle, who was the right-of-way boat in that position. They do have to get down to this mark, obviously. They have to leave the mark to their right side.
Sail up, mate. Sail up. Special there yet.
I got Ray.
So the lead at mark number 1 is 6 seconds to Oracle Team USA. The Kiwis just off their left-hand side, and now the tactics begin.
Pretty soft.
You see the numbers there. Oracle Team USA 3 knots faster than the Kiwis.
They could just be sailing again. The puffs that they go into, it's not like traditional sailing where the puffs come from behind the boat. The puffs they're actually sailing into are dead in front of the boat. So very often the boat ahead has the advantage just in sailing into better breeze.
So the second jibe comes here on race number 14. And again, the Americans have a lead of over 125 meters as we check in on the water with Gary Jobson.
Well, Todd, looking at the wind on the water here, it gets a lot lighter as they get closer to the gate. So staying in a good pressure, more wind is really going to be a premium. You want to jibe when you're in the stronger wind, not when it's light.
And Gary, on the course, as we look down from the helicopter shot, where is the sweet spot on this course? Is it left, right, or center?
Well, right now, I like the center of the course. There's more wind. When you get to either side, the wind gets lighter. And boy, is Oracle sailing fast. They're gaining like crazy.
Better pressure this way, actually. Really nice mode. Keep it fast, Cole. It's getting a little slow.
Give you a look at virtual eye animation and just show them what it is. And Kenny, the big 3 letters that everyone talks about in this race is VMG.
That's right, it's VMG. Those yellow lines, that's how fast you're getting towards the mark. It's a combination of your forward speed dead ahead and the angle from the breeze you are. So right now, obviously pretty close, but Oracle has had a slight edge like Gary reported earlier.
VMG, or velocity made good, as the Kiwis jibe yet again.
That graphic looks like a page out of my physics book in high school.
Pressure is down, Hank. Pressure's down.
In those first couple jibes, Todd, and we have so rarely said this in this entire event, Oracle out-jibed the Kiwis in those first 2 jibes and gained a little bit on both. And we just always have seen the Kiwis have better jibes than everybody else. It shows how far along these guys have come since the beginning of this series and their maneuvering problems.
You've got pressure coming, so you're in a good mode, but just watch it if it gets lighter that we don't force the fly, okay? Okay, good mode here. Best pressure's right there, but yeah, we're going to get there.
And when you listen to Ben Ainsley, the tactician for Oracle, and he says good mode there, is he just talking about he likes the wind that he's getting in this position?
No, that's the VMG number that we're talking about. A good mode means your angle from the wind compared to your boat speed forward. It's that combination, that VMG number, that's what he's calling just mode, good mode.
And again, your VMG is your velocity made good. And right now, Ben Ainsley, the 4-time Olympic champion, likes the way the defenders, Oracle Team USA, are sitting.
3, 2, 1, driving.
Really classic match racing going on here right now for Oracle, Gary. They're just staying between the man and the mark, and they're not letting them out of their sights.
I love the way Oracle Team USA has improved their driving here over the last week, and right out of the textbook. Stay between your competitor and a mark. A mistake both of these boats have made in previous races. They're not making that mistake now.
And Gary, what do you think about gate selection? What side do you think the Americans are going to go for?
Well, Ben Ainsley and Oracle Team USA has got the choice, left gate or right gate. I have to think he wants the left gate to work that cone underneath Alcatraz Island. There's less current over there, and that would be the best place to be.
No problem with the taking us down to the ley line. Yeah, I think, well, boy, really good, guys. They're going to have to set up there. Yeah, there they go. We've got 30 seconds. Make sure we get the immersion here. 25.
So the Americans going about their business as they have grown the lead to more than 274 meters, dropping just minutely right there as we transition back to the Kiwis. Remember, they just need one more victory, and the America's Cup is theirs. And again, they just aren't getting the pressure. They just aren't getting the speed that we're known to seeing them have on the downwind leg.
Yeah, this is nervous moments for all Kiwi fans all the way around the world. This is clearly nervous moments. Oracle sailing away here right now, and it's always been thought in kind of this medium breeze that this was a breeze that New Zealand possibly had an advantage in. Doesn't show. That's not showing up right now in this leg, Todd.
So there's the situation right now. The Americans have a 300-meter lead. We look at Jimmy Spithill in the center of your screen right there. He is the helmsman.
Now, this is a condition where you could see a full split at this mark. There's two ways of doing this on the tidal change. With the incoming tide, it's actually sweeping out of the bay along the shoreline. You could see Oracle go for the cone, like Gary just said, and Team New Zealand actually could split all the way to the shoreline right away. We could see the biggest split we've seen in this entire event so far.
At mark number 2, it's Oracle, Team USA. Their lead 300 meters, and they will make their way for the cone behind Alcatraz Island. The Americans' lead at gate number 1 was 6 seconds. It has more than doubled here on leg number 2.
Just heard Ben Ainsley say, keep going straight here all the way to the boundary. So I guarantee you they had a playbook committed before this race started. If we're ahead, we're going for the cone.
Their lead has been quadrupled from 6 to 24 seconds. The Kiwis will head towards the shore, and the Americans will look for relief in the cone behind Alcatraz Island.
Nice take, boys. We're right on this.
So the Americans on leg number 3 of 5, nursing a 300-meter lead. How much relief will they see, Gary, off the back of Alcatraz Island with the tide?
Well, not only get some relief of about a knot and a half tide, but they actually could get a little counter current sweeping up toward the windward mark, and that'll help them gain a little bit more. New Zealand, on the other hand, has done the right move, heading for the same spot, but I don't know if they're going to have the speed to catch up.
Yeah, so they determined, Todd, that ebb current, or the current flowing out of the bay up along the city front, is not enough yet, so they decide to keep it close, and they're playing the cone, that tidal relief behind Alcatraz, just like the Americans did.
20 seconds here. Stand by, guys. Stand by. Press for you.
So there's the scene on the San Francisco Bay. Alcatraz Island off to their right. The Americans' 300-meter lead over the Kiwis. The lead is just over 270 meters for Team USA, the defenders of the Cup. The Kiwis trying to close it in, and there is Alcatraz Island. Ken, for the folks that don't know about the cone, the only thing I know about Alcatraz Island is somewhere you don't want to go. But for the sailors today, this is definitely somewhere they're heading towards.
Yeah, so we talked earlier about either the relief, the tidal relief under Alcatraz, or potentially the tidal relief all the way on the San Francisco shoreline. Both of these boats determined that it's not early enough in the ebb or the change, so they've both elected to go up behind Alcatraz Island and try to stay out of the current that way. Hey, for Americans right now, it's an easy choice. Just stick with your competitor and hopefully stay between them and the mark.
Yeah, we're just going to get past this line pretty much on boundary.
Man, close to the boundary right there, Todd. That was kind of almost like the boundary snuck up on them, and they did a bit of a crash tack there. That was not their best tack, but nonetheless, still a nice little lead.
Folks have found a spot all along the waterfront here in San Francisco. People have made their way out to Alcatraz, and look at our good friends out at America's Cup Park. That is some prime real estate with the Coit Tower behind them. They are watching on, as is the rest of the world. This is the 34th America's Cup.
Upwind can't, Simeon. Nice and low, boys, if you're not doing anything. Don't wait on, guys. Hit the pressure, give me a real high front. Okay. Copy. Active display. Wind angle could be wrong.
Every day, Jimmy Spithill comes out and says, you know, we almost relish the opportunity to be the spoilers here, because everyone expected 4 or 5 days ago for the Kiwis to pick up 1 win, Kenny, and take the cup back to Auckland. And you're starting to see what Jimmy Spithill's talking about. The boys are really rising to the occasion.
So you're believing that they really...
Starting to drink the Kool-Aid a bit.
I'm still not I don't think they love the situation they're in, but they are rising to the occasion. The start was just exactly, that's right out of the textbook. The start is exactly what they needed. Give them a jump, and their boat is fast now. It still goes back. It's amazing to me that they were so far off the pace at the beginning of this series and how quickly they've gotten up to a point where they're even or faster.
Well, it's one thing to go out there in front of the media at the end of the day and say, we believe that we can still win. We think we're going to win. We think we're faster. It's another thing to do it. And Jimmy Spithill and his crew have certainly gone out there and done it. They have backed up the words that their skipper has said at the podium, and here they are leading on leg 3 of 5, which would be a clincher for that man, Dean Barker and his crew. They just cannot track down the Americans right now, so it looks like at this point we will see a second race of the day, and I won't say who mentioned that, but one Ken Reed guaranteed it. The distance has come down now to below 200 meters, and that is Ray Davies.
There is no quit in any of these guys, that's for sure. So they'll shake it off. And the race isn't over, Todd. Don't get me wrong here.
And how about this? What was a 300-meter lead now comes down to 140 meters. And Gary, why the big drop for the Americans?
Well, what's happening here, Todd, is the wind is actually getting lighter at the top of the course, and so they're going slower. More wind at the bottom, that's what New Zealand has. But boy, is that current ripping out here, and that's going to be a big factor on the final approach for Windward Mark. Ripping, what I mean, flooding coming into the bay.
Boy, that was a big change there, wasn't it? I think it just got light for the guys ahead along that shore, and they really came back into him in a big way, the Kiwis did.
Kenny, as I look up the course on the left side of the screen there, right in under the Presidio along the city front, there's a little bit of a left shift. In other words, the wind is better over on the shore and the current's less. New Zealand could take advantage of it.
Yeah, I agree. There's some real nice gains at the end here. Encourage many attacks up here. Got good pressure right at the end.
Here we go. Come on. Okay, boys, here we go. Tilting.
Good move by Oracle to cover. Right thing to do.
Still not a lot of panic in these guys, but the lead is shrinking here. A lot of it has to do with the boat ahead also, Todd. They leave the cone behind Alcatraz, and they have to sail out onto the conveyor belt. It's going the wrong way. So the boat ahead inherently loses a bit of a lead, but this has gotten a lot tighter than those guys on Oracle ever thought it would. I can guarantee you that. This next cross is not very far. Wow, what a comeback by Emirates Team New Zealand.
And here come the Kiwis. They were down by more than 300 meters, and here they are, right behind the Americans.
Here we go again. Hold on, folks. Welcome to the Modern America's Cup.
Now keep in mind that now New Zealand's going back out into the middle, where Oracle lost, and Oracle's going to have a left. So a chance for the Americans to make up ground.
But they don't have starboard tack advantage if they do come back close. Team New Zealand will have starboard tack advantage.
Come on, here we go.
If I'm New Zealand, I want to attack really early and not wait a long time. The reason they don't want to go out into the flood.
Nice on in.
Standing by.
Light and get pushed back.
Wow, what a slow tack by New Zealand.
Gary, we could really see in these helicopter shots a very distinct current line out there, right smack between the two boats right now.
Right, the current's worse on the right, Ken, than the left as we look at it from the air.
Correct. There's a nice little game back by the guy to the left. You wonder if they're going to attack before this current line, Todd.
That'd be 2 tacks in quick succession. Very tough to do that. They can lose more. Look for Oracle to attack in 2 to 3 boat lengths.
High groove's good. Yeah, agree with that.
A little high mode in general, Colin.
Tide and wind pressure, and right now both boats are basically walking on an escalator the wrong way, and they are trying to get as much pressure as possible. As Gary has pointed out and Ken Reed, it looks like the left side of the course has more favorable winds, and so that is why both boats are hugging the shorefront.
It's such a fine line with these boats because they do maneuver, even though we keep saying how much better they've gotten at tacking. Catamarans are notoriously really bad tacking boats. So you try to minimize as many maneuvers as you can while staying on the proper side of the conveyor belt here. Tough for both boats at this stage.
Very different shaped jibs here right now, Kenny. You look at the New Zealand boat, it's a very high aspect sail. In contrast, Oracle's got a very low aspect sail. You think, I'm just wondering, because you're the sailmaker, having that higher jib, is it helpful to the New Zealanders?
Well, it does look to be just a little bit bigger sail. You know, a lot of times these sails, they help the wing itself just create flow over the backside of the wing. You wonder if the small bit of overlap that Oracle has makes up for the fact that it's smaller jib in general. I'm surprised these guys didn't go back and left earlier, Gary, but it seems like they're in kind of a high slow mode to get up in front of New Zealand.
Yeah, I like the course that the USA is sailing. High, slow, just close it up, take away any passing line. Good move by Oracle.
He's gone soft. At this stage, it'll be a little dip if he tacks, okay? Probably a little bit if he tacks. And then we'll set up just past him. So if he tacks, it's a definite dip.
That's a hand bearing compass Ray Davies is using there to take bearings on the other boat.
Ray's talking about a dip, Todd, between the two boats. If Oracle tacked, they would actually have to dip them. Oracle would be on starboard, Team New Zealand on port. But what I like about Team New Zealand here right now, they're inside the current line as they're going up here. This whole way up, big left-hand shift. They're almost heading towards the mark, but they're still inside the current line.
No problem, so we just keep it in a holding pattern.
Let's go on board Oracle Team USA and listen in.
We get to ley line, I think we've got to speed up a bit. Sorry, I think we've got to speed up a bit. They're really coming at us.
Again, Todd, they're talking about the modes between the boats. They're really coming at us. That means the other boat's lower and faster. These guys are high and slow, just trying to get up in front of them.
Yeah, nice mode here. Nice move.
New wind filling into windward. That'll help Oracle Team USA get the wind first.
Right behind him at this.
Right now, I think they're just going for the least possible maneuvers they can do. Oracle will probably just do one tacking in, and New Zealand will follow them through. Like Ray Davies just said, will be really close.
The other day, you know. Looks like it's real soft for him if he goes all the way.
Both boats, VMGs. Oracle's a little higher, a little closer to the wind, slightly slower. So again, that higher, slower mode, they're trying to tactically get up in front of Emirates Team New Zealand.
Up ahead, I see the wind turning to the right. That'll help Oracle. They're going to attack with a favorable wind shift.
Come on, here we go, attacking.
That's good inside, that's good. Pulling on the wind here. He is not laying left.
Keeping it going here.
That was the voice of Ray Davies. He is not laying left. Very interesting call here by these guys on Oracle. They're going to do two tacks into the gate and take the downwind mark that brings them offshore first. Team New Zealand will likely just do one tack coming up here, and they'll head towards the shore. I'm guessing a split again.
Hold on, you don't go too thin. Right in
Well, mark has certainly paid in the last few races, but with that wind coming off the shore, it might be a little bit better. New Zealand's got a chance.
Getting by.
Get it going on the foil here. It should be grinding.
Will the strategy pay off for Oracle Team USA? They throw in one extra tack, and now they are inside the gate, gate number 3. 2 more lengths to go, and the Americans will have a victory, but the Kiwis are coming fast.
Wing on, wing on, wing on. Go wing, go wing. Set up to drive. Stand by. Go wing, boys.
Anytime here.
Okay, go bottom. Go board, Sirin.
Todd, I'm nervous, and I'm not. But I mean, the Kiwis. This is just the Kiwi mentality. They just don't ever quit.
New Zealand has chopped 9 seconds off what was a 24-second lead at gate number 2. It now stands at 15 seconds. And did they make the right call? Everyone here is watching, cheering on the Kiwis, cheering on the Americans.
New Zealand needs a jibe soon. They got to get this in the center and get some maneuvers going if they want to pass.
Gutsy call by Oracle at that top mark to throw in that extra tack. Not only they gave up starboard tack there as well, but they were really committed to wanting to go offshore first, and it looks like it's paid off. It's gone from a small lead to a reasonably big lead in a short period of time because of that second tack. Great call by Ainsley.
So the lead is back up to 300 meters for the Americans. They rolled the dice and it came up Yahtzee. Will it pay off with 2 more legs?
We've only got 50 the other way. This pressure's starting to rip. There's another one.
And this has got to be disheartening for the Kiwis, because this is what the Americans look like heading on leg number 2 going downwind. They just sped away.
That extra tack, I can't underestimate how much that was a big call by those guys, by the guys on Oracle, to do the extra tack at the top mark. Just gave them, it launched them. It went from a small lead to a launch by actually doing an extra maneuver. Kind of rare in the catamaran sailing that we've seen for a while now.
3, 2, 1, driving. Good left hand.
Yep.
San Francisco Bay is the setting for the 34th America's Cup. Oracle Team USA, the defenders, need to win out 6 more races and the Cup will stay in the States. If they have one misstep and give one victory to the Kiwis, the Cup is heading down under.
Boy, Oracle just had a really slow tack, and all of a sudden we're calling this race over, and it's launched to they close right up to 100 meters again. Really slow tack. Gary, it must be very puffy down in the water.
Very puffy and very light along the shoreline. Still, I like what Oracle's doing, just jibing between them. This is where New Zealand's got to jibe right now to get to the left. They gained on the left, they got to get back over there.
Oh, I don't know about this. That's a lot of maneuvering out there right now. They're struggling to get up on their foils. That's how slow, that's how light of air it is. They are right back next to them again. That was, I'm not so sure about that last maneuver, Todd, by Oracle Team USA.
Well, jibing to stay in front was good, Ken, but they did it early. They needed to go 4 lengths and stay between them and the mark, not straight ahead of them.
Really light air out there right now.
In just a matter of minutes, Ken, we were talking about 300 meters. It has now dropped down to below 100, and once again, the Americans have found their pace.
It's one
of New Zealand is in very light, sorry guys, New Zealand's in very light wind now. They too got to maneuver and get back to the right.
Big wing. 20. Yeah, that's fine.
I can only imagine what the pulse rate of your average New Zealand resident is doing over the last 5 minutes. From 300 to 30, back to 300.
It's really puffy, and it's who gets up on their foils right now. It's so light. I think if they were sailing normally and they were set up for it, they might even have code zeros up right now. It's so light because they're struggling to get up on their foils, and whoever does makes huge gains into the other guy.
This is leg 4 of 5. This is race number 14 on day 12. The Kiwis looking for just one lone victory to take the cup.
He's coming back again.
Disaster for Emirates Team New Zealand. Wind just almost stopped.
My goodness, look at the difference. Just too light to foil, Todd. The difference, and all of a sudden, Oracle's gone. You can't make this stuff up.
You look at the speeds. The Americans sitting at 24. Now the Kiwis getting up over 20, but for the longest time, they were holding at 14 knots.
You happy with this, or you want me to put it in?
That they had when Team New Zealand up top, right by where their number is, right by where their boat speed. There's where the two jibes happen. And New Zealand didn't even go down. They almost went backwards on the race course. They went up just dead across the race course, just never got any wind, never got up on the foils. I know I've said this about a dozen times this race. It kind of looks like game over, but I'm not so sure it's ever game over in this stuff.
And Gary, what's been the difference today? Is this a tactician's duel?
Well, it certainly is a tactician's duel, and Ben Ainsley's winning that tactic duel. But I go back to the start. Oracle Team USA, by my count, had at least 6, maybe 7 time runs, practice starts. I didn't see New Zealand do any. They lost the start, and that was where it set the pace. You got to practice before you race these boats, and they didn't do much practice at all on New Zealand.
Well, let's take a look at virtual eye and the dog leg that the Kiwis had to put in the red. Look at that in the middle.
Yeah, in the middle, they took that left-hand turn. It's the red line, took a left-hand turn, and in essence didn't go anywhere down the race course for about 2 minutes there. All the while, Oracle Team USA is just boogieing down the city front, and off they go into a nice little lead. But listen, this is nothing is over out here right now. It's who can get up on their foils. It's that light air that doesn't allow you to easily get up on your foils. Here's New Zealand ripping right into them again.
Speed for the...
By the way, there's 11 minutes left in the time limit to get to the finish line. 11 minutes.
Looks pretty soft out of this. Yep, I'm happy to go. We've got to mix it up a click here. Happy to go here. 20 seconds.
God, it was just 800-meter difference, and all of a sudden they're right back in the game again.
Okay, lads, stand by. Stand by, lads.
This last jibe, and who gets a puff into the mark could be the race. It's that crazy out there. Catamaran racing at its best. The maneuvers just kill you in this lighter air.
Okay, Joe. He's higher. Happy to keep it.
Go big one.
Big one here, guys. Big gun. Coming down with pressure.
Well, definitely the right side of the course are heading downwind. Seems like it is almost no man's land because when you head over there, the wind seems to go away. And now the Americans are heading back into the center of the course, nursing this 260-meter lead over Emirates Team New Zealand.
Well, for American fans, just seeing the boat up on its foils right there is a huge sense of relief. It's just a minefield of puffs, of wind puffs out there, coming and going from good spots to bad spots. We've seen as dramatic lead change or lead differences, you know, expansion and contraction of the lead as we've seen during this entire series.
40 and 40.
BMG's both reasonably similar right now. Maybe Oracle a slight edge towards the mark. It's that yellow, the yellow line towards the mark. The yellow arrow is actually the speed towards the mark. Takes into your speed forward, your angle away from the wind. That's your BMG.
Oracle has 9 minutes to reach the finish line on the time limit.
Gary Jobson's referring to is the 40-minute time limit, and it was just 2 days ago that the Kiwis were on the last leg, and the 40-minute time limit expired. They were that close to winning the Cup, Ken, and the officials blew the race dead.
I think it's pretty obvious that this 40-minute time limit is just simply too short. And here they are. They've both been zipping around the racetrack pretty reasonably. Yeah, they've had some light air patches and light air moments, but just the fact that they're close to the time limit just simply says to me the time limit is too short. I don't think this race is ever over, though. Look at, here comes New Zealand going only 8 knots faster than Oracle right now. Big jibe. Can they get the thing up on foils again and get going and get around this?
Big one here, guys. We'll get it up. Yeah, we should get it foiling in this pressure. Big one on here. We'll get it up here. Lane line's the only thing. No problem, lane line. Good pressure. No problem, guys. Go wing. Go wing. Big one here, guys. Standing by. Nice on it. 3, 2, 1, driver.
And that's exactly what Oracle Team USA does. Up on the foils and now flying in excess of 34 knots.
Boy, this is unbelievably huge for Oracle. Fending that off, dealing with the pressures, every moment of that race was a terrifying experience for Ben Ainslie, I can tell you that.
The lead was 6 seconds at mark number 1, 24 seconds at mark number 2, down to 15 seconds at mark number 3. And it looks like the Americans have done enough here on this 4th leg to put the Kiwis in a bad spot, as their lead has now gone up over 20 seconds even, to be exact.
Todd, that's why you have a 4-time Olympic gold medalist as your tactician. Just clearly cool under pressure, dealt with the situation. I mean, it is terrifying being in those shoes at times when you see the other guy reeling you in like Emirates Team New Zealand was doing it a few times during that race.
36-year-old Sir Ben Ainslie, a 4-time Olympic gold medalist, also has a silver in his collection. Normally a helmsman, but he was brought on board to make some changes and mix things up when Oracle Team USA was in a world of hurt, unable to get wins, and it looked like the Kiwis were going to run away with this thing, and they started planning their parade at Auckland on Queen Street. Well, it's not the case. Race number 14 on day 12 will go the way of the defenders. Oracle Team USA lives to fight another race.
Don't run into the dock after the race. Wow. Wow. No other word. And give these guys, give New Zealand a ton of credit. They were way behind a few times. They did not quit. It just shows you, stand by, folks. We got another race to go here, and there's nothing off limits at this stage.
So it is now 8 wins to New Zealand, 4 wins to the U.S. The Kiwis still need 1 precious victory. The Americans' magic number is 5.
And I know the Americans don't want to talk about this, or maybe they do. What would have happened without the 2-point penalty?
Without the 2-point penalty, Kenny, we'd be looking at more of an 8-6 situation, and the pressure really would be on, and we'd still be sailing. What we do know is we have another race today. As Ken Reed correctly predicted at the start of today's broadcast, we would see 2 races. Race number 15 will take place in about 30 minutes. Can the Americans stave off another day and get through the weekend clear?
You're getting me in trouble with Kiwis all around the world. I just want to see another race. I mean, who as a sailor, I know we all have our rooting interests here, but I'm a fan of just seeing more unbelievable racing in front of crowds like this. This is so great for the sport. Hey, all bets are off at this stage.
The Army Corps of Engineers may do a quick retrofit of that pier as the fans continue to pour out and see possibly history made in what would be the most unbelievable comeback in sport. With the Americans down by 8 races, they have now cut it down to just 4 races with another race going today. And you've got to think they have the belief that, you know what, the way we're sailing, bring it.
I'm not sure there's enough Americans on board Oracle to understand if they showed them like a, let's say, a Red Sox Yankees 2004 tape or something like that. But we're starting to bring up those types of references when it comes to this. Yeah, give these guys a ton of credit. They've bought into what they're saying off the boat. And you know what? Give New Zealand credit, too. They were behind the start, didn't have their best start. And man, oh man, did they keep it close, though.
So the Stars and Stripes are waving proudly at America's Cup Park. As they make their way back towards the start box, they'll give about 25 minutes of preparation, rehydration, and nutrition, and then it is game on for race number 15 as Larry Ellison and his party look on very happy as the defenders of the Cup. We go on board Oracle Team USA. Ben Ainsley, the 4-time Olympic champion. Sir Ben, that was one amazing race. Take us through it and the decision at mark number 3 to get that extra tack in.
Did you copy that, Emirates Team New Zealand? Give him a copy of start time.
Comm's not working right now to Ben Ainsley. We'll get back to him. Larry Ellison in the middle of your screen there, the owner of Oracle, the man who has really funded the vision behind this AC-72 in the 34th America's Cup.
It's fun to see the boss happy and all these guys. This is a team that's starting to get on a roll. They clearly believe, there's no doubt about that. They're putting their money where their mouth is. I'll tell you, this is impressive to watch.
You know, one of the things I think would have been good in this America's Cup if Larry Ellison actually had gotten a sail aboard the boat. But these catamarans, it's kind of a young man's game. But had he been aboard, it would have certainly been good.
So as the fans continue to make their way to Pier 27 to watch possibly history in the making as the Americans have forced race number 15, the big question is, can the Americans get it done over the Kiwis clinch? Let's look at it one more time. Race 14 on day 12, the Americans with port entry. But right off the start, it looked like, Ken, the Kiwis had the best position.
Yeah, the windward end was opened up, which is the end towards the top of our screen here. It was opened up by a change in current today. We called that before the race even started, that boats would tend to lean towards the top. This is called a gapping move. They gap off on Emirates Team New Zealand. They have committed to be at the top end of the line right now. Now it becomes time and distance. Oracle does it slightly better, and they hold their speed all the way to the mark. It's really just a flat-out boat race here. Oracle's on the inside. They are going to have the advantage when they get to mark 1.
And at mark number 1, after the Americans had pushed the Kiwis deep, almost off course, the race was on.
A little bit of match racing up here, a little luff by Oracle. Slows down the Kiwis a little bit. They make the next mark. This is terrific to see the kind of that hand-to-hand battling that a lot of the naysayers didn't think we would see in these catamarans. We are absolutely seeing real match racing in 72-foot foiling cats.
And on leg number 2, the Americans starting to put some serious distance between themselves and the Kiwis. At mark 2, they looked almost flawless.
Well, they did, and they played the next little part of this leg very, very well. They had their plan. They were going to play that tidal relief up behind Alcatraz Island, force Team New Zealand out into the current right away. They get their split, but the Americans actually went the right way and did this first part of the leg really well.
Big cross on the 3rd leg. The Americans held their nerve.
They sure did, and all of a sudden it started getting lighter, patchy. They shifted across to the other side of the race course, to the left-hand side on the city front, again for current reasons, and all of a sudden the boat to the left gets right back into it. Whoever got over to the left there ended up gaining.
Here it was at mark number 3, and Kenny, they threw in the extra tack, which at the time everyone was thinking, oh my gosh, they're going to give away this lead.
They did, and it was a great move by Oracle Team USA. We were certainly second guessing it, but well, you know what? They kind of know what they're doing up board that way.
On the 4th leg, it went back and forth, the lead 500 meters, then down to 80. Then the Americans seemingly had a magnet on there as they were picking up the right wind.
Well, this is interesting. This is kind of the play of the day right here. All of a sudden, it forced Team New Zealand to jibe away. Maybe if Team New Zealand hadn't jibed away and been more patient there, they could have opened things up for the latter part of the run.
And at the finish, the Americans can rejoice momentarily. Race 14 was theirs.
So minor changes being made, fixes as the pit crew comes on board and works with the folks on board Oracle Team USA. We go on board as well with 4-time Olympic gold medalist Sir Ben Ainslie. Ben, I'll tell you what, that was definitely one to get the heart rate going, especially when you boys made it up to gate number 3 and the extra tack. What was the thinking there?
Yeah, it was a tough call for us. The wind was, as you could see, the wind was pretty light. So actually, Tommy did a great job there, helping me with the breeze, and we picked that right gate. Touch and go there for a minute, but it worked out. But then the run itself got even dicier as the wind got lighter and lighter down the course. So very tough race.
Ben, you can start breathing again now. It looked like you guys might. It was close there on that run. We were feeling for you. Just take us into the play halfway down the run. These guys are closing in. Give the people at home just an idea of what it's like on board.
Oh, it's hard because you're trying to sail the boat as fast as you can, but you know the wind's getting lighter as you get down the course, and the boat behind's probably going to gain. But the guys did a good job sailing the boat, keeping it calm. You know, again, working with Tom, did a great job. You know, when the heat really came on and they were right on our hammer there, we managed to just hold on and make the right decisions. But yeah, a few nervous moments, that's for sure.
Hey, Ben, how do you decide between going for good wind in these puffing conditions and then deciding when to cover? So you got to do one or the other. Sometimes it's hard to do both. How do you make that decision?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? At some point, you're happy to cough up a bit of a lead just to stay in phase with the other guy. I think, you know, as we came over to the city side there, we were happy just to give a little bit away. Just to stay between the other guy and the mark, but you know, if they're gaining too much, ultimately you have to, at some point you have to split and hope that you make the right decision.
Well, Ben, the good news is you guys keep the regatta going. We will see a race number 15. The bad news is you get no time to celebrate.
It's all right. It's good out here. We're happy to be racing. Thanks, guys.
Ben, thanks for your time. Ben Ainslie, tactician for Oracle Team USA, as they go for their preparations now for race number 15. Meanwhile, on board Emirates Team New Zealand, the number still remains at 1. One more victory, and the cup is going back to New Zealand for the 3rd time. But getting that one win is proving to be very challenging. As we go on board Emirates Team New Zealand, their tactician, Ray Davies, joins us. Ray, that was a heartbreaker. You were so close, and then they would gap away, and then you would reel them in. Was that just Mother Nature playing tricks on you?
Yeah, that was a pretty tricky day with the breeze dropping away, and there's huge gains and losses, and just had to keep your nerve. And you know, we got it right back in there down that run, and you know, should have just held on a little bit closer. But we'd made a nice gain out to the left, and pressure is king in that stuff. But as we saw again, it closed right up. So you know, it could have gone either way down that last run, and it's good to have races like that where the race is never over to the end.
Hey, Ray, take us into the starting box for a minute. All of a sudden, the weather end or the end towards Golden Gate Bridge is kind of in play in this flood tide. Take us through that different strategy.
Yeah, the weather end can open up a bit, but still starting tight to leeward is pretty strong. It's a long way around. Even in the flood, it doesn't make a huge amount of difference. There is a subtle change there, and you know, we came off the start pretty well, and then got luffed up and, you know, wriggled out of all of that not too badly, but then they just slipped away into more breeze. It was a dying breeze, and the leaders raced down that run, and he always just had more pressure. Then from there on, we just had to, you know, work the cone and the shifts up that beat and made really nice inroads. Guys were tacking the boat well.
You know, Ray, the fact that you were able to keep catching up there, do you think you have a little more speed at times, or is it pretty even between the boats?
I think we're going well, and I think we're going well and tacking well. Pressure's king, and I think at times they got a click soft, but at times, you know, it was going back to them, and you could see it on a grand scale down the run how much difference pressure makes, and the difference jibing and pressure makes.
Ray, we appreciate your time. We know how badly you want to give them a taste of Kiwi and get this last victory. We wish you the best of luck. We'll see you at race 15.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Ray Davies, the tactician for Emirates Team New Zealand. Their boys trying to stay warm, going through their strategy of what they'll do differently here on race number 15 to pick up that elusive one victory to take the cup back to New Zealand. Dean Barker, skipper and helmsman, top left of your screen. The rest of his crew, there you see on the right upper box, that is what they've referred to as their pie warmers, and the fairings on the back, and that was all the rage back 5 or 6 days ago. And I don't know if someone forgot to plug in the pie warmers, because they do not seem to be working as well.
as they were. As we shift over to Oracle Team USA, we've got you covered both with audio and video. There you see Jimmy Spithill and his brain trust of Tom Slingsby and his tactician, Sir Ben Ainsley. Getting close to the start of race number 15, we want to keep educating you here on sailing. One of the most important things to know is who has the right of way, and we'll explain it to you in this edition of Know the Game.
When boats are on the open race course, there are a few major rules that help determine who is right away and who has to keep clear. If boats are going in the same direction, there are two basic rules. One, if they are not overlapped, the boat clear ahead has the right of way of the boat that's clear astern. If they are overlapped, then the leeward boat, or the boat that is downwind of the other boat, has right of way. If they are not heading in the same direction, when the wind is coming over the right-hand side of the boat, they're on starboard tack. And if the wind is coming over the left-hand side of the boat, it is on port tack. And when the two boats converge, the starboard tack boat has right of way. Knowing the game means understanding the rules, an integral part of sailboat racing at any level.
So here we go. Race number 15 is about ready to get underway. Oracle Team USA will once again have port entry, meaning they get a 10-second start into the box, and this, Ken, is all for safety purposes. You don't want these two massive boats heading for the same spot at the same time.
It is for safety purposes. Listen, right now the tacticians in the back of these boats are both thinking one thing. Please get me the lead off the starting line. You're Ray Davies, just give me the lead to play with this time. It is no fun being the tactician of the boat behind. You have to be perfect, and the other guy has to make a mistake. The guy in the lead doesn't make a mistake, you are not going to pass him.
30 on the box.
If he jibes, I think we would tack still and then push. Yeah, like
Push him right down there, get him compromised with the pin.
getting a little bit closer here.
They're talking about strategy as to when they enter the box. They're saying if they're trying to come through all the scenarios, Todd, as to if the guy does this, we do that. If the guy does this, we do this. And so as long as it's not a surprise, that's the big thing. Let's go through the scenario so we have no surprises.
18 from it.
We'll look for both boats to fight for the leeward end of the line on this start.
Yeah, about 15, eh? Let's have a look at it.
Todd, we also wonder, possibly people at home are saying, why is Oracle coming in on the same side again? This all has to do with what race was canceled, when, how. It's very complicated.
So at 2 minutes, it is game on for race number 15. New Zealand looking for one victory to take the cup, and the Americans looking to extend it into next week.
Still thinking tack here, boys.
Got you one under now.
We're rolling into attack here, boys.
Jimmy Spithill talking about attack again. Different tactics than what we've seen in the ebb tides. This is all of a sudden these guys are worried about getting too far down current. Just a quick little tack right in front of Emirates Team New Zealand right there. Very surprising. Flag.
So the Americans have filed a protest.
And they've switched sides. Very interesting play by both of them. Oracle kind of tacking right in front. Switch back over again.
Penalty is waved off.
Both boats very close to the line here. They're going to have to kill a lot of time.
Emirates Team New Zealand does not want to get overlapped here. They want to prevent from being overlapped. Can they get up to weather? Is Jimmy Spithill too close to this pin and lay line? Keep gapping if you're Team New Zealand at this stage. Try to keep distance between the two boats.
Chance of rolling him on this one, Toppy. Yeah, I know, but I don't want to get to the line.
And this looks very similar to what we saw in race number 14, where the Americans try to push them high at the line.
Yeah, but this is different, though. This is way down by that yellow line. This is much further down the line. Emirates Team New Zealand could be in a better place to be a slingshot here in this start.
We've got a clear race on race number 15. The Americans trying to stay alive, and here comes the Kiwi acceleration.
The Kiwis did a little bit of a skid sideways there all of a sudden and put their hull in the water. Is that enough to allow Oracle to stay out in front? I think it's going to be. A little skid killed them there.
New Zealand was too late, 2 seconds late pulling the gun. Again, no practice starts before the race.
At mark number 1, it's the Americans that have the inside lane, but the lead is just a mere 3 seconds.
Boy, this is a broken record here right now, but tiny little mistake there or bad luck really did the Kiwis in. That's just a shame for those guys. Ray Davies is tired of this position, I'll tell you that.
Okay, you can go now, Simeon. Yep.
But you can't give up. You just got to keep fighting. Eventually, you'll find a way to get past.
Copy.
Well, that's what the entire nation of New Zealand is hoping for, 4.5 million people. And it is Monday in New Zealand. The folks down there are saying, let's wrap this thing up so we can get back to some effective work.
Well, as the boats race past our position here, it looks to me like Oracle Team USA is sailing a little faster.
Standing by. 3, 2, 1,
So the Kiwis first to jibe the Americans, happy with their course. Ken, you like the strategy, or should they be covering?
Well, they'll cover here eventually, but it's just a matter of where you see the wind. If you're the boat ahead, remember, you get a better chance of actually jibing when you want and in the breeze that you like. So a lot of times we see the boat ahead extend because they're picking probably a more opportune time to tack and pressure.
Get it going, dude. Get it going. Big trim, guys.
Let's go back and look at the start one more time, and this is awfully close. Not only the collision, Ken, but a penalty, but the umpire said no penalty here.
Yeah, right now, all Oracle is saying is, hey, we're on starboard tack. The other guy's on port tack. They got in our way. Well, you could also make a case that Oracle put themselves into that position a little bit too close. Oracle actually threw a flag on this. It's either head to wind, and now they're on starboard. It probably was a close call by the umpires at that stage. I'm kind of surprised that Emirates Team New Zealand didn't protest. It was only Oracle that pushed their button on their flag, and the umpires decided in the back room with all the technology they had, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I think it was a good call, green flag.
Here it is on virtual eye.
There's Oracle head to wind and on starboard at the last second. Wow, huge, you know, about 2 meters between the two boats there as they went ripping by each other, but yeah, no foul.
So much for that 10-second advantage to keep them safe harm's distance away from one another, and right now it's 400 meters. We've seen this play out before, and folks, don't turn off your TV just yet, because in the race prior to this, the Kiwis were down by 500 meters, and they came back to close it out. So here we go, leg number 2, the Americans with a sizable lead. They got the start they wanted. They led at mark number 1, and now they're starting to pull away. The question is, can Ray Davies and Emirates Team New Zealand find the sweet spot on this course and reel them back in?
The temptation is to go for a home run when you're the boat behind, but if you're Ray Davies, you gotta just keep thinking, keep it close. There's enough opportunity on this race course. Don't swing for the fence now. Just try to keep it close. But they're not even foiling right there, Todd. It's light air again at this end of the race course. They're not even up on their foils.
Good saves there, boys. Really good.
Wow. What a, I mean,
how did that happen?
I know, I wasn't expecting that. Holy moly. Just a huge wind difference, eh, Gary?
Yeah, well, the big difference here is there's no current. So playing the wind actually is more important than last time. And it is very puffy out here. New Zealand's got to find strong wind and stay in it and make up distance. Not worry about match racing, just get closer.
3, 2, 1, driving.
Quick look there at Glenn Ashby, the 35-year-old Aussie on board the Emirates Team New Zealand boat as the wind trimmer. They're looking for anything right now. They are looking for an absolute miracle. They're looking for the fans on the shore to start waving the Kiwi flags to give them some kind of breeze that they can work with.
Yeah, this is good. Give it fast, Scott. Give it fast.
Just full credit to Slingsby and Ainsley in the back of this boat. They're splitting when they should split, kind of like what we were talking about in those post-race interviews. When they should split and go for the breeze, they're doing the right thing. When they should keep it close and cover, they're doing that well too. Amazing that this team is only, that Afterguard's only sailed together for, what, a week and a half total?
Kent's talking about the folks in the back of this. The helmsman, Jimmy Spithill, picked up a new tactician in the form of Sir Ben Ainsley, who's a helmsman himself, and he's also got help from Tom Slingsby, who's also a helmsman, but they're playing the role of strategist and tactician after they make the change with John Kostecki.
I don't think anybody even on that boat thought you'd see a lead this big on leg number 2.
Oracle Team USA absolutely blitzing leg number 2. As they make their way to the gate, they have all the time in the world to make this decision, but Jimmy Spithill will make it clean, and they will head towards Alcatraz yet again. And this will be an absolutely enormous number on the clock by the time the Kiwis get to gate 2.
Just real calm demeanor on this boat, and it's paying off. You would think they'd be terrified. I mean, they're one race away from losing the America's Cup, and not a single bit of tension on board the boat. Very impressive.
Just short of the ley lines, the Kiwis make this jive, but they've still got about 100 meters before they get to the gate, and the clock keeps running.
Yeah, I like the fact that not one member of that crew aboard Oracle looked at the other boat as they passed. Good discipline.
It's going to be a fairly early tack, unfortunately. That's a job. Half down.
4, 3, 2, 1, here we go.
And it will be 1 minute even, the advantage for the Americans, as the Kiwis now head upwind, looking for Mother Nature to give them a hand.
20 seconds.
And the folks at AC Park enjoying the beautiful weather and enjoying this incredible racing. Well, I noticed a few All Black flags out there. They were not waving as enthusiastically as they were at the start of the day, and hopefully they can cheer their boys on. But right now, they are in a deep hole of 410 meters, so they have cut into the lead just a bit. They were down by 1 minute at the turn at mark number 2, and the Kiwis excelled, remember, last time going upwind against the Americans.
They were down by 350 at this stage in the last race, so it's not too dissimilar at this stage. Sure seems like a big mountain to climb just from looking at it. But yeah, the numbers don't lie. They're at about where they were in the last race.
Gary, what does the course look like as it gets closer to the Golden Gate Bridge? Where's the best spot to position yourself?
Well, the left side of the course along the city front's going to be better. And one of the little differences just in the last 5 minutes or so, the wind is filled in, so you're not going to see those big holes that we found in the last race.
Now, that's probably bad news for Emirates Team New Zealand. They would like to see the Americans hit a few of those holes right now so they can close this gap. But it is 440 meters to the Americans, and that's what the Kiwis are looking at, trying to climb this mountain here in race number 15, needing only 1 victory to claim the America's Cup, and the Americans now need just 5.
11 knots of breeze, really light at the bottom end of the racetrack. Breezier clearly, look at that, barely getting through it. Really tough day on the bay here right now.
And Ken, like Sasquatch, no chance of seeing some upwind foiling today, is there?
You got to let the Sasquatch thing go.
Good pressure on the shore.
It didn't work the first time, but I'm not so sure it worked that either.
How big of a factor, Gary, is the cone in this race? You were talking about the wind filling in and a little less of a flood tide.
I like the way New Zealand's heading. You know, it looks like they almost put a smaller jib up, and it's just not working for them. The wind didn't fill as much as they anticipated.
Yep, go straight. Breeze line on our bow. Here we go.
Leg 3 of 5, the second race of the day, and it is the Americans with a large lead of more than 400 meters.
All kinds of racetrack left here, though, and puffy, really tough, puffy conditions that make tacticians go crazy. But if you're behind, you want it to get as weird as possible, because that's your only chance of getting by at this stage.
And there's the game coming, as Gary Jobson pointed out, the left side of the course a little faster, and the Kiwis are on the accelerator, but they just cannot get it down to 300 meters. Now remember, they will still head downwind. The bad news is the Americans have looked so good downwind.
Nice little breeze right upwind of these guys, though. They're not.
More breeze all the way, eh?
Yeah, he's saying more breeze all the way in. That's a good sign for the guy who's behind, heading towards the city front.
45 seconds.
And the lead continues to come down. So just like in race number 14, the Kiwis not giving up. Closed it down to 250 meters.
They're just shifting into that ebb current, that outgoing current right along the city front before Oracle does right now. They will have a bit of an advantage until Oracle can get across that tide line.
And you know, Ken, initially when they made the change on board Oracle Team USA, replacing John Kostecki with Ben Ainsley, who's normally a helmsman or driver of the boat, and you had Tom Slingsby, who usually acts as a driver of the boat, I thought, well, this may not work out. This is like putting 3 quarterbacks on a football team and letting them all work together. But it seems like after the first couple races, they've all found their spot.
Well, they also made the boat go faster, too. Keep that in mind. You know, John Kostecki is a great tactician. He was in a tough spot. He was trying to work with a boat that clearly wasn't up to speed, especially upwind in those first few races. He kind of took the brunt of it. These guys are doing a great job, but it's not a bad feature when you're the tactician and your boat starts going literally knots faster. It makes you look a bit smarter.
And they did make several changes, as Jimmy Spittle pointed out, several changes to the boat. So it wasn't just the replacement of John Kostecki that has turned this thing around.
No, absolutely not. In fact, you can make the case it's not that at all.
Pressure on you now.
They set up.
Yeah. Good pressure from now, guys.
Twisting.
Good pressure on the bow. Yeah.
Good pop.
Todd, as usual, the Kiwis are not getting any further behind. You know, this beginning part of this leg is where they make some really good inroads every single time they're behind, so don't count them out by any means.
You know, Ken, you think that's a long distance, but these boats make up so much distance in a short period of time with one gust of wind. They go 2 to 3 times the speed of the wind, that you can close it up easily.
So the Kiwis make the tack and they trail the Americans, but the lead is coming down now around 250 meters. Well, you can see on the right-hand side of that, courtesy of AC Liveline, really, there's hardly any tide on the right-hand side of the course.
Yeah, you see the tide line right out in front of. Remember, the blue arrows are what these tide models think it is, but we could see just to the right of Oracle there's actually a big current line on the water. They're both probably in reasonably similar tide at this stage. Maybe a little advantage to New Zealand, but it's probably not quite as dramatic as those blue hours were showing us.
Pressure inside us again, Dino. Last into it and then take that. Let's go. Stand by. Sorry. Stand by. Stand by. Build speed. Go through. Yeah, good one. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Nice work, boys. Good patience, boys.
23. Go in.
And there's the title line that Ken was talking about. So the current, really in no one's favor right now, as the Americans have performed yet another attack.
They went right, in a kind of a nice blocking move for Emirates Team New Zealand to continue back across, to tack and come across to the left-hand side. They're going to have to go beyond that current line, and that's not a perfect situation.
This is leg 3 of 5, the second race of the day. The Americans won the first race, which was race 14. And every race they win, it forces another one because the Kiwis are on match point. One more victory to New Zealand, and the cup is theirs.
Up on foils going upwind, little breeze increase as they get up here. That's a nice advantage to the boat ahead. When you're sailing into more wind, you tend to extend.
Look at the difference in speed here, guys. 31, 32 knots for the U.S. boat, only 23 for Emirates Team New Zealand. That's a tremendous difference.
And is this a case, Ken, of the Americans just found wind earlier, and we'll get to the Kiwis momentarily?
Well, found wind earlier, and remember, this is GPS boat speed, so that probably a little bit of current help. That probably is let's call it a knot and a half on the left side, and probably a little bit of current against on the right side. So all the factors together, big advantage to the Americans. Look at this.
And as we go on board these boats, I see a real difference between Spittle when he's steering. When he wants to go fast, he leans inboard. When he wants to point higher, he's always leaning outboard. His body language tells us a lot of how he wants the boat to go.
Currently traveling at almost 31 knots, 35.7 miles an hour. Oracle Team USA on the right, and the Kiwis on the left. And as Ken pointed out, the Americans foiling upwind, and the Kiwis still with a hole in the water.
Afterburners on Oracle Team USA right now. Very impressive at exactly the right time.
So, Kenny, I have a question for you, my friend.
Uh-oh.
You're down 4-1. You got to win 4 more races after this. New Zealand's got to win 1. You get to choose which boat you're on. Which boat would you take?
Oof. It's hard to bet. When you're watching a boat go 32 knots upwind, foiling right now, it's hard to bet against that boat, isn't it, Gary?
It is, and they're coming right past us here on Regardless now. They're only a couple lengths away. Very impressive going upwind. In fact, I've never seen anything like it. This is the best Oracle Team USA has sailed the entire America's Cup right now.
No more mode here, Jimmy. You want to make this lay line. Nice work. Nice transition.
So there they're calling that a transition. They went from that kind of lower and slightly faster mode up on foils to a higher and slightly slower, probably similar VMGs, Todd, that elusive number directly toward the mark. See that angle right around, it looks like they rounded that buoy, but that's just a mode change from low and fast to high and slow.
The Americans sailing 32.5 knots upwind. Meanwhile, Emirates Team New Zealand is checking in at 25.5 knots upwind.
Come on, here we go. Take a rep. Yep.
Oracle setting up to take the left gate going downwind. That hasn't worked. Let's see if they actually do that left gate this time.
You should have tide should be neutral here, if not helping you up at the buoy. Copy.
You're hearing the voice of tactician Ben Ainsley. Far right of your screen.
Let's keep it a little in the bank off. Go, boys, go wing. No, the sheet's off. The sheet's off. It's definitely off.
It keeps getting loaded up by someone. Every time they...
Yeah, now. Yeah, go for it now.
Here, guys. Probably going to want an early job.
for sure that we will see an early jibe out of Oracle here just to stay with the other boat.
Probably early jibe. Copy. The pressure here.
So at gate number 3, the Americans maintain a lead. Remember, at gate number 2, it was 1 minute. The clock begins. How much will be their lead as they head to the finish line?
Off the shore also. Probably better than that. Keep going, Win. Better hold it for now, yeah. Go. Get pressure on the bow. Going straight for a bit here. Nice job, Cole. Happy going straight, Jimmy. Copy. Less pressure here.
So the Americans around gate 3, happy with the pressure they're feeling on the right-hand side of the course as they head downwind. Meanwhile, Dean Barker, Emirates Team New Zealand, make the turn, and the good news for the Kiwis is they have cut the lead almost in half. So now Dean Barker and Ray Davies and the brain trust of Emirates Team New Zealand, Ken Reed, they have to make something happen here. They have to find better pressure and better current.
The screws are getting tight on Emirates Team New Zealand right now. Every loss, you got to believe that the doubt might start creeping into the back of your mind. What was insurmountable, all of a sudden, there's a chance, you know?
Well, the start of this regatta, the majority of the folks around town in the know, which does not include me, thought that the Americans would win the cup, and they would probably get 9 victories and maybe 4 or 5 for New Zealand. Close, but the Americans were the faster boat. As soon as the first couple days took place, it was apparent that the Kiwis just had a faster boat.
Well, that is the one thing that I think people around town were just stunned at, is how the Kiwis came out of the blocks more maneuverable and faster upwind than Oracle was. And not by a little bit, substantially. But then exactly the exact same approach, they didn't stop. Oracle said, okay, let's fix this. And they did. That's the inconceivable thing, how much they've improved.
45 seconds this way.
Gary, with a leg and a half to go, what do the Americans need to do to maintain this lead?
Very simple, Todd. Stay between the New Zealanders and the mark. They're looking really good. Tomorrow's going to be another day if they're able to hold on. And the breeze really has picked up here dramatically in just the last 5 or 6 minutes, blowing about 18 or 19 knots.
Well within the wind limit set for this race, which is 23.3 knots, so we're good to go there. They've already rounded mark number 3, so that's not an issue. And right now, if you're Emirates Team New Zealand, you're thinking, is there any way we can play our stoppage card right now?
I don't think so. It's a little late for that. They got to win a start. It's becoming clear all the time that the boats are even enough in speed, or maybe a little edge to Oracle. It's time the Team New Zealand may switch philosophy and say, okay, time to get more aggressive. We have to actually win a start and get these guys going slow.
Going to get a little bit lighter for you.
Seconds the other way. 5 seconds the other way. Same to lift it. Okay, 30 seconds the other way.
On the first full day of fall in San Francisco, the Summer Showdown has turned into a fall classic here at the 34th America's Cup. Oracle Team USA maintaining a 400-meter lead on board. It is Jimmy Spithill, Ben Ainsley, Tom Slingsby making the decisions, and what a crew they have. The boys, as Jimmy has said, just will not quit.
Don't leave Kyle Langford out of the equation here. Here's a kid that was thrown into this position as the wing trimmer literally days before this event started. He's cleared, as this aft 4 people, the 4 guys in the back of the boat, get more comfortable with each other, especially a young kid like Kyle. They have to get better, right? They have to.
Well, is the lead insurmountable? It may be, as Emirates Team New Zealand is running out of track. You see mark number 4 in the distance, Dean Barker, trying to find some kind of magic mojo to get his boat up to where the Americans are. And Gary, as we spin this forward, if there is in fact racing tomorrow and we see a day 13, any idea what the weather conditions look like?
Well, Todd, I just had a talk with John Craig, the principal race officer here on Regardless. He says the wind tomorrow is going to be a little bit lighter, about the same direction. And then if we go on to Tuesday, that's a big if, but if we do, the winds will be a little bit stronger. So the prospects of having 2 races over the next 2 days are very encouraging.
Expect the unexpected here in San Francisco when it comes to the weather. We have seen high winds, low winds, fog, misdirection winds. Even spotted a few whales on the course yesterday.
But all of a sudden, Oracle has a really slow jibe right there. Really slow jibe. What was a 500-meter lead is down to almost nothing. Again, very light at this end of the race course.
So here we go, under 150 meters, and here come the Kiwis.
Just very light wind under Alcatraz. Oracle went just 2 boat lengths too far, fell into a wind shadow. That was the difference.
And they jibe away, Gary. This is a big call right now. I guess they feel like they have to do something.
Very hard to pass. They're behind. Give it a try.
Standing by.
The problem for New Zealand, they're attacking right, they're jiving right into where Oracle found the light wind.
One driving. One light out of it. Touch and go.
And look at the speeds. The Americans approaching 29 knots. The Kiwis dropped down to 11.
The same mistake they made in the last race, driving away when they made up the difference. They should have stayed right there.
Oracle is going to go right down and I believe lay this mark from where they were. Look at the zigzags up in the middle of the course.
Not a problem. Nice work.
Competition's nightmare.
Just a smooth turn.
After a close call in the middle of leg number 4, the Americans make the right call. The Kiwis get stuffed with bad wind, and now it is the charge for home for Oracle Team USA, looking to keep this regatta going through the weekend and into tomorrow.
Now in, boys. Nice.
That is unbelievable, Ken. We were down to 110 meters, and the Kiwis look to be just coming fast. And then just like that, it is back up to 400 meters, and the clock running over 30 seconds.
Just astonishing, really, how quickly we've seen leads collapse and then get re-put back on together. It's just... it is a stunning race course out here in what is supposed to be a very predictable place, San Francisco Bay.
And if you're a fan of Oracle Team USA, that is a beautiful sight. Up on the foils, heading for home with a lead on top of Emirates Team New Zealand. So 2 races today go the way of the defenders of the America's Cup. Oracle Team USA will pick up point number 5, and it will now be 8-5 with the Americans needing just 4, the Kiwis just 1. The Sunday showdown belongs to Oracle.
Great day.
That's not emotion we just saw, is it? Hey, these guys should be very proud of themselves. That was the best day of racing we've seen out of an Oracle team yet. Great starts, fantastic tactics in really hard conditions. They should be very, very proud of themselves.
And for the second time today, needing just 1 victory, Emirates Team New Zealand will come in 2nd place. Their final delta as they cross the line, 37 seconds, and the racing goes on. Not much to say aboard the Emirates boat. Pier 27 is absolutely packed, standing room only, and you've got to give credit to the boys on board Oracle. Jimmy Spithill, Tom Slingsby, Ben Ainsley, Shannon Falcone, Rome Kirby, John O'Macbeth, Joe Spooner, Gilo Nobili, Simeon Tienpont, Kyle Langford, and Joe Newton doing a fantastic job.
You even heard those guys say we got to change our flights. Good for them. Nice work. This is the drama of sport. We were hoping that we would see a close series. I don't think anybody expected this, to be quite honest, Todd.
And Gary, this may go down as one of the greatest comebacks as Oracle Team USA has extended the regatta.
You know, there's been a lot of big comebacks in America's Cup history. This could be the biggest. 1920, the U.S. was down 0-2. They came back and won 3 straight. 1934, U.S. was down 0-2. They came back and won 4 straight. And let's not forget Australia, too. In 1983, they were down 1-3, and they won 3 straight. This team is on the verge of being able to do just that. Very impressive.
And no one happier than that man, Larry Ellison. He has been out here almost every single day, and boy, has the expression and the body language of that man changed. So the defenders live to fight another day. It is now 8-5. Emirates Team New Zealand still holds the lead, still on match point. But I'll tell you what, those wetsuits around the neck are starting to get a little tighter.
Wow, you have to believe that. And this is nothing against these guys. This is what sport like this is all about. The ebb and flow of what these guys have to deal with emotionally. And you got to believe there's some leaders in that team. A guy like Rob Waddell, who is really thought to be a leader there. He's won 2 gold medals. He's been in tough spots before. It's guys like that have to grab everybody by the bootstraps and yank them on through this tough time.
One guy that wasn't on board the boat on Team New Zealand today was the team leader, Grant Dalton. When he's been on board, they seem to win. They haven't. When he's not on board, they haven't won yet.
Well, a beautiful day of racing comes to a conclusion. Before we say goodbye, we bring in the man of the hour and his crew, James Spithill. Congratulations, sir. You live to fight another day. Not only 2 tremendous starts, but when the Kiwis put the pressure on, you and your brain trust seem to have all the right answers.
Yeah, what a fantastic day. Really, really good racing under a lot of pressure. And I thought Tom and Ben just did a fantastic job when we got some real key decisions to make. But then in the engine room, I mean, the boys were just out of this world. I mean, they were just such a physical day on the handles, and man, they delivered.
Jimmy, talk about how hard it is to be a tactician on a day like today. I think you've got the easy job. You get to just hold on to the wheel. It seems to me that Benny and Tom are a bit under the gun.
Man, a day like today, I mean, it really is all about the tactics. And Tom and Ben, I mean, really under a lot of pressure there a few times, but kept their cool. You know, everyone stayed calm, and man, they just sailed such a great race. 2 great races.
Jimmy, very impressive watching you foiling upwind today on that leg to windward. How much more you got in this boat? Can you keep improving?
Man, we've got more. We're going to get more out of the old girl. The short team worked very, very hard last night. Found some extra wheels for us, and the changes really made a difference. So I'm really excited to get back in there tonight and see if we can get a bit more out of her.
Well, Jimmy, as we told Ben Ainsley after the first race, the good news is you get the win. The bad news is you don't get much time to celebrate. We will see you back here on the bay tomorrow.
Can't wait.
Jimmy Spithill, helmsman for Oracle Team USA, good enough to take some time to chat with us as they will head back to their dock and, as he said, try to get more out of the old girl. Meanwhile, for Emirates Team New Zealand, they still remain on match point. 1 more victory and the cup is going to New Zealand. Their skipper and helmsman, Dean Barker, sick and tired of talking with us. But, Dino, it was a great race today. It just seemed like when you needed the win, Mother Nature wasn't there for you.
No, it was quite tricky conditions in the end. It was big variation top to bottom, and we just didn't do a very good job managing the downwinds. You know, those first downwinds, we just coughed up too much distance, and it was going to be a hard day. 2 starboard entries. Just trying to be as close as we could at the bottom, but both times we just gave them too much runway.
Dino, let's go back to the start for a second. That's a tough spot, but that second start, it looked like you were really close to being able to pull the trigger and get over the top of those guys.
Yeah, we sort of were pretty happy with the spot. Just didn't probably execute it quite as well as we should have with the acceleration, and it's millimeters basically. You make one little mistake and they get strong. The worst thing you can do is go around the outside of the pinwheel. So we conceded early, and I think we sort of had a better exit out of Mark 1, but probably just jogged away a little early.
So, Dean, the wind's supposed to be a little bit lighter tomorrow. going for win more than match race tactics? How are you going to play it?
Oh, look, it's you know, it's right there for the taking. You know, we just have to put a solid race together, and we didn't do as good a job as what we expect to do today. But you know, we're certainly not down. We know we definitely can win this thing, and we'll go out there tomorrow and you know, obviously debrief tonight pretty thoroughly, but we'll do a much better job of it tomorrow.
Dean, we appreciate you being so gracious and talking with us. We know you have a lot of work to do. We will see you back here tomorrow and wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
And that's the good news. We are race ready, under 5 minutes to go here for race number 16. Just to let you know, as it stands right now, New Zealand sits on 8 wins. They need 1. The Americans sit on 5 wins. They need 4. But it looks like Mother Nature has cooperated as the wind has come up, now sitting right around 11 knots. So a light breeze day today, Ken. Who does it favor?
Interesting to see these two boats are out there right now. One of them is set up. Team New Zealand is set up with their code 0 actually all the way in the air. Oracle Team USA does not have it in the air right now. So these guys are expecting possibly different solutions to how they're going to tackle this first downwind leg.
Emirates Team New Zealand, and now we shift over to Oracle Team USA. So strategy already playing out with the wind holding at around 11 knots, peaking at 13.1 knots. And Gary Jobson, you're down on the water. Who made the right call?
Well, I like New Zealand's call right now. This wind is up and down, and going downwind at the lower end of the course, it's a little bit lighter. So while they might not roll out that extra sail early, later on it might really pay off. But the good news, we're going to get a race start here very soon.
It's going to be attacked because we're going to have to keep our bow down across.
So Todd, these guys come in from what we believe to be the favored port side. They get 10-second jump into the starting box. But in this light air, it's almost negated. It'll be interesting to see if New Zealand can get across the starboard tack right away boat, even with that 10-second advantage.
One other thing to note there, Kenny, there's more wind along the shore where New Zealand is. Lighter wind out by Oracle Team USA out in the middle of the bay. So that should help New Zealand out when they come together.
Day 13 of the 34th America's Cup. Will today be the day the Kiwis take the cup, or can the Americans extend it another day? So we are off and racing on day 13. The Kiwis with the port entry. Can they make it work?
It's a pretty short line, Dino.
See, these guys are on the, remember, the rule of thought here is if you can get on your foils, you don't need a bigger sail when you're going downwind. You saw as soon as they came into the entry box, they got up on their foils, but here they're getting a little lighter and slower. This is a real toss-up as to whether that big sail up front, the code 0, is going to be just drag and up for no reason, or actually be useful on leg number 2.
We have a 1.5 knot flood here, guys, and that should favor the windward end going over to the first mark.
Yeah, we're late. We're 6 over.
That's the line line, Tommy.
Yeah, we're 6 over.
30 to kill for the line.
30 to kill racing out of
Let's get the boat going here, guys.
This could be very interesting, Todd.
Less than a minute to go before the start.
Slow motion start at this stage. You know, this light air is really difficult to maneuver these double hull boats.
Too late.
Only killing 10. Speed here. Speed killing 10. Pressing a little Nice one. This could be good. Only killing 8.
Has Emirates Team New Zealand gotten too low in the starting box? They're talking about full upwind. Can Oracle accelerate over the top? That's the big question.
It's going on 10 here.
So here we go, race race number 16 is on in San Francisco.
Oracle, first boat up on their foils. Is that going to be enough to accelerate them over the top of Team New Zealand and give them wing wash, give them disturbed air? Sure looks like they're going to be able to pull it off, Todd.
So the Kiwis got lower, looked to be in the prime position, and just like that, Jimmy Spithill and company accelerated the line, and they are the first ones to mark number 1.
Serious acceleration, and you wonder how much having the drag of that code 0 up in the air affected these guys on leg number 1.
The lead is just 5 seconds as they make their way to leg number 2, heading downwind towards the city.
That was a serious difference in acceleration. That drag of that big sail up there. And these boats that are so optimized for aerodynamics, you have to imagine that meant a lot.
Interesting that Oracle jibes right away, getting back out into the middle.
So a little bit of difference there. Normally, the Kiwis, when they trailed around that first mark, were the first ones to jibe. This time, you heard Jimmy Spithill talking to Ben Ainslie saying, happy to go.
A lot of times, Todd, they're jibing to stay in line so they don't get in the wing wash of the boat ahead. But right now, Oracle is just popping up on their foils in this lighter breeze a little bit easier than the Kiwis are.
Right, Smalling. Yep. Happy to deploy, Dino, for me. Okay. Everyone's hanging. Deploying in 3.
They're talking about a deploy of the code 0 right now, Todd.
Well, there it goes. The code 0, according to the New Zealand coach, tells me at 10 knots. Underneath that, it's better, and they're right at 10 knots, so they're on the line. Code 0 versus no code 0. We'll see which works out best. Pretty interesting.
Very interesting. Exactly. Fantastic.
The only problem with code 0, even if you have more speed, it's a lot harder to maneuver with.
So the Kiwis, in effect, flying an extra sail. And it does not seem to be making a big difference right now as the Americans have a 175-meter lead.
For sailors out there in the world watching this, you'd just think, well, of course they're going to go faster. But this is a whole different game. The aerodynamic packages on these boats are completely different. You see Oracle's actually put theirs in the air, but since they're up on the foils without it, they actually do not unfurl it.
Deploy anytime. Big E's on wing. Go deploy. Boards forward. Stay with us, Tom. Yep, with you. Go deploy. Good pressure here. Should be able to deploy.
Wing priority, boys. Wing priority.
Oracle rolls out their Jennifer now.
Everybody in the world thinks it's lighter breeze, so it must be easier physically on these boats. It's anything but.
Try and get on the foil.
Sailing almost at equal speeds right now, holding right around 25 knots.
Go backwards. Go wing. Hold. Be a bit faster.
Okay. Get pressure coming to you in 10. Hey, Ryan. Line here with him. Spend a bit of time and have a look at the sheets.
Boys.
Can go wing. Get set up the lure and get that black out. Definite left gate here.
Not much in this though, Todd. 212. It was like 180, I think, when they first deployed. So the big difference in sail areas really didn't mean a whole lot in the overall scheme of things.
If the wind gets a little bit lighter, the Jennekers are going to be better. If it comes up, they're not going to be as good. They're right on that line now.
Man with the 14 on his helmet, Dean Barker, skipper and helmsman.
You can get your lay line there. Yeah. You almost got to follow them into left.
Oracle has had an edge in the last, I believe, 4 starts in a row. and their reaching speed seems really good on that first leg. It's certainly something that they think if they just get an even start, they just appear to be a little bit quicker all the time on leg number one, giving them the jump that they need.
We can get to Leyland if we go. It's a reasonable breeze the other way.
Yeah, I reckon it's good pressure.
Okay.
You're 30.
Okay, happy.
20. 10.
In 30 seconds, guys.
25.
Hey, they're setting up there and turning.
That's 25. Keep the heel up here, Jimmy.
Hold them, pass it off.
You know, a lot of times
20 seconds.
you'll be thinking when you're the boat behind, just keep it close and we can attack them on the upwind leg. Interesting that they jibe away here. This is potentially a big loser or a big gainer. It's a bit of rolling the dice early on in the game.
Well, I think they're going to set themselves up, New Zealand that is, to get to the right gate, where USA is probably going to do the left gate.
Pressure here.
Okay, yep. Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, go button. Go board, Simran. Go, boys. Big sheet, big sheet. Dig it in.
Man, there's a lot going on in these jibes. A lot going on. A long way to go. Their sheet is way out. This is actually not a great jibe on Oracle.
And the lead is now down below 100 meters.
How far to Leyland?
But with a jibe to go. That's the thing. I kind of really liked New Zealand sticking with them and trying to jibe better and really closing it up. But they chose not to. They chose to split. They still have one more jibe to go.
10 seconds, no fat.
10.
It's a big call. If they can stay up on their foils here, Todd, then this could really play out just fine for them. A little bit more breeze, this could make this an absolutely workable solution for Team New Zealand. Like he said, like Gary said, it will be a split here.
Get out of the jib.
At mark number 2, the Americans have a lead, but it has shrunk down below 100 meters. The Americans opt for the left gate, and it looks like the Kiwis will go to the right.
3, 2, 1, here we go.
What a shock. We have a really close sailboat race.
20 seconds, they raise
The Americans more than doubling their lead. It was 5 seconds at mark number 1. It's up to 13 now. Gary Jobson, who has the best position on course now?
Well, I like Oracle Team USA's position. They're going to get under this cone from Alcatraz Island, where there's a lot less current. Remember, we have about a knot and a half flood coming in here, and being out in the middle where New Zealand is going to be tough.
Seems like the breeze might be a little further to the right, though, Gary, than normal. They're coming up in this boundary very quickly under Alcatraz Island. As I say that, they get lifted up onto on port tack here, and looks like the boundary's actually a little bit further away. Can't quite see the tide line that we normally see here, so it could be a little more even from side to side. Really hard to call from our vantage point right now.
So the first tack of leg number 3, and the Americans have a lead, but can they make it stick as they head upwind?
Going to our line in here.
Go, Trent.
No problem with it.
Giving you a little twist. Target. It's around 19s. Yeah, copy. Numbers coming.
You know, Ken, the dynamic onboard Oracle Team USA, it's almost like they have 2 strategists and 2 tacticians with Slingsby, Ainsley, and of course, Jimmy Spithill working together.
Listening for Spithill. Spithill typically looks at the wind a lot more than Ainsley. Ainsley is more of a traditional tactician, but the combination of the 2 has obviously been deadly for Oracle since the switch.
Yeah, beautiful. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
So the Americans have the lead as they head up towards gate number 3 here in race number 16.
Yeah. Come on.
3, 2, 1, tack it.
Once again, the lead comes down to below 100 meters, and the Kiwis are getting a little relief from that cone behind Alcatraz Island, Gary.
Looking good where New Zealand is. I mean, the further in you go under Alcatraz, the better it is. But now we have Oracle getting in closser. They'll gain again.
Have a good look at the attack. Stand by. Okay, 12 seconds. Push it all the way here, Jimmy. 3, 2, 1, here we go.
We just haven't seen any of these unforced errors that we've seen in the past, the boundary violations, things like that. These guys are playing it really smooth. Again, this is going to be about maneuvering, attacking contest in catamarans. You know, it's fantastic to see on behalf of both boats.
With Alcatraz Island in the foreground, Oracle Team USA has a lead of 125 meters, and it is growing just a little bit.
Go, Trim. No, other way, all the way, sorry, all the way to the downwind camp.
To the shore here, guys.
And those arrows indicating the flood tide, the current coming in from the Golden Gate Bridge, and you saw very little tide where Emirates Team New Zealand, and there is their game.
That's right, and they're gonna, and Oracle is in the position, they will split all the way across to the city front. We've seen this strategy so many times in the past over the last month and a half. Team New Zealand will tack up on their hip, and we start a drag race all the way across to the city.
Take a look at the VMG, or the velocity made good.
VMG is really the number we're looking for. That's the speed towards the mark. That's the combination of their forward speed and the angle to the wind. Really not a whole lot in it right now. That must mean that Emirates Team New Zealand is already back out in the current, the same current that Oracle's in. Let's see if Oracle goes into that higher mode to get themselves up in front of New Zealand that we've seen in the past, or if they go boat speed across the current to the other side.
All right, Ken, so break this down. The velocity made good. The yellow arrow indicates your speed towards the next gate, and then you factor in the angle that they're sailing, and that's really their VMG.
VMG is that yellow, yeah, like you said, that yellow arrow. Little higher VMG always on Oracle right now. That's really the number we're looking for. Kind of surprising because you would think they're in a little more current out there.
Wind has picked up just a little bit since the start of the race, 12.8 knots. And the Americans now getting a little relief. And Kenny, you see that line down there. Explain to the folks at home what that is.
There you go. So that is the reason why the VMGs are a little different. They've actually gone already across the most amount of current, and now they're getting relief right along that city front. So now we start this same process again that we saw underneath Alcatraz, but this time up the left shoreline, short tacking up the left beach.
Cross, but yeah, I can see him right down now. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Are we going, guys?
I like this call by Ainsley to tack a little bit earlier. They could have gone in closer to shore, but the wind is very light underneath the shore there by Pier 39. So they're splitting the difference between being in favorable current, or the best current you could get, and staying in some wind.
Boy, not much in this though, boys. It's really this lead has stayed almost identical since we went around the mark. Little give and take here and there, but for the most part, we got two really equal boats.
So, Kenny, is the jury still out on the Code Zero experiment for the Kiwis? Did they make the right call?
Oh, I don't think so. I think they did what they thought was right, and they did an extra jibe down there at that bottom end and still came out within about the same amount of distance that they rounded the top mark. You know, so I think it ended up probably being about a net even, maybe a slight gain to Emirates Team New Zealand.
Interesting to say if Oracle tacks soon, they're coming right across that current shear, the line that we see occasionally from the air. If they go into it, maybe New Zealand has a chance to catch up playing the left.
Well, this one's far from over. Yesterday we saw the Americans take a lead of almost 500 meters, only to see it drop down to 80 on the second to last leg, and we are only on leg 3 of 5.
This is going to be a closer cross here right now with the Americans coming back on starboard. This is going to tighten up to about 120 or so meters by the time these guys come together. chip away. That's all you're doing right now if you're New Zealand. Chip away. No reason to panic yet. Keep doing the right thing, which is bouncing up and down the left-hand shoreline.
2 days ago in this position, we saw New Zealand try and sail a low course and use boat speed. If Oracle tacks, New Zealand needs to tack immediately to get back inshore.
Okay, got 35 this way, happy to go all the way.
Trim, slow it up here, guys. Take a bit of twist.
My mode's good from here in. Nice righty too. 25 seconds.
Well, you've got constant communication on board Oracle with Jimmy Spittle, Ben Ainsley, Tom Slingsby, factor in a little Kyle Langford there.
And they're talking nice righty, which means a right-hand wind shift. Remember, the breeze does not just stay consistent no matter where you are in the world. Out in the middle of the ocean or right by a city front like this, a lot of times you can even get little puffs, tweaks coming up and down the streets. It happens in Boston, for example, all the time. The breeze literally just rumbles right down the streets coming off the city front. So everything affects the wind direction.
With the same numbers here.
Yeah, copy.
Put on the brace now.
Kenny, as we look at the wind along the shore, it's a little stronger along the city front than out here in the middle.
Happy keeping it on the high side.
Still just not much in it. Whoever gets to that left side gains a little bit. Whoever comes in from the right loses a little bit. Now we'll probably trade off yet again. Kiwis, though, have done a great job of staying out of sequence with the Americans, not allowing them to dust them with wing wash directly upwind. Maybe you get a little smattering like this, but for the most part, it's not a big deal.
So the Americans holding on to a lead of 120 meters as they get ready to hit mark number 3.
Probably going to tack under this.
Standing by. 3, 2, 1. Tacker. Let's set up the track.
Let's get out of this.
Copy that.
When you come off the beach like this, Todd, off this left-hand shoreline, you want to stay in what they keep calling a high mode out of this. You don't want to get yourself quickly out into the middle of the current. So on port tack, they're probably sailing a higher, slower VMG. On starboard tack, they'd be a little lower, a little quicker to get back into the shorefront as fast as they can.
Yep. They're happy to go all the way here.
They didn't gain at all.
That's just good. All the way in here.
Doing it easy, 20.
Nice there, guys.
30 seconds.
Now wing on. Hands out of this
All the way, 20 seconds.
Flying in this one, Tommy. Out of the
Okay, good time to go here, Jimmy.
Stand by, guys.
You are looking at the lead, the Americans on the left, the Kiwis bottom right, the defenders of the Cup, Oracle Team USA, now going into another tack.
Todd, we're watching these guys come back from what the whole sailing world thought was an absolute insurmountable hole. Not a chance can they do, and they just keep chipping away. Oracle, this is an exceptional comeback in the overall scheme of things. Your Team New Zealand, my goodness, the doubts have to be creeping in, don't they?
Well, you think about it, coming into this race, it was 8 wins to 5, and actually 8 wins to 7, but the Americans were docked 2 points prior to the America's Cup because of infractions found during the America's Cup World Series. So 2 points taken away. So the Americans actually have 7 wins. If they get this one, Kenny, we would be even 8 wins apiece, and both of them looking for the one knockout shot. As it stands, it's 8-5, and the win here for the Americans would take them to 8-6.
Not over yet, though, this race. You just see that this line, 2 very different design philosophies, and this game loss line has not hardly moved. Really amazing how close in speed these 2 boats are and how close in maneuvering ability that they've come.
Well, Gary, as they get set to hit gate number 3, they are absolutely hugging the left side of that course as they head towards the Golden Gate Bridge.
I think New Zealand's got to think about the next downwind leg, not lose any more distance here, and then work that right gate to get out into the current. If they use the left gate, New Zealand's going to be in deep trouble.
So much as the left side of the gate going upwind has been a bit of a conveyor belt with less current going down, you'll want to be on the left side heading the opposite direction, more current or flood coming in.
Yeah, it's really a matter of how much apparent wind you can build. Sometimes the negative current downwind actually is a boost. It actually increases the wind speed, and you can make up for the fact that the current is against you. I'm not sure if we're at that crossover yet. You see that incredible current line. Welcome to San Francisco Bay, that current line right there.
Yeah, both boats will have to do at least one tack to get to him, Mark. So that puts New Zealand in a very tough position.
He's got no choice but to go right.
I like the pressure out there. Stand by.
Stand by, guys. Bit of a soft patch here, though.
Yeah, just another 20 seconds.
What are you doing, mate? Normal tack, Tom. Haven't got enough speed.
He's got this tough here.
Brilliant.
Go in. Okay, yeah, hold it.
There we go.
Again, instead of going to ley line here, they're going to do 2 more tacks so they can get that right-hand gate at the top of the mark. Still, this is not even close to being over. The Kiwis do not ever go away.
Right, Gate. Go to ley line here.
On and right, boys.
There is a 40-minute time limit. There's 19 minutes to go, so no problem in making the time limit today.
Well, Gary, I guess the big question as the Americans get close to gate number 3, is there a possibility of us getting a second race in today, despite the fact that we were delayed by almost 30 minutes?
Well, for sure, there's time to get a second race in. The question is, New Zealand want to have a second race. They have a card to play where they could take a time not do the second race today. We'll see if they want to have a second race.
Stay with us.
We're on the foil here at this angle.
Early drive.
Early drive, Della.
And because of the extra tack, the Kiwis have closed the gap to the Americans. But it will be the Americans first at gate number 3, but they have the favorable side, and we'll see what the Kiwis decide to do.
Go wing.
Go wing, go wing. Get it up there.
Go wing, boys. I need the wing.
They popped right up on the foils in 14 knots of breeze, which means the code 0, at least at the top of the course like this, likely does not come into play. Neither of them even have it up at this stage.
Meanwhile, on board Emirates Team New Zealand, the challenger, all quiet.
Yeah, great. Backwards, go, backwards.
This way. Still quickly.
The second to last leg here on race number 16. Can the Americans hold on and force another race?
Good pressure.
Again, like we saw yesterday, the Americans with that extra tack, and now look at the lead. Now, what we did see yesterday as well was the Americans hit some pockets of really light air, and that allowed the Kiwis to pull back in it. Do you see that scenario playing out again?
Oh, it absolutely could play out again. It's really, this is it, like Gary said at the beginning of this race, this is a tactician's show here right now. They just have to work on avoiding those little light spots. Don't allow yourself sometimes to get into a match race when so much depends on the breeze.
The other way, so we'll just drive in front of him, okay?
They are driving now.
Happy to go straight for a bit.
You happy matching him on the hoist? Yeah.
Yeah, happy to match on the hoist. No problem.
Talking about a match on the hoist, which means if they go with a code 0 on Emirates Team New Zealand, you'll see Oracle go up with their code 0 right away.
Okay, 10 seconds. And go in.
Okay, go button, Tommy. Go board, Simeon. Nice.
And following a jibe from the Kiwis, the Americans decide now is the time to make it happen. They are on leg 4 of 5. This is race 16 with the Kiwis leading 8 wins to 5. If New Zealand wins this race, they win the America's Cup. If the Americans win, the racing continues.
The racing continues. The racing that will never end. That sailors around the world just don't want it to end at this stage. It's such drama. It's amazing. But I'll tell you what, Oracle is one bad jibe away from losing this lead. The Kiwis, again, I keep saying it, this is the same lead we saw entire way up on that beat.
3, 2, 1, driving.
This is a big call right now. This is a big split.
You know, the thing is, Oracle was heading for a light patch of water up by Alcatraz Island, and New Zealand basically dragged them away from the late end. So it is a huge risk what New Zealand just did.
Oracle goes with them right away, though, Gary. You can see in those turns and the trails that the boats are leaving, you could see that actually Oracle had a little better jibe in that, stretched out a tiny bit. It's these tiny little things right now that are going to make all the difference in the world.
Press his best right here. Fuck all the other way.
A week ago, it looked like, and it was in fact, the Kiwis on match point. Just put the Americans out of their misery and end this thing, because that point it wasn't going so well. Then the Americans made some small tweaks to the boat. They made a crew change, and since then, it has been all Oracle Team USA. But since they've dug such a big hole and been hit with a 2-point penalty, the last 4 days, the winning streak really hasn't made that much of a difference other than digging them out of the hole, and now it's really race on at 8-5.
Okay, here we go. Here we go, Jimmy. 3. Okay, go button. Go board.
Nice move by Oracle. Just stay between the competition and the mark. Right out of the textbook.
You know, Gary, I think that Oracle just simply stays up on their foils a little easier in this light air. Everybody had written them off for changing their boats so much to be competitive in the breeze. They just don't seem to pop off their foils quite as easy as New Zealand does. I think it's the first time we've ever said that sentence.
Very impressive, Kenny, what Oracle's been able to do with their changes. And they're small changes, but those small changes are making a big difference.
Well, normally we could start a race as late as 2:39, 2:40 Pacific time is the local cutoff. And right now, Gary, that's less than a half an hour away. That means they would have to take away, if the Americans go on to win, their normal 30 to 35-minute halftime break. Are they willing to do that?
No. No, they'll keep to the same thing. They won't shrink it down. They'd have to get agreement by both teams. And if I'm New Zealand, I want to get back to the dock and reset.
20 seconds.
Which would take us to day 14, and race 17 and 18 would be on for tomorrow. And Gary, any idea what the weather forecast is for Tuesday here in San Francisco?
Yeah, Todd, the weather's going to be good tomorrow. Stronger winds. We'll go back to our normal pattern. Good wind for the first race, and right at the edge for the second race.
Tell you what, that Al Roker character, he better be quaking in his boots.
Oh, I love Al Roker. I'm a fan.
You're on it, Jabo. Here we go, the lead now approaching 240 meters, so the Americans staying true to match racing formats, just staying on top of the Kiwis. And Ken, at this stage, the Kiwis are basically throwing everything they can at them and hoping for a mistake.
Yeah, still a couple more jibes to go, though. That's really the only fear if you're an American fan, and the saving grace if you're a Kiwi fan. There's still a couple more jibes to go, and let's just see who stays on their foils and who doesn't. But it looks like the breeze is up enough that they're probably both going to be just fine.
At last check, breeze checking in at 14.2 knots. So the Americans having a great day up on the foils, and look at the speeds. Americans traveling at about 30 knots, the Kiwis close behind.
The big question I have here for the New Zealand team, what are they going to do to get a good start? They've lost 4 in a row. That's the difference in every race. They got to win a start if they want to get this cup.
Stand by. Go wing on, please. Wing, big wing, big wing. 22 seconds.
Yep.
Stand by.
Yep.
Go bottom, go board, swim in. Just riding us out a little, Tom.
Yeah, we're right.
Okay, it's you.
Guys.
The communication between Ben Ainsley, Tom Slingsby, and Jimmy Spithill is fascinating.
Exuding confidence, really, in each other. There is never a second guess or a doubt. And those of us who have been in all kinds of afterguards our whole life, it's hard to do.
At mark number 4, it's Oracle Team USA first to the gate and carrying a lot of speed as they head towards the finish line here in race 16.
3, 2, 1, driving.
The Kiwis have kept this close, but it just doesn't appear to be enough.
Go here, hydrate.
21 seconds behind is the delta for the Kiwis. Gary, what do you know about the second race today?
It's not going to be able to happen. Unfortunately, there's not enough time to get a start in between the 2:40 cutoff with the 32-minute in-between race. So we will not have a second race today.
So instead of the doubleheader scheduled for today on San Francisco, it looks like one and done. And for the Americans, they'll just be happy with that, getting the victory and extending this regatta into day 14. And the lead now is down to 8-6. And 2 races to go tomorrow, Kenny. We could be even on this thing with a showdown on Wednesday.
You just have to wonder what in the Kiwis coaching room, what do they do? What do they like Gary said, they got to get off the starting line.
Well, folks in America and down under, clear your schedule. We will be racing on Tuesday. Oracle Team USA gets the win.
You have got to be kidding me. I mean, this is a comeback that not a single person in the world, never mind diehard fans in the United States, could even have predicted.
Nice call, hey, on the Jenica hoist and shit.
Yeah, we ain't a lot quicker on the race, guys.
And the final delta, yet again, for Emirates Team New Zealand is in excess of 30 seconds. They stopped the clock at 33 seconds. And a big bit of spray, and I do not think there'll be too many waves on board Emirates Team New Zealand, despite all the fans here from New Zealand who've made their way to San Francisco. Well, a sense of relief as the Americans live to fight another day, at least another race. Quick scoreboard math, 8-6. The Americans now trail by 2 with 2 races scheduled tomorrow. We could be even, but let's not forget, Emirates Team New Zealand is 1 win away from taking the America's Cup away from Oracle Team USA. And Ken, I hate to keep going back to this, but if the jury has not penalized the Americans to 2, we'd have ourselves a real classic here, even at 8.
It's just, I am dumbfounded by the fact that these guys have actually believed their own hype and come back this far from that big a hole. They dug themselves an incredible hole. I guess we got to give Jimmy Spithill credit. Everybody's been kind of hard on him about how confident, is that the right word, he's been in these press conferences?
Well, I think it was that and the broken record. If we believe we'll get it, we feel good about ourselves, we feel good about this position.
And we all sat there saying,
come on, no one feels good about being down 8-1.
Exactly.
No one does,
That's
except
exactly
Jimmy Spithill.
Give him credit, folks. Everybody has to give him credit. Kiwi fans have to give these guys credit. This has been quite a turnaround. Just like American fans had to give the Kiwis credit for coming out of the blocks so fast at the beginning of this event.
So at the end of race number 16, we go on board the defenders of the Cup, Oracle Team USA, and their helmsman, Jimmy Spithill. Jimmy, I got to tell you, 4 or 5 days ago, we thought you might have had too much Mum Napa moment, and you were telling us you were happy to be in this position, but you've made believers of us as you have cut the lead now down to 2. What is the big secret?
We've really got a huge wave of momentum now. I mean, the guys have been working very, very hard. Again, last night, the short team there till the early hours of the morning, and the boat's just going fantastic.
Jimmy, talk us through the starts. You seem to have his number. I mean, this is a whole bunch of starts in a row. How you doing this?
Yeah, that was a really tough one. We had the starboard entry and very tough time trying to get below the boat lay, but boys did a very, very good job. And Philippe and I and the boys have been working quite hard at night just trying to figure out a couple of plays, and you know, that was Philippe's one there. It worked nicely.
Hey, Jim, are you guys going to race the second race? The time limit is running down. If you're asked by the race committee, do you want to race the second race today?
You know the answer, Gary. We want to race, mate. We're here to race. So that's what it's all about, and we can't wait. We want to get into it.
All right, Jimmy, we will let you hopefully get ready for the second race. Enjoy this victory as your boss looks on, and hopefully we'll see you out in the water in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Larry Ellison pulling alongside his crew of Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the Cup. And for Emirates Team New Zealand, you know, psychologically, what would be better for Dean Barker and his crew? To go back to the dock and just say, hey, fellas, let's try again? Or let's just go out there and know that if they get one win, it's done?
I don't think these guys have a speed disadvantage. They just were glued at that kind of 150-meter mark. They were glued to Oracle all the way around the track. I think you want to go sailing again. The thought of just doing the whole dock out program, the getting in, the leaving your families in the morning, this has to be wearing these guys out. And let's just get into it. Come on, we got to. The odds are still in our advantage, boys. We can still do this. Let's get back out there and give it a run.
Well, they've got 20 minutes to start before the self-imposed deadline of 2:40 here, San Francisco time. It's 2:20 right now. Usually they get 30 minutes, and that look on Dean Barker's face really says it all. He's just disgusted.
So, Gary, does this mean that we can actually have a chance of having another race today? We were talking earlier that we may not.
Gary Jobson working on possible interviews on board that committee boat. It looks like the Americans right now are staying put, taking on some nutrition, taking on water, doing minor repairs. They look like they are ready to go. Meanwhile, Emirates Team New Zealand would probably love to get back on the water and get another crack at it as we join now with skipper and helmsman Dean Barker. Dean, what is your thoughts on having his second race today?
Well, we'd like to get back into it, but with a time cut off, we can't. So, yeah, a bit frustrating.
Dean, give us your kind of rundown of the start. This has been a few in a row now. What's going on? Where's the issue? Where's the problem? How do you get at these guys?
Well, you know, we were reasonably happy with where we were on the line, and they just managed to, you know, get a bit of momentum right at the start. So, yeah, a little bit frustrating, you know, to not convert our port entry into a lead around Mach 1.
Do you think that code 0 being up in the air, the drag of that code 0 might have had something to do with the reaching speed?
Oh, for sure, it doesn't help, but I don't think that was the cause of the issue.
Dean, you now have the opportunity to go back and talk to your crew. What will be your message? Because you guys are still, remember, on match point.
Oh, yeah, look, you know, we're very upbeat here. You know, we know we can win. You know, the Oracle guys sailed a pretty flawless race that time, and there were no opportunities to get back into it. So we did a better job with the downwind, staying close, but it's not enough today.
Dean, thanks for your time. You're always gracious with us. Wish you the best of luck, and hopefully we will see you back on the water probably tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we hope so. Yeah, thank you.
Oracle Team USA helmsman Jimmy Spithill on the left. Man with a 14 on his helmet, that is skipper and helmsman Dean Barker for Emirates Team New Zealand. Present time, the wind is 16.8, and about a half an hour ago, we were concerned about getting the first race in, let alone the second, as it was 22.6. But it has calmed down just a bit as we are now at 3 minutes to go before race number 17. The Kiwis at 8, the Americans at 6, New Zealand needs 1, the U.S. needs 3.
And Oracle Team USA will come in from what we believe to be the favored side of the starting line, that port tack start that gets them into the starting box 10 seconds before Emirates Team New Zealand.
On board the defenders, Oracle Team USA will give you the best pictures and sound throughout the racing. And the same for Emirates Team New Zealand. We've got them covered from top to bottom.
That's a nice pressure.
Got us on time now. Here we go, full pace.
Here we go, Todd. I don't care what the afterguards say. There's butterflies churning in both of these boats right now. Gary, it's surprising the breeze has really kind of stopped a little bit. It was windy there for a while. This is much more in control for these boats, isn't it?
Well, it was over the limit there for a brief time, Ken, but the wind is good now. I expect a really good race.
Both boats now in the entry box, and the dance begins with 1:45 to go before the start.
With the strong flood tide, look for the boats to work for the windward end of the line. You get the puffs first, and you take advantage of the current.
90 seconds to the start.
Slightly early coming back to the line right now by James Spithill. Look for Emirates Team New Zealand to try to step up to weather. Their most success when they've won starts has been to weather of Oracle, which means closer to the wind on the high side, exactly where they're heading right now.
Nice move, boys. You are right on ley line here.
You're hearing the voice of Ben Ainsley, the 4-time Olympic gold medalist, the tactician for Oracle Team USA.
It's been 6 days, Todd, since Emirates Team New Zealand has won a race. The start is proving more crucial all the time.
Turning up here in 3, 2, 1, turning up hard now.
Very aggressive match racing move. What Emirates Team New Zealand will do now is try to block the wind of Oracle. Can Oracle get a last-minute hook underneath them? That's the big question.
New Zealand's got to kill 10 seconds. They're a little early.
Big them up here, big them up, big them up. 7, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Right from behind, a last-second hook by Oracle. I'm really surprised
by
Team New
Oracle
Zealand
there,
set
Ken.
themselves up for that.
Good attack here.
Protest by Oracle.
Pass head to wind here. We're way past head to wind. Yeah. Okay.
So they cross the line on time. The Americans immediately file the protest flag and a penalty to the Kiwis.
Penalty to New Zealand there, guys. They'll just have to simply slow down, however.
There's going to be contact here right now. Bang!
Jim on, guys. Don't let me lose the bow. Jim on.
Here we go. Let's go.
Go hard the other way now. Hard now.
Idiots. Here we go. Nice work, Jimmy.
An absolutely disastrous start for Emirates Team New Zealand. They will now have to sit for 2 boat lengths.
Just getting it now, yep.
So the penalty is now complete, and New Zealand has dug themselves a huge hole even before we get to mark number 1.
A last-second hook by Oracle. I'm really surprised Team New Zealand got so slow and so low there. They allowed the boat from behind to come in underneath, last-minute hook, and just hold them head to wind until there was a collision. I mean, the boat to weather is completely vulnerable in that situation.
At mark number 1, America has the lead. The Americans cross the mark 1, and the clock begins to run on the Kiwis.
Pressure all this way.
And handing Oracle Team USA with the momentum they have, an 18 seconds lead, Ken, on the first mark. Not good.
My goodness, I'm really surprised. We'll have to go watch that start again here in a minute, but that was really, I don't know. That's where nerves, I don't know. Something's going on in the head of Dean Barker right now.
Do you think Dean Barker thought that Jimmy Spithill was trying to go up to the top of the box and was just giving him a fake? Because it was clear once he made that turn that Spithill was going for the hook.
No, if he had stayed on the wind towards that weather end, I think he could have cleared out and not allowed Oracle to come in from behind, but he got so slow and actually came down towards the line a little bit. It kind of opened the door for Spithill to come in and completely, I mean, own the day, own the start in a big way.
And then there was apparent contact, so head umpire Mike Martin and his crew pretty much had to do the only thing they could, and that was assess a penalty to the Kiwis.
If we can get Mike Martin on live, we're going to try to do that, Todd, to see if there might have actually even been 2 penalties in that situation. It'll be interesting if we can get them. I'm sure they have a little bit on right now, just trying to sort out what happened in that pre-start.
So on leg number 2, the Kiwis have dug themselves a 400-meter hole. And Ken, we were watching out here prior to the start, and the Americans were just practicing, and they were traveling at over 50 miles an hour.
Something you never thought you'd say in a sailboat racing event. You know, what could go against the Americans at this stage? First of all, remember, they played their card. It's a windy day. Right. They played their breakdown card in the second race. They break, it's over, right? So that's one thing that's always in the back of every Oracle team supporter's mind is we don't have any buffer anymore. We have to get around. This thing has to stay in one piece for 2 races today, not just one.
We're glad to be joined now by the chief umpire, Mike Martin, of this 34th America's Cup. And Mike, take us back to the start, what you saw and why the penalty was assessed.
Yeah, what happened? Yeah, this is Mike Martin. What we saw at the start was USA was a leeward boat and established that overlap from behind. New Zealand was required to do everything they could to keep clear and didn't. And there was actually 2 penalties given, one for the initial and then one for not keeping clear after they crossed the starting line. So actually 2 penalties were assessed to New Zealand.
Yeah, Mike, 2 penalties, and obviously there was contact between the boats.
Yeah, definitely there was contact between the boats.
And Todd, here's the first penalty right now. What Mike is saying is the weather boat or New Zealand did not do enough to try to stay out of the way. They have to, you see him spin the boat here, but maybe not go quite, maybe he can go a little, see he comes back, see the wheel coming back right now. That's always a telltale sign to the umpires that maybe you didn't do everything possible to stay out of the way of the other boat.
Meanwhile, back on course, our thanks to Mike Martin, chief umpire here at the America's Cup. The Americans make their way down very fast downwind leg as the wind has been blowing close to 20 knots. This will be a very quick race, and the Americans would love to get this one wrapped up quickly as they make the turn at mark number 2 with a sizable lead over the Kiwis.
Nice, keep going, keep going. Just need a little oil when you can. Setting up there. Stand by, boys.
Got backwards.
And the lead has grown, and this time the Kiwis will not split the course. They will follow Oracle Team USA going closer to shore, but they have dug themselves a 29-minute delay behind the Americans. And Ken, I guess one of the questions I would ask without a situation to play that provisional card, contact and damage to the American boat. Do you think that's something they have to look at?
I don't think so. I think you're just tapping the carbon fiber skins at that stage. Even if there's a puncture, unless there's some sort of lamination or delamination issue right around, let's say, where a shroud is or where that front beam is, then you might have something to look at it. But typically, a little tap like that isn't going to end your day.
So a delta of 29 seconds around mark number 2. The Kiwis now heading closer to shore, as are the Americans. We check in on the water once again with Gary. And which side of the course is a sweet spot, Jabo?
Well, the sweet spot is away from the middle of the course because the current's so strong. Todd, I'm sitting here watching this race thinking, if I'm on board New Zealand, how am I going to catch up here? Well, the first thing is to stay fast, don't give up. Things happen in sailboat races, and when you're way ahead like Oracle is right now, sometimes you throttle back and get conservative, saying we don't want to break anything, and that's where you have your opportunity. So this race is not over yet, and as you can see, New Zealand on the left is going pretty well.
And Ken, that picture says a lot as the Kiwis on the left-hand side not quite foiling upwind, but clear foiling upwind by Oracle Team USA.
Yeah, close. You see the Kiwis coming in and out of the water sometimes. Both boats are really beginning to perfect this foiling upwind, especially when you want to get into, you want to get fast, a fast mode, let's say across a current line or towards the next puff. They're using moding, fast mode and high mode, much more effectively. You can see where Team USA is actually in that cone right now. Now they'll start going a little higher onto the wind, most likely. to try to stay in that relief behind Alcatraz on.
3, yeah, okay. 2.
You wonder how they're suddenly able to foil upwind more than we've ever seen. And they've been working on their systems to be able to get that foil exactly right in the water to give them the boat to lift. And what's impressive about this team is the wind limit is only about 12 knots to get them up in a foil. But at 16, they just take off and fly.
So on leg number 3 of 5, it's the Americans out in front by more than 200 meters. Can they maintain?
Really left-hand,
Ben Ainsley calling out the big left-hander. Americans traveling at 23.7 knots. The Kiwis at 26.5.
They're out of that relief. Remember, this is GPS speeds. This is speeds over the ground, which takes into account the current. They would be in the current relief right now. Therefore, they'd be registering probably higher speeds. As I say that, of course, Oracle gets up on their foils and starts screaming across the channel to get to the relief on the other side right now.
10 seconds. Standing by in 3, 2, 1.
And the Kiwis decide it's a good time to tack away from Alcatraz Island. On an absolute picture-perfect day for sailing in San Francisco, this is the 34th America's Cup. Team New Zealand, 8 wins, needing just 1 more to claim the Cup. The Americans have 6, they need 3 more, and right now, it looks like race number 17 going clearly the way of the defenders, Oracle Team USA.
It's a little game to him there.
Activity down on the water. Oracle Team USA looking very good. Here come the Kiwis closing the gap. Now it's below 300 meters. Gary Jobson, as we spin it forward, if the Americans could hold on to this race and get the win and force a race 18, what does the weather look like later this afternoon?
I think the weather looks pretty good for a race this afternoon. The fact that it's died down here in the last half hour or so says that the wind should be good for another race. For New Zealand, they got to think about what they made, what their mistake was. Overly aggressive, didn't cut it. They've got to be a little better on the next start if they want to win it.
Wind limit for our second race today would be at 24.1 knots.
20 seconds.
These guys are going 30 knots upwind against the current. Again, they just seem to be going faster every day.
Here we go, guys. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Oh, I like this move by Oracle to go in and push really hard. Even though they're ahead, they're going to be very aggressive and keep working to push New Zealand back. Nice move.
Good pressure. So good this one. Really good pressure. Yeah, it's good here. Get it going, get it going. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
The difference you notice since American team has made the change with tacticians from John Kostecki to Ben Ainsley is there's a lot more communication between the 3, Ainsley, Slingsby, and of course Jimmy Spithill.
Yeah, more chatter, more of a 3-person team back there. There's no doubt about it that everybody has their own way of doing things. Really, John Kostecki, I think, was much more, it was more of a 2-person afterguard with he and Jimmy Spithill, and Slingsby was there to kind of help or assist where needed. Where now, for sure, Ben Ainsley has brought in Tommy to be a major part of this afterguard, and it's clear in the communication. You can see that every single race.
Ken talking about the afterguard, the 3 men in the back, the driver of the boat, James Spithill. Tom Slingsby is now a strategist, an Olympic gold medal champion himself, and Ben Ainsley, Sir Ben Ainsley, a 4-time Olympic gold medalist.
40 seconds to get to the lay line.
As we listen in with Emirates Team New Zealand.
It's going to be a bit of a drag race across here now. Both boats likely to stay on port tack and just fly, literally.
I'm looking upwind here, Ken, to see if the wind shifts to the right a little bit. That's the one thing that can help New Zealand out of this position. Wind going right, better course to the next mark.
20. Standing by.
checking. Nice pressure out of those.
Grant Dalton, the general manager of Emirates Team New Zealand at 56 years of age, doing his grinding work. And Ken, you crunched some of the numbers about these two teams, and there is a bit of an age difference as far as the average goes.
Yeah, almost 10 when Grant Dalton's on board, which he is on board for the first time in several races today, replacing Winston McFarlane. It's over a 10-year difference in average age between the two boats. Oracle considerably younger. Average age on Oracle 32. The youngest member of the Team New Zealand team is 32.
So are you postulating that possibly this long regatta is starting to wear down on the older Emirates Team New Zealand squad?
Well, no, I'm not saying you're getting me in trouble, first of all. I'm going to get beat up by a bunch of Kiwis at the end of the day. No, not at all. Listen, also, you can make a good case that you lean on experience in tough times, right? And for sure, guys like, they keep talking about guys like Rob Waddell, who have been through major sporting experiences, gold medalist twice in rowing. You know, he's been through pressure situations before. Guys like him have to keep this unit intact, and I think he's doing that. They just got to get off the starting line one of these days.
Grant Dalton certainly has earned his way on the boat, and Ken, not trying to get you in trouble. I know you can do that on your own all by yourself, but this is now the longest America's Cup in history.
Well, he took himself, good for him. He's 56 years old. He's incredibly fit, first of all. We can't not say that he isn't unbelievably fit. But good for him. He took himself off the boat for a few races to give the younger, stronger Winston McFarlane a few races, especially in the lighter air when you have to jibe or get that code zero working around.
And Winston McFarlane is an absolute beast as far as strength goes.
Oh, he's a monster. They're all monsters. They're all really fit. This is a game of athletics, of athletes like we haven't seen before in sailing.
Todd, you know, mentioned that this is the longest America's Cup in history. Actually, it's the 18th day, and in 1899, they went from October 3rd to October 20th between Columbia, the Defender, and Shamrock, the Challenger. So this actually ties it since 1899.
Going lighter here, watch it, don't chase it in this light stuff.
Team New Zealand, they need Oracle to not actually make this gate right now. And they need all the help they can get. They need them to miss this gate and have to tack some more.
The lead is 215 meters as we bounce across to Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the Cup. On the back, there you see Ben Ainsley. He is the tactician, also required to do some grinding. And there is Tom Slingsby.
Left, early drive. Got 15 seconds in.
They're getting closer. I mean, New Zealand is plenty fast. Everybody keeps talking about New Zealand being slow. They're not slow.
10 seconds.
They just got to get off. It's a broken record, I know. They got to get off the starting line.
So once again, the Americans throwing in attack just before gate number 3.
I think if there's a silver lining here for New Zealand, they're sailing even speeds upwind.
And at gate number 3, like the past 5 days, it is Oracle Team USA that has the lead. The Kiwis now coming into the circle. Can they close the gap? Remember, they trailed by 26 seconds after mark number 2. And here they are at gate 3.
You're going to likely see Oracle roll into a fairly quick jibe here and get themselves offshore where it's been favored for the last 3 days.
So the lead is down to 19 seconds. The Kiwis have chopped off quite a bit from mark number 2, but the Americans are off and running. So the all-important leg number 4. It is a flood tide, and the wind is blowing right now at about 18 knots.
Give it a go. Nice right-hander.
The one thing we know for certain is the Americans cannot clinch the America's Cup today. They need another day. The Kiwis, they've got 3 opportunities to get it done, but you know Dean Barker does not want to push this thing into another day. He wants to end this thing today.
You got to imagine that the pressure gets greater by the minute.
Set up. Yeah, setting up. Stand by, guys. Okay, Jimmy, whenever you're ready. Okay, Tommy? Yep. What's him in?
Back on the bay in San Francisco, Oracle Team USA has the lead. The Kiwis coming awfully fast. They've got a nice line here. They trail by 280 meters, but coming in very quickly, traveling at 41 knots.
As usual, they don't go away, but when you give the other guy a jump, I mean, just bad things happen right out of the blocks. These guys aren't going away. They are not slow by any means, the Kiwis.
I kind of admire the New Zealanders' aggression at the start. They're just too close to the line to get it done. They opened it up for Oracle, huge mistake. They got a little more room next time, they'll be better off.
Both boats traveling at nearly 40 knots. That's 46 miles an hour, heading downwind on leg 4. It'll be a big right-hander and to the finish line.
Chance of that dummy move here, Dino. Want to always keep the leverage this way.
Yeah, copy that.
You heard Ray Davies say, chance of that dummy move. That means they might try a fake jibe here. Try to shake these guys, just get them going in the other direction. They need anything. They need any sort of split right now. They're not going to pass them just by following them.
Ken, how often do you see fake jibes work?
How often do you see fake jibes in a catamaran going 38 knots work?
We're inside the runway now anyway.
3, 2, 1, driving.
Go towards him in. Good pressure on our bow, guys. Here, mate.
No fake. They stay outside of that current line. I'm sure they're not really worried about the current line going downwind. But for sure, Oracle does, Gary, they do exactly the right move here. They just stay right in sequence. Why take a chance at this stage?
Right out of the book. Stay between your competition and next mark. Nice work.
Shannon Falcone there on the right of your screen.
Yeah, we can't get to A-line.
Okay, building pressure slowly.
And go wing. Keep coming.
Kiwis don't go away though, Todd. If you look at that, they're just glued to him. You know, it's so easy to talk about these starts like, I know, let's just win a start. I don't think you could create a boat that's harder to figure out how to start than these boats. Foiling, not foiling, wings, tiny little jibs, accelerate, decelerate. It's about as tough as it gets. So, you know, I feel for Dean Barker in this situation right now, believe me.
Pressure's good here.
As we look at these boats going downwind here, one of the questions for Emirates Team New Zealand, do they play their card? They have the ability to not race the second race. Here's what I think. They are so close in speed here, they should race. The conditions are perfect for New Zealand today. Just get a good start and they can win it this afternoon. It's all on Dean Barker's shoulders.
Gary Jobson referring to the fact that Emirates Team New Zealand has their provisional card or their postponement card. They can play that in the second race for any reason. They just play it to the official and say, we don't want to race today, we're done. The Americans have already used theirs, and that's really what's turned around this regatta for them. When they were thoroughly getting beat by Emirates, Jimmy just said, they've got a lead on us, we got to do something. They went back, regrouped, and the comeback began.
Comeback began. They actually lost the next 2 races, but for sure they sped the boat up that one day, and then rest is history.
At mark number 4, it's Oracle Team USA with just 1 leg to go, and they will pick up their 7th point, bringing them to within 1 of Emirates Team New Zealand. And this view has got to be getting old for Dean Barker and his crew, coming around mark 4 and seeing the Americans 300 meters in front.
And it stays at 300 meters. I know I'm beating this point, but the Kiwis are not slow. It's just a matter of, these boats are so even. Whenever you get even boats like this, the start takes on that much more significance.
Well, unless you're a Kiwi fan, that is a beautiful sight. Up on their foils, traveling in excess of 39 knots, heading into the finish line, and another victory. Day 15, race 17 will go the way of Oracle Team USA, which means we will see an 18th race here in San Francisco.
Big sting in 5.
And as they cross the line, the Americans are within 1 point of the Kiwis.
You have got to be kidding me. The drama continues, folks.
Oh, nice hole fly.
And the final delta for Emirates Team New Zealand at the line will be 27 seconds in second place.
And the screws get tightened a little harder. You gotta believe the pressure. I mean, it's only human. The pressure is mounting by the minute. Now 6.5 days since they've won a race. It's sitting on match point.
And to play devil's advocate, if you're Oracle Team USA, Sir Russell Coutts, Larry Ellison, if you had not been hit with a penalty, you would have just won the America's Cup.
I don't know if you want to go there. It's just looking back, but hey, you know what? The team took the bullet. They had to. That's what the jury decided, and they made some mistakes, and they paid for those mistakes. Could pay for them in the ultimate way in losing the America's Cup. Now you can officially say they could, if Team New Zealand wins, Oracle lost the cup because of those rule abuses. What, a year ago? A year plus ago?
Infractions deemed illegal during the America's Cup World Series. The Americans docked 2 points prior to the start of the 34th America's Cup. They have dug themselves out of a hole. The score now, New Zealand 8, needing 1 to get the cup. The USA 7, needing 2 to retain it.
I mean, it's got to be almost the team on board right now. They're just getting a little chuckle out of this. Like, can you believe this? Is this really happening?
And if you were here over the weekend to watch the America's Cup thinking that you would see the coronation, and now you're at home, you might want to book a flight back to San Francisco.
Yeah, this could be the showdown of the century in our sport. Again, our sport has never seen anything like this, never seen boats like this. It's never seen conditions or speeds like this. And it's never seen a dramatic comeback like this ever.
You know, if we do have another race and Oracle wins it, the score will be tied 8-8. The conditions here tomorrow are forecasted to have 35 knots. We could wait another day. That'll just all sink in and build the pressure on both teams.
So both boats make their way back up to the top of the course. We are scheduled for our second race start, which would be race number 18 at 2:15 local time here in San Francisco. And the wind normally builds here in the afternoon, so that is something we will certainly keep an eye on. Gary Jobson will keep us abreast of any changes in the tide and or the wind. As we go on board the Defenders Oracle Team USA, Jimmy Spithill, much nicer talking to you after these wins, and they have come in bunches. Jimmy, the start really the key to this race. What did you see and what were you trying to accomplish?
Oh, we just saw an opportunity there, and you know, Philippe and I and the boys were doing a lot of work at night, just really thinking about these starts, and yeah, it was great to be able to put it together. I mean, very physical race today, and the boys really dug it in.
Jimmy, is there any damage to the boat? There was a little contact there in that pre-start.
Rubbing's racing, so nah, she's all good.
You know, we're watching you foil there upwind, Jimmy, and you seem to get faster every day. How are you able to do this? How were you able to make this change where you had trouble foiling upwind a week ago, and now you're able to make it happen easily?
I've just been doing a lot of work at night. Yeah, design engineering team's just been working really hard. obviously our short team is getting absolutely flogged every single night making these changes, but man, they're rewarded. I mean, the boat is just getting faster and faster, and yeah, the boys are you know, really starting to believe now, and there's a lot of good energy on board, and we're going to try and use that for the next race.
Jimmy, your message to those folks who, when it was New Zealand 8 and USA 1, and you were selling the we're going to get the comeback in, what will be your message now that it's 8-7?
We're not going to stop. We're going to keep going the whole way to the end. We really want this. You can just sense it on board, the team around us, and we're going to fight the whole way to the end.
Jimmy, thanks for your time. Best of luck in race number 2. Jimmy Spithill, the helmsman for Oracle Team USA, the defenders of the America's Cup right now, and they've got one more race on board today as we go over to Emirates Team New Zealand and Dean Barker. Dean, thanks for your time. I know you're busy. It looked like that race was all decided at the start, because after that, you guys were dead even.
Oh, I know. It was just an absolute shocker. You know, we're trying to make a bit of a play, just try and mix it up a bit. But just got ourselves in a really, really bad spot, and yeah, just bad option.
Hey, Dean, so going back to that start again, I don't mean to keep pounding on this, but when do you know? Like, at what point during that start did you think, uh-oh, this is not going to turn out well?
Oh, we had to try and drag it off the ley line, and yeah, we just tried to sort of squash them down below it. And the problem for us is that we were just way too early, just killing too much time. So, you know, 40 seconds before the start, we knew we had a bit on.
You know, Dean, we're watching the boats very carefully, and it looks to me like you're going pretty darn fast, and at least Aziza and the other boats, so that must give you some encouragement.
Well, you know, I think considering the amount we gave up at the start, to be as close as we were at the finish, I think yeah, gives us a lot of confidence. So, you know, boat's going well, just need to get off the start line.
Dean, the message to the crew, and would there be a scenario in which you would play your provisional card and wave off the second race date and regroup?
Oh, no, look, we're out here to race, and if the conditions are suitable, then we're into it.
All right, Dean, we appreciate your time as always. Best of luck to you and the crew in the second race.
Okay, thanks. Cheers.
New Zealand will have port entry, and Ken, is that an advantage with this flood tide?
Absolutely an advantage with the flood tide. It's smooth water. New Zealand knows they're plenty quick in smooth water. They're great at boat handling. They have port end start. They need to be boosting each other. They need to be reminding each other of all these factors right now. Guys, we got to wipe out the last 6 days, clean our brains completely of what has happened over the last 6 days, and look ahead, and we have several things in our favor right now.
It is an abrasive fact, but the Kiwis have not been able to get a good start over the last 5 days. And that man, Dean Barker, knows exactly what he's doing. He just has to be able to put his boat in the right spot because, Ken, as you pointed out, they are fast enough. They are as fast, if not faster in some legs, as the Americans.
Let's see when they turn back for the starting line. I think that's always, it shows a sign of being jumpy or not. If you turn back a little early, that means you're jumpy. That means you're a little nervous. If you wait a little late and stay patient, let's see if that works out to their advantage. They got great coaching, great program. They're talking all this stuff through. It's time for the afterguard just to deliver.
So either the comeback will be complete here in race number 18 or the Kiwis will win the America's Cup as we check in on the water with 3:40 to go and Gary Jobson.
You know, I'm putting myself aboard the boat. Emirates Team New Zealand, having lost 6 starts in a row. Here's what they got to do. Simply go out and have fun. Not worry about the final result. Just the moment. They were so close to getting a good start, it was painful. He can do it. Dean Barker's won 6 of these starts over a week ago. He can do it again. But attitude's going to make a difference.
Well, currently it's 9:11 in the morning in New Zealand on Wednesday, and I guarantee there are about 4.5 million folks there that are hoping and praying that Dean Barker can nail this start as we approach 3 minutes to go and the Kiwis on port entry.
Todd, there is something to be said about pressure, and pressure not only from yourself, but pressure. He knows that there's 4.5 million people on pins and needles back there. I'm sure they do a little bit of reading. They probably try not to do a lot of reading of what's going on at home, but they know exactly what's going on at home, and that has to weigh on you.
Just briefly, looking at the starting line here, the flood's a little bit less, about 1 knot. And looking at the angle of the line, the leeward end looks a little closer to the turning mark. So look for him to fight for the leeward end.
Got us on now. Here we go, full pace.
And by the way, we're giving New Zealand a lot of airtime here right now. Oracle, it's pretty simple. Just keep doing what you're doing. There's not a whole lot to it.
At 2:10, Emirates Team New Zealand has port entry, and it is on in race 18.
Anywhere on the line.
Drop it.
Gary, it still looks puffy out there. We're looking on overhead views, and you see some glassy areas and really puffy areas.
There really is, Kenny. And those puffs are about 4 knots, so it's a big difference when you get into those puffs. Being to windward on the line would help that, because you get the puffs first. Being to leeward, you're closer to the pink.
3, 2, 1. Diving. 7 over. Diving. Pick it up, Laser. Pick it up. 5 over here.
Interesting move by Jimmy Spithill here right now, trying to step over in front of Emirates Team New Zealand.
2 over.
Let's see if Team New Zealand can push them back the way they got pushed in the last race.
Let's get it going. Big speed advantage us. Going. Killing 30 on the box.
Both boats very low in the box.
New Zealand trying to get that early hook. Just able to keep clear. Oracle Team USA.
He's got an overlap now.
It's got an overlap according to Tom Slingsby.
And the Kiwis filing a protest.
Team New Zealand has turned the tides here. They are early back for the line, which is an advantage from the boat behind.
No penalty.
Clear on him.
And they no longer have the overlap with 20 seconds to go.
Going at about 8 still. 7 maybe.
Both boats only a length and a half from the line. They're going to kill 8 seconds.
Time and distance if you're both boats.
Race 18 is on.
This could be the America's Cup, this little reach right here. Can Oracle get over the top, or can New Zealand hold them off and lead around this mark for the first time in many, many races?
New Zealand still got the overlap, Kenny, looking really good here.
And the Kiwis have the advantage. Emirates Team New Zealand gets the whole shot.
They hold them off. Fantastic job. They will not turn down. They're going to do exactly what Oracle has done to them several times.
And they go at him again. Nice.
Just go board. Just fight it. Go board. Getting right. 3, 2, 1. Driving.
All happening out there right now, Todd. Just fantastic action. Match racing action going 40 knots.
So the Kiwis pin the Americans up against the boundary. And now it is on for Jimmy Spithill. Can he come back?
Oracle had a terrible jibe right there. Sorry to butt in, but Team New Zealand flying through their jibe. Oracle had a really slow jibe, dropped 200 meters right out of the blocks.
Keep in mind here, Kenny, neither boat, New Zealand hasn't been ahead in a while. They got to remember how to do it. And Oracle hasn't been behind for a while. This is where mistakes are made. One boat's got to be very careful in this position because they're not used to being here.
Normal numbers here. Just settle the boat down. He could probably get all the way in from there. We can't. That's okay.
And I think we just go to the boundary.
Yeah.
Certainly don't hear any panic aboard the boat.
This is okay, yeah. Right.
Yeah. Still better along the city.
I think it makes it harder for him if we go this way, yeah. 25 seconds.
From Oracle Team USA, we jump over to Emirates Team New Zealand.
I can't hear any comms. lost comms.
It sounds like Tom Slingsby saying he's lost comms as we go on board Emirates Team New Zealand from up above. Both boats, no problem on the foils.
Not a whole lot in it, though. 100+ meters. We're going to find out if our prediction of Emirates Team New Zealand being fast enough is going to come true. Oracle is flying right now.
Big choice for Ray Davies, tactician on New Zealand. Which gate do you take?
Keep it smooth.
My goodness. That is determining the America's Cup right now, Todd. Just something that sailors never thought they would see.
100 meters is the lead, foiling for the America's Cup. Can the Kiwis get it? If they win this race, they take home the cup. If the Americans get it, they force a final race for the win.
Now I'm wondering if New Zealand could lay the mark from this position. If they can, they could get a huge gain.
Stand by, boys.
Two really quick ones. Yep.
Go bottom, go board.
The Americans the first to jibe.
I think they determined that both boats will not lay. They're going to try to get this split at the bottom end if possible. Looks like New Zealand might just do one and in and give them the split, hand them the split.
Is that a mistake?
I'll tell you in about 5 minutes. How's that? My crystal ball is on the, like Tom Slingsby's comms, my crystal ball is on the fritz right now.
Got it, Razor?
At gate number 2, the Kiwis have the lead. It's 140 meters. As the Americans are coming in fast, will we see a split?
100%. We will see a split here, and we're about to find out who gets that first tack in right, who plays the cone best up that area behind Alcatraz Island that we've referenced now for a month and a half, where there's big relief of almost 2.5 knots of current right now.
So the lead now down to 60 meters. Gary, what is Oracle USA looking at? Where are their options?
Well, their option is to do exactly what they're doing, tack and try and stay close. Look, they know how fast they've been going upwind. That Oracle boat gets itself up in the foils, they can close the gap very quickly.
10. Standing by in 3, 2, 1. Tack. Nice tack, boys. What are you thinking, Razor?
Nice game. I think we hit him.
Hit him, copy.
So a big cross coming. Dean Barker immediately asked his tactician, Ray Davies, what do you think? He says, I think we hit him.
And hit him, by the way, doesn't mean physically smash into him, although they've done that already once today. It's really determined as to, are they 3 or 4 lengths ahead, whether they can tack on the wind of Oracle.
Right now it's 45 meters.
This is close.
And a slow tack at that.
He can tack whatever he wants.
The big question now, can he roll him?
Here comes the foiling mode on Oracle. They're zooming into him right now. We have a dead heat.
New Zealand will have the right of way when they get to the boundary. They'll be able to tack.
As soon as the green light comes on, New Zealand has the opportunity to tack. They get protected by this boundary, a 3-boat length area just before the boundary.
3, 2, 1.
And a simultaneous tack, and the Americans are out in front.
Wow, a lead change upwind, incredible pace by Oracle.
I think a mistake by New Zealand. They had a good length and a half to go further to that boundary, and they would have clearer wind. Now they're in some trouble.
10. Standing by in 3, 2, 1. Tacking.
And the Kiwis decide to tack away.
Yeah, they're in bad air right there. They're in a tough spot. They're going to play a little bit more of this cone, see if Oracle comes back at them. By no means is Oracle out of the woods here yet.
About 10 seconds.
So New Zealand had the lead at Mark 1. They had the lead at Mark 2. They have relinquished it in Mark 3 of 5.
Looks to me like Oracle is going to split all the way across for the city front right there. Team New Zealand's definitely in less current, but only for a moment.
How are you not disheartened if you're Emirates Team New Zealand? You had the lead at Mark 1, you had the lead at Mark 2, and here on leg number 3, you find yourself trailing by 150 meters.
What's shocking to me is how quickly it all happened. They were only going upwind for about 3 minutes, and Oracle came from almost 200 meters behind for the pass. Just, it's amazing to me how quickly that all turned around.
And Ken, I'll ask both you and Gary, it looked like we were going to have ourselves a big cross at the last moment. New Zealand decided to throw an attack. Was that the smart move?
Well, it's clearly going to be second-guessed all the way around the world. It just depends. They didn't ever really get up to speed once they made that covering tack. Everybody loves when you cover when you're ahead, but these catamarans, sometimes it's just a completely different story.
30 seconds to boundary. Second here, second. 20 seconds to boundary.
And at the cross, the Americans have a lead of 120 meters, leg 3 of 5. A victory pushes this to a final race. If the Kiwis come back, the cup is theirs.
Nice, guys. Hey, tax.
The battle continues on the water. Gary Jobson, if you're Emirates Team New Zealand and their skipper Dean Barker, what are you doing?
Well, what you got to be doing is sailing fast here. And we're seeing Oracle Team USA is right now a faster boat going upwind. But Dean Barker, don't give up. Sail by the numbers, listen to Ray Davies, look around, stay out of the current. That's what you got to do if you're behind.
You're unsure of it.
Hey, Jimmy, let's think about it here. Come on, boys. Keep it fast. Nice. Okay, 3, 2, 1, here we go. Nice tack. I'll lift
A good tack by Oracle Team USA. The lead now 200 meters, but we need to go back on leg number 3. After they went around mark number 2, Ken, there was a potential for a cross. Dean Barker asked Ray Davies how we looking. He said, I think we should hit him. And at the last moment, they pulled off.
But they didn't hit. That's exactly right. They didn't hit him, which means we're not talking physically hit him. We're talking about throw disturbed air onto Oracle. They tack well to leeward. Oracle just puts the hammer down right here. They start foiling right at him, put themselves right up into an overlap situation. And from then on, all of a sudden, hey, yes, New Zealand gets the boundary. They get the credit at the boundary. They get to tack. But Oracle's just sailing right by them right now. They're going several knots faster. They're fully foiling right by them at this stage. Just really well done by these guys. Knowing the modes of their boat, knowing how to put their boat in the right position at the right time. I don't know if Emirates Team New Zealand could have tacked directly in front of Oracle and actually held them off. That we will probably never know.
Emirates Team New Zealand was the first team to really perfect upwind foiling. So in a sense, Oracle Team USA just gave them a taste of Kiwi.
Good riding here.
I think the mistake that was made there is Ray Davies should have either kept going or tacked about a length later, so they were on top of their wind. They left the door open for Oracle to get good wind, and that's how they got ahead.
Yeah, for sure. But Gary, we've seen before, if you're too close in that spot, Oracle puts the bow down, it actually goes underneath you, and if they get a hook, then you're really done. So you can make a case for all of us. The hindsight patrol is going to be out in a big way at this stage. It's a tough spot. That's like that awkward lead that they had.
Well, certainly the faster boat always seems to pass, doesn't it?
This is leg 3 of 5, race number 18 on day 15 of one of the most incredible races ever, the 34th America's Cup, living up to its billing as the Americans have almost completed the comeback.
I think sailors around the world are staring at their TVs all with completely aghast right now.
Sailors
mouth's
and
wide open.
non-sailors.
I'm getting texts from non-sailors all over the place. Like, why didn't you tell me your sport was so cool?
Kenny, should we say it's been like this for 162 years?
Maybe. I'm not sure we'd be telling the truth.
This is not your grandfather's America's Cup.
1983 was pretty exciting when it was tied up 3-3.
322 meters, and this has all taken place on leg number 3. To recap, Emirates Team New Zealand got the start, they got the lead. At mark number 1, they continued to extend that lead to over 150 meters. At mark number 2, they had the lead, and then the Americans discovered upwind foiling and threw it right back at Emirates.
Really, it'll be really fun to analyze this because it's not as simple as, oh, they should have tacked on top of them, or they should. I think the only choice there was almost you could tack where they tacked, or like Gary said, just head for the short front from that stage on.
Well, let's take a look at this in virtual eye on the pass, and Ken, you can break this down because, as I've always said, virtual eye does not lie.
This is the awkward lead that you have. You have to go early because if they attack straight up in front of Oracle, I think Oracle could have just roared right underneath them and left them head to win. So it's an awkward spot to be in. It's either you do what they did there, or you keep going all the way across to the city front, and then if you get past, we can say you did the wrong thing then too. It's really a tough spot.
Do you think Jimmy Spithill and Ben Ainsley and Tom Slingsby got up next to him and said, did they just give us that?
No, I don't think so. They all know these catamarans are so hard to maneuver when you get within that 2 or 3 boat lengths of each other mode. They go so slow in tacks and go so fast in a straight line that it's very difficult to position yourself if you're Ray Davies and Team New Zealand. I'm just surprised it went from 200 meters down to 50 meters in such a short period of time there.
That's a function of boat speed.
You're gonna have 50 seconds out of this to drive it. It's about, okay?
I mean, the unfortunate thing for New Zealand, if they'd been a boat length further ahead, they could have tacked under wind. Further boat length behind, they would have just kept going.
I think you go back to the run, Gary, and on the run, Team New Zealand, we talked about it at the time. Team New Zealand had the opportunity to jibe with Oracle when they jibed and try to lead them into the same mark going around that bottom gate. That's really probably the thing that they're going to go back and look at the hardest.
At gate number 3, Oracle Team USA has taken the lead, and they are roaring away as they make the turn and head back towards Mark 4 and a potential victory here in race 18. The Americans trailed the Kiwis by 7 seconds at mark number 2, and now they have turned the tides on Emirates Team New Zealand.
5 seconds. Nice and smooth, no problem at all. 30 seconds. He has to come to our mark. No problem. Okay, Jimmy, let's set up here.
And Gary, to make matters worse, Emirates Team New Zealand has to throw in another tack.
Yeah, they're dropping back. We're right alongside Oracle Team USA, going through their jibe right now. It's so perfect, staying up on the foils as they make that maneuver. New Zealand not foiling at all.
The Kiwis finally reach gate number 3, and the clock continues to march down as they make the turn, and they now are on leg number 4 of 5, and their delta 57 seconds behind the defenders.
This is just astounding. We have never seen anything like this.
And the thoughts that must be going through the minds of Dean Barker, Ray Davies, and his crew right now. They nailed the start. They led at mark number 2, and this is their view.
We've been saying all along, we thought they were fast enough, and on this particular leg, they just simply weren't even close to fast enough. And once they got past, man, it just feels like they just deflated. They just, I don't know. You can't say that they blame them, by the way. That had to be just shocking for them.
I think of all the races in this series, this has to be the worst for Emirates Team New Zealand. To have a lead like that and watch it slip away and these guys take off like that, very tough.
With a lead of over 1,000 meters, Oracle Team USA are making their way to a victory here in race number 18. And for Emirates Team New Zealand, battered and bruised. As you go back to the prior race, when there was contact made, their boat suffered a little bit of damage, but this is got to be bruising to the egos, as Dean Barker had the lead at the start. He had the lead at mark number 2, and now, as they are on leg 4 of 5, they are more than 1,000 meters behind the Americans.
An astounding turn of events that I don't think, well, I guess we should have predicted it at this stage, you know? Everything else in this series has been unpredictable, so this is predictably unpredictable, I guess, in a way. I think even these guys are shaking their heads going, you gotta be kidding me.
What's interesting about these guys, when they were behind, there was no panic on board that boat.
Happy would be the understatement of the day for Oracle Team USA. And we can start talking about the pressure that is on both of these teams now, because it looks as if, Ken, the comeback is complete. Now, if you're Oracle Team USA, you can't come all the way back from 8-1 and not win it. And if you're Emirates Team New Zealand, you cannot be up 8-1 and not win it.
There's about 1,000 Red Sox analogies I could use right now, but I'll refrain from that. All I can say is, how do the Kiwis possibly mentally overcome this moment? If they can figure out a way to win tomorrow, boy, oh boy, you just can't, I can't fathom it. I can't imagine it. They got to be devastated right now.
The body language says it all. Dean Barker is looking to the horizon, and all he can see is Jimmy Spithill and company speeding away.
Down the road, just what a turn of events.
Really good pressure, guys. Nice lay line, Tom.
Looks like we got to talk to our realtors for another day.
There is the current situation here in San Francisco with the 34th America's Cup. Oracle Team USA was down, but not out, but for all intents and purposes, it looked like it was a done deal. And over the next 5 days, Jimmy Spithill has absolutely willed his team on, and they have knocked down win after win, and they have won 2 today if this stands up. At mark number 4, the clock runs and the Americans head for home. And for the folks in America, there is a new soap opera in town. Forget Days of Our Lives, the America's Cup has taken hold.
This is not, I think one of the pundits earlier in this program said, this is not a simple sailing event anymore. This is an international sporting event like we may never have seen. 8-1.
At mark number 4, Emirates Team New Zealand makes the turn. And at 9:36 in the morning on Wednesday, more than 4 million Kiwi fans are not enjoying this view.
They're in shock. They're stunned.
Pressure down, but big puff after the finish.
As they come to the line, the comeback is complete.
Lovely race, guys. That's awesome.
We are all even at 8 with one race to determine the 34th America's Cup. It will be winner take all.
Awesome effort, boys.
Are you kidding me? Whoever could have imagined this?
Awesome. Nice, mate. Good on, boys. Just going to spin up here, boys.
I think I heard the word awesome repeated at least 3 or 4 times. That was magnificent.
By me or by them? I know I keep using the same words over again, but it's impossible not to at this stage.
And the other side of the story, the final delta, 54 seconds. And for Dean Barker, Emirates Team New Zealand, the nightmare continues.
What do you do?
You change your plane for today and you stay tomorrow and you watch this play out.
I'm not talking about me specifically. I'm talking about Emirates Team New Zealand at this stage. These are some of the toughest guys you'll ever meet on the planet, and they've just watched this thing unravel before their very eyes. What do? What haven't you pulled out at this stage? How do you mentally, you have to mentally regroup for something that was just unfathomable?
Well, it makes the speeches to your team very simple. We win, we get the cup. We lose, it's over. As Tom Slingsby alluded to prior to the start of the races, this is the payoff for all the hard work. They have come even with the Kiwis. Both boats now on match point for the 34th America's Cup.
I think that's emotional just a little bit for those guys. I mean, in front of your hometown fans, the flags waving, the comeback, the most unpredictable comeback in our sports history, possibly, right before your very eyes. Good for them.
And Larry Ellison on board as his boys come by. Always believe the thumbs up, the comeback complete. It will be one race, winner take all.
Larry has a convention in town. I believe it's called Oracle World. They have only about 60,000 of their friends and employees here. I think his speech is going to be a little more upbeat now.
I think you might want to find someone for a keynote speaker in case Larry has a race to attend to. An absolute beautiful day here in San Francisco, California, the host of the 34th America's Cup. The years of building, the years of planning, and the millions of dollars spent, not to mention the man-hours to bring these AC-72s to life. And we have seen one of the most incredible comebacks, not only in the sport of sailing, but in the world of sport. And here it was as Oracle Team USA came across the line, the comeback complete. They have squared and gone even with Emirates Team New Zealand. An emotional day for both boats as the Americans celebrate their amazing victory, not one but two today, to bring them even with Emirates Team New Zealand. And for the Kiwis, absolute deflation.
Shock and horror at this stage. It can't be described anything more. What you thought was almost a shoe-in, almost a lockup at one stage has just slipped away to, hey, 50-50 odds, and maybe not quite 50-50 at this stage.
Back in San Francisco, where the comeback is now complete. We are all even. It will be winner take all on the bay for the 34th America's Cup. And the man in his crew of the hour, James Spithill and Oracle Team USA. Jimmy, I'll tell you what, there were a lot of people here in this town that thought you were a little bit crazy, a little bit of Aussie cuckoo, but you have made believers of millions of people, and unfortunately, you are not such a welcome soul in New Zealand right now. What was the difference today because you did not get the start?
Mate, it was all on the team. I mean, this team, it just doesn't matter. I've been telling you guys all along, doesn't matter how steep the challenge. In the second race there we got behind,
what do the boys do? They just dug their heads down and they just outground the other team. And yeah, very, very impressive. Gives us a lot of confidence going into tomorrow.
Jimmy, you guys gained a ton of ground right around that leeward gate. What was going on? Why was that side of the gate work out so well for you guys?
Benny and Tom were really studying with Juan before that second race. You know, just where that tide line was with the cone, and he just made a great call to split right there, and we took a huge gain there. And man, I'll tell you what, our afterguard's working really well at the moment, and the boys are doing a great job.
Jimmy, with the start so important, what do you and Tom and Ben do to prepare for the start tomorrow?
Well, we'll just do what we've been doing, you know. We'll go back with Philippe and we'll really study hard the 2 starts today. Yeah, I mean, look, what gives us confidence is, you know, we've really improved the boat. I mean, the boat is going fantastic. The boys just want it more than anything, and, mate, bring on tomorrow.
Jimmy, is tomorrow the most important race in your career?
Mate, it's the most exciting day of all of our lives, and we wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
And final question for you, all things being equal, how would you like to see the conditions play out tomorrow for a winner-take-all scenario?
Mate, we're up for anything, honestly. I think this boat's just going great. So, look, any conditions are good with us. We're just looking forward to getting onto the racetrack and having one hell of a fight.
Jimmy, thanks for your time. Congratulations. We appreciate what you've done for the sport of sailing.
Thank you.
On the left, the skipper for Emirates Team New Zealand. That is Dean Barker, the 41-year-old from New Zealand. On the right, that is Jimmy Spithill, the helmsman for Oracle Team USA. He will be driving the boat. He has 2 men that work with him. Ben Ainsley, a 4-time Olympic gold medalist, will be his tactician, and his strategist, Tom Slingsby, an Olympic gold medal champion as well. Those 3 work as one. Ray Davies leans heavily on Dean Barker, and they work as a great team as well. So there you see the current what it's doing, and Oracle Team USA already talking about what their tactics might be just moments ago when they get into the start box.
Yeah, well, I think it'll be like yesterday, you go to Blossom Rock and it'll be a good man of pressure. Okay. We're not going to just buck off to the shoreline and let it go all the way.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we don't want to let them cross over and let them get on this side of us, do we?
No, but I mean, if he's gone that gate, then surely we just build into a nice pressure attack and...
Yeah, build a bit, I'm just saying we're not rolling straight away and then...
Okay, boys,
no, we don't
bear away, okay? Oh, hang on, we'll get one off first, then.
What's that?
So there's the conversation, Ken. You care to decipher what they're talking about?
Well, it's just fascinating that with all the prep, with all the coaching, with all the work they do in the classroom looking at video, it's just like any other sailboat race, folks. Every one of us have been in that position before discussing, if he does this, let's do that. It's not like they're changing strategy, they're reinforcing strategy at this stage.
We will bring you fantastic pictures, amazing audio throughout this race. The final race of the 34th America's Cup as we take you on board both the Defender Oracle Team USA and the Challenger Emirates Team New Zealand. We will try to identify the voices for you and let you know what key roles they play. And there is Dean Barker, upper left of your screen.
Got a sturdy in there.
So the big key today is Oracle Team USA has starboard entry and Emirates Team New Zealand has port entry. As we check in on the water with Gary Jobson. Gary, is that port entry going to be as big as it has been in the last few days?
I think New Zealand's very lucky to have the port entry today. And with this flood tide, you normally want to stay right at the windward end of the line and get the puffs worse than use the current. But right now, the leeward end is closer to the first turning mark, so I look for the boats to fight for that leeward end.
So at 2:10, the Kiwis have right of way to get into the start box, and the Americans will follow.
This port tack entry has been favorable. Both skippers, the skippers on both teams think that to be able to enter the box 10 seconds early to avoid these dangerous closing speeds is an advantage. So Team New Zealand has just lucked out at the very beginning part of today's race.
Go guys, go in. Go button, Tommy. Go board, Simeon.
Okay, we are 5 over, Higgs, 5 over.
where the tactician will start to feed information to the helmsman. But the helmsman, listen, don't be shocked to know that the helmsman is totally in control here, using their instincts, setting up to not only get to the line on time, but to try to get themselves in between the other boat and the first mark.
One minute to go to the start.
Team New Zealand has set themselves up very far down low in the box. Oracle is way up high looking for a gap between the boats. It's called a gapping off. They might try to use that gap if they can get to the line at the same time to have a better angle to mark one and roll over the top.
35 seconds. Jimmy Spithill shows like he's going to go for the hook and then pulls it off.
Again, trying to keep a little bit of a gap here at this stage. He's hooked to weather of Team New Zealand. He has to try to just get better time and distance and roll over the top. That's their only chance at this stage. Team New Zealand's down low on this line, though. This is a dangerous spot for Emirates Team New Zealand right now.
Let's go.
The wind is good. We are all clear. Race 19. One race for it all.
Such a critical moment in this race.
Beautiful job by New Zealand. The question, can they hold the overlap?
Oh, they both have huge skids piled in by Oracle.
Emirates Team New Zealand gets the whole shot. Oracle takes a big dip. How much will that hurt them?
Both boats got really loose there, right at that mark. Just, this is what we have to show for this race. This is incredible already.
Nice recovery. Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. So watch him here.
So Oracle up on their foils. You heard Ben Ainsley, the tactician, say nice recovery. The Kiwis just off to their right.
Again, another crucial moment. Team New Zealand did not jibe right away with Oracle. Therefore, it's a drag race. Oracle is not in a bad position. The faster boat could roll the other boat right now. Oracle is inching away at that lead.
Let's check it on the water with Gary Jobson.
Well, Oracle there really hit a bad wave and went up and down and lost it. But boy, are they sailing fast. They've just gone right by us. So from our position, Oracle's got a little bit more speed. The big question here for Jimmy Spithill, can he block the win in New Zealand? He's going to go forward about 2.5 lengths.
They trail by 40 meters to the Kiwis. This is a winner-take-all at the 34th America's Cup.
Flat out drag race of two very even boats right now, Todd, and the boundary will be coming into play shortly. I don't think Oracle's going to have the time to roll over the top. Actually, Team New Zealand's come out a little bit ahead here recently.
And almost a simultaneous jibe as both boats decide to make the turn with the boundary on their left.
A boat length apart, 41 knots of boat speed going into that jibe.
You might think being ahead is better, but really, when you're behind, you put a lot of pressure and make the leading boat nervous.
These are sights and sounds that nobody in sailing ever dreamt we would see. This is just a new sport that we are witnessing here in the 34th America's Cup.
They are traveling about 40 knots, which is 46 miles an hour downwind here on leg number 2 of 5. Ken, this is going to be a very fast race with the winds blowing around 18 to 19 knots.
20. Lift off your board, Razor.
He's setting up.
Yeah, 35 seconds.
Emirates on the left, Oracle Team USA on the right as they approach mark number 2. Ken, what are the options first for the Kiwis?
Well, for the Kiwis, you're trying to stay in sync now. They learned the hard way yesterday. At this stage, they were ahead yesterday, remember, in that second race, and they allowed Oracle to split and get to the other mark of the gate down here at the leeward end. Don't let the split happen. Go with a match here at this stage.
Go bottom, go board.
Tom Slingsby calling out the times. They go almost to the lay line, and it remains about a 65-meter lead for the Kiwis on the left of your screen.
Kiwis have done a great job of staying in sequence with these guys the whole way down and holding a really, really small lead right to the gate. I think Oracle's going to go for a split here.
At gate number 2, the Kiwis will head farther offshore, and the Americans will split the course yet again.
Setting up. 20.
Man, is this setting up exactly like the second race yesterday. Team New Zealand will come out of the right-hand side, and they're going to start using that cone to their advantage. Let's see what Oracle does at this stage.
And at this point on the race course, the Americans have taken the lead by 20 meters.
But they're down 1 tack, so still a lot to play for here.
Watch him.
As the American lead grows up to 69 meters, Gary Jobson, who has the right spot, and where is the sweet spot on this course as they head upwind?
Well, position-wise, I like Emirates Team New Zealand. They've got the starboard advantage, but they're sailing slow right now. They really got to kick it up a notch if they want to hold on. Here comes the moment of truth.
This is the moment of truth. Port starboard. Oracle likely will be dipping at this stage. Then they will have the starboard tack advantage. This is the race that we only dreamt of.
And on the cross, the Kiwis take the lead back.
With the starboard tack right away, the Kiwis are allowed to cross ahead of Oracle at that stage.
Working hard here, boys. 40.
Oracle's heading for less current. New Zealand's heading for more.
10. Standing by in 3, 2, 1, tacking.
And as the Kiwis tack on the far left side of the course, the Americans stay on course with good speed, and this will close the gap substantially.
Todd, remember, this is where Oracle turned on the afterburners yesterday. It was speed that we have never seen out of an AC-72 upwind. Let's see if they have it in them again today.
Going for us here.
Another moment of truth. Starboard tack advantage now to Oracle as the cross comes yet again.
They are almost dead even on the water as we go on board Oracle Team USA.
Okay, going straight. Going straight. Focus here, go straight.
Big cross with the Americans having the right of way, and they will make the cross.
I don't even think Team New Zealand had to duck at that stage. That means that's about a 3 boat length gain over the last minute and a half. That's a big number, Todd. That's a big jump for Oracle.
Well, we're going to learn a lot about boat speed here. If New Zealand can gain to the right, we know the speeds are even. If USA continues to gain, they're a lot faster boat.
Leg 3 of 5, approaching the halfway point of this race. And this one is for all the marbles. The 34th America's Cup will go to the winner of this race.
Crossing if he tacks. Yeah. He tacks. He tacks.
That's the voice of Tom Slingsby, strategist on Oracle. He says they're crossing if he tacks. This is yet another huge moment.
Going straight.
Wow. Not just a cross, another couple boat lengths for Oracle. Todd, this is looking awfully familiar.
The question is, what are the Americans doing right, Ken, and what are the Kiwis doing wrong?
Boat speed, boat speed, boat speed. A tactician's best friend.
Good pressure coming now. Dig into this one a little. Yeah, copy. Then we get right shifting. Don't be afraid to be a little faster, I think, guys. Okay. Set up here.
Gary, as we take a look overhead at Emirates Team New Zealand, what is their strategy now with less than a race to go?
Well, if you're going slower than Oracle right now, if you're New Zealand, you got to keep the other boat tacking and maneuver and try and have them make a mistake. If your speed's even, you go straight. If you're slower, make a maneuver.
Those arrows indicating the flood tide, the current coming in from the Pacific into the San Francisco Bay. Emirates right now holding at 25 knots, 28.8 miles an hour.
Go, guys, this is it, this is it. Work your asses off. Going straight.
As commentated by Mr. Ben Ainsley.
I can find this way, huh? Yeah. And continue.
God, these guys are smoking upwind right now. They're foiling almost all the time, something that we rarely saw at the beginning of this event. Every single race, they've been out of the water foiling more and more upwind. They're using it to their advantage.
The lead is now 162 meters.
Keep going, guys, keep going. Keep working. All the way, work all the way. Right tack. Second, go! Go, boys, go! Go, guys, come on!
Todd, the wind continues to build here, but not over the limit. They get around the top mark. There is no wind limit after that point.
It just peaked moments ago at 20.7 knots. Our wind limit on the day is 24.4. So as Gary Jobson was pointing out, if they get around mark number 3, the wind limit is waved off. And right now, Ken, that's got to be advantage Oracle Team USA.
Todd, these guys are down the road. Gary, it's windy out there, though, isn't it? Is it getting windier?
It is getting a little windier, particularly at the top end of the course. It's hard to see that because of the strong flood tide that keeps those waves down.
These guys have done everything right in this race, except they just don't have the pace.
Oh, nice move by Oracle to cover and push them back. Well done there.
Ben Ainsley, the tactician on board Oracle Team USA. The man on the far right of your screen is a 4-time Olympic gold medalist.
Okay, and second. Go. Come on. This is it. All the way here, Jimmy.
And with every meter sailed, you've got to imagine the pressure that is being applied on board Emirates Team New Zealand. 1 week ago, they had a lead of 8-1. It is now 8-8, and the winner of this race will take the cup.
Here we go.
What a show for the people on the shoreline here in San Francisco Bay, and for sailors and non-sailors alike around the world. This is a comeback like international sport may have never seen before. Oracle has pace.
Folks, this is a complete role reversal of what we saw 7-8 days ago. It was the Kiwis putting it to the Americans. They could catch them whenever and wherever they wanted on the course, and now the roles reversed as you see the lead, 260 meters to the Americans.
Look at the boat speeds there. So it was almost 30 knots for Oracle and 25-26 for Emirates Team New Zealand. Give the design team a lot of credit. The shore team, an incredible amount of credit for sticking with these guys and giving them a faster boat at this stage.
Got to go another 25 seconds this way. Right-handed then.
But let's not forget, Emirates Team New Zealand 3 or 4 times over the last couple days have been able to close the race down on leg 4 to less than 100 meters. So if the Americans think they've got this thing wrapped up, Kenny, give them a pep talk, because you know Dean Barker is going to throw it at them when they make the turn to head home.
Well, these guys, there is zero quit in these guys, but holy smokes, would you look at that? Talk about demoralizing, just gone right now. If you're Oracle, just gone. Gary, this is every time they leave the dock, they seem faster.
Okay.
You know, they made some improvements since we saw them just yesterday. We're right alongside Oracle Team USA, and it's an impressive sight seeing them foil upwind as they are doing right now.
Great gains, guys, great gains. Right work, boys. No problem. Jimmy, a lot of high load here. Pretty high load.
Just get it on the foil and then we'll do it.
Really big wind up at that windward gate. Oracle's got to be very careful making that rounding. They can't make a mistake at that point.
As we saw during the Louis Vuitton Cup, Emirates Team New Zealand pole pitching, almost taking the thing over it and losing 2 crew member over the side during that race. No harm, no foul, but to Gary's point, with that big of wind and a 13-story wing, you got to be pretty careful.
Todd, Team New Zealand is going 27, 28 knots upwind. That's almost 30% more faster than they went in the Louis Vuitton Cup, and the other boat is killing them at this stage. Unbelievable speed gains.
Makes me wonder, Ken, maybe they were a little conservative on the start, knowing that they were that fast relative to New Zealand.
3, 2, yeah, 1, keep it on the 1.
I'm not sure Jimmy Spithill's ever been conservative at anything, Gary.
So there is the track AC live line showing you just how far the Americans are out in front. The man with the 10 on his helmet, that is Ray Davies, the 41-year-old Kiwi, acting as tactician.
Well, it's miracle time for Emirates Team New Zealand. This is, like Gary said, they have to darn near flip this boat over at this stage. It's such a big lead.
And at gate number 3, we will bring them home uninterrupted. It's Oracle Team USA with a huge lead. 2 more legs, and the Americans will retain the cup. And for Team New Zealand, they have to find some wind and some speed if they want to take the cup to New Zealand.
Okay, here we go.
Hearts in the throats of every American sailor around the world as the boat just about takes off at the top gate.
No conservative there, Kenny. They went for it.
Oh.
Okay.
Gate number 3, the Kiwis decide to split the course. They're looking for something, anything, to get them back in touch with Oracle Team USA. They make the turn at gate number 3, and they're delta 26 seconds behind the defenders.
But they're almost going to have to jibe immediately here.
20 seconds.
The boundary and the wind direction is working to their disadvantage. They're going to have to jibe very quickly.
Traveling at 34 knots are the Kiwis. That's nearly 40 miles an hour, but the lead is almost 500 meters, and the Kiwis way over on the boundary.
Wow, that was very close to the boundary, but at this stage of the game, nothing to lose.
Get out of bad side.
Really good pressure from here.
Well, Gary, all kinds of records will be talked about when this one is done, whichever way it goes, and this is certainly one for the books.
Well, not only the longest cup, certainly the fastest cup, and by my clock right now, Oracle Team USA is ahead of the record by about 30 seconds.
And let's not forget, it was just 4 days ago, folks, that Emirates Team New Zealand had the lead with 8 wins in their pocket. They made the turn on the last leg, literally 4 minutes away from winning the America's Cup, and the whistle was blown. The time limit of 40 minutes had expired, and the race was wiped clean.
Okay, it's getting lighter. It's getting lighter all the time this way.
Todd, the last successful defense of the Cup was America Cubed in 1992. One thing in common with this Cup, there was a Kirby on board. Rome Kirby with these guys, his father Jerry Kirby on board in 1992.
You talk about the speed of the Kiwis. They certainly had it when they won the Louis Vuitton Cup just about 3 weeks ago. And they had it at the start of the 34th America's Cup. Where has that speed gone?
I don't think it's gone anywhere. I think the other guys just put the afterburners on, put the jets on. A lot of time and effort has gone into designing the technology that creates these boats. Vertical learning curves have been talked about all the time. They get better every day. Oracle has just happened to get better faster.
A little bit lighter, then we'll build again. It's softer on the other side, though.
Makes me wonder if we'll ever see these boats again.
These AC-72s are the vision of Larry Ellison and Russell Coots as they put this together. After winning the last America's Cup, they had the right to determine where it would be contested and in what boats. These AC-72s were their dream, and a lot of people said, Kenny, it'll never work. It's too expensive. It won't be exciting. Au contraire.
Here we are, breaking down barriers into history of the America's Cup. Never have we seen anything like that. The epic comeback continues.
Yeah, gonna come up a little way.
Is that a smile? It's a close smile.
Very close. Jimmy Spithill, the skipper and helmsman on board Oracle Team USA. Australian by birth, married to an American woman. As he is bringing this thing home, we can see gate 4 in the distance.
We should get to the lane line here. Just got to watch the pressure on the backside of Alcatraz.
It's not bad to have 5 Olympic gold medals standing behind you and giving you information.
Not bad at all.
45 seconds, probably.
I think we're okay. Keep the pressure. We'll get lighter from here. Keep working it.
There's a smile.
Slowly get softer from here.
We'll get softer here, guys. I think it's better just go to the lane line.
Don't smile yet, Jimmy.
We've got 15 on the box, but I think it's further.
A little faster, Tom.
A little bit further.
For more than 10 days, Jimmy Spithill sat down at press conference after press conference and said, we can still win this. At 8-1, Jimmy Spithill said, we believe we can still come back and win this. And Ken, we had the conversation and said, what is wrong with him? You got to know when you're beat. He just never knew it.
He never knew it. I give both of these guys credit. They've both had incredible streaks, winning and losing streaks. Dean Barker and Jimmy Spithill. Not the best jive on Oracle right there, by the way. But they've both handled their press conferences, the pressure with incredible poise. And we have to take our hats off to both of them.
You know, Ken, if you're going to go out here, New Zealand did a really good race. They won the start, got the lead at the second gate. What else could they have done? They're just a little bit slower.
At the end of the day, it is always the faster boat that is going to win. And tacticians aside, over the last 8 races, it has been Oracle Team USA. And just to continue on with what Ken was talking about, if this stands the way it is, this will definitely hurt for Emirates Team New Zealand and a nation. And I will say this, Dean Barker, Ray Davies, and their crew are some of the classiest men you will ever come across. At mark number 4, Oracle Team USA makes the turn for home.
Yeah.
And I never thought I would say this, but Oracle's going to win the America's Cup. This is incredible.
So what was dubbed as a race for redemption for Dean Barker and Emirates Team New Zealand looked like it was on course as they led a week ago. 8 wins to 1. They were sitting on match point. One more victory and the cup was being shipped off to Auckland, New Zealand. And here we are a week later, all even at 8. And it is Oracle Team USA that is just moments away from keeping the cup. and stripes say it all. The comeback of 2013 is complete. America's Cup will stay in America. And as the celebration commences on the shores here in San Francisco for the home team, Emirates Team New Zealand comes across the line with 8 wins, 1 short for more than a week. Their final delta in excess of 43 seconds. Folks, I'm primarily a stick and ball guy. I am now a sailing convert. After what we saw over the last 2.5 weeks in San Francisco, the amazing poise by the Kiwis to take the lead 8-1, and the most improbable comeback in this sport as Oracle Team USA will retain the cup.
How's that?
Ken Reed, you have sailed around the world multiple times. You have participated in this event 3 times. What does this moment mean to the sailors?
I think it's relief as much as anything. All this work, literally years worth of work, has now been fulfilled for every single person on this boat, but especially for their families. Don't forget their families. They had to live through the brunt of these guys coming home when they're down 8-1. They helped pick these guys up, the shore teams, the ownership, the management, the designers. An incredible team effort.
A flyby like no other. A defense for the record books. America's Cup will stay with Oracle Team USA. Gary Jobson, you have won this event as a tactician. What does this mean to be a part of a winning program and do it in this fashion?
You know, when you win the America's Cup, it's almost like relief. You've been on edge for months and months, in this case years. It's relief, it's euphoria. You're somewhere between elated and ecstatic. But I've also been on losing America's Cup boats too, and I know what Team New Zealand's going through. It's really tough.
This has been Larry Ellison's dream for years. He pushed the limits of technology, said we can do it in San Francisco, we can foil AC-72s. They came out and said, you are absolutely out of your tree, and here we are. His squad was down 8-1, and a week later, they are enjoying the Mum Napa moment on the Pacific.
I don't have a radio, I threw it over. Yeah, he's coming. What do we, should we bear away quickly and drive?
Yeah.
Still heading the right way.
Well, there's quite a lot of boats there, by the way.
Take a roll here.
I'm not sure we want to go into that Armada.
They got the sparkling wine already. I think, Kenny, they're waiting to get Larry Ellison on board.
I think Larry Ellison, when he was just doing kind of a half-hearted clap after maybe their second win, ever thought that there was a chance? I mean, seriously, do you think he really thought? I can't imagine any sane person would. I think these 11 guys did, and that might just be just about it.
Millions of dollars, thousands of man-hours, 3 years, the work, the toil, the effort, a great city, a great regatta, and now we have ourselves a champion.
And I'm going to guess a flyby between the two boats here at one time or another, with ultimate respect for your comrades on the other boat. There you go.
It does not take away the sting at all, but some of the classiest athletes you will ever meet are on board Emirates Team New Zealand. You know, Ken, a year ago during the America's Cup World Series, we talked about the potential of the Kiwis and the Americans meeting in San Francisco to decide the Cup. It really came to fruition, and at the start of this regatta, the Kiwis came out of the box so fast, and it looked like it was a done deal. And here we are as Larry Ellison enjoys the Mum Napa moment and the sparkling wine with his sailors.
Don't blind the owner with sparkling wine. That's the key.
And for all of Larry Ellison's wealth and success, I have a feeling this ranks right up there with it.
It has to. This is the best. This is the best in sport.
There you go, Gov. There you go, Gov. There you go, brother.
I can't see if we're going to hit anything.
Restart.
Oh, well.
As Oracle continues to celebrate the 34th America's Cup, we'll have much more. We'll talk with both teams in a moment. And Kenny, I can't even imagine, you know, all the work, all the delays, the postponements, the weather conditions, the wind in the wrong direction, too much fog, not enough wind. And to get to this point on just an absolutely picture-perfect day, today San Francisco is just showing off.
Well, sailors around the world can totally relate to the fact that we have to deal with weather always. It's probably easier for us as sailors to deal with these weather delays more so than it is for the average person that's trying to watch sport. They just don't understand it. But I think these guys, they just kept their composure, stayed organized, stayed within themselves, kept to their routine, and here they are.
Then you're trying to get the thing under control before the boundary to jive.
The scene at America's Cup Park as fans celebrate and some commiserate. But one thing is certain, the 34th America's Cup will stay with Oracle Team USA. And we go on board the winning boat, Jimmy Spithill. He gets the victory. Jimmy, I gotta tell you, for the thousands and millions of people that thought you had some serious mental issues when you said we're gonna come back at 8-1, congratulations, my friend. Take us through the race and what this means to you and your team.
Oh man, I mean, what a race. It was just, it had everything. Up, Benny, don't get the lower. There's been a few spectators out here, as you can see. Still not. No, look, it was a fantastic race. I mean, we wouldn't have had it any other way. Come from behind. Man, these guys just show so much heart.
We almost lost you there, Jimmy.
I'm still here.
Hey, Jimmy Spithill, two-time America's Cup champion skipper, pretty rarefied air. How does that feel?
Oh, mate, I mean, look, it really is about the team, man. Like, on your own, you're nothing, but when you've got a team like this around you, they can make you look great, and they did all of that today in the whole series, and I'm just so proud of the boys. I mean, to be facing the barrel of the gun at 8-1, and what do these guys do? They didn't even flinch. And, man, just a fantastic team effort.
Well, Jimmy, congratulations. You made believers out of all of us. You said, we can win races, and you've been able to do it. But one thing I'm curious about, up at the Windward Mark, you took a little nosedive there. What happened?
It's just really puffy. It was a funny day. There was a lot of pressure on the city side, and it was really puffy in the middle of the racetrack because of the northwesterly gradient. But, yeah, you know, we just thought we'd keep it exciting for you guys.
Jimmy, take us inside the camp for a moment. What was the message from your boss, Sir Russell Coutts and Larry Ellison, prior to the start of this race today, winner take all? And what did Larry Ellison first say to you when he got on the boat?
Well, those guys just kept saying, keep doing what you're doing, guys. You know you can fight back. You're fighters. You've been through tough times, and you can come back from this. First thing he said when he got on the boat was, hey, guys, you just won the America's Cup.
Well, Jimmy, we will let you enjoy the celebrations. Congratulations, and thank you always for your time and being so gracious and giving us one of the most memorable America's Cups we've ever seen.
Thanks, guys, and thanks to San Francisco. Man, this is one hell of a day. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Jimmy Spithill, Oracle Team USA, Tom Slingsby, Ben Ainsley, Shannon Falcone, Roman Kirby, Jonah Macbeth, Joe Newton, Kyle Langford, Simeon Tienpont, Joe Spooner, and Gilberto Nobili. You are the winners of the 34th America's Cup in San Francisco.
If you want to take, you can take this also if you want.
Sorry, which radio do you want Larry on?
Good little boat. Started off a bit shaky, but she came good.
Well, Ken, now it's all about the celebration, and not to rain on that parade at all, but where do we go from here?
That's a great question, and you know, Oracle has a lot of decisions to make. There was so much speculation over the last couple of weeks that it was Team New Zealand's cup, and what were they going to do? It's funny, we kind of lost the fact that Oracle now gets to make the decisions again. That's the beauty of winning the cup. You get to make the rules, and you got to believe these guys have put so much energy into just trying to make this comeback. They haven't exactly thought about what they're going to do with it yet.
And there is the scene on board Emirates. Team New Zealand, frustration, devastation. And as Dean Barker takes the brunt of this one, just a classy guy.
You just can't, none of us can imagine what it's like to be inside of that group right there. And they're going to have the 11 guys on that boat are only going to have each other to fall back on, and their families, of course, for a long time now to get over this one.
I mentioned the Kiwi sailors, Dean Barker, of course, the helmsman and skipper, Ray Davies, the tactician, Glenn Ashby, Chris Ward, Rob Waddell, Derek Sayward, James Dagg, Grant Dalton, Chris McCasey, Jeremy Lomas, and Adam Bieshel, who did a fantastic job in winning the Louis Vuitton Cup, which was the Challenger Series, and came out firing early on at the America's Cup, going out to an 8-1 lead. But you got the sense that as the victories kept coming for the Americans, the pressure kept building, and it wasn't until a day or two ago that we really saw it on the face of Dean Barker when he put his hands over his face, and he just looked like he was deflated, had no answers.
They got boat speeded to death, Todd. I mean, these guys, you can make a case that the unsung heroes never saw the light of day. They sat in the back room and created opportunities for this boat to get faster that ended up winning them the America's Cup. I've known those Kiwis for a long time. Yep. They're great guys, great sailors, hard case as they call it down in New Zealand. But this is devastating. There's nothing you can really say at this stage to make any of those guys feel any better.
And this is what it's like to win the oldest trophy in world sport. It felt like a Saturday or Sunday here. The fans continue to pour into America's Cup Park. And what a win as number 17, the Batmobile, makes the impossible come true.
And you've heard all these guys say thank you. You've heard a lot of them say, thank you, boat. I love you, little boat. The boat is the 12th crew member. It always is. As a sailor, a superstition a long way back, and I do it every time I leave a boat. I say, thank you, boat. Thank you. Because it got you back safely, first of all. And secondly, in this particular situation, it got you back pretty successfully as well.
Larry Ellison coming aboard his Vision Oracle Team USA and their AC-72 as they continue to enjoy the Mum Napa moment. And that'll be a picture that'll be on a lot of mantles for a long time to come.
Hey, Jimmy, they want you for a photo.
I think the most harrowing part of we've seen so far was Oracle Team USA trying to make the escape. They were surrounded by fans and spectators, and Ben had to do a little bear away there and almost lost Jimmy.
Either that or Ben finally got the wheel and he said, hey, here's my opportunity. I got to fresh this guy off the back of the boat.
As you see Oracle drifted away. Mr. Ellison, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Sir, congratulations first and foremost.
Well,
and you are now a two-time winner of the America's Cup. Take us back years ago.
Not really.
When you had this vision of the AC-72s here in San Francisco.
I'll just go to the press conference. It's all right.
Yeah, TV, sorry, we're struggling with that. So Larry says he'll see you at the press conference.
Well, there's the word. Larry Ellison, I apologize. We unable to hear us, so we will talk with him at the press conference that will be coming shortly. And we will have the trophy presentation for you as well. But again, the 34th America's Cup is staying in America. The defenders come back from 8-1 to get the win, 9-8 on points, overtaking Emirates Team New Zealand and a very talented group led by Dean Barker.